After the Earth was struck by a small asteroid, a peculiar radiation transformed a vast number of humans into zombies, with no antidote in sight. Only a select few remained immune to this malevolent radiation. The undead are exceedingly difficult to vanquish, while the uninfected continue to be relentlessly infected and annihilated. Upon awakening, the protagonist discovers himself in such an apocalyptic world, where his sole chance of survival lies in executing the tasks assigned by a mysterious system, rescuing beautiful women. Chapter 1. The Apocalypse and the Rescue of Beauties. In Linjiang City, within the dilapidated old town, Li Liang feels an overwhelming heaviness in his head as sunlight streams in, blinding him. He places his hand upon his head, only to sense something amiss. It feels as though he is touching coarse parchment, with certain areas damp to the touch. This is wrong. Why does it smell so foul? Li Liang suddenly jolts upright. The scene before him renders him speechless with terror. He finds himself lying outside a towering building, surrounded by hundreds of rotting zombies emitting a putrid stench, aimlessly wandering about him. Oh my God, Li Liang exclaims, instantly drawing the attention of all the zombies, yet they merely glance at him before continuing on their way. What on earth is happening? Li Liang's heart races. He initially believed his life to be at an end, yet he seems unharmed. He rises to his feet, and, upon glimpsing his reflection in the glass, nearly faints. He appears to be a zombie himself. Surely, this must be a nightmare from which he will awaken. Li Liang lies back down, closes his eyes, and attempts to drift into slumber. Apocalypse Beauty Rescue System activated. A distinctly feminine voice resonates within his mind. Who? Li Liang opens his eyes, realizing that he is alone save for the zombies. This is no dream. A system? I might be saved. Li Liang quickly comprehends, recognizing this as a common trope in many novels. I actually have a golden finger. Hurry, tell me what my abilities are and how formidable they are. He feels a surge of excitement, the fear from moments ago dissipating. Seek out the designated beauties assigned by the system, rescue them, and receive corresponding rewards for each completed task. The system responds with an emotionless tone. What manner of system is this? Li Liang could never have imagined such a bizarre setup, compelling him to save beautiful women without mentioning what the rewards might be. Could he end up disadvantaged? Just as he contemplates this, the system chimes in again. On the 23rd floor of this building, there is a beauty in peril. Hasten to her rescue. So soon, Li Liang had yet to decide whether to go save someone when the system issued a task. He had to act. He cannot simply stand by while someone is in danger, especially if that someone is a beauty. Li Liang strides into the building, encountering a multitude of zombies inside, yet they regard him as one of their own and make no effort to hinder him. The elevator doors are open but remain stationary. Could it be that these zombies lack the intelligence to operate an elevator? As the doors part, the noise attracts the attention of some zombies, prompting Li Liang to hurriedly step inside and close the door. Evidently, the zombies are highly sensitive to sound. Li Liang ascends directly to the 23rd floor, which is entirely comprised of office spaces, each room in disarray, as though it had recently undergone a mass evacuation. The ground bears long, dark streaks of some substance, creating an unsettling tension despite their origin remaining unclear. Scattered along the corridor are vague impressions, likely handprints left in haste. Though dried, they evoke the image of chaos that once reigned. Is anyone here? Li Liang calls out in the corridor. Silence reigns, an eerie stillness enveloping him. System, are you mistaken? There can't possibly be anyone here. Li Liang surveys his surroundings. This place has clearly been besieged by zombies before, making the presence of any living soul improbable. Just as he turns to leave, a plastic water bottle rolls out from an office nearby. It is an empty bottle. Could the wind have blown it here? Li Liang scans the area again, still seeing no one. Yet the appearance of this bottle seems inexplicable. He approaches the office. Is anyone in there? Li Liang softly inquires once more. Who are you? A faint voice emerges from the depths of the office, shaky and fragmented, as if the speaker is trembling. I have come to rescue you, Li Liang boldly declares, feeling a surge of excitement, as this is the first person he has encountered since waking, and she is recognized by the system as a beauty. He must inquire further about what has transpired. Please, come out. It is safe here. Li Liang has already surveyed the floor and found no traces of zombies. Upon hearing this, movement stirs from within the office, and slowly, a young woman clad in a blue top and black skirt cautiously peeks out. Her long, dark hair partially obscures her face, yet even in this state, Li Liang can discern her beauty. However, upon seeing Li Liang, Yang Ying lets out a piercing scream. You are a zombie. She then attempts to retreat back to her hiding place. But having already revealed herself, hiding again is futile. Yang Ying trembles uncontrollably, grabbing a nearby chair to shield herself, her body shaking even more violently. She fears that Li Liang will lunge at her and devour her. Do not be afraid of me. Li Liang finally realizes how he must appear. It is no wonder she is terrified. He hastily explains, listen to me. I do not know what has happened, I just woke up like this. Yet before he can finish, Yang Ying screams again, her eyes wide with terror as she gazes behind Li Liang. He turns to see that, at some point, two young male zombies have appeared behind him, their mouths agape, drooling, and their red eyes fixated on Yang Ying. This is not my doing, Li Liang mutters to himself, but no one is listening. The two zombies have already circled around him, charging towards Yang Ying, who, frightened, begins to cry, instinctively waving the chair in a futile attempt to defend herself. Within a few breaths, the zombies will seize her. I must act. Li Liang is equally startled, claiming he is unafraid would be a lie as he contemplates fleeing. Yet, gazing at Yang Ying, he cannot bear to abandon her. If he leaves, she is certain to be devoured by the zombies. He seizes a chair and swings it at one zombie's head. Thud! A dull sound echoes. The zombie staggers, evidently struck hard. I have subdued one. Li Liang feels a surge of triumph, believing he has successfully incapacitated a zombie, but he soon realizes the situation is more complex than it appears. The zombie turns and lunges towards him, its previously injured head miraculously healing at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, the other zombie shifts its target, staggering towards Li Liang. How can they not die? Li Liang is taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his brow. It becomes evident that these creatures do not differentiate between the living and the dead when attacked. They are driven solely by a thirst for blood, yet cannot be killed. What should he do? I will hold them off. You must flee. Li Liang brandishes the chair again and charges at the two zombies, urging Yang Ying to escape, hoping at least one of them can survive. Yang Ying stands frozen, clearly astonished that this zombie genuinely seeks to help her. Li Liang is equally surprised. He finds himself unable to withstand the combined force of the two zombies, soon being knocked to the ground. Although he has made contact with the zombies, he is perplexed to feel no pain, only an unusual numbness enveloping his entire body. Ding! The system detects that the host is encountering difficulties in rescuing the beauty and has preemptively issued the first reward. At that moment, the system's voice resonates once more. Chapter 2. You have to cohabit with me. Yang Ying had the opportunity to escape while Li Liang engaged in a fierce struggle with two zombies. Yet she refrained from doing so. Instead, she swiftly seized a chair and hurled it violently at one of the approaching zombies. The creature released its grip on Li Liang and slowly rose, advancing towards her with a determined gait. In Li Liang's mind, the system granted a reward, a dispersal smoke effective against zombies, usable 3 times. The instructions on its application were clearly communicated. Yang Ying, however, found herself filled with regret. Why had she risked her life to save a zombie? Cover your nose. Li Liang bellowed just as the two zombies were about to pounce on Yang Ying. His abdomen swelled, resembling an enormous balloon, and with a resounding pop, a noxious green gas erupted from him, swiftly enveloping the entire office space. What does that smell? Li Liang thought, immediately engulfed by an overwhelming urge to perish. While the smoke served to repel zombies and was intended as a last resort for survival, he himself was now part of the undead, finding the stench unbearable. The two zombies, previously clawing and ravenous, began to writhe upon inhaling the green gas. Within mere breaths, they collapsed to the ground, retching forth green substances rendered immobile. Li Liang felt his own legs weaken. Had he not held his breath from the onset, he too might be in a similar predicament now. Now's our chance, follow me, Li Liang urged, pressing the elevator button and signaling for Yang Ying to hurry. Yang Ying hesitated. Should she really follow this zombie? Yet he had just saved her life. After a moment's struggle, she stepped inside the elevator. In a confined space, she pressed herself against a corner, maintaining maximum distance from Li Liang, her hands clenched tightly, prepared for a fight. Though she couldn't comprehend the nature of the green gas, it evidently had a restraining effect on the zombies, and perhaps he truly could save her. What on earth is happening with these zombies? Are there any other survivors besides you? Li Liang pressed, desperate to understand the state of the world. A month ago, a meteorite struck the Earth, and then those zombies began to appear. They devoured anyone who hadn't team mutated, and everyone fled, but there was no escape. No matter where one hides, they will inevitably be found. I've been here for several days now, Yang Ying explained, her stomach growling audibly. You haven't eaten anything? Li Liang asked incredulously. Yang Ying shook her head. Her pallid complexion spoke volumes. Wait, a month ago? Why haven't I heard of this? What is the date today? Li Liang inquired. September 22nd, 2050, came her reply. 30 years later? Li Liang felt overwhelmed. How could he have slept for 30 years and encountered such bizarre events? Yet something felt amiss. If it were indeed 30 years later, why did everything seem identical to his memories from last night? The elevator reached the ground floor, and as the doors opened, hundreds of zombies, upon spotting Yang Ying, surged towards her. She screamed in terror, inadvertently attracting even more zombies. A horde from another district darted over, shrouding Li Liang and Yang Ying in darkness. In that moment, they felt like cornered beasts, awaiting their inevitable dismemberment by the zombies. This is it, what do we do now? Li Liang thought frantically, regretting his decision to save a damsel in distress, which had led to such monumental trouble. System, what should we do? I can't die here. Li Liang implored desperately. The host can still utilize the dispersal smoke 2 more times. The smoke has a vast dispersal area, sufficient to handle these zombies. The system responded calmly. Li Liang felt a flicker of doubt as he glanced at the nearly weeping Yang Ying, then gritted his teeth. Cover your mouth and follow my lead, he commanded. As he spoke, his stomach swelled once more, even more exaggerated than before. Yang Ying stared at him in disbelief, realizing his intentions, and hurriedly covered her mouth and nose. Although the gas had proven effective against zombies, the odor was undeniably repugnant. With a dull thud, the green gas emanated in waves from Li Liang, radiating outward. Wherever the gas spread, all zombies collapsed, twitching and frothing at the mouth, overwhelmed by distress. Run! Li Liang shouted, seizing Yang Ying's hand and bolting outside. At first, Yang Ying resisted, feeling awkward, but survival took precedence over her discomfort. She followed him without further protest. They dashed through several blocks. System, what now? I've saved her. You can't abandon us, Li Liang urged. Behind them, a multitude of zombies pursued. You must cohabit with her to win her favor, the system replied unhurriedly. Cohabit? Are you jesting? Li Liang thought incredulously. How could Yang Ying possibly agree to live with him in his current state, let alone develop any fondness? Once you gain her favor, your appearance will gradually improve, the system continued, but Li Liang interrupted. Fine, whatever you say. Now, where should we run? He exclaimed, prioritizing escape over deliberation. There's a 2-story building ahead. Shake off those zombies, get inside, and shut the door behind you, the system advised leisurely. Li Liang felt a surge of frustration. Could it really be that simple? Yet there was no time for contemplation. They sprinted towards the wooden 2-story building. He pulled Yang Ying inside and hastily shut the door. Have you lost your mind? Aren't we just waiting to be surrounded by the zombies? Yang Ying protested, bewildered by Li Liang's seemingly foolish decision and reaching for the door to escape again. Li Liang offered no explanation, instead signaling her to silence. The zombies that had been pursuing them dashed past the building without pausing. They both exhaled in relief. Thank goodness the system wasn't deceiving me, Li Liang thought. Feeling his legs weaken. Ever since waking up, he had been through so much. Hunger gnawed at him, and his stomach growled audibly. Startled, Yang Ying recoiled, fearful that Li Liang might turn on her out of hunger. What do we do next? She asked, a hint of fear in her voice. You have to cohabit with me, Li Liang stated without a moment's hesitation. I refuse, Yang Ying retorted, her face flushed with anger as she moved towards the door, intent on opening it despite the lurking zombies outside. Chapter 3. It's my first time too. Are you trying to get us killed? Li Liang exclaimed, swiftly grabbing hold of Yang Ying. If we go out now, we'll both perish. But you can't expect me to tolerate your appearance. To survive, you must listen to me, Li Liang insisted, blocking the door with his body, staring intently at her. Despite her earlier terror in the face of the zombie horde, Yang Ying seemed unperturbed by Li Liang's presence. I don't want to die, but I certainly don't wish to be with you. You might be worse than those creatures outside, she asserted boldly. Li Liang was at a loss for words. What was her reasoning? Having been single for so long, he lacked experience with women. How could he persuade her now? System, what should I do? Li Liang asked anxiously. Figure it out yourself, the system replied after a moment of silence, offering no further guidance. All right, I suppose I'll take the blame. But can you at least explain why the zombies don't enter this house once we step inside? Li Liang queried. The creatures outside are merely the lowest tier of zombies, the most numerous among them, devoid of intelligence. They relentlessly pursue living, moving beings, and once their prey vanishes from sight, they meander aimlessly. Does that imply the existence of higher-tier zombies? The system remained silent, leaving Li Liang in anticipation, which ultimately proved futile. Consider this carefully. If you venture outside, you'll be torn to shreds, and you may even transform into one of them. Stay inside the house, and I will maintain my distance from you. Understood? Li Liang stated earnestly. If Yang Ying disregarded this warning, there was little he could do. Yang Ying glanced outside, then back at Li Liang, hesitating momentarily. If you dare to act recklessly. She trailed off, turning to dash upstairs. This provided Li Liang an opportunity to survey his surroundings. The first floor encompassed the living room and kitchen, while the second floor presumably housed the bedrooms. However, with Yang Ying currently upstairs, it would be inappropriate for him to follow. After a short while, Yang Ying descended. I've examined the layout of this house. Downstairs, as you can see, is the kitchen and living room, while the bedrooms are upstairs. However, you cannot go up. I will check the refrigerator for something to eat. I will rest upstairs, and you can sleep in the living room, she declared, her tone indicating a decision made without room for discussion. Why should I accept this? Do I not have any rights? Li Liang protested. Look at yourself. Do you resemble a human? Yang Ying replied calmly. You. Li Liang was momentarily rendered speechless by his anger. Yang Ying chuckled triumphantly and approached the refrigerator, only to discover it was completely bare. Looks like we'll be going hungry. She suppressed her hunger, aware that venturing outside in search of food was out of the question. Li Liang let out a huff and turned his gaze around, suddenly spotting a flower pot that seemed to contain something familiar. He approached it, overturned the pot, and indeed found potatoes within. Swiftly, he gathered several potatoes, washed them, and proceeded to the kitchen to fry them in some cooking oil. The delightful aroma quickly filled the entire house. Gurgle. Yang Ying's stomach growled. How did you know there were potatoes in the flower pot? She asked softly, unable to contain herself, and added, could you spare me some? Li Liang placed the cooked potatoes on the table, selecting 2 for himself. Yang Ying approached, feeling slightly embarrassed, but ultimately reached out to take a potato and began to eat. This is delicious, she exclaimed, unable to restrain her delight. Are you a skilled cook? It's my first time. Li Liang chuckled, speaking to himself. Yang Ying hesitated, clearly flustered, yet did not react with anger as she had before. In such dire circumstances, it was impossible to feel full. Yang Ying intentionally left 2 potatoes aside for future provisions. You should go rest. Li Liang stretched and settled into a chair. Closing his eyes, Yang Ying regarded him with a complex expression, but said nothing and went upstairs. Li Liang found the situation of being alone with a woman unexpectedly awkward. Once Yang Ying ascended, he exhaled in relief, slumping casually in the chair. He was genuinely fatigued. From waking up to find himself surrounded by zombies, to rescuing Yang Ying. And now this, everything felt surreal. As darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings, an eerie silence prevailed. Ding! The system alerted him, danger approaching. The sudden announcement startled Li Liang, causing him to jump from the chair and peer outside. In the night, numerous shadows moved towards him, illuminated by the light. This is bad. How could there be so many zombies? Li Liang's heart raced as he recognized the approaching figures as zombies. System, did you not say these zombies would not discover us? He urgently inquired, but the system remained silent. Even you are betraying me. Li Liang stomped his feet in frustration, but there was no remedy. Outside, zombies had completely surrounded the small building. Initially, the zombies meandered aimlessly outside, but upon the sounding of a whistle, they seemed to receive a command and began converging towards the house. Thud, 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 the foremost zombie began to pound on the door with force. Li Liang hastily gathered chairs and tables to barricade the doors and windows, preventing the zombies from breaking in. They're attacking us. Yang Ying rushed down at that moment, witnessing Li Liang struggling against the door. She seemed to have something to say, but the words remained unspoken. The sheer number of zombies outside relentlessly battered against the door, and Li Liang could hardly hold them off any longer. This is truly the worst luck, he thought as he braced himself against the door, aware that he could not endure much longer. Soon, I will charge out and see how long I can delay them. You take the chance to escape while I distract them. Do not worry about me. Li Liang shouted at Yang Ying. He could use the smoke dispersal tactic once more, but with so many zombies outside, he doubted he could take them all down in one go. He resolved to create an opportunity for Yang Ying to survive. Yang Ying looked at him in disbelief. Ding! The system detects that the beauty has developed feelings for the host, granting a reward. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Chapter 4, Do Not Kill Him. The timing was impeccable. Quick, show me the reward. Li Liang exclaimed, nearly bursting into laughter. Team Flare, throw it to summon a nearby teammate for assistance. The system replied nonchalantly, then inquired, would you like to throw it now, teammate? Li Liang was momentarily taken aback. Could there be others here with him? Just as he hesitated, the zombies outside intensified their assault, and the door was beginning to yield, a decaying hand reaching through and flailing about. Throw it now, quickly, Li Liang shouted. Yang Ying, unsure of what he meant, thought he could barely hold on and rushed down to assist him in bracing the door. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air as a flare shot from the roof, exploding in the night like fireworks, casting an intense white light. The mass of zombies outside appeared ghastly under the illumination, yet they could not halt their advance. None paused to look upwards. This is disastrous. We are completely exposed. Li Liang feared that this brilliant light would attract even more zombies. I can barely hold on. Yang Ying gasped, her strength waning, and she began to tremble. Just as I said before, I will draw them away. You must escape. Li Liang grinned at Yang Ying. Was it truly worth risking himself for a woman he barely knew? He was uncertain, yet he felt compelled to act. Boom! Just as Li Liang was about to rush out to confront the zombies, a burst of flame erupted outside. A fiery inferno surged from the outer perimeter of the zombie horde, engulfing several zombies in flames. During the day, Li Liang had learned that these zombies were unperturbed by injuries, capable of moving even with their heads crushed. Did they fear fire? The engulfed zombies writhed in agony for a moment before collapsing to the ground, quickly reduced to ashes. The remaining zombies instinctively recoiled from the flames. But as they began to scatter, they seemed to receive some form of command and regrouped with unsettling uniformity, a stark contrast to their earlier aimless wandering. However, their focus no longer appeared to be on Li Liang and Yang Ying, but rather on something across from them. The flicker of flames re-emerged, allowing Li Liang to discern the figure standing in the darkness opposite him, an individual clad entirely in protective gear. On his back rested a large canister resembling an oxygen tank, and in his hand was an apparatus akin to a water gun, from which the flames were emanating. The horde of zombies surged toward this person, who did not flinch but rather unleashed a torrent of fire. Dozens of zombies were rapidly consumed by the inferno, swiftly turning the tide of battle. Goodness, what a remarkable display! Li Liang exclaimed, slapping the doorframe in excitement. This is the coalition of human survivors. Yang Ying recognized the identity of their savior. A coalition? Li Liang looked at Yang Ying, puzzled. The remaining survivors of the world have formed a coalition for human survival. This is the first time I've encountered a living person. Yang Ying explained, revealing all she knew. Outside, the zombies had mostly fallen in the sea of flames, gradually turning to ash. Wang Cheng surveyed his surroundings, confirming the absence of zombies, and cautiously approached Li Liang and Yang Ying. Hello, Yang Ying called softly from behind the door, noticing Wang Cheng standing at the threshold. Who goes there? Wang Cheng raised his weapon toward the door. Are you human or zombie? I am human, Yang Ying hastily clarified. Li Liang initially intended to echo her claim, but upon reflecting on his current state, he refrained from speaking, then opened the door and stepped out. Wang Cheng maintained his weapon, not relaxing his vigilance in the slightest. Creak! The door creaked open, and Yang Ying slowly emerged. Upon seeing her, Wang Cheng lowered his weapon, but when he noticed another presence inside, he immediately raised it once more. Who else is inside? Step out now, Wang Cheng bellowed. Years of combat experience rendered Wang Cheng utterly unyielding. He remained in a state ready for battle until he could ascertain if they were friend or foe. I'm also human. Li Liang braced himself and stepped forward. A zombie. There's even one that slipped through. At first glance, Wang Cheng deemed Li Liang a zombie based on his appearance. Raising his weapon, prepared to incinerate him with a fiery blast. Please, don't misunderstand. I truly am human. Li Liang understood Wang Cheng's intentions and hurriedly explained, attempting to retreat back inside, but it was too late. The two were too close. If Wang Cheng pulled the trigger, Li Liang would have no chance to escape. Suddenly, a figure unexpectedly positioned herself in front of Li Liang, shielding him from Wang Cheng. Yang Ying. At that moment, Yang Ying had used her body to protect Li Liang. He saved me during the day. I trust him, Yang Ying said, glancing slightly at Li Liang behind her, visibly trembling in front of Wang Cheng. The flames that could incinerate zombies would undoubtedly consume her as well. She could not fathom why she felt compelled to protect Li Liang. She only knew that he had saved her earlier. The atmosphere grew tense as the three exchanged glances. Wang Cheng's finger rested on the trigger. He longed to pull it, but found himself unable to do so. Get inside. Wang Cheng gestured toward the house, signaling for the two to enter. The three retreated within. A signal flare was just launched nearby. Are there others with you? Wang Cheng inquired, though his gaze never wavered from Li Liang, scrutinizing him intently. It was I who set it off, Li Liang stated bluntly, privately lamenting the system for promising allies, but bringing forth someone intent on killing him. You? Wang Cheng clearly did not believe Li Liang's assertion. After a moment of silence, Wang Cheng continued. I am waiting for someone here and will remain with you for a while. If this zombie poses a threat, I will eliminate him immediately. His words were directed at Yang Ying. It seemed that Li Liang's fate now rested entirely in Yang Ying's hands. Are there others from your group nearby? Li Liang asked, knowing that Wang Cheng had been halted by Yang Ying, but if more of the coalition arrived, would they spare him? Li Liang did not trust that these individuals would be amiable. Should he consider fleeing first? After all, Yang Ying and this man seemed to be safe together. Ding! A new mission was issued. Rescue the beautiful woman trapped nearby. At that moment, the system announced the new objective. Now is not the time for missions. Survival is the utmost priority. Li Liang felt averse to the idea, reluctant to accept this new task. Mission reward: restore 20 points of attractiveness. It seemed the system anticipated Li Liang's reluctance and revealed the reward up front. Restore attractiveness? Wouldn't that make me less terrifying? Li Liang's eyes brightened. How about more generous rewards? Let me return to being exceptionally handsome, if you please. The system offered no response. Fine, I'll do it. Li Liang sighed, resigned to the task. At that moment, a weak voice crackled through the intercom Wang Chung carried. Quick, leave this area. Upon hearing this, Wang Chung immediately inquired about the situation. But the intercom signal was abruptly severed. Captain, Wang Chung shouted in frustration, casting a hostile glare at Li Liang. Curse those damned zombies. Wang Chung seethed. If anything happens to the captain, I will not let you escape. You're out of your mind. What does this have to do with me? Li Liang retorted, feeling bewildered. He had just begun to regain a semblance of his former attractiveness and could not bear being mistaken for a zombie. Fool! Wang Chung cursed again, removing his helmet to reveal his youthful face, likely no older than 17 or 18. His boyish features bore a hint of tenacity. I must set out immediately to rescue my captain. You may accompany me or choose to remain, but this place has been compromised, and I fear zombies will soon arrive. Wang Chung took a deep breath and donned his helmet once more, preparing to depart. Li Liang and Yang Ying exchanged a glance, then both followed Wang Chung. As the trio stepped outside, hundreds of zombies suddenly swarmed from the street corners, densely packed and rapidly advancing toward them. That was fast. Wang Chung raised his flame weapon and unleashed a burst of fire at the closest zombie. Flames erupted, illuminating their surroundings. Zombies fell in droves, reduced to ash. Yet new waves continued to surge forth, as if they would never cease. Damn it, how do we attract this horde? Wang Chung muttered, realizing the precariousness of their situation. The energy in the canister on his back was running low. They could not hold out much longer. If it did not break through soon, their predicament would grow increasingly dire. Find a way to escape, Wang Chung shouted. Li Liang surveyed his surroundings, surrounded by zombies. Where could they flee? Do you have any weapons? Li Liang inquired. Relying solely on Wang Chung would not suffice. He needed to fight as well. Wang Chung tossed Li Liang a dagger, which bore a symbol of 3 hands, yellow, white, and black, intertwined in a triangular formation. Taking the dagger, Li Liang lunged at the nearest zombie, discovering it surprisingly sharp, slicing through flesh as easily as cutting through fruit, toppling one with a single strike. After a few attempts, Li Liang found himself adept at wielding the dagger in combat. They dispatched wave after wave of approaching zombies, yet fresh hordes kept pouring in. This is not right. There must be a B-class zombie nearby, directing them, Wang Chung shouted, scanning the area before locking onto a shadowy corner in the distance, where something elusive lurked, obscured from view. We must eliminate that B-class zombie to break free. Otherwise, these zombies will never cease, Wang Chung shouted, but at that moment, the flames emitted from the weapon in his hand had significantly weakened. It would not be long before he could no longer sustain it. Li Liang also realized the urgency of the situation. Although his body now bore some resemblance to that of a zombie, he could not fight incessantly without rest. He could faintly feel his hands becoming unresponsive. Is it enough to just kill that thing? Li Liang inquired. Wang Chung nodded affirmatively. All right, I will create an opportunity for you. Once Li Liang uttered these words, his stomach suddenly swelled. A green mist began to emanate from his body, spreading outward. All the zombies that inhaled this mist collapsed to the ground. Now's our chance, quickly. Li Liang unleashed his final dispersing smoke, granting Wang Chung an opportunity. At that moment, nearly all obstacles that stood between them and the B-class zombie had been cleared. Excellent. Wang Chung recognized the rare opportunity and prepared to charge forward. However, just then, his gun emitted a soft puff, and the flames extinguished completely. Damn it. The energy is depleted. Wang Chung attempted several times, but indeed, not a single spark could be produced. At that moment, a fresh wave of zombies surged in, filling the gap and surrounding them. Quickly retreat to the house, Li Liang shouted loudly. Without the power of the flamethrower, the 3 of them faced a horde of zombies like meat buns against a dog. Wang Chung felt a sense of reluctance, but Li Liang yanked him back, forcefully pulling him into the house. Yet, if this continued, it wouldn't be long before the entire building would be torn down by these zombies. It was merely a matter of time. What do we do now? Yang Ying gazed fearfully at the relentless tide of zombies outside. Li Liang glanced outside, then at Yang Ying, and an idea struck him as he walked directly in front of her. Give me a kiss. Yang Ying, momentarily taken aback, did not comprehend Li Liang's sudden request. Slap. Yang Ying swiftly slapped Li Liang across the face, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! You misunderstand me." A peculiar sensation washed over Li Liang's face. It wasn't T-pain, more akin to a gust of wind. "To survive, you must trust me," Li Liang declared loudly, realizing that if this foolish woman hesitated any longer, it would be too late. Yang Ying froze in place. Wang Cheng braced himself against the door, looking at Li Liang with disdain, thinking that even in such a dire state, this guy still fancied beautiful women. Bang! 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 The door was being relentlessly assaulted, and Wang Cheng clearly could not hold out much longer. "Hurry up!" Li Liang found himself at a loss for words. If this method failed, he would have no choice but to charge out desperately. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Ying finally made a decision. She closed her eyes, seemingly mustering tremendous courage, and leaned toward Li Liang. With no time to be particular, Li Liang pressed his face forward, their lips meeting. She quickly recoiled, turning away, seemingly in disbelief that she had just kissed Li Liang in such a state. Ding! The system detected an increase in the female character's affection for the host and issued a reward. The system's voice echoed once more. This method truly works. Li Liang was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. The system reward granted him a one-time directional teleportation within 100 meters, allowing him to transport himself to any location within that range. "Ha, system, don't blame me for cheating. I was left with no choice." Li Liang chuckled inwardly as he glanced outside. 100 meters? That should suffice. Gripping his dagger tightly, he activated the teleportation opportunity. "Move aside." Li Liang shoved Wang Cheng aside and charged out, only to be quickly enveloped by the swarm of zombies. "Don't go." Yang Ying showed that. But Li Liang's figure was already lost to sight. At that moment, Li Liang found himself teleported to a distant corner, facing a creature entirely unfamiliar to him. It appeared to be a zombie, yet was unlike any he had encountered before. This creature bore no signs of decay. Its head was elongated, resembling an oval, with small, entirely black eyes devoid of whites. It stood about the height of a normal person, but its limbs were incredibly robust, covered in dense hair, resembling a wild man. This B-class zombie held a bone in its hand, which had several small holes. It seemed to have used this bone to produce a certain tune to control other zombies. "Only by killing you can we survive." Li Liang lunged at it with his dagger. Chapter 6. The Captain is a Beauty. The B-class zombie immediately raised the bone to its mouth and began to blow. A peculiar sound emerged, low and reminiscent of a beast growl. Upon hearing this sound, Li Liang found it unpleasant, devoid of any other reaction. He swung his dagger with determination. The B-class zombie, clearly taken aback, did not expect this move to have no effect on Li Liang. As the dagger approached, it hurriedly dodged while simultaneously beginning to blow again, the sound growing more pronounced. The horde of zombies that had been attacking Wang Cheng and the others received new orders and turned in unison, charging toward Li Liang. "I have to hurry." Li Liang understood that the longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. He gripped his dagger tightly and charged toward the B-class zombie. Unfortunately for it, after several evasive maneuvers, it found itself cornered against the wall, with no escape. Crack! Li Liang seized the opportunity, swiftly inserting the defensive tool into its vulnerable spot. An unidentified liquid oozed out, accompanied by a pungent odor that permeated the air. Simultaneously, the surrounding zombies seemed drawn to this strange scent, their previously orderly movements descending into chaos, emitting deep growls. Li Liang quickly pushed the B-class zombie aside and sought refuge in a safe location, remaining highly alert and prepared for any potential combat. However, the arriving zombies appeared to ignore Li Liang entirely. They rushed toward the B-class zombie's corpse like a pack of ravenous beasts, eager to feast. This scene, though filled with brutality, was more unsettling than anything. The zombies, in a frenzied struggle for every morsel of flesh, descended into madness. One zombie, having finally snatched a scrap of food, was suddenly tackled to the ground by another, which forcefully pried it from its mouth. Realizing that the zombies had succumbed to this uncontrollable frenzy, Li Liang understood the urgency of leaving the area and swiftly retreated. To those base-level zombies, the flesh of the B-class zombie was a delicacy. Wang Cheng seemed unfazed by the scene, his expression revealing no surprise. "We should leave quickly. More zombies may be drawn here soon." Yang Ying, on the other hand, turned her head aside, feeling nauseous. Ding! The system detected that the host had successfully killed a higher-tier zombie for the first time, granting a special reward, body enhancement, which effectively mitigates damage from physical attacks. The system's voice resonated once more. "What is this reward?" Li Liang contemplated how to utilize this reward, but Wang Cheng was already on the move. Yang Ying shot Li Liang a glare, urging him to follow, and he refrained from asking further questions. The trio swiftly traversed several blocks, occasionally encountering scattered zombies. Li Liang and Wang Cheng opted to avoid them. If they were discovered and the pursuing zombies were few, they would eliminate them. In this ongoing struggle, Li Liang honed his skills for dispatching A-class zombies, employing a direct stab to the head followed by a thrust to the heart. This method rendered the zombies completely incapacitated. Yang Ying initially felt nauseated and on the verge of vomiting at the sight of such scenes, but gradually adapted, or perhaps became somewhat numb to it. After a lengthy journey, the trio arrived before a deserted school. The campus appeared desolate, featuring a vast circular playground, a modest 3-story white building, and in the distance, a red dormitory. Not a single soul was present, not even a bird in flight. Upon closer inspection, one could discern distinct traces of passage through the grass on the playground. Wang Cheng glanced at the communication device in his hand. The signal they had previously received emanated from this very location. The captain must be inside. Wang Cheng pointed towards the school. It was astonishing how much it had changed. Yang Ying gazed at the school, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "Are you familiar with this place?" Wang Cheng inquired, while checking the remaining supplies he had. "This is my alma mater." Yang Ying's face paled slightly, a sense of discomfort washing over her. "Are we certain we want to enter?" Li Liang surveyed the empty campus and the chilling buildings, a shiver creeping up his spine, his instincts warning him against proceeding. Wang Cheng remained silent and stepped inside without hesitation. "If you're afraid, stay here and wait for us," Li Liang cautioned Yang Ying, not wanting her to encounter danger. "Perhaps being with you all would ensure greater safety. If I were to face a zombie alone, fear would be the least of my concerns." Yang Ying shot Li Liang an exasperated glance, recognizing his good intentions, though her tone was less frosty than before. As the trio made their way to the center of the playground, they effectively placed themselves in the heart of the school, exposing themselves to any potential ambush. "Hurry! Don't come!" Just then, the communication device in Wang Cheng's hand emitted a clear sound, a girl's voice resonating through. "Captain, don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you." Upon hearing this voice, Wang Cheng's emotions surged, and he frantically scanned the surroundings, yet saw nothing. "Hey, use your head," Li Liang quickly admonished Wang Cheng. "This is a trap. It's so obvious. Can't you see?" Wang Cheng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Li Liang. "From the first message you received, I found it suspicious. If your so-called captain were truly in danger, how could she still send a signal and tell you not to come? Now you receive another signal urging you to flee. Can't you comprehend that someone, or something, is deliberately luring you here?" Li Liang vigilantly surveyed the area. The entire campus, to put it plainly, was a trap. That captain figure was merely bait, while Wang Cheng and even the 3 of them were the prey. But who set this trap, and who is the hunter? Wang Cheng clenched his jaw and advanced a few more steps. "Am I unaware? But I cannot forsake my captain." Wang Cheng sighed, viewing those who abandon their comrades as even lesser than refuse. He acknowledged Wang Cheng's determination, yet remained concerned for their precarious situation. "Since this is your alma mater, if it were you hiding someone, where would you conceal them?" Li Liang, realizing he could not persuade Wang Cheng to leave, turned to Yang Ying. After pondering for a moment, Yang Ying suddenly pointed towards the teaching building. "There is a small courtyard behind the teaching building, which cannot be seen from the outside. One must enter to discover it. It's quite concealed. You walk in the middle, and let us go take a look." Li Liang brandished his dagger, positioning himself behind Yang Ying, while Wang Cheng led the way, touching the canister on his back, uncertain of his intentions. The trio entered the teaching building, where dark stains marred the white tiles, tracing irregular lines, alongside what appeared to be chaotic handprints. Evidently, this place had also endured a fierce conflict. Despite it being daytime, the sunlight seemed pallid. Right inside, Yang Ying gestured towards a corner, revealing a vacant courtyard before them. The courtyard was enveloped on 3 sides by the teaching building, while the final side was a tall wall. Li Liang glanced upwards. The windows of the teaching building were pitch black, and he felt an overwhelming urge to leave this place. At the far end of the courtyard, a figure seemed to be seated. The individual wore clothing similar to Wang Cheng's, albeit tattered and riddled with holes, revealing patches of skin beneath. "Captain!" Wang Cheng rushed forward, crouching to help the individual up. Li Liang then discerned that this captain was a young woman, likely around 20 years old. However, at that moment, her long, dark hair obscured her face. Yet even so, Li Liang recognized her as an undeniable beauty. "Hurry, flee," Lu Shinnan uttered weakly, blood seeping from her body, as if speaking had drained her last ounce of strength. Ding! Mission activated. The host has encountered the second damsel in distress to be rescued. The system's voice suddenly resonated. Before Li Liang could grasp the situation, heavy footsteps echoed from behind them. Chapter 7. The Hunt. Two figures, or rather, three figures, slowly crawled in from outside. You all must go, Lu Shinin shouted fiercely, her face a mix of rage and sorrow, and in her agitation, she fainted. Two B-class zombies entered, dragging a mangled corpse behind them. These zombies resembled the one Li Liang had previously slain, yet they were significantly larger. One wore an iron gauntlet on its arm, while the other wielded a cleaver. The latter also carried the mangled body, which bore the same attire as Wang Cheng, indicating that he too was a soldier of the coalition. Damn it, I'll kill you, Wang Cheng exclaimed, nearly rushing forward upon witnessing this scene. Li Liang quickly restrained him. The adversaries did not rush to attack. The B-class zombie with the gauntlet retrieved a communication device, replaying the warning that had previously advised them against approaching. This was a trap, lying in wait to ensnare the rescuers. In contrast to Wang Cheng's agitation, Li Liang's thoughts were focused on survival. It appeared that B-class zombies, due to individual differences, employed varying strategies. For instance, the previous one preferred orchestrating a group attack with lower-level zombies, while these two seemed to operate more like lone wolves. Roar. The B-class zombie with the gauntlet let out a roar and charged at the trio, resembling a ferocious beast as it lunged towards Wang Cheng, extending its iron-clad hand in an attempt to seize him. Perhaps in its eyes, only Wang Cheng was worthy of being its prey. Wang Cheng raised his firearm. It did not ignite. It was unclear what his intentions were. The B-class zombie halted approximately 2 meters away from Wang Cheng, both sides locked in a tense standoff. A golden opportunity. Seizing the moment, Li Liang swiftly brandished his dagger, aiming to ambush the B-class zombie with the gauntlet from behind. However, the creature swiftly reacted, pivoting and striking towards Li Liang. Thud! A dull thump resonated as Li Liang took the blow squarely, even in his zombie state. The force was sufficient to leave an indentation on his chest. I was careless, Li Liang grimaced, acknowledging his lack of combat experience. He had intended to launch a surprise attack, but this misstep might cost him dearly. Huh, why do I feel nothing at all? A tingling sensation coursed through his chest. It's the body enhancement. Li Liang immediately recalled the rewards granted by the system earlier. Haha, Li Liang chuckled, continuing to thrust his dagger towards the adversary. With a swift slash, he drew a line across the zombie's neck. A prime opportunity. Wang Cheng seized the moment, unleashing a fiery projectile from his weapon, which soared directly into the zombie's wound. The enraged zombie initially intended to strike, but after a few attempts, it collapsed on the ground, its body gradually turning black, emitting plumes of dark smoke, and soon after, it was reduced to a pile of ashes. One foe was effortlessly dispatched. Li Liang, elated and ready to praise Wang Cheng, noticed that Wang Cheng had sheathed his flamethrower, opting instead for a dagger, preparing for close combat. It appeared that the previous maneuver could only be executed once. The remaining zombie, witnessing the demise of its companion, let out a frenzied roar, discarding the mangled remains it held and charging forward with a machete raised high. Let me handle this. With newfound confidence from his earlier experience, Li Liang felt no fear and positioned himself between the zombie and Wang Cheng. His body had been enhanced, so he was unafraid of a scuffle. He was resolute, gripping the dagger tightly and rushing towards the undead assailant. The zombie swung its machete, aiming for Li Liang's chest. This time, he did not even attempt to evade, fully aware that he could withstand the blow. Crash! Would have been severed. He glanced down at his chest, realizing the machete had penetrated his flesh by a couple of centimeters. Blood trickled out, and though he sensed a tremor in his body, he felt no pain. As the blade was slowly withdrawn from the wound, it felt as if something was slithering along his body, leaving him with little sensation. Once that feeling subsided, he found himself momentarily unsteady. That single strike had fractured several of his ribs. System, you betrayed me, Li Liang muttered in exasperation, summoning all his strength to remain upright. It seemed he had misinterpreted the enhancement. It could absorb impacts, but not cuts. I'll hold it off, you all escape, he bellowed, mustering every ounce of his energy to tackle the zombie, hoping to buy Yang Ying and the others some time. However, the B-class zombie would not grant him such an opportunity. It lunged forward with another slash, this time aiming to decapitate him. Clang! A metallic sound echoed. Wang Cheng had rushed in, clasping the zombie's waist tightly, his back to the creature, as the blade struck the tubing on his back. Get the captain out. Hurry, or we'll all perish, Wang Cheng shouted, but as he cried out, the zombie's machete descended upon him, and he spat blood from his mouth. Hurry! Li Liang felt as though his throat was constricted, rendering him voiceless. Life and death hung in the balance, decided in mere seconds. Let us go. Li Liang yelled to Yang Ying, managing to pull her from her stupor. Together, they hoisted Lu Shennin and sprinted towards the exit. In that moment, no one had the luxury of hesitation. Every second was a life bought by Wang Cheng's sacrifice. Haha! Wang Cheng began to laugh as he witnessed Li Liang and the others dragging Lu Shennin to safety. His laughter was almost maniacal. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged from the small garden, flames bursting forth from the school building. By then, Li Liang and the others had reached the sports field. Upon seeing the blaze, he understood Wang Cheng's urgency in urging their escape. Wang Cheng had triggered the energy canister on his back, engulfing himself and the zombie in flames, the only way to save the three of them. Li Liang wanted to shout something, at least a final word, but he found himself collapsing to the ground, his body betraying him. He had known Wang Cheng for less than a day, yet in that fleeting time, they had shared the harrowing experience of life and death. In this world, death could arrive faster than a breath. If only he had been more cautious. Perhaps the outcome would have differed. A wave of self-reproach washed over him. Are you okay? Yang Ying inquired, her gaze fixed on Li Liang. She made no move to help him up or inquire about the severity of his wounds. Those concerns were trivial. Survival was paramount. Or perhaps she struggled to express whether she was concerned for a person or a zombie. At that moment, Lu Shennin, lying on the ground, slightly opened her eyes. Catching sight of Li Liang beside her, her gaze fixated on the dagger, still clutched in his hand, and she lunged at him. Chapter 8, The Final Stronghold. Could this woman truly believe herself to be a zombie? Li Liang attempted to evade her, but it was too late. Lu Shennin's grip tightened around his wrist, intent on seizing the dagger. If you want it, fine, but let us make one thing clear. No reckless moves. Li Liang cautioned her. He had no qualms about battling a zombie, but engaging with a grievously injured woman was beyond him, especially one as striking as her. Li Liang gradually loosened his grip, cautiously stepping back, wary of an attack once she acquired the dagger. However, Lu Shennin did not act as Li Liang anticipated. Instead, she pressed down on the hilt's protrusion, revealing a small metal ball that emitted a beam of light, unfolding into a screen resembling an open fan, displaying a map. A prominent red dot appeared, marked with the words Hope Villa. Hurry to this location. All the survivors in this city have been relocated here. Go quickly, or it'll be too late. Lu Shennin implored before losing consciousness again, having lost too much blood and weakened dramatically. Yang Ying rushed over, witnessing Lu Shennin's pallid complexion, and could only embrace her, hoping to provide warmth. They needed to find a place for treatment immediately. Otherwise, her chances of survival were slim. Yang Ying stared at Li Liang, her expression urging him to take action. Ding. Mission accomplished. Rescue the second beautiful woman. Reward issued. Enhanced physical capabilities. The system's voice resonated suddenly. Another enhancement? Do you realize this enhancement nearly cost me my life? Li Liang cursed internally, but acknowledged that blaming the system entirely would be unfair. Had he been more cautious, perhaps the situation would have unfolded differently. Ding. Extra reward issued. Beauty restored to 40. The host may select which areas to restore. The system chimed in again, devoid of emotion, yet imbued with a peculiar significance, suggesting that under certain circumstances, Li Liang could vent his frustrations and receive unexpected benefits. Beauty, of course, is all about looks. What is wrong with your face? Yang Ying exclaimed in surprise as she watched the blemishes on Li Liang's face vanish, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from a normal person, albeit looking somewhat haggard, as if recovering from a severe illness. Li Liang quickly shifted the topic. Can you find that place? I know where it is, but it's quite far. Yang Ying replied, worry etched on her face. Without hesitation, Li Liang lifted Lu Shennin onto his back and began to move towards the exit. The only way to save her was to reach their destination quickly. The two set off urgently. Hope Villa lay on the outskirts of the city, dozens of kilometers away from their school. On foot, it would take days to arrive. After walking for a while, they stumbled upon an abandoned sedan, its windows shattered, and black blood stains on the ground, remnants of a driver who had likely fallen victim to a zombie attack. Approaching the car door, Li Liang discovered the keys still in the ignition. He quickly handed Lu Shennin to Yang Ying and climbed into the vehicle, attempting to start it. Click, click, click. The car roared to life, the fuel gauge lighting up. There was little gas left. Get in. We'll drive as far as we can. Li Liang called excitedly to Yang Ying. The trio set off in the car towards Hope Villa, encountering numerous zombies along the way. Li Liang either chose to evade them or barreled through, doing everything possible to leave that area behind. Thus, after much turmoil, they finally arrived at the location marked on the map. By this time, their gasoline had been completely depleted. Before their eyes lay not a villa, but rather a desolate estate, with towering walls entwined with rusted barbed wire. A massive iron gate stood resolutely shut, while a dilapidated orange-yellow building appeared rather conspicuous amidst the decay. Within the estate, a few fruit trees could be seen, with what seemed to be some unripe fruits still hanging. Unlike other places, here, birds occasionally flitted about. Were there people here? Li Liang, filled with uncertainty, stepped out of the car and circled the iron gate several times, attempting to discern the situation within, yet found nothing. Be careful, Yang Ying suddenly shouted from the vehicle. Only then did Li Liang look up, as a dark object unexpectedly flew towards him. He swiftly dodged, realizing it was a beer bottle, seemingly filled with some liquid, topped with a cotton cloth emitting black smoke. This is bad. Upon recognizing the object, Li Liang dashed toward the car, turning his back to the bottle, shielding the car window with his body. With a loud crash, the beer bottle exploded, a small fireball accompanied by black smoke erupted, and countless shards of glass shot out like bullets. The fragments struck Li Liang's back. Some were deflected, yet several sharp pieces embedded themselves into his flesh. Who is attacking us? Li Liang gritted his teeth, the pain radiating from his back, causing him discomfort. However, he was also curious. He had previously felt no pain from a knife wound, so why did he feel it now? Was it possible that as his appearance restored, so too did his sense of pain? Contemplating this, he glanced at the area of his prior injury, which had already healed, likely a result of his enhanced physique. But if his sensitivity gradually returned, would he faint from such severe wounds in the future? These thoughts flickered through his mind. But the pressing matter at hand was to ascertain the origin of the beer bottle. After the explosion subsided, Li Liang let out a sigh of relief, and Yang Ying exited the car, aiding him in removing the glass shards from his back. Thank you. Li Liang expressed his gratitude before approaching the gate, calling out loudly, "Is there anyone alive inside? If so, please let us in. The coalition soldiers sent us." The estate remained eerily silent. After a considerable wait, the iron gate creaked open slightly. "Support her and stay behind me," Li Liang instructed, stepping forward through the gate and into the estate. The gate would not have opened without reason. Its ajar state indicated that there were indeed people inside, controlling the entrance. The beer bottle had been thrown by them. Yet, why did this place appear so abandoned and devoid of life? Li Liang ventured a few more steps inward. "Halt!" A gruff voice echoed from the crumbling building. And soon after, a robust-looking young man cautiously emerged from the shadows. After confirming that only Li Liang and his companions were present, he fully stepped into view. Xiong Wu regarded Li Liang with suspicion. It had been a long time since anyone had come here, and discerning whether Li Liang and his companions were friend or foe was imperative. I already mentioned we were sent by the coalition soldiers, and this injured woman is their captain. As Li Liang spoke, Yang Ying supported Lu Xinan forward. Observing Lu Xinan's attire, Xiong Wu's vigilance relaxed slightly. "I know nothing of a captain, but she is indeed wearing a soldier's uniform." "Very well, you may enter." Xiong Wu gestured for Li Liang and the others to come closer. "Wait!" A sharp voice interjected suddenly, followed by a wiry man darting out, resembling a monkey, standing slightly behind Xiong Wu, deliberately keeping a distance from Li Liang. The boss said no direct entry. "Remember to check for weapons first." Tao Yin commanded with a hint of arrogance. "But one of them is a soldier." Xiong Wu clearly resisted Tao Yin's directives, holding the coalition soldiers in high regard. "Do you dare disobey?" Tao Yin sneered, irritation evident in his tone. "Believe it or not, I will report you to the boss and ensure you are dealt with. Suit yourself." Xiong Wu remained steadfast, moving towards Li Liang and his companions. "Follow me. I see this female soldier is injured and requires immediate treatment." "You fool. I see you're itching for a fight," Tao Yin shouted, appearing flustered, yet he did not dare approach to intervene. Li Liang shot Tao Yin a disdainful glance and led Yang Ying and the others to follow Xiong Wu. Chapter 9. Strike the Face. It appears this place has its own hierarchy. Li Liang jested. Tao Yin seemed little more than a rabid dog, too timid to bite. His mention of the boss was what truly concerned Li Liang. Wherever there are people, there exists a web of influence. He wished to avoid trouble, yet he was not afraid of it. Under Xiong Wu's guidance, the three arrived at the entrance of a garage, which was also sealed tightly with a large iron gate. Xiong Wu called out, and the gate creaked open. "Enter." Xiong Wu stepped inside first. Originally a parking garage, it had been converted into a makeshift dwelling. With the power long gone, the ventilation system had ceased functioning, resulting in an acrid atmosphere. Inside, a few candles flickered sporadically, and shadows of people gradually became visible to Li Liang. "Everyone, come help. This soldier is injured and needs urgent treatment," Xiong Wu exclaimed. A few women approached, assisting Yang Ying in placing Lu Shinin on a bed, while others fetched clean cloths to begin tending to her wounds. She has lost too much blood. If there are not enough medical supplies here, it's best not to touch her wounds to avoid further harm. Provide her with food and water to replenish her strength. Yang Ying advised, clearly more knowledgeable about medical care than these individuals. Several people exchanged worried glances. What's wrong? Is there nothing here? Li Liang inquired anxiously. Food and water are rationed for everyone. Without Gu Feng's consent, we cannot take anything. A woman replied, gritting her teeth in frustration. Just as she spoke, another individual nudged her, signaling her to remain silent. Who is this Gu Feng that instills such fear in you? Li Liang pondered, recalling the earlier man named Tao Yin. Could Gu Feng be the boss he had mentioned? It's fine, I'll go get it. Xiong Wu, unfazed, headed toward the nearby staircase. Li Liang and Yang Ying sat beside Lu Shinin's bed. The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping them. None knew what had transpired here, nor why these people were so afraid of Gu Feng. Yang Ying quietly remarked to Li Liang, having observed that the garage housed roughly 100 individuals, mainly youths and middle-aged people, all appearing gaunt. This indirectly suggested that the elderly, sick, and weak had likely perished en route here. The visible survivors were those fortunate enough to have lived. Here is some water. Give it to her. The woman who had spoken earlier approached stealthily, handing Yang Ying a bottle containing a small amount of clear water. Thank you. Yang Ying accepted it and offered it to Lu Shinin. What's happening here? It seems everyone is terrified of someone named Gu Feng. Yang Ying softly inquired, striving to keep her voice low. In truth, Gu Feng, much like us, had sought refuge here while awaiting salvation. However, the coalition warriors had not returned for an extended period, instilling fear among the populace. One fateful day, Gu Feng proclaimed that he had received word from the alliance, appointing him as our leader. Subsequently, he consolidated all supplies into his possession, distributing rations of food and water to the others daily, with those who complied receiving more, while those who did not were left wanting. This created an atmosphere of intimidation, compelling everyone to heed his commands. The woman spoke with palpable anxiety, fearful that her words might be overheard by others. Yet, the underground garage, already poorly ventilated, was enveloped in silence, allowing even her faintest utterance to reach attentive ears. Nevertheless, the crowd remained stooped in silence, unwilling to voice their thoughts. It became evident that Gu Feng was merely a cowardly tyrant, exploiting the situation to amass resources and manipulate the populace through fear. Li Liang quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Xiong Wu descended the stairs, his expression grim, followed closely by Tao Yin, who appeared rather arrogant in contrast. Hey, newcomers, the boss wants to see you too upstairs. Hurry, Tao Yin boasted, placing a hand on his waist. His voice loud and brimming with self-satisfaction, standing out starkly against the backdrop of utter silence. Li Liang and Yang Ying rose and made their way over. That girl isn't half bad, Tao Yin remarked, his gaze fixed on Yang Ying. Just as he finished speaking, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Li Liang delivered a stinging blow to his face, causing him to stagger back several steps, bracing himself against the wall to avoid falling. Do you dare strike me? Tao Yin exclaimed, taken aback by Li Liang's sudden aggression, which showed no regard for his feelings. I see you've grown accustomed to being someone else's lapdog. Silence yourself. Speak again, and I shall knock out your teeth. Li Liang retorted without hesitation. There was no need for courtesy with such a petty lackey. He believed in resolving matters with action rather than words, as engaging in discourse was merely a waste of time. The individuals here had been systematically intimidated by that Gu Feng, believing that submission was their only path, which had led to their current state. Mastering vital resources and gradually forcing others into submission was a tactic familiar to Li Liang, who often indulged in online novels. You truly dare to lay hands on me? Yang Ying chuckled from the side, neither intervening nor endorsing the altercation. Cool, let us ascend and see what this Gu Feng fellow is truly like, Li Liang declared, leading the way. Xiong Wu remained silent, but followed closely behind, with Yang Ying trailing as well. Tao Yin, still nursing his stinging cheek, lingered far behind, his eyes filled with malice and venom. The staircase led directly to a small upper floor. From the outside, the building appeared abandoned, yet the interior facilities remained intact, offering a clear view of the surroundings. Here they come. A voice, marked by standard Mandarin with a hint of a Beijing accent, emanated from the largest room on the second floor. Li Liang approached and pushed the door open. Inside, a middle-aged man, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, was savoring its smoke. Several young men stood in the room, poised to heed his commands. Upon seeing Li Liang's abrupt entrance, The man was initially startled, but quickly regained his composure. So, you're the newcomers? Gu Feng greeted with a smile, exuding an air of harmlessness that, were it not for Li Liang's prior knowledge of his actions, might have led one to believe he was genuinely benevolent. Speak plainly about your intentions. Do not waste my time, Li Liang replied with a smile, recognizing Gu Feng as the very type he loathed, duplicitous and insidious. Of course, you are still unaware of the circumstances. I have been appointed by the Alliance to oversee this place. Thus you must comply with my directives, adhering to a unified order to receive your daily necessities. Naturally, I recognize your potential and may consider granting you additional supplies. Gu Feng acknowledged Li Liang's formidable nature, refraining from the insolence displayed by Tao Yin earlier. Boss, throw them out. He just struck me, Tao Yin complained, clutching his face as he approached, looking aggrieved. Oh, I hadn't anticipated that you would resort to violence. Gu Feng remarked, his demeanor slightly displeased, yet still maintaining his facade. It must be a misunderstanding. You are new here and unfamiliar with the situation. With 100 people relying on me for survival, I have rules governing my actions. Ha! Li Liang suddenly erupted into laughter. Keep pretending. Gu Feng's expression darkened as it became apparent that everyone was aware of his hypocrisy, yet he continued to don his mask. However, Li Liang refused to play along, leaving Gu Feng in a precarious position. It seems you are ill-suited to remain here. Gu Feng's countenance soured as he instructed Tao Yin to escort them out, stating that their limited food supply could not support disobedient individuals. He glanced at Xiong Wu, signaling him to take action, but they brought an injured coalition soldier with them. Xiong Wu hesitated to retort. Silence. Act now. Gu Feng snapped, discarding his cigarette but in a fit of impatience. A few young men surrounding Gu Feng contemplated intervening but were halted by Xiong Wu's menacing demeanor. Tao Yin, still nursing his bruised ego from Li Liang's slap, lacked the courage to act first. You worthless fools. What purpose do I serve in sustaining you? Gu Feng's frustration mounted as he realized he could not command his subordinates. He resorted to threats and temptations, declaring, those who obey me shall be assured of ample food and even a woman. This proposition held a certain allure. The young men, filled with youthful vigor, saw their most fervent dreams of sustenance and companionship within reach. Would they take the plunge? With a swift motion, Li Liang closed the distance to Gu Feng and delivered 2 sharp slaps that left Gu Feng momentarily dazed. You fearlessly face the undead, yet cower before such a despicable wretch? Chapter 10, The Essence of Life. Do you dare strike me? Gu Feng, clearly astonished by the turn of events, found himself too intimidated to retaliate, especially given the proximity of Li Liang, who held a dagger in his hand. Do you know the consequences of your actions? I am appointed by the Alliance. Gu Feng gritted his teeth, forcing out the words. Ha! Li Liang laughed heartily, his state of mind allowing no room for tears of mirth. I care not for the veracity of your claims. To me, they are of no consequence. If you possess the ability, summon your alliance for aid. Engaging in reason with a deceitful scoundrel was a futile endeavor. The only satisfying resolution lay in swiftly overpowering the foe. You! Gu Feng's face turned an ashen hue, yet his resolve visibly faltered, a hint of defeat creeping into his demeanor. This transformation did not go unnoticed by all present, and naturally, no one was inclined to heed his words any longer. Very well, you may stand aside. I shall now speak. Should you disagree, feel free to inquire about my dagger, Li Liang asserted, slicing the edge of the wooden table with the blade, severing a piece as effortlessly as if it were tofu. A collective gasp resonated through the room. Some retreated a step, while Gu Feng and Tao Yin displayed the most vivid expressions of fear. Immediately ascertained the remaining provisions and fresh water. Distribute adequate quantities to ensure everyone is well fed. Li Liang commanded Xiong Wu. Xiong Wu, innately good-hearted yet overly naive, had been easily manipulated by the likes of Gu Feng and Tao Yin. Understood. Xiong Wu responded cheerfully, promptly following Li Liang's instructions to distribute food and water to the crowd. Your actions will swiftly deplete our supplies. We lack the resources to sustain everyone. You are endangering us all. Gu Feng grumbled under his breath. I am aware, but at least they will be sated for now. Li Liang had no intention of allowing everyone to remain confined to this underground lair indefinitely. That was an impossibility. With 100 people gathered, consuming resources without any means of production, even the most abundant supplies would eventually run dry. The ancient style adopted a daily quota system, a method that ensured that only a select few, including oneself, were satiated while the rest languished in hunger. This may postpone the inevitable, but it does not prevent it. His objective was to lead everyone to safety from this place. You've done quite well. Yang Ying suddenly interjected, offering praise to Li Liang. Ding! The system detected an increase in the first beautiful woman's affection towards the host, thus issuing a reward. Reward 1. Physical enhancement, which provides effective immunity against physical harm, such as blunt force and sharp weapon damage. Reward 2. Restoration of appearance to a score of 60. Which reward does the host wish to choose? The system's voice echoed once more. One can choose between two options. I wish to select them all, if possible. Li Liang pondered internally. Yet the system offered no response, clearly indicating that it was impossible to claim both. I choose physical enhancement, Li Liang eventually declared. He had already shed his initial zombie-like appearance, and those around him had come to accept him as he was. Restoring his looks seemed trivial. Rather, having just dealt with Gu Feng and Tao Yin, it was prudent to fortify his own capabilities in case these two sought vengeance. Ding! The reward was activated, and the physical enhancement was further amplified. At this moment, Li Liang deduced some insights. Only when a woman deemed beautiful by the system exhibited increased affection or engaged in intimate gestures toward him could he receive rewards. The sentiments of other women, whether positive or negative, were of no concern to the system. Everyone received ample food and fresh water. Each person consumed their portions as if they had been starving for an eternity, relishing the sustenance. And though the meal was not extravagant, their faces radiated a long-lost satisfaction. Thank you all, a woman who had previously spoken to Li Liang in hushed tones approached, expressing her gratitude to both Li Liang and Yang Ying, who were tending to Lu Shennan. Behind her, a little girl with 2 pigtails, perhaps 4 or 5 years old, timidly hid. The girl's clothes were somewhat tattered, yet her face was clean, with dark, curious eyes fixed on Yang Ying, her thoughts unknown. What is your name, little sister? Yang Ying asked, offering a piece of biscuit that had been allocated to her. The little girl hesitated at first, afraid to reach out, yet unable to resist the enticing aroma of the biscuit. After glancing at her mother and receiving permission, she approached, took the biscuit, and began to eat. Thank you, sister, she exclaimed. You should call me Aunt, the woman gently admonished. But you're just a pretty sister, the girl retorted with a smile, displaying her defiance. What is your name? Yang Ying inquired, her expression brightening with joy. I'm Yaya, the little girl replied, finishing her biscuit before retreating behind her mother, a hint of wariness returning to her face. Those who had arrived at this place had witnessed too much bloodshed and violence. Even a child of her age bore maturity far beyond her years. This child is shy. Please do not take offense, the mother said, somewhat embarrassed. It's quite all right, Yang Ying replied with a smile, naturally not wishing to chastise the child. The garage began to buzz with casual conversation, shattering the previous silence. This is how life ought to be, Li Liang remarked lazily, reclining against a chair with his eyes closed, seemingly enjoying the moment. What should it be like? Someone asked. Just like this, easygoing. Eat when hungry, drink when thirsty. If there's no food, one should find a way to labor. Through labor comes reward. Life, like the transition from day to night, must continue. One must live on, whether satisfied or discontent. If one feels uncomfortable, one should dare to voice their displeasure. Li Liang casually stated, leaving those around him in silence. Perhaps they had all forgotten what life, as he described, truly entailed. You're quite naive, the individual who had asked the question scoffed. Li Liang then slightly opened his eyes, noticing that it was Lu Shennan who had spoken. She had awakened and was staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in her own thoughts. It seems your injuries are not severe, Li Liang teased lightly. Don't say such things. Yang Ying cautioned from the side. If your injuries were placed upon her, you might find yourself in excruciating pain. Li Liang chuckled, recalling how he had felt no pain previously. No matter how grievous the injury, it was insignificant. Now, however, he dared not boast. Thus, was his regained consciousness a blessing or a curse? The survivors present had endured immense suffering. Their expressions told tales of hardship he had witnessed too often. Lu Shennan appeared to be reminiscing, muttering to herself about watching her loved ones and friends vanish before her eyes, consumed by zombies or perishing for starvation or accidents. As the world she once knew transformed into something unrecognizable. Such experiences were ones no one wished to endure. Perhaps this place was not so different from hell. What a pity for Wang Cheng. Yang Ying spoke with a quiver in her voice, as if still unable to come to terms with it. He was a soldier of the Alliance. From the moment he became a warrior, he was prepared to sacrifice himself for his comrades and humanity. Death is not fearsome to a soldier, Lu Shennan whispered softly. At that moment, the silence was so profound that even a pin dropping could be heard. We live on to save this world. Lu Shennin asserted resolutely, as if this belief encompassed her very essence. Silence, an eerie silence. Is there still hope for this world? Perhaps at this moment, everyone pondered this question. Li Liang, still unfamiliar with the world, recognized that this was not the world he desired. What happened with those two zombies? Li Liang eventually broke the silence. As the leader of the alliance, Lu Shennin's strength should have surpassed Wang Cheng's. How could she have fallen prey to two zombies and been used as bait to lure other warriors into a deadly trap? There must be more to this story. Lu Shennin fell silent, seemingly lost in thought, or perhaps she was unable to divulge the details to Li Liang. Yang Ying, sensing the awkwardness, rose to engage the little girl with pigtails and play. I can only tell you that this city is perilous. Those who are still alive must leave at once. Lu Shennin spoke in a hushed tone, her words barely audible. You actually trust me? Li Liang did not doubt her words. They bore little difference from silence. Yet he sensed an urgency in her tone, as if something significant was about to transpire. In the following days, the trio continued to rest in their safe haven, sheltered at the city's edge where zombies were few. Occasionally, stragglers would wander by, only to be driven away by Xiong Wu with simple Molotov cocktails. On lucky days, they managed to take down 1 or 2 zombies. Lu Shennin's health rapidly improved, and she gradually regained the strength to walk. One evening, as night fell and everyone expected another calm night, Xiong Wu rushed in, exclaiming, "It's bad. Something has happened outside." "What is it?" Li Liang inquired. "You'll see for yourself." "I cannot explain," Xiong Wu replied, exasperated. Li Liang followed Xiong Wu outside, with Lu Shennin supported by Yang Ying. Upon exiting the estate, they noticed 2 figures engaged in some activity. Upon closer inspection, it was Tao Yin and Gu Feng. After being subdued by Li Liang, these 2 had lost all credibility within the group. Li Liang had not made things difficult for them. They were allowed to eat and live alongside others, neither indulged nor neglected, and had been relatively peaceful. But now, these 2 had ventured outside, and it appeared that Tao Yin was in distress, bound to a tree, seemingly embroiled in some conflict. "That guy is tied to a tree. It seems there has been some sort of disagreement," Xiong Wu said anxiously. Tao Yin was bound to a tree, while Gu Feng stood beside him, methodically wielding a small knife, carving gashes into his flesh. Blood flowed from the wounds, staining Tao Yin's attire a deep crimson. "Die, all of you perish." Gu Feng sneered menacingly. "Help! Someone save me, I don't want to die." Tao Yin weakly cried out, desperately wishing for Xiong Wu and the others to come to his rescue. How absurd it was, he thought, that just days ago he had boasted before Xiong Wu, and now he was anxiously pleading for salvation. No, Gu Feng was luring the horde of zombies with the scent of blood. Lu Shennin quickly discerned the gravity of the situation. Zombies are acutely sensitive to human blood. Even from a distance of over 10 kilometers, they can detect the aroma of spilled blood in the air. How long has he been doing this? Yang Ying hurriedly inquired, eager to ascertain if they could still intervene. It's too late. The blood has flowed too freely. It will surely attract the zombies. Lu Shennin shook her head, her experience telling her that the situation was beyond redemption. Quick, notify everyone. Take what you can carry, leave behind the rest, and we must evacuate immediately. Lu Shennin began issuing orders. Xiong Wu nodded and dashed inside. Li Liang approached the iron gate, now less than 10 meters away from Gu Feng, clearly able to see the distorted features of his adversary. "Why are you doing this? Do you not realize you may doom us all?" Li Liang shouted. Faced with zombies, he could slaughter mercilessly, but against a fellow human, he hesitated. Yet, in this moment, if he had the choice, he would have wished to eliminate this demon beforehand, to prevent him from bringing ruin to everyone. "Haha, you didn't heed my warnings, leaving me with nothing. I want you all to die, to perish." Gu Feng's voice grew increasingly furious, his face shifting from a sinister grimace to one of madness. A person like Gu Feng, who could maintain his composure, certainly possessed some cunning, having managed to carve out a more comfortable existence for himself by monopolizing the resources of others. The sudden loss of everything drove him to madness. He detested all who defied him, refraining from assassinating Li Liang because he desired the demise of all. And Tao Yin, once his loyal dog, now tragically became his sacrificial victim. At this moment, Tao Yin was on the verge of unconsciousness from blood loss, finally understanding that in Gu Feng's eyes, he was nothing. He wished to curse, but lacked the strength, merely able to plead for help with his eyes, directing his gaze towards Li Liang and the others. Not far from the villa, a horde of zombies had surged forth, a dark mass swiftly approaching. "Ha, they're coming." Gu Feng laughed, witnessing the success of his scheme, and immediately fled in the opposite direction. "Once you are all dead, I will be the sole victor. Only I shall survive." He ran, laughing, filled with joy and pride, convinced of the perfection of his stratagem, believing he could always outsmart others and would never fail. Just as Gu Feng reveled in his triumph, a colossal figure suddenly descended from the sky, locking onto him. A gigantic creature seized Gu Feng with its powerful limbs and lifted him into the air. Gu Feng let out a terrified scream before falling silent. Was that a giant bat? Li Liang squinted, finally discerning the creature's true form as an extraordinarily large black bat, its sharp claws piercing Gu Feng's body like blades. In a struggle filled with despair, Gu Feng suffered a fatal injury, while the giant bat began to feast in midair. The scene bore witness to some remnants, quickly noticed and cleared by the encroaching horde of zombies. Bound to the tree, Tao Yin witnessed all of this in horror, screaming in terror. Yet, no matter how he called out or struggled, he could not free himself. Soon, the zombies closed in, and after a few faint cries, Tao Yin met with misfortune, his body gradually consumed by the horde. Thus, 2 lives extinguished before Li Liang's eyes. At that moment, Li Liang felt an overwhelming shock and dread. He had never before confronted such a horrifying scene so directly. In this instant, he comprehended the deep-seated fear and despair harbored by the survivors and understood why they were so easily intimidated by Gu Feng's petty ploys. In times of extreme fear, people often seek refuge, and once this psychological state is exploited, there will become fragile and easily manipulated. After the Great Catastrophe, many creatures mutated, growing larger and becoming zombie-like, exhibiting fierce aggression. Lu Shinin had now activated a device strapped to her arm, revealing a short knife and several darts. This was likely her last line of defense. The 2B-level zombies had treated her as bait, severely injuring her before abandoning her, allowing her to retain these weapons. Now do you understand? The challenges we face extend beyond just zombies. They include all mutated creatures and the surviving humans. It is no small feat, thus, in certain circumstances, some measures must be employed. A resolute glimmer shone in Lu Shinin's eyes. Li Liang detected the undertones in her words, but at this critical juncture, there was no time for inquiries. Yang Ying and Xiong Wu emerged from within, witnessing the overwhelming horde of zombies that had surrounded the villa. Some were so frightened they burst into tears and retreated back inside. Get everyone back, and try to bring out those brave enough to fight. Distribute one of your homemade bombs to each. Every additional zombie we can take down counts. A look of determination crossed Lu Shinin's face. As the captain, she had endured far more than Wang Cheng. The zombie horde had begun to assault the iron gate, rotting arms repeatedly pressing against it. Though the gate was sturdy, it would only be a matter of time before it succumbed to the relentless assault. Throw the bombs, Lu Shinin shouted. At this moment, Yang Ying and the others had already taken hold of their bottles, igniting them and throwing them outwards. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed continuously, flames igniting from all directions. Zombies were engulfed by the fire, yet more continued to surge forward. Simultaneously, the zombie bat in the sky charged towards the group where Yang Ying stood, effortlessly snatching up a person and tearing them apart mid-air to feed. The scene devolved into utter chaos. Some were paralyzed by fear, retreating with their heads cradled in their arms, seeking refuge in the storage room, while others, blinded by rage, hurled bottles desperately, but their supply was dwindling. The iron gate, under constant pressure, began to warp. It would not be long before it was breached. At this rate, all living souls will be devoured by the zombie horde. It's merely a question of time. Help me. Lu Shinin called out to Li Liang as she began to run. What was she planning? Li Liang observed her trajectory. She was evidently attempting to draw the attention of the zombie bat. After consuming its last prey, the bat charged directly towards Lu Shinin. The distance between them closed rapidly, and when they were about 10 meters apart, Lu Shinin hurled all her darts, the projectiles shimmering in the firelight as they flew. Clang, clang, clang. The zombie bat was marked with several wounds, green blood oozing from its body, yet these injuries were not fatal. Infuriated by the assault, the zombie bat lunged at Lu Shinin, intent on tearing her to shreds. Get away from me, Li Liang roared as he lunged toward Lu Shinin. Chapter 12. The Spark and the Poison Pill. Don't come near, Lu Shinin cried out as she saw Li Liang recklessly rushing to her aid. Simultaneously, she hurled the dagger from her grasp. The zombie bat, having suffered once, would not fall for the same trick again. It soared into the air, deftly evading the blade. What a pity. For reasons unknown, Lu Shinin's face bore a look of regret, yet she exhibited no anger. Instead, her gaze shifted toward Li Liang, revealing an indescribable emotion. She had initially hoped that by slaying this zombie bat, she might save some lives, but it was evident that such a possibility had slipped away. Suddenly, Lu Xinyan smiled, raising her hand to press a device on her wrist. Li Liang seized her hand, thwarting her intention. "Were you hiding from us?" Li Liang had long suspected that Lu Xinyan was withholding information, and her current action only deepened his suspicion. This place will inevitably succumb to the horde of zombies, and we will all perish. Before we meet our end, I must send a signal to the Alliance. This city is devoid of living souls, and the final protocol must be enacted, Lu Xinyan declared resolutely. "What is the final protocol?" Li Liang inquired loudly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "The Alliance will strive to rescue any surviving humans, but once it is confirmed that a city harbors no survivors, a missile will be launched to obliterate the entire city. This not only effectively reduces the zombie population, but also ensures that the resources of the city do not fall into their hands," Lu Xinyan stated firmly, as if discussing a matter unrelated to herself. "You are insane." Li Liang felt a chill run down his spine. "On what grounds do you judge that a city is entirely devoid of survivors? What right do you have to annihilate a city that embodies human civilization?" The very thought of such a plan seemed utterly deranged to him. It was akin to inflicting 1,000 casualties upon oneself while attempting to vanquish the enemy. Saving those who could be saved while extinguishing those who could not. This black and white mentality was indeed terrifying. "This world is cruel, and it is regrettable that I could not save you all." Lu Xinyan's expression darkened. "The individuals present were the last flickers of humanity in this city. I am tasked with gathering and relocating the survivors of the city, and now I have failed. I am sorry." Lu Xinyan glanced at Li Liang, attempting to break free to press the final button. Ding! The system detected that the second beautiful woman had developed feelings for the protagonist. The system's voice suddenly resonated at that moment, announcing rewards. Reward 1, restoration of appearance to 60. Reward 2, issuance of a neurotoxin, which is contagious and can incapacitate any living being that comes into contact with it for 1 hour. What good is restoring my appearance at this moment? Li Liang felt a sense of absurdity. In a life-and-death situation, what did looks matter? The priority was survival. Only then would looking good hold significance. Wait, a neurotoxin? Li Liang glanced at the zombie bat overhead, suddenly conceiving a plan. "Do you trust me?" he asked Lu Xinyan urgently, leaving her momentarily bewildered and unsure how to respond. "If you trust me, do not act, just watch me." After uttering these words, Li Liang disregarded Lu Xinyan and dashed away, calling out loudly, "Hey, foolish bat, come and catch me." He waved the dagger in his hand as he shouted. The zombie bat, upon noticing Li Liang, especially the dagger he wielded, grew coldly determined and swooped down. Just as it neared Li Liang, it abruptly changed direction. At that moment, Li Liang also tossed his dagger, albeit without much force, for he understood that this tactic had lost its efficacy against the bat. Successfully dodging the dagger, the zombie bat emitted a peculiar sound, seemingly mocking Li Liang, as it extended its sharp claws toward him. Li Liang was effortlessly ensnared. However, unlike the earlier encounter where claws had pierced his body, this time, Li Liang felt little more than a superficial scratch, the claws merely grazing his skin without inflicting substantial harm. The enhancement of his physique had indeed saved him. Li Liang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he remained alive, that foul bat was doomed. The zombie bat, not contemplating further, opened its mouth to bite Li Liang. Yet before it could reach him, it felt as though a candy had been forced down its throat, which it promptly swallowed. What on earth? Just as the zombie bat prepared to bite again, it noticed that the world before it appeared oddly distorted. Why was everything so crooked? The once upright trees began to sway. Unbeknownst to it, the zombie bat's claws loosened, and Li Liang was unceremoniously tossed to the ground. Fortunately, due to his enhanced physique, he landed in a shallow pit, miraculously unscathed. Meanwhile, the zombie bat flailed in the air before plummeting into the surrounding horde of zombies. Previously, Lu Xinyan's dagger had inflicted damage upon a mutated bat, and from its wounds, a strange liquid continued to seep out, instantly attracting a throng of mutated creatures nearby. They converged, beginning to interact with and decompose the mutated bat's body. However, astonishingly, any mutated creature that made contact with the bat's corpse began to exhibit abnormal states, their bodies wobbling before ultimately collapsing to the ground. Even more peculiarly, the mutated bat's body generated an irresistible allure for other mutated creatures, drawing wave after wave of them to approach, as though they possessed some unique sensitivity towards it. The situation outside shifted dramatically. The horde of zombies, which had been relentlessly assaulting the manor, began to fall en masse. Quick, quick, set them ablaze, Li Liang shouted, urging everyone not to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lu Shinin was the first to react, grabbing a Molotov cocktail and tossing it outside, with others following suit. Instantly, a sea of flames erupted outside. All the fallen zombies were consumed by the fire, while the few remaining zombies that had yet to feast upon the bat's flesh, even if they evaded the flames, could not escape Lu Shinin's dagger. Thus, a crisis that threatened total annihilation was averted. In the end, Lu Shinin, now smeared with the blood of the slain, returned. Yet her face bore an indescribable sense of relief. So you see, trusting me was not a mistake, Li Liang declared with a hint of pride, struggling to rise but finding himself temporarily immobilized. Though I have no idea how you conceive this idea, you truly saved everyone. Lu Shinin, seemingly unaccustomed to praising others, spoke rather bluntly yet sincerely. By the way, how did you know that the flesh of that zombie bat would have a paralyzing effect on other zombies? Lu Shinin's curiosity piqued, leading her to inquire further. And how is it that you were not injured? That bat's claws tore the previous man in half. It was a guess. I completely guessed it. And to my surprise, I was right. Li Liang deflected, knowing he could not disclose the system's secrets and only able to offer such vague answers. Then how is it that your body is so resilient? Lu Shinin, not easily deceived, pressed on with her questioning. Because I have a thick skin. Just as Li Liang was at a loss for how to respond, Yang Ying approached, teasingly interjecting and inadvertently rescuing him from a situation. For reasons unknown, Yang Ying did not appreciate Lu Shinin's persistent questioning of Li Liang. This guy is truly strange. He was initially a zombie, yet instead of embracing his fate, he chooses to play the hero. To be honest, he is becoming increasingly likable. Ding. The system detected that the first beautiful woman had strengthened her feelings for the host. The system's voice rang out. Ding. The system detected that the second beautiful woman had strengthened her feelings for the host. The system's voice echoed once more. Li Liang felt somewhat bewildered. Upon seeing Yang Ying speak up, Lu Shinin felt it inappropriate to continue her inquiries and thus relented. After all, he had just saved this city. With this thought, Lu Shinin left those words behind and walked inside. Chapter 13, C-Class Zombie Skin Collector. After Lu Shinin departed, Yang Ying silently turned and left, leaving Li Liang in a state of bewilderment. Don't go. Hasn't our rapport deepened? He lamented inwardly. Isn't it better to stay and admire the night together? A hint of bitterness lingered in Li Liang's heart as he pondered why everyone had left. However, perhaps it was for the best. He was eager to see what rewards awaited him, especially since they were to be doubled. Ding. System rewards distributed. Reward 1. Directional teleportation within 500 meters. Reward 2. A guaranteed hit opportunity. Any weapon thrown will strike the target, with power determined by the weapon itself. Reward 3. Restoration of appearance to 60. Are you kidding me? Why is this option always here? Can't I select them all? Li Liang nearly exclaimed in frustration. This was the third time the option to restore his appearance to 60 had appeared, yet his rational mind warned him against choosing it. The paramount concern was survival. Did he truly desire a handsome visage? Of course. But should he perish, nothing else would matter. What uses a good-looking ghost? It was a choice of 3 for 2. The system earnestly informed him. Ultimately, Li Liang opted for the first 2 rewards, even though he remained uncertain about how to utilize them. Upon returning to the garage, the group rested through the night. The following morning, Lu Shinin gathered everyone to announce some news. The Alliance's rescue team was on its way to escort them to safety. Her squad's mission had been to bring survivors from the city to this location, where another team from the Alliance would arrive to take everyone away. This intelligence had been acquired before her capture by the 2 B-class zombies, and the mission remained unfulfilled. Hence, the arrival of the other team was imminent. Wonderful. At long last, we can escape this dreadful place. The crowd erupted in cheers. Those who had endured immense suffering longed for a swift departure from their torment. Yet to Li Liang, this felt akin to an empty promise. First, had Lu Shinin's mission truly been completed? What were the criteria? Was there a time limit? Second, would the rescue team sent by the Alliance be similar to Lu Shinin's? If so, one shouldn't expect too much in terms of combat prowess. Most crucially, would they even arrive? Naturally, Li Liang refrained from voicing such thoughts. Offering hope to everyone was paramount. Even if they had to wait, they must remain vigilant. Under Lu Shinin's guidance, sentinels were stationed around the estate, and each person was equipped with Molotov cocktails, with provisions to last a week to 10 days. The morale of the group was high. Hope transformed them. The estate resembled a fortress. After the previous battle, Li Liang had come to a clearer understanding of the complexities of this world. From Lu Shinin, he learned that zombies were classified into strict tiers. The hordes that attacked were merely the most basic A-class zombies, devoid of intelligence, akin to mindless corpses. The ones he had encountered that could manipulate zombie hordes. Along with the two distinct zombies, were classified as B-class. Above them lay C-class zombies, and even more formidable ones, which were beyond Lu Shenen's realm of experience. The zombie batch should also be regarded as B-class. Following that skirmish, the possibility of encountering other B-class zombies loomed, prompting everyone to heighten their vigilance. One day, while basking in the sun, Li Liang overheard discussions regarding Xiong Wu's disappearance since the previous day, but he paid little heed. Perhaps that simpleton had grown weary and found a place to rest, or maybe Lu Shenen had assigned him a task. As he pondered this, Xiong Wu appeared outside the iron gate, gazing at him. Xiong Wu, come here. People are saying you've been slacking off. Li Liang lazily waved his hand, accustomed to greeting Xiong Wu in this manner. Yet, Xiong Wu did not approach. He remained by the iron gate, staring intently. Come here. Li Liang waved again. Sensing something was amiss, Xiong Wu stood motionless, resembling a statue, his expression blank. Li Liang rose to his feet, but Xiong Wu suddenly vanished, as if he had never been there. What has happened? Li Liang thought, bewildered. He could not have imagined it. What was Xiong Wu up to? What's wrong? At that moment, Lu Shenen emerged from the building, having noticed Li Liang's sudden movement and sensed something was off. I just saw Xiong Wu. He was over by the gate, and when I called him, he didn't respond. Li Liang recounted the incident succinctly. Lu Shenen fell into deep thought. Is there any other news about him? She inquired. It seems someone hasn't seen him since yesterday. Li Liang paused, realizing the gravity of the situation. There is something wrong. They both exclaimed in unison, exchanging knowing glances before heading toward the garage. Inside the garage, people were bustling about. At that moment, Yang Ying was playing with a little girl who had braided horns. Just as Li Liang and Lu Shenen entered, they spotted Xiong Wu standing beside Yang Ying, who appeared oblivious to any abnormality. Xiong Wu, come here. I need to talk to you. Li Liang feigned calmness, attempting to act as if nothing were amiss. Meanwhile, Lu Shenen discreetly positioned her hand at her waist, prepared for action. Xiong Wu remained still, as if he were a sculpture, unyielding. Li Liang stepped forward cautiously. Suddenly, Xiong Wu bent down and lunged for Yang Ying. Yang Ying, watch out! Li Liang shouted. Yang Ying reacted swiftly, rolling to the ground to evade Xiong Wu's grasp. But the little girl with the braided horns was not so fortunate. She was seized by Xiong Wu. Who are you? Li Liang bellowed, drawing the attention of those nearby, who rushed to encircle Xiong Wu. Yet, Xiong Wu remained silent, still as a statue. Mammon. The little girl's mother attempted to rush forward to save her child, but was held back. Xiong Wu slowly reached up to his face, peeling away a layer of skin, revealing a ghastly white visage. A zombie! Someone screamed in horror. The girl's mother collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with fear, unable to utter a sound. Tears streaming down her face. Damn it! When did this happen? Li Liang realized that Xiong Wu had likely perished the previous day, his skin being flayed by the zombie before him and worn as a disguise. But what was the purpose of this act? They couldn't let it escape. Rescue the child. Both Lu Shenen and Yang Ying shouted simultaneously. At this, the others regained their wits. With so many people present, why fear a single zombie? The bravest among them charged forward, reaching for the girl, only to see the zombie swat at him as one might swat a fly. With a sickening crack, the man's ribs shattered, and he collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth as he died instantly. This method was far more terrifying than any B-class zombie Li Liang had previously encountered. After committing such an atrocity, the zombie made a beeline for the exit. Li Liang, unwilling to let it go, attempted to pursue, but was stopped by Lu Shenen, whose face had turned pale. She gestured for him to leave. The chaos inside had reached a fever pitch. Li Liang directed the others to bury the deceased before following Lu Shenen outside. I can't believe we encountered such a situation, Lu Shenen said, her voice tinged with panic. Only when alone with Li Liang did she reveal her true feelings. What was that? The zombie we just encountered was C-class. Chapter 14. Team 191. Could this woman also experience fear? At least from Li Liang's perspective. Lu Shenen was not one to readily display her emotions. We must hurry to rescue that girl. Yang Ying emerged, her face etched with concern. Moments ago, the girl with the pigtails had been seized right before her eyes, leaving her with a profound sense of guilt. No way. Lu Shenen immediately dismissed Yang Ying's plea. Given their current capabilities, survival against a Class C zombie was utterly impossible. They lacked weaponry and were hopelessly outmatched. Li Liang remained silent, merely nodding at Yang Ying. Indeed, impulsiveness was not an option at this juncture. For the entirety of the following day, everyone existed in a state of dread, gripped by fear, anxiety, and even tears. The plan devised by Li Liang and Lu Shinin was quite straightforward. They would hold their ground and await rescue. It appeared that the Class C zombie had no intention of exterminating them all at once. Instead, for some inscrutable purpose, it was methodically tormenting them. This, in turn, afforded them a certain amount of time to prepare. On the following morning, before dawn had even broken, the group was jolted awake by a piercing scream. Stepping outside, Li Liang beheld several corpses hanging from the trees, those who had been assigned to patrol the previous night. These bodies shared a grim characteristic. Their skins had been flayed, and they dangled gruesomely, blood still pooling beneath them, indicating they had met their fate not long ago. This horrific scene detonated within the already terrified hearts of the people like a bomb. Some had begun to contemplate fleeing, desperate to escape this place. What was once the last bastion for survivors in the city had now transformed into a cage, with these individuals becoming mere prey for the Class C zombie. Damn it! Lu Shinin clenched her fists, yet ultimately restrained herself. Why does it choose to act this way? Wouldn't it be far simpler for it to simply eliminate us? Li Liang queried, perplexed. Perhaps there exists a possibility, though I cannot ascertain its veracity. Legends suggest that the more advanced a zombie is, the less interest it has in flesh and blood. Rather, they're acutely attuned to various emotions. Moreover, the emotions they relish capturing may bestow upon them some mysterious advantage. Lu Shinin recollected. If Lu Shinin's words held any truth, then fear was undoubtedly what this creature craved most. In the ensuing days, 2 to 3 individuals were killed daily, their skins similarly flayed and hung from the trees. The actions of the entity were confined to this gruesome display, with no further actions taken. Some began to succumb to despair, quietly attempting to escape, yet those who ventured outside would soon fall prey to the zombies lurking on the periphery. Remaining at the manor could mean becoming the next victim, while venturing out guaranteed immediate capture and consumption. Both choices led to death. And under this atmosphere of tension and oppression, the human spirit had frayed to its limits. Help! Help! On one particular morning, the sun had already ascended into the sky when suddenly a cry pierced the air. The crowd surged forward. A man, bloodied and limping, was fleeing, pursued by a zombie cloaked in a shroud of human skin, leisurely trailing him, seemingly reveling in his desperation. Damn it! Li Liang cursed as he seized a dagger and charged forth. It was uncharacteristic of him to stand idly by. However, the creature showed no intent to fight, instead turning and fleeing into the distance. Do not pursue, Lu Shinin shouted. Yet at that very moment, a peculiar turn of events occurred. From the direction the zombie had fled, 3 fiery dragons suddenly appeared, converging from 3 angles to encircle it in a triangular formation. Huh, I never expected to encounter such a big catch. A brazen voice emerged from the depths of the forest. Immediately, a net was launched from another direction, unfurling in midair and ensnaring the zombie before tightening, effectively wrapping it up like a zongzi, immobilizing it. A dagger flew forth, plunging into the zombie's throat, flames erupting as it was reduced to ashes. The entire sequence unfolded with a fluidity that suggested countless rehearsals. 3 men clad in the garb of Alliance soldiers emerged from the woods, led by a young man whose face was painted in camouflage. Tall and lanky, he wielded a flamethrower, and though his features were obscured, his exaggerated grin revealed an exuberant personality. We are Team 191. Kong Fei, the leader of this small squad, stepped forward, spotting Lu Shinin from distance. Following him were 2 men. One was shorter yet sturdy, while the other sported glasses and bore a youthful appearance. Lu Shinin, where are your team members? Kong Fei addressed her directly, ignoring Li Liang who stood beside her. Li Liang scoffed, unwilling to engage in conversation. They have all perished. Lu Shinin replied softly, showing little interest in Kong Fei. It appears you have encountered trouble. Kong Fei smiled. Xiong Wu, He Wei, you 2 should scout the vicinity for any potential dangers, he instructed his companions. Xiong Wu, though diminutive, moved with agility, his gaze continually sizing up Lu Shinin. You were dispatched to assist us? Of course. Your mission is complete. Now it's our turn. Kong Fei grinned, seemingly assuming command of the situation. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from the garage, a sound Li Liang recognized all too well. This is bad. It's Yang Ying. Li Liang dashed toward the garage, only to find no trace of her, just a huddled mass of people. The zombie, it was that zombie that took her. Someone quavered. I will pursue. Li Liang had clearly seen the zombie cloaked in human skin incinerated by Kong Fei and his team. Your arrival has already compromised our position. Lu Shinin suddenly realized. The reason the entity had refrained from slaughtering them all was likely to await their arrival. Observing Kong Fei's bewilderment, Lu Shannon promptly outlined the current predicament. Kong Fei appeared momentarily stunned. As Li Liang prepared to charge out, Lu Shannon blocked his path. "If you go now, you will only be walking to your death," she stated gravely. In her view, it was impossible to conquer a Class C zombie alone. "I must go," Li Liang replied with a faint smile. He understood Lu Shannon's good intentions, but he could not stand idly by while Yang Ying was captured. 500 meters for targeted teleportation, locking onto the Class C zombie. Without a backward glance, Li Liang sprinted into the woods, disappearing from view. When he reappeared, he was already 200 to 300 meters from the manor. At that moment, a zombie draped in human skin was swiftly advancing ahead, carrying an unconscious woman on its back. None other than Yang Ying. "Put her down," Li Liang bellowed, charging forward. Chapter 15, Ignition. The Class C zombie indeed halted, slowly turning to face him, its visage adorned with a mask of human skin, its green eyes glimmering with an eerie light as they locked onto Li Liang. It was baffled as to how Li Liang had managed to catch up. But since he was here, it might as well kill him. After releasing Yang Ying, the Class C zombie lunged forward, extending its hands. Although its claws were not long, they gleamed ominously, sharp and deadly. Blood and flesh remnants clung to its nails. With a sharp crack, the claws of a sea-level zombie scraped against Li Liang's arms. The fabric of his clothing was marred with several deep gashes, as if sliced by a blade. Yet, remarkably, his skin bore no apparent wounds. The sea-level zombie paused, bewildered, for it was accustomed to skinning humans with ease, akin to slicing through tofu. How could this individual have remained largely unscathed? In that moment, Li Liang comprehended that the enhancement to his physique was at play. While he was not invulnerable, he could certainly withstand ordinary blows, implying that the sea-level zombie could not easily terminate his life. Realizing this, Li Liang engaged the sea-level zombie in a fierce struggle, his body absorbing its relentless assaults. The sounds of their clash echoing around them. Yang Ying, initially abducted by the zombie and rendered unconscious by fear, awakened amidst the cacophony. Upon seeing Li Liang valiantly fighting the undead creature, a surge of gratitude washed over her. He had come to rescue her after all. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in Li Liang's mind. The system has detected an increase in the first beautiful woman's affection towards the host. Reward, Ignition. An unnamed fire can now be generated in the palm, incinerating anything it touches, with the intensity dependent on the nature of the object. This reward is a one-time use. As Li Liang was embroiled in the struggle, the timing of this revelation was impeccable. He activated the reward immediately. A transparent flame ignited in his palm, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. "I will reduce you to ashes," Li Liang bellowed, pressing both palms against the sea-level zombie. The moment the flames flared to life, the zombie sensed something amiss. However, locked in close combat, it could not extricate itself in time. Upon contact, the sea-level zombie emitted a horrific shriek. 2 charred handprints searing into its chest, akin to branding irons, the high temperature sizzling as its skin blistered and charred. "Is it still alive?" Li Liang pushed away, wary of the scorching heat. The sea-level zombie howled in agony, frantically pounding its chest, desperately attempting to tear away the charred flesh, yet to no avail. It staggered, struggling to maintain its balance, the human skin mask it wore slipping away to reveal its true visage. Li Liang seized the opportunity to observe closely. The creature's face was marred by countless scars, a testament to its resilience forged through innumerable battles, each scar a profound mark left by the trials it had endured. Regrettably, the flames had not extinguished its existence, merely leaving 2 ashen imprints, with its internal structure evidently damaged. After enduring the searing pain, the sea-level zombie fixed its gaze on Li Liang, emitting a low, powerful growl that conveyed an unyielding will to survive. At that moment, a net descended from the sky, ensnaring the sea-level zombie and swiftly constricting around it, much like wrapping a dumpling. This scene was strikingly familiar. Lu Shannon and the 191 squad had arrived. "Damn it, it really is a sea-level," Kong Fei exclaimed, a blend of shock and exhilaration in his voice. Successfully hunting a sea-level zombie was immensely significant to him, a feat that conferred personal honor and potential advancement within the ranks. "You managed to hold out against it for so long," Lu Shannon exclaimed, astonished to see Li Liang relatively unhurt. Armed with the gear provided by Kong Fei's team, she wielded a flamethrower, ready for action. "Now leave the rest to us," Kong Fei declared, a hint of pride lacing his words. Noting the injuries on the zombie, he was determined to seize this opportunity, feeling it would be a gross injustice not to capitalize on it. "Everyone get your all. I intend to make a grand statement," Kong Fei urged, brimming with excitement. First, ensure the injured are taken to safety. Lu Xinan interjected, noting that although Yang Ying was unharmed, it was prudent to relocate her to a secure area. Kong Fei remained silent, acknowledging her request. Let me handle it. I'll take her to safety and return swiftly, Miao Gang volunteered promptly. Hurry back, Kong Fei replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Lu Xinan contemplated speaking, but ultimately refrained. Now was not the time for discord. The trio unleashed torrents of flame from their flamethrowers, enveloping the sea-level zombie in fire. Burn! Burn! Kong Fei cheered, though cautioned, be careful not to scorch the head. I still need it. However, the situation did not unfold as they had anticipated. The sea-level zombie appeared remarkably resilient, the flames merely scorching its skin without causing significant damage. Li Liang had foreseen this. Even the system's burning feature had failed to incinerate the creature, and he doubted mere flames would suffice. A low, guttural growl escaped the sea-level zombie. Everyone be cautious, Li Liang warned, a sudden wave of dread washing over him. Two dark figures surged in from the periphery, rushing towards the sea-level zombie. 2B levels, Lu Xinan exclaimed, her tension palpable. The 2B level zombies extended their arms, violently tugging at the taut net, their hands bloodied by the steel wires, yet unfazed. Thus, the previously ensnared sea-level zombie was freed. Now, it appeared somewhat disheveled, its body marked by the wounds from the steel wire, with burn marks evident, particularly the two blackened holes that threatened its life. The sea-level zombie emitted a low growl, and one of the B-level zombies approached. With a swift motion, the sea-level zombie sank its teeth into the neck of the B-level, which trembled violently, rapidly deteriorating until it collapsed, lifeless, as the sea-level zombie released its grip. Having completed this gruesome act, the sea-level zombie visibly recovered, drawing upon the life energy of its fallen foe to mend its own wounds. The higher the zombie's rank, the more resilient it became, capable of perpetually rejuvenating itself in such a manner. Lu Xinan, taken aback, seemed to grasp the theory, but was witnessing it for the first time. The remaining B-level zombie quivered in terror, its humanity flickering within, fearing it too might meet a similar fate. With a mighty roar, the sea-level zombie turned and fled, evidently unwilling to engage further, using the B-level as a mere distraction. Damn it, Kong Fei cursed, recognizing the futility of pursuing the rapidly escaping sea-level zombie. In a moment of desperation, he drew a throwing knife and hurled it at the B-level zombie. Guided dart. The knife embedded itself in the B-level's neck, rendering it immobile. The trio unleashed their flames upon the helpless B-level, reducing it to ashes. Once it recovers, things will be far more troublesome. Lu Xinan fretted. We must retreat. Li Liang, concerned for Yang Ying, declared, and without waiting for a response, he headed in the direction Miao Gang had taken with her. Having traveled a considerable distance, Li Liang suddenly heard Yang Ying's voice calling out, Don't come over, what do you want? Chapter 16, Scoundrels Deserve to be Punished. Alarm bells rang in Li Liang's mind, prompting him to hasten towards her. In the woods, he spotted Yang Ying hiding behind a tree, clutching a wooden stick, her face etched with terror as she gazed at Miao Gang. At that moment, Miao Gang was leering at Yang Ying with malicious intent, having even removed his soldier's uniform. Heh, they're busy fighting over there. They won't have time for us. I've set my eyes on you, and I haven't had a taste in a long while, Miao Gang said, rubbing his hands together as he inched closer to Yang Ying. It was evident that Yang Ying stood no chance against him. It was merely a matter of time before he overpowered her, so he felt no urgency. Don't come any closer, Yang Ying cried out in fear. But her expression soon transformed into one of composure. Before Miao Gang could react, he felt a grip on his shoulder akin to being caught in an iron vise, causing him to yelp in pain. Who dares to ruin my fun? Miao Gang cursed, turning to see Li Liang, his expression growing even more ferocious. As long as it wasn't Kong Fei, he feared no one. Let go of me, or I'll take your life. Miao Gang instinctively reached for his flamethrower, but in his foolishness, he had already tossed it aside. He attempted to grab the weapon at his waist, but Li Liang anticipated his move and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Miao Gang was nearly propelled off the ground, yet Li Liang held him firmly in place. In this life-and-death scenario, it seemed he still had the heart for such wickedness. Clearly, this was not his first offense. Li Liang looked at him with disdain, feeling that to punish such a person would soil his hands. Yet he knew he had no choice but to teach him a lesson. Shut up, you're just embarrassing yourself, Kong Fei shouted, having arrived on the scene. Although he was unaware of the full circumstances, the sight of the terrified Yang Ying instantly led him to guess what was happening. Yet, he had to rescue Miao Gang, so he could only respond with a shout. Heh, you arrived just in time. This is your delightful teammate. Li Liang hoisted Miao Gang and hurled him towards Kong Fei as if he were a mere plaything. Miao Gang fell to the ground, and upon seeing Kong Fei's menacing gaze, he was so frightened that he wet himself, hastily begging for mercy. Captain, why didn't he do anything? He attacked me out of nowhere. Don't believe that woman's words, they're in cahoots. Miao Gang was now so desperate that logic was irrelevant. He had to argue for his survival. Be quiet, Kong Fei snapped, fully aware of Miao Gang's character, always lighting up at the sight of women. Yet, he had not anticipated this scoundrel's audacity. Captain Kong, is this how you manage your team? If this gets reported, you'll be in serious trouble. Lu Shinin interjected, her voice dripping with disdain. The way Miao Gang had leered at her previously had already repulsed her. And now, with his despicable actions, she felt justified in threatening Kong Fei. Kong Fei glanced at Miao Gang, then cast a complex look at Li Liang and Lu Shinin, disregarding Yang Ying entirely. This is not the time for internal strife. I received orders to evacuate everyone within 2 days. If we miss the deadline, this city, along with everything in it, will perish. Every soldier is a precious asset. Kong Fei's words were a clear indication of his support for Miao Gang. Considering the timeline, if we don't reach the designated rendezvous point before nightfall tomorrow, none of us will survive. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Punishing Miao Gang would diminish their combat strength, thereby lowering everyone's chances of survival. But could they pretend this incident never occurred? Li Liang suddenly chuckled, finding the situation absurd. Entrusting a criminal to be a savior? He raised his foot, and before anyone could intervene, he stomped down on Miao Gang's left arm with a sickening crack, breaking the bone. Miao Gang writhed on the ground in agony. You just attacked an alliance soldier? Kong Fei raised his gun. He Wei Gui hesitated, not making any move. Lu Shinin simultaneously aimed her gun at Kong Fei. Go ahead, shoot. All right, I will remember this. Kong Fei lowered his weapon, glaring at Li Liang, then instructed He Wei Gui to help Miao Gang up as he strode toward the villa. You are correct. If he were my man, I would personally execute him. Lu Shinin remarked to Li Liang. After saying this, she approached to assist Yang Ying, as women had their own conversations to share. Li Liang lingered at the back of the crowd, appearing indifferent. He had no regrets about confronting Kong Fei. Scoundrels like Miao Gang deserved a good beating, no matter when or where he encountered them. Upon returning to the villa, they announced to everyone that they would depart immediately for the designated evacuation point. That location was a cruise terminal, where a ship named Ark awaited them. Preparations commenced as they were set to embark the next morning. Ding! The system detected that the host successfully assisted the first beauty in escaping danger and issued special rewards. Reward 1, directional movement within 800 meters. Reward 2, directional movement within 500 meters, allowing one person to accompany. Both rewards were single-use only. The system's voice echoed once more. Just in time, Li Liang thought to himself, feeling a surge of joy. He didn't believe that the sea-level zombies would simply retreat and not return, nor did he trust that Miao Gang, who looked at him with such disdain, would leave him in peace. With these two troubles at hand, safety was far from guaranteed. That night, few could truly sleep, each person anxious about the journey ahead. Kong Fei deliberately assigned Miao Gang to patrol the night, ensuring he wouldn't encounter Yang Ying or Li Liang. Lu Shinin too had her concerns, gazing out into the night, lost in thought. Night fell quietly, only to depart just as silently. When dawn broke on the horizon, everyone knew it was time to set out. Counting the remaining survivors, there were still over 70, each receiving provisions and fresh water, along with several bottles filled with fuel. The resources of the villa had been completely exhausted. The location of the Ark was approximately 50 kilometers from the villa, a journey of 1 day. Thus they set off, with Team 191 leading the way, while Lu Shinin and Li Liang brought up the rear, with Yang Ying naturally beside Li Liang. Thank you for yesterday, Yang Ying said shyly, her voice barely above a whisper, reminiscent of a mosquito's buzz. No problem, scoundrels deserve a beating, Li Liang replied with a smile. Yang Ying studied him for a moment. He was still as annoying as ever, yet compared to the first encounter, he seemed much more agreeable. Noticing Yang Ying and Li Liang conversing, Lu Shinin deliberately created some distance. The group marched on for over 10 kilometers, occasionally encountering a stray zombie, all of which were swiftly incinerated by Kong Fei's flamethrower. Captain, I must take revenge on that guy who attacked me, Miao Gang lamented, walking alongside Kong Fei. Get lost. Kong Fei shot him a glance, saying nothing further. He was all too familiar with Miao Gang's character. Had he not played a role in those petty matters? Situation ahead. He Wei Gui, at the forefront, called back, prompting the entire team to halt. At that moment, they had just emerged from the forest into a clearing. the sun fully risen and its rays glaring down. In the center of the clearing stood a tree trunk, intentionally erected, with a small girl perched atop it. The girl trembled in fear, having fainted from crying multiple times, but upon sensing the presence of people, she stirred awake and spotted her mother in the distance. "Mother! I want my mother!" The little girl cried out, her voice piercing the air and shattering hearts. Hearing her child's desperate plea, her mother, Man, instinctively rushed forward, only to be halted abruptly by Kong Fei. In such an open expanse, the presence of only the little girl felt profoundly unsettling. Kong Fei scanned the surroundings anxiously. The clearing appeared to be vaguely circular, with their entire team now entrenched within it, while dark figures lurked ominously in the depths of the shadowy forest. "We are surrounded," Kong Fei shouted, everyone back to back, facing the forest, and prepare for battle. The situation was dire. Lu Shinin was keenly observing their surroundings as well. Li Liang felt a peculiar movement beneath his feet. The ground of the clearing was soft and loose, yielding with each step, leaving distinct imprints. Although nothing seemed amiss at the moment, a nagging sense of impending danger loomed from below. At that moment, the figures from the shadows had approached the crowd, revealing themselves to be a horde of wandering zombies. "Damn it, do they really think this rabble of zombies can annihilate us?" Kong Fei exclaimed, simultaneously activating his flamethrower and unleashing flames upon the encroaching undead. The 191 squad unleashed their firepower. Lu Shinin, too, raised her weapon, spewing flames outward, yet remained vigilant, wary of unforeseen developments. The scene became chaotic as the trees and zombies alike ignited. Amidst the turmoil, people hurled Molotov cocktails outward until their stock was exhausted. This flurry of action incinerated the zombies completely. Could it truly end like this? Li Liang pondered silently. Suddenly, beside the little girl, the previously encountered Class C zombie emerged, extending its hand, with razor-sharp claws poised perilously close to the girl's head. A mere flick of its wrist could spell disaster. "No, please, spare my child," the mother of the little girl pleaded desperately. But was there any hope in beseeching a zombie for mercy? It was evidently futile. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the creature hesitated, as if awaiting something. Now, Kong Fei refused to waste precious time and called upon his teammates. 3 directed throwing knives soared through the air, destined to strike the Class C zombie. However, their trajectory also threatened the little girl's life. The outcome was unmistakable. "No, please, I beg you," the girl's mother cried helplessly. But in that moment, she could influence no one. A gust of wind swept through, tooling the mother's already disheveled hair as a steel net streaked forward at an accelerated pace, enveloping the 3 knives, tightening its grip before crashing to the ground. It was Lu Shinin who intervened. "Lu Shinin, what are you doing?" Kong Fei glared at her, rage simmering in his eyes, yet he refrained from unleashing his fury. "The Alliance must have warned you never to take a life under any circumstance." Lu Shinin, aware that she had disrupted their operation, remained undeterred, presenting an irrefutable rationale. "Then in this case, call the Alliance to save her, to save us." Kong Fei understood that Lu Shinin was merely seeking to undermine him. Yet he was unwilling to escalate the conflict. What to do? If they continued their assault, the little girl's life was undoubtedly forfeit, and it was uncertain whether they could even eliminate the Class C zombie. Would they simply stand by, watching as it slaughtered the girl, before acting? That was clearly impossible. It is stalling for time. Kong Fei suddenly realized the adversary's potential motive, his expression shifting drastically. They could not sacrifice everyone's safety for a single child. Before nightfall, they must board the ship. Otherwise, they would perish alongside the city, an outcome Kong Fei vehemently wished to avoid. Attack! The 3 members of Team 191 prepared to strike once more, and this time, Lu Shinin could not intervene. At that moment, a figure materialized beside the Class C zombie, his arrival unnoticed by anyone. With a swift kick, he struck the Class C zombie and quickly rescued the little girl, cradling her in his arms as he dashed toward the crowd. The Class C zombie remained oblivious, and the crowd failed to react. With just a few more steps, he would successfully return the girl to safety. But just then, a flicker of cold light flashed, and Li Liang felt a sharp pain on his left leg, blood seeping forth, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Yet, before he hit the ground, he hurled the little girl toward Lu Shinin's direction. Lu Shinin caught her just in time as the girl began to wail in terror. Lu Shinin handed her back to her mother. Then her expression hardened as she glared at Miao Gang, who wore a triumphant smirk. "You dare to strike." Lu Shinin was genuinely enraged. It was only then that the others realized what had transpired. While Li Liang was rushing toward the crowd, Miao Gang had stealthily attacked. using a directed throwing knife to injure him, leaving Li Liang vulnerable between the crowd and the Class C zombie. At that moment, the Class C zombie began advancing toward Li Liang. Traitor! Yang Ying cursed, seizing anything she could find to hurl at Miao Gang. Miao Gang dismissed her, a smug expression still plastered on his face, as he broke his own arm, declaring his intent to claim a life. You will stand trial before the Alliance, but I fear I may not be able to restrain myself from killing you before that. Lu Shenren proclaimed, charging toward Li Liang. Would she reach him before the Class C zombie did? Just then, the ground began to quiver ominously. The Class C zombie halted, as if anticipating something. Why do I feel shorter? Someone exclaimed. No, we are sinking. The entire clearing, starting from its center, began to collapse into the earth, as a pair of enormous pincers emerged from below, clearly alive and writhing. Anyone who drew near would find themselves swiftly severed in two, and beneath those pincers, a gaping maw revealed itself, ready to devour the remains. People were already falling victim to this monstrous entity. What is this thing? Even Kong Fei was taken aback, as it was his first encounter with such a bizarre creature. He hastily raised his flamethrower, unleashing flames upon the pincers. The fire turned them a deep crimson, yet it did nothing to deter their relentless assault, as they continued to cleave victims in half before consuming them, even enhancing their lethality with the flames. This was precisely what the Class C zombie had been waiting for. Everyone would perish in the jaws of this monstrous entity from the sands. Run! Yang Ying screamed, attempting to rally those nearby to escape, but found herself unable to move. Looking down, she saw that her legs had been ensnared by what resembled tentacles, impossibly tight and unyielding. The more she struggled to free herself, the tighter they became, causing some to collapse in agony, dragged toward the beast's maw. Even Kong Fei and Lu Shenren found themselves ensnared. Kong Fei attempted to cut the tendrils with a throwing knife, but discovered that even the blade failed to penetrate the entity's grasp. It's over. Kong Fei felt a wave of despair wash over him. If I sever my leg, perhaps there is still a chance. Lu Shenren inexplicably leaped to this conclusion. It did not act on it. The others were taken aback. Such a desperate measure, even if it ensured survival, would leave one crippled. Surrounded by zombies, merely a difference between dying now and later. Pei Wei suddenly had a thought, glanced at Lu Shenren, and opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. At this moment, Miao Gang was perilously close to being dragged towards the monstrous pincers. Upon hearing her words, he steeled himself. His survival instinct triumphed over reason as he drew a flying dagger and severed his own feet at the ankles. Blood gushed forth as he painfully crawled away, his complexion pale, yet tinged with a hint of pride. You fools! You devise plans, yet lack the courage to act. It is I who possess the resolve. Little did he anticipate that the blood would instantly attract the attention of the sand-dwelling monstrosity, which unleashed countless tendrils from the sand to ensnare him entirely, enveloping him like a cocoon and dragging him away. No! Captain, save me! Miao Gang cried out desperately. Kong Fei, preoccupied with his own peril, could do nothing but watch as Miao Gang was crushed into a grotesque pulp by the pincers and devoured by the creature. Evil begets evil. Yang Ying expressed her disdain, believing Miao Gang's death to be a cleaner resolution than his continued existence. You! Kong Fei shot a glare at Lu Shenren, but ultimately remained silent. With the man dead, there was no longer any value in antagonizing his comrades on his behalf. As more and more fell victim, the sand-dwelling monstrosity seemed insatiable, intent on devouring everyone in sight. The C-grade zombies observed the spectacle with a morbid curiosity, showing no inclination to intervene. Hand me the flamethrower, quickly. Li Liang, having managed to staunch the bleeding from his leg wound, struggled to his feet and called out to Kong Fei, who was nearest to him. He was determined to make a stand. The survival of everyone hinged on the outcome of his actions. However, Kong Fei merely stared at him blankly, making no move. What is this guy thinking? He could hardly believe Li Liang. At that critical moment, Pei Wei, who appeared somewhat youthful, handed over the flamethrower. The fuel can only be used once. Pei Wei shouted, asserting that he had done all he could, and now it was up to Li Liang. Accepting the weapon, Li Liang glanced at the C-grade zombie, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Chapter 18. Abandonment and Retribution. The 500-meter directional movement was activated. Target, C-grade zombie. Li Liang immediately utilized the reward given by the system, since the existing weapons were ineffective against this creature. He resolved to deliver it into the maw of the sand-dwelling monstrosity. He transformed into a shadow and dashed towards the C-grade zombie, their bodies colliding before they both vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they were directly above the vast pincers of the sand monster. and Li Liang hurled the unsuspecting C-grade zombie downwards. Simultaneously, he flung a dagger, which was tethered by a fine thread, piercing the ground at an angle. With a forceful tug, Li Liang propelled himself towards the ground below. Crack! The C-grade zombie attempted to resist, but it was futile. Its body was cleaved in two at the waist, with one half already consumed. Safely landing, Li Liang raised the flamethrower, aiming it at the creature's maw and unleashing a torrent of flames. At that moment, the monster was in the process of devouring the C-grade zombie, its blood-red tongue exposed and vulnerable to the flames. Sizzle. The sound reminiscent of grilling filled the air as the sand monster's tongue writhed in agony, even ejecting the remnants of the previously devoured C-grade zombie. The sight left everyone in stunned disbelief. Concurrently, the slender tendrils binding them receded, vanishing from sight. Everyone fled as if their lives depended on it, distancing themselves from the beast. Well done, Lu Shennin complimented. Merely luck, Kong Fei replied, his expression sour. As the captain, it was humiliating to be saved by an ordinary person, especially one with whom he had past grievances. Once the group was safe, they gathered behind Kong Fei and Lu Shennin, who had become the new pillars of support. The sand monster, after a brief struggle, seemed to succumb. Its singed tongue hanging limply outside, motionless, Li Liang cautiously attempted to return to Yang Ying and the others. But at that moment, the monster's tongue twitched, followed by a foul-smelling saliva spraying directly onto Li Liang, before the creature retreated into the depths of the earth, disappearing entirely. What is this disgusting thing? Li Liang exclaimed as he wiped the saliva from his skin. Strangely, it was unsightly yet dried quickly, leaving no lingering scent. You're doomed. Kong Fei chuckled suddenly, as if he had witnessed something that delighted him. The thing has marked you. Many creatures possess this ability. Once marked, it is a relentless pursuit. If the creature survives, it will hunt you down. At this, those who had just been saved by Li Liang recoiled, as if he were a harbinger of disease. Unwilling to associate with him in any manner, Kong Fei was pleased with their reaction. It was precisely the outcome he desired. Lu Shennin frowned, fully aware of the truth in Kong Fei's words, yet questioning his motives for stating such a thing at this moment. Clearly, it was not for any benevolent reason. Captain Kong, what shall we do now? Someone timidly inquired. We continue forward. If we can reach the Ark before nightfall, everyone will be safe, Kong Fei declared loudly, gesturing towards Li Liang. However, he cannot accompany us. Otherwise, he will attract the monster, and we will all perish. Upon hearing this, Li Liang instantly felt the eyes of the crowd shift, filled with disdain, aversion, alienation, and pity. No, Yang Ying shouted, we can't abandon him. Leaving him now is tantamount to signing his death warrant. You cannot do this. As she spoke, Yang Ying prepared to move towards Li Liang. Kong Fei was unyielding, striking her in the abdomen. Yang Ying shot him an angry glance before collapsing unconscious. Carry her, we set off. Kong Fei commanded He Wei Gui, striding forward with an indescribable smile upon his lips. The crowd quickly followed Kong Fei's lead. Human nature is most treacherous in such times. Although Li Liang had just saved them, abandoning him now presented the greatest chance of survival. Everyone knew what choice to make. Yet, there was one exception. One person defied the crowd's direction, directly approaching Li Liang. Lu Shennin, have you lost your mind? Kong Fei halted, shouting at her. This woman was formidable, and he did not wish to lose her fighting strength now. Kong Fei, further discussion is futile. You lead them away. I will stay behind, Lu Shennin stated resolutely, unwilling to be swayed by his threats. Do not forget your mission. Kong Fei's tone grew increasingly irate. I believe that with you here, everyone will reach safety. Lu Shennin replied with a smile, gripping the flamethrower, ready to raise it at a moment's notice. They exchanged glances, and ultimately, Kong Fei trembled slightly before turning to leave. Put Yang Ying down, Li Liang shouted. Kong Fei halted, but did not turn to face him, dismissively replying, let us see if you can survive first. Do not hide behind a woman. Release her, Li Liang bellowed, preparing to charge forward. To his surprise, Lu Shennin blocked his path. Trust me, it's more dangerous for her to be with you now. Lu Shennin maintained her composure, her expression unwavering. Li Liang clenched his fists but ultimately refrained from pursuing. Why are you staying behind? There's no reason. I simply do not wish to be indebted to anyone. You have previously assisted me, and I will do my utmost to help you survive, Lu Shennin remarked nonchalantly. However, those who had witnessed the sand-dwelling creature moments ago were acutely aware that this decision could very well be fatal. Do not fret too much about Yang Ying. With so many individuals surrounding him, he will find it difficult to act, she added. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Li Liang and Lu Shinin ascended a small hillock, consuming some provisions before taking a moment to rest. Lu Shinin surmised that the creature could only maneuver freely in the fine sand. Encountering rocks or other obstructions would significantly hinder its movement. Consequently, they felt considerably safer atop the hillock. By this time it was nearing noon, and the sun was baking the ground beneath them. How long must we wait here? That creature may be injured and could very well hide for days, Li Liang exclaimed. But the monster lacks the patience for such delays. As they conversed, they remained oblivious to the unsettling movement within the soil surrounding the small hillock. The once lush vegetation appeared to be devoured by some unseen force, sinking into the ground. Simultaneously, semi-transparent, blood-tinted tendrils emerged from the earth, stealthily creeping toward them through the crevices of the rocks. Be cautious, Li Liang warned as he noticed a stone shifting nearby. With a swift motion, Lu Shinin fired her flamethrower, sending a wave of heat that dislodged the stone, revealing a black snake that had been hiding beneath it. Startled, the snake attempted to flee, but was swiftly ensnared by the tendrils, twisting helplessly before being dragged down the slope and disappearing into the earth. We're surrounded, Li Liang observed with alarm as he scanned the area around the hillock, now teeming with those fearsome tendrils, closing in relentlessly. No sooner had he spoken than several tendrils lunged toward him, prompting Li Liang to swing his dagger, severing the nearest one and causing blood to spray forth. The remaining tendrils, seemingly driven mad, surged toward him, disregarding Lu Shinin entirely, who stood nearby. Boom! Lu Shinin unleashed her flamethrower, incinerating some tendrils into ash while others recoiled in pain, retreating into the ground. Yet, numerous new tendrils emerged from the earth, frantically assaulting Li Liang. Despite his desperate slashes with the dagger, he found little success. Even with Lu Shinin's flamethrower, they could not sustain this assault for long. Beneath the hillock, the enormous pincers of the sand creature began to breach the surface. Should a single tendril ensnare Li Liang, it would drag him down to his doom within the grasp of the beast. Shall we consider a collaboration? A voice suddenly interjected as both felt their strength waning. Chapter 19. The Lone Wolf Huang Yuanzhuai. Who? Li Liang demanded, his senses heightened as he glanced around, finding no one. You cannot last much longer like this. The voice persisted, and Li Liang discerned its source, looking skyward. A young man hovered above them, clad in armor-like attire, with what appeared to be wings of some sort, emitting flames that allowed him to remain airborne. Who are you? Li Liang asked warily, suspicious of his serendipitous appearance at such a critical moment. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions towards you, Huang Yuanzhuai replied with a smile, closing the distance between them. Shouldn't you wait until we are weakened before making your entrance? Lu Shinin calmly analyzed, still unsure of his allegiance. Enough with the tension. As he spoke, Huang Yuanzhuai tossed several black objects resembling spinning tops, which burrowed into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled explosions ensued as the tendrils that had been writhing were largely obliterated, the remainder retreating into the earth. The hillock fell silent. Huang Yuanzhuai landed beside Li Liang. Now, you must surely trust me, he grinned. Deep earth bombs. Lu Shinin recognized the weapon. You are a mercenary. Huang Yuanzhuai nodded, appearing slightly pleased that she recognized his identity. Mercenaries are motivated solely by profit. Why would you save us? There are things I seek here, and we can work together. It benefits you as well. How do we collaborate? Li Liang inquired. Huang Yuanzhuai pointed at Li Liang. He bears the mark of what I seek, and can serve as bait. Li Liang bristled at being labeled as bait. Lu Shinin remained silent. Fine. Li Liang acquiesced first, realizing that further delay could spell doom for both himself and Lu Shinin. He had no time to spare. He needed to devise a way to rescue Yang Ying. No, it's far too perilous. Lu Shinin immediately rejected the idea. Ding. The system has detected the second beautiful individual S increased favor towards the host, expressing concern for the host's safety, and has issued a reward. The system chimed. Finally, Li Liang nearly laughed, realizing that survival and a potential turnaround depended on the system at this moment. What reward? Hurry and tell me. System reward. One-time use skill Ignite. This allows you to envelop yourself in flames, incinerating any nearby entities to ash. The system explained, and the reward was automatically granted. Li Liang felt emboldened. At least now he would not perish in vain. What must I do? Clarify, he demanded of Huang Yuanzhuai, eager to discern his intentions. You jump down from here. It will surely draw the creature out. I will be prepared, and we shall hunt it together. It's that simple, Huang Yuanzhuai stated, surprised by Li Liang's willingness to agree so readily. And how can you assure I won't meet my demise? Li Liang provocatively asked. I cannot offer such guarantees. Huang Yuanzhuai replied with a grin. As a mercenary, I know better than to rely on others for survival. With that, he ignited the device on his back, ascending several meters into the air. You may ponder this. I have ample time and can wait until you are both finished before I make my move, he said cheerfully, adopting a detached demeanor. Very well, it is settled. I hope you remain true to your word. Li Liang felt a strong urge to strike Huang Yuanzhuai. But now was not the time for such impulses. He dashed down the slope. Quite the audacity, Huang Yuanzhuai remarked as he hurled numerous deep earth bombs, which, upon contact with the ground, burrowed in before he soared back towards Li Liang. Boom! As Li Liang landed, the ground erupted with sound, a large hole forming as a colossal pincer emerged. Yet, that was not all. Behind the pincers loomed a dark, helmet-like head, grotesquely adapted to resemble a pot. The creature's head had evolved into a formidable helmet shape, flat at the top and evidently resilient. Its eyes were the size of human fists, and its body resembled that of an enormous worm, adorned with countless follicle-like tendrils, some oozing as they emerged from the soil, emitting a foul stench. As the creature clawed its way from the earth, the previously buried bombs detonated, sending soil flying as if it were rain. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Yuanzhuai dashed toward the sand creature like a comet, with curved blades extending from his sides, glinting menacingly. The sand creature instinctively sensed danger and lunged toward Huang Yuanzhuai. The colossal pincers clashed with the two curved blades, emitting sparks from the metallic collision. Huang Yuanzhuai found himself firmly ensnared by the pincers, yet his expression remained unperturbed. Instead, he extended his right hand, revealing a targeting device on his wrist that he promptly aimed at the creature's head. 3 small red dots danced momentarily before converging, locking onto the target, and he fired. A beam of laser shot forth, searing a hole through the creature's skull. However, astonishingly, the monster did not perish. The enormous pincers continued to exert their grip on Huang Yuanzhuai, and the two curved blades began to warp under the strain. This was dire. The creature's brain was not within its head. For the first time, Huang Yuanzhuai displayed signs of anxiety. The situation was diverging from his predictions. The creature's body began to convulse, revealing a gaping maw beneath the massive pincers. Li Liang initially assumed this was its mouth, but soon realized there was another mouth in the center of the creature's body, an orifice resembling a jagged fissure, lined with sharp teeth that writhed incessantly. Be careful, Lu Xinyan shouted from behind. It was then that Li Liang noticed his leg had been ensnared by a tentacle, which was dragging him toward the beast's gaping maw. Lu Xinyan rushed to intervene, but it was too late. Li Liang was swiftly pulled into the cavernous maw, enveloped by rows of razor-sharp teeth. Miscalculation. I must escape first and seek another opportunity. Huang Yuanshui's demeanor shifted upon witnessing Li Liang's consumption. He readied himself to retaliate and flee, but then noticed flickering flames within the creature's vast mouth. A burst of fire erupted, crackling ominously. Suddenly, the pincers that had been tightly clutching Huang Yuanzhuai released him. The entire creature began to twist and writhe as if in agony before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Dark spots emerged on its body and flames ignited, engulfing its entire form. What is happening? Huang Yuanzhuai hovered in astonishment, while Lu Xinyan maintained a composed demeanor. A figure emerged from the creature's carcass, none other than Li Liang, who had just moments ago been devoured. Li Liang's clothing was torn, revealing numerous wounds, some deep enough to expose bone. This was grave injury. He inhaled sharply, realizing how fortunate he was. Had he not ignited the creature in time, he might have perished within its jaws. By heavens, though the circumstances were perplexing, I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Huang Yuanzhuai dashed to the creature's side, drawing a dagger and probing its still intact body. Upon confirming a location, he thrust the blade inside and felt around, ultimately extracting an egg-like object, which he stowed in a prepared bag slung across his back. This is your true objective. Li Liang understood that Huang Yuanzhuai had leveraged their collaboration solely to acquire that item. This endeavor proved perilous. I nearly lost my life. Huang Yuanzhuai soared into the air, initially poised to depart, but hesitated and turned to Li Liang. Let me share one more piece of information as a reward for our earlier cooperation. There will be great trouble aboard the Ark. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Chapter 20. The 3 Giant Catfish. What a peculiar fellow, Li Liang mused, sensing that Huang Yuanshui's words were not spoken lightly. If there was indeed trouble at the Ark, then Yang Ying could be in jeopardy. He and Lu Xinyan hastened toward the riverbank where the Ark was moored, a location Lu Xinyan was familiar with. Along the way, They effortlessly dispatched the wandering zombies they encountered. The riverside of Lingjiang City featured a grand river, several kilometers wide, capable of accommodating massive vessels. The city had once thrived on waterborne commerce and tourism. The Ark was docked at what used to be a freight terminal, now still home to many cargo ships. Which one is it? Arriving at the bustling dock, Li Liang faced a multitude of vessels and turned to Lu Xinan for guidance. I don't know, she replied with a wry smile. Her mission was merely to locate survivors within the city and gather them. It was Kong Fei's responsibility to assist them to the Ark, thus she had no intelligence regarding it whatsoever. Where on earth is that scoundrel? Li Liang scanned the ships aimlessly, hoping to uncover a clue. The night had fallen, and the dock was shrouded in utter darkness, devoid of any light. An eerie silence enveloping the area. The river breeze roared like a beast's growl. If nothing had transpired, this place would have been bustling with life. Li Liang couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Xinan remained silent, but faltered in her stride. She was unfamiliar with the vibrancy Li Liang spoke of. It had heard tales of lively markets and all-night entertainment venues. Puff, puff, puff. In the river's center, a series of bubbles erupted, suggesting the presence of a large fish thrashing about. This naturally captured the attention of both Li Liang and Lu Xinan. A glowing point surfaced from the depths, gradually enlarging and illuminating the surroundings. It was a submarine. Li Liang scrutinized it. Compared to his recollections, this one appeared smaller, with some cannon-like structures on its sides. Once the submarine surfaced, it swiftly approached the shore. A beam of light illuminated Li Liang and Lu Xinan, and upon confirming their identities, a door on the submarine opened. Let's go. They hurried inside. As soon as they entered, the door sealed shut, and a vessel activated, plunging back into the depths of the river. The interior of the submarine was cramped, accommodating dozens of individuals, creating a somewhat congested atmosphere. I'm here, Yang Ning called out to Li Liang, waving her hand energetically to signal her presence. Quiet down, Kong Fei snapped, his expression indicating impatience as he regarded Li Liang and Lu Xinan with disfavor. Why the courtesy? Kong Fei was responsible for maintaining order, yet he managed to smile at Li Liang. Thank goodness you're all right. Li Liang rushed to Yang Ying's side, relieved to see her in decent spirits. He shot a sharp glare at Kong Fei, reminding him that abandoning his duties could not go unpunished. When did you arrive? Lu Xinan inquired. This submarine had clearly submerged yet resurfaced to retrieve them, and she harbored doubts about Kong Fei's benevolence. Kong Fei's expression soured. The Alliance's duty is to protect the survivors. Since you are still alive, I naturally came to collect you. His words rang hollow. Yang Ning was not about to let Kong Fei off easily, directly exposing him. The dock is equipped with surveillance cameras. They knew you were alive and sent someone to retrieve you. You. Kong Fei's face contorted, unable to retort. Ha, Captain Kong, there's no need to be so angry. A jovial voice emerged from the control room, followed by the appearance of a young man. He appeared to be in his 20s, with long hair neatly styled, and a well-groomed beard exuding a vibrant aura. Just call me a Bin, he said with a smile. I am the liaison for this mission and the safety officer for this vessel. It is my duty to escort anyone who can make it to the dock out of here. Despite his friendly demeanor, it was evident that Bin and Kong Fei were at odds, neither willing to acknowledge the other. Are we leaving the city now? Lu Xinan asked. No, we are not leaving. We are merely heading to the fortress beneath the city. With a smile, Bin addressed Lu Xinan's puzzled expression, explaining. The intelligence you received previously was inaccurate. This is a regulation of the Alliance. Each tier of executors is provided with flawed information to ensure the security of the Alliance's plans, minimizing the risk of leaks. Our sole responsibility is to successfully execute the tasks assigned to us. Are we heading to a fortress underwater? Li Liang felt an uncomfortable pressure in his eardrums, as the surrounding water pressure evidently increased, indicating they had descended to considerable depths. Bin nodded, but refrained from elaborating further. Bang! Everyone lost their footing, as though an earthquake had struck. Bang! Before the group could react, the submarine jolted once again, as if it had taken a heavy blow. Something is attacking us from the outside, shouted someone from the cockpit, as a colossal shadow was displayed on the screen within the cabin, continuously circling the submarine, its size nearly matching that of the vessel itself. Let me see what manner of creature this is. Bin yelled toward the cockpit. A beam of light illuminated the surroundings, and to their astonishment, 3 enormous mouths emerged in the light. It was a giant catfish with 3 mouths, besides the central maw. The gills on either side had morphed into mouths that were open wide, revealing remnants of human corpses caught between its razor-sharp teeth. Damn it! To encounter such a monster here. Bin clearly recognized the creature, his expression betraying his anxiety. Descend at full speed, shake it off, he commanded, his voice rising above the chaos. The submarine accelerated its descent, while some passengers, unable to withstand the sudden change, covered their ears in pain, crouching on the floor. Others began to cry in terror. Do not be afraid, Li Liang, despite struggling to breathe, endeavored to maintain his composure while comforting Yang Yang. The giant catfish, however, would not relent, pursuing the submarine downward with alarming speed, almost glued to its descent. We can't shake it off, came a frantic voice from the cockpit. Fire the cannons. Reduce it to rubble. Abin shouted. Boom. The submarine's cannons fired, several projectiles striking the giant catfish and pushing it back a short distance. The explosion sent waves crashing, causing the submarine's trajectory to veer off course, and the interior shook violently, items scattering in disarray. It's caught up with us again, the driver exclaimed. From the dark screen, a shadow lunged forward, all three mouths wide open, heedless of the danger as it prepared to bite. Its body bore visible scars, likely inflicted by the recent cannon fire. Yet the wounds were not fatal. Fire! Overturn it! Abin bellowed. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons fired in rapid succession, but the giant catfish adeptly evaded the shots. This creature has learned, Li Liang observed, sensing the cunning emanating from the beast even through the screen. The learning capacity of living beings is not inferior to that of humans. Bang! The giant catfish rammed into the submarine once more, biting down. The sound of metal splintering echoed within, nearly shattering their eardrums. The right engine has malfunctioned. We won't last much longer, the driver shouted, inciting panic among the crew. Silence. Anyone who dares to act recklessly will face my gun. Kong Fei roared, his own heart racing. Launch a flare. Perhaps we can divert it. I've been instructed. A flare was launched from the submarine's interior, illuminating the surrounding waters. The giant catfish indeed slowed its pursuit, hesitating momentarily, but did not fall for the ruse. Instead, it continued to descend, relentlessly following the submarine. Damn it, it didn't take the bait. Bin lamented, disheartened that this tactic had failed. I have another idea. Li Liang interjected, drawing the attention of the others. We need someone to go out and distract it more provocatively. If successful, everyone else on this vessel will be safe. However, he did not finish his thought, knowing that whoever volunteered to be the bait would likely face a grim fate. Silence fell over the group, individuals instinctively retreating, unwilling to face death. I'll do it. I can swim. Li Liang stepped forward. All right, I'll accompany you. Bin suddenly laughed, displaying a carefree demeanor. I'll join as well. Lu Shannon added. Two should suffice. If possible, look out for her. Li Liang smiled at Lu Shannon, believing such matters were better suited for men. Please don't go. Yang Ying's voice trembled, yet she knew she could not deter him. Li Liang and Bin donned their diving suits, each wielding a laser gun, and proceeded into the aft compartment. Two jets of air surged from the submarine's rear, causing the giant catfish to instinctively dodge, believing it was another cannon attack. Little did it know, this time, two living humans were launched, simultaneously aiming their lasers at it. Particularly, the laser fired by Li Liang struck the creature's right eye, causing it to writhe in pain, instantly ceasing its assault. The submarine took advantage of the moment to escape, ensuring the safety of the others. Yet now, Li Liang and his companion had become the focus of the giant catfish. In the pitch-black water, visibility was non-existent, apart from the slight reassurance provided by their laser guns. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped them. Li Liang could feel the turbulent waters around him. The creature was near. Ding! The system detected that both ladies were concerned for the host's safety, enhancing their favorability and issuing a reward, night vision, enabling them to see all objects in the dark environment, usable up to 3 times. The system's unexpected announcement granted the reward without further commentary. Perfect. Li Liang smiled, activating the night vision, allowing him to see clearly. As he suspected, the giant catfish was swimming nearby, yet it hesitated to attack, inching closer, its mouth slightly ajar. Poised to bite, Li Liang held his breath, remaining still. As the distance closed, the giant catfish's mouth opened wide, aiming to swallow him whole. Li Liang raised his gun and fired a laser directly at the creature's eye. The laser struck its left eye, inflicting pain that sent the catfish tumbling in the water. Both eyes now scorched, rendering it blind. Seizing the opportunity, Li Liang unleashed several more lasers, all targeting its eyes, refusing to show mercy in this critical moment. Each beam struck true, blood flowing from the creature's wounded eyes. The giant catfish, sensing its mortality threatened by this human, abruptly turned and fled, darting away into the depths. The crisis was averted. Although Bin was unaware of the specific events that transpired, He witnessed the giant catfish's retreat and glimpsed portions of the struggle between Li Liang and the creature. Ah Bin swam over, giving Li Liang a thumbs up in admiration. The two surfaced together. You did remarkably well, Ah Bin exclaimed, removing his oxygen mask. He had already sent their coordinates, and rescue would soon arrive. Are they all safe? Li Liang inquired. Ah Bin nodded, contemplating for a moment before speaking. It seems you have a grudge against Kong Fei. That guy is a squad leader. And when you reach the fortress, if no one looks after you, life may not be easy. Li Liang understood Ah Bin's implication but remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Upon realizing that Li Liang was not easily persuaded, Ah Bin took it upon himself to suggest, I happen to know a remarkable location that you might wish to explore, though I cannot ascertain your willingness to do so. Thank you. But I would prefer to first ascertain the nature of the fortress you mentioned. Li Liang politely declined. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that the strength of the Human Survivors Alliance was far more formidable than he had initially anticipated. Aside from conventional weaponry, they possessed submarines and other significant equipment, akin to the military forces he was familiar with. Such a display of martial prowess implied a substantial backing, indirectly indicating that the number of surviving humans must be considerable, with intricate relationships woven throughout. After an hour or two, the submarine resurfaced, retrieving Li Liang and his companion, although the previous occupants of the vessel had vanished. As the submarine descended further, a luminous tunnel entrance emerged, surrounded by cannons poised to repel any external threats. Upon confirming their identities, the submarine glided into the tunnel. Continuing its journey deeper, the surroundings grew progressively brighter, revealing a pristine environment before Li Liang. Chapter 22. The Enigmatic Fortress. The submarine gradually surfaced, and Li Liang, guided by Ah Bin, stepped out. It was only then that he truly beheld the internal structure of the fortress. The area where the submarine docked resembled a vast circular pool, and the tunnel they had traversed seemed to be the sole passageway in and out of the fortress. Above, the fortress was sealed off, illuminated by numerous lights. Inside, the design resembled a miniature town filled with houses that stretched endlessly. Some structures were neatly arranged, while others appeared haphazardly assembled. The streets bustled with pedestrians, yet their expressions were notably rigid, their voices scarcely audible, and they all appeared gaunt, suggesting a lack of proper nutrition. While my friend and Captain Liu, Li Liang felt an oddity about the fortress, though he struggled to articulate it. I am uncertain of their whereabouts, but if you wish, I can assist in finding you a temporary refuge, I've been offered. Clearly reluctant to discuss Yang Ying and the others, swiftly shifting the topic, Li Liang firmly refused. I would prefer to explore the surroundings independently and familiarize myself with the environment. Ah Bin did not press further, handing him a communication device, assuring him that he could reach him whenever needed, and departed. Alone in the fortress, Li Liang wandered, noting that the majority of those he encountered were men, with women being a rare sight. If present, they were typically elderly or very young. Or had all the young women vanished? The peculiarities of the situation deepened, and Ah Bin's evasive demeanor signaled a desire to avoid extensive discussion. After parting ways, Li Liang strolled through the fortress, feeling the wary gazes of those around him, as if he were a stone cast into a tranquil pond, setting off ripples of disturbance. What was amiss with these individuals? Confounded, he attempted to engage someone in conversation, yet all recoiled, maintaining a cautious distance while closely following his movements. The atmosphere was undeniably strange. After some time, he arrived at the entrance of a bar. Although labeled as such, he suspected it might serve a different purpose, evidenced by a string of empty beer bottles hanging from the door. With hope for fortune, he stepped inside. The crowd that had followed him remained outside, peering through the glass windows at the unfolding scene. The establishment was a standalone building, its structure appearing chaotic, with some areas damaged or deformed, reminiscent of a dilapidated structure. Upon entering, he found a few individuals scattered about, the air thick with a faint scent of alcohol, aligning with his earlier conjecture. At the far end stood a bar counter, sparsely adorned with empty bottles. Are you new here? Li Liang began, but before he could finish, a portly middle-aged man with a bushy beard emerged. This is a bar, is it not? Are your eyes deceiving you? Do you not see the sign? The bearded man retorted, his irritation palpable. Since you're new, let me explain the rules. I have everything here, but nothing is free. He drummed his fingers on the bar, displaying impatience. I have no money, Li Liang replied candidly, as he had not encountered currency in this era since regaining consciousness. Laughter erupted from the patrons around him, including those peering in from outside. Are you out of your mind? Who uses money to buy anything anymore? Surely you jest. The bearded man scoffed, though his expression darkened, sensing the tension in the air. Li Liang surveyed the room. noting various signs of past altercations. This was clearly not a place for the faint of heart. At that moment, his stomach growled audibly. Having regained his senses, he felt hunger, though it typically took considerable deprivation to elicit such a sound. Huh, another starving ghost. The bearded man sneered. I have food, but you'll need to barter for it. I don't accept worthless scraps. You're from outside, so hand over everything you've got on you, and I might offer you half a bun. Li Liang quickly comprehended that this so-called bar was merely a den of bandits, intent on robbing anyone regardless of their wealth. He reached into his pockets, while the onlookers fixated on him and felt around his clothing. He withdrew his hand, revealing it empty. Nothing? The bearded man realized he had been outsmarted. I see you're courting death. He signaled to the others, who promptly rose and approached Li Liang menacingly. Without hesitation, Li Liang brandished a dagger from his waist, striking the bar counter with a forceful blow. Although the counter remained intact, a significant gash appeared, nearly reaching the bearded man. Stop! Everyone halt! The bearded man broke into a cold sweat, narrowly escaping a fatal encounter. How did he realize you possess such skill? Why didn't you say so sooner? He chuckled nervously, retreating slightly. Would you care for this dagger? Li Liang inquired with a smile, putting away the weapon as he took a seat. The bearded man, now visibly shaken, called for someone to fetch food while shooing away the onlookers outside. May I ask, what do you go by, my friend? He queried with a forced smile, maintaining a safe distance from Li Liang. Li Liang, he replied as a few meager steamed buns and a drink were brought forth. These are all we have. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. This is quite sufficient, Li Liang said, taking a bun and beginning to eat. I have a question for you, he continued. Of course, I will answer anything I know. Why are there no young women around here? As he chewed, he posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind, only to witness the bearded man's and the surrounding patrons' expressions shift dramatically. He gestured for the door to be closed. Hush! Speak softly. This is not a matter to be discussed openly. Chapter 23. The Mad Dog. A man with white hair stepped outside, tilting his head back, his face marred by a horrific scar that obscured his true age. Captain. Upon seeing him, the soldiers tensed up. He was the most deranged and ruthless squad leader within the fortress, a member of the Alliance who held no interest in promotions or women. His sole passion lay in slaughter, viewing both zombies and ordinary humans as mere prey. Gather all intelligence for me. Mad Dog, seated in the office on the first floor, began his analysis. On the first night, a substantial amount of goods had been stealthily pilfered from the warehouse without detection, and just a day later, the supplies were distributed. This was not the work of the individuals we once knew, and the time lapse suggested a lack of consensus among them. Have any new arrivals come recently? Mad Dog asked, not bothering to look back. Captain, a group of refugees arrived 2 days ago. A soldier quickly replied. Investigate their backgrounds. Ensure they're all behaving properly at the resettlement point. I want all intelligence within an hour. Mad Dog commanded. Soon, a report was delivered to his desk. He gently opened the document and, after a moment of scrutiny, his gaze lingered on a particular passage, unyielding. To have encountered that entity and still evade death, intriguing. Is this individual confirmed to have arrived at the fortress? Why is there no subsequent intel on him? Mad Dog pondered, his finger tracing the account of Li Liang. Lost in thought. Report, Captain. This individual left the port on his own. We currently have no new information on him. A soldier hurriedly responded. Search for him discreetly. Remember, do not raise any alarms. Mad Dog chuckled, lifting his pre-prepared coffee to his lips. The general wants us to resolve this case swiftly. Forget him. Act as if nothing has transpired. Mad Dog said nonchalantly, sipping his coffee. Over the next few days, the fortress, which had only recently erupted in chaos, gradually returned to a semblance of calm, as if nothing had occurred. Strange, the Alliance has not taken action. The bearded man mused while sipping beer at the bar, still riding the wave of excitement. Yet reason told him that the enemy's inaction might actually bode well for him. Supplies could be described as the lifeblood sustaining this place. They could not possibly be indifferent. The longer the silence endured, the closer the impending storm loomed. Li Liang observed the frail figures outside, lost in contemplation. Let us do it again, but this time, let us make more noise. I want to see just how much patience they possess. Li Liang remarked with a smile. After the last incident, it might be challenging to pull off. The bearded man replied, excitement mingling with a hint of trepidation. No worries, this time, we'll target the largest warehouse. Li Liang decisively proclaimed. The bearded man was momentarily rendered speechless with excitement. That night, a group stealthily infiltrated the fortress's largest warehouse, their actions mirroring those of their previous endeavor. To Li Liang's surprise, the guards had not heightened their vigilance. It was unclear whether they believed no one would dare to steal from them, or if the people of this era had become pathetically lax in their awareness of theft. They easily secured their haul. After filling several large sacks with supplies, Li Liang instructed the bearded man and the others to withdraw, then intentionally set a fire around the perimeter of the warehouse. The flames soared, instantly drawing attention. After a chaotic night, the fortress buzzed with activity once more the following day. Another day passed, and Li Liang and the bearded man were at the bar, having already arranged for others to distribute food. Suddenly, a white-haired man entered. The Alliance captain. The bearded man, startled, dropped his beer bottle to the floor. Li Liang, taken aback by the swiftness of the encounter, found himself face to face with the unexpected guest. You must be Li Liang? Mad Dog didn't even spare the bearded man a glance as he pulled up a chair, crossing his legs and regarding Li Liang with keen interest. You pilfered from the warehouse and deliberately left a message to indicate the theft. Your second attempt was even more audacious. I suspect your intentions extend beyond merely acquiring supplies. Mad Dog analyzed with a smile. How did you find this place? Simple. I used a straightforward approach. After your first theft, you distributed the goods. So I merely had to assign someone to observe who was delivering supplies to them, and the trail led me here. We're doomed. The bearded man trembled, his legs weakening as he leaned against the bar for support. Tell me, where are the women in the fortress? And my friend, where are they? Li Liang demanded loudly. Mad Dog's expression shifted slightly before he regained his composure, showing no inclination to answer. This matter has nothing to do with you. Your priority should be to figure out how to walk out of here alive. I have no patience for tossing you out to feed the zombies. That would be far too troublesome, Mad Dog declared, clapping his hands. 5 Alliance soldiers burst in, laser guns trained on Li Liang. Don't kill me. The bearded man crouched down in terror. Li Liang looked at him in exasperation, not blaming him for his cowardice. Mad Dog approached the bearded man, looming over him with a peculiar smile. He raised his right hand, a laser aimed at him, and shot, piercing his body. The bearded man collapsed to the ground. Why did you kill him? Li Liang shouted in anger, though they had not known each other long. The bearded man was of good character and did not deserve such a fate for the mere act of stealing from the Alliance. I can take his life at any moment, Mad Dog replied with a grin, showing that reasoning was irrelevant. His desire to kill sufficed. The 5 Alliance soldiers visibly trembled, shocked, yet remained silent. Let me think. Should I kill you here, or take you back? The boss despises you. Mad Dog muttered to himself as he moved closer to Li Liang. Just as Li Liang braced himself to resist, a black object was suddenly thrown in, landing on the ground. The object adhered to the surface, emitted a signal, extended several small tendrils, and stood upright, immediately locking onto its target and charging towards Mad Dog. It's a mobile bomb. One soldier recognized it. Captain, run. Soldiers began to flee desperately. Mad Dog, initially reveling in his triumph, was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Before he could react, the bomb was already crawling towards his feet. There was no time to escape. He fired his weapon, triggering the bomb with a laser. Boom! A muffled explosion resonated. Mad Dog fell to the ground, blood gushing from his right leg. Fortunate that it was not severed. I will have your life. Amidst the chaos, dust swirled in the air as Li Liang sought to take advantage of the confusion to escape when a hand suddenly grasped his shoulder. Chapter 24. The Heist. Indeed, something is amiss. Li Liang felt an increasing sense of worry for Yang Ying. The bearded man glanced outside, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before whispering. The young women here have all been taken by the Alliance to a specific location. What location? I do not know. Why would they do this? If the bearded man's claims were true, then Yang Ying and the others were being treated as prisoners, or perhaps those orchestrating these actions had other motives. Li Liang pressed for more information, but the bearded man knew little else and could provide no further intelligence. As Li Liang stood to leave, the bearded man held him back. Listen, my friend, you are new here and unaware of the situation. This place is tightly controlled. Newcomers like you must report to the Alliance side, where you can receive a bun daily to avoid starvation. However, over time, your body will weaken, and you will find yourself unable to do anything. The bearded man spoke earnestly, yet it was evident that he had not completed his thought. Casting a glance at Li Liang to gauge his reaction. So, how is it that you remain so rotund? Have you perhaps pilfered someone else's rations? Li Liang fixed his gaze upon the bearded man, contemplating a grim possibility, the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak. If that were the case, the man before him would hardly be virtuous. Do not misconstrue my words. I have not sunk so low as to steal another's buns. The bearded man hastily clarified. In truth, there exists a faction of rebels within the fortress, and I am one of them. We occasionally venture into the Alliance's storerooms to procure some supplies. And then? Li Liang remained skeptical, unconvinced that the bearded man would divulge such information without reason. I see you possess some skills as well. Why not join us? At the very least, you shall have enough to eat. Should you wish to pursue further endeavors, I can assist you in making connections. The bearded man spoke with fervor. This marked the second time since Li Liang's arrival that he had been invited to join a faction. Both Ah Bin and the bearded man raised red flags in his mind, yet the latter exuded a sense of reliability. He felt assured that no trickery lay in wait. What do you want me to do? Li Liang inquired with a hint of curiosity. I knew you were a man of valor. Tonight, we have an operation planned, targeting the Alliance's food storage. I have arranged everything. At 1 o'clock, there will be a shift change, and that shall be our opportunity. Only those with skill may partake. The bearded man briefly outlined the plan. From him, Li Liang gleaned a wealth of useful information. This fortress served as a refuge from nuclear war, housing approximately 10,000 survivors from a city, overseen by a captain of the Alliance. Under the captain, there were about a dozen combat squads, totaling no more than 100 individuals. All resources within the fortress were centralized, distributed in limited quantities, merely enough to stave off starvation, resulting in the inhabitants being physically weakened, which in turn facilitated the Alliance's governance. Originally a sanctuary, the fortress had devolved into a prison under such management, fostering numerous dissenters. The Alliance typically imprisoned those caught inciting rebellion, subsequently discarding them outside to fend for themselves. The information acquired from Lu Shin'an indicated that the Alliance would send personnel to evacuate survivors before obliterating the cities overrun by zombies. However, it appeared that this city had not yet reached such a dire fate, or perhaps some undisclosed circumstances were at play. Li Liang acquiesced to the bearded man's invitation. That very night, he stealthily accompanied the bearded man and a few others to the location of the storeroom. There were several food storages within the fortress, and the bearded man chose to target the one with the least supplies and minimal guards. The storeroom resembled a series of interconnected containers, with only a single door for entry and a skylight above large enough for a person to pass through. 2 Alliance soldiers stood guard at the door, wielding the laser guns that Ah Bin had previously provided. When they change shifts, we'll enter through the skylight. We cannot take too much if we're discovered. It will spell disaster, the bearded man said, rubbing his hands together, clearly not new to such endeavors. As the shift change approached, 2 other soldiers came to relieve their comrades, and the 4 began their handover. The bearded man nodded, signaling for action, and he was the first to climb up, moving with utmost caution to avoid making sound. Li Liang followed suit, while a few others stood guard outside. Upon reaching the skylight, the bearded man descended first, with Li Liang closely behind. The storeroom was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any lights, save for the illumination streaming through the skylight. Take what you can without making a sound. Be careful. If only we could see better, we could gather more. The bearded man lamented. Li Liang chuckled softly before activating his night vision. If we are to act, let it be with purpose. Let us stir the waters and observe how these so-called Alliance forces respond. Inside the storeroom, Li Liang ruthlessly collected supplies, stuffing them into bags, which he then passed to the bearded man to take out before bringing in more. Remarkably, despite the commotion, no noise reached the outside guards, who remained oblivious to the happenings within. It was only when the bags carried by the bearded man were filled to capacity that Li Liang deemed it time to leave. In his departure, he deliberately left behind a few traces. Triumphant, they returned to their quarters, and the bearded man nearly shouted with excitement. My friend, no, brother, you are truly remarkable. Had I not feared displeasing you, I would have rushed to embrace you. This hall surpasses anything we have achieved before. Li Liang paid little mind to the bearded man's exuberance, instead waiting to see how the Alliance would react the following day. This is monumental. Have you heard? The storeroom was raided. Is it not common for things to go missing from storerooms? No, this time the losses are severe. They claim a third of the inventory has vanished. By early the next morning, news of the theft spread like wildfire, painting the incident in exaggerated hues. The word reached every corner of the fortress, regardless of 1S status. Even more astonishingly, on the 3rd day, those who had been most oppressed unexpectedly received a portion of food. Who could have done such a thing? The crowd buzzed with speculation, the downtrodden having begun to view Li Liang and his companions as heroes. Inside the bearded man's bar, he took a hearty gulp of his drink, relishing the moment. Li Liang reclined on the sofa, nodding in satisfaction. So how does it feel now? Initially, you hesitated to distribute the spoils. How do you feel now? It feels exhilarating. This is the most gratifying day I have had here. The bearded man chuckled with a shiver of delight. In the past, any stolen goods had been shared only among his close associates, but now he felt like a true hero, a knight. Now, we must see how they respond. Li Liang scoffed. We must ascertain Yang Ying's location swiftly. Relying solely on my inquiries would be too slow. It might be more advantageous to incite them into action. Perhaps we shall find more opportunities. In the heart of the fortress, within a seemingly fortified two-story building, a dimly lit secret chamber lay upstairs. A pack of inept fools, unable to uncover even this. I will not harbor incompetence under my command. A haughty voice resonated from the chamber. Mad Dog, locate those responsible and cast them out to feed the zombies. Chapter 25, Undercurrents. Silence. Follow me. A somewhat familiar voice whispered gently behind Li Liang. He followed the figure through a back exit. Once outside, he recognized the identity of his rescuer. It was Ah Bin. What brings you here to save me? Li Liang asked. Wary. The dynamics of this fortress seemed convoluted. Everyone appeared to possess multiple identities. Ah Bin, ostensibly a member of the Alliance, had come to his aid at such a moment. Did this indicate disloyalty to the Alliance? What were his true intentions? You've done well. Ah Bin smiled, his demeanor unchanged from before. Since your arrival, you've executed two significant deeds that have stirred the waters. It would be impossible for me to remain unaware. Are you here to capture me? Li Liang took a step back, maintaining his distance. No. Ah Bin quickly raised his hand. I'm not like Mad Dog. I am no one's lapdog. I act according to my own principles. What is your relationship with the bearded man? Li Liang remained unconvinced that Ah Bin had appeared here without reason. We share a common goal. We both wish for the people here to live better lives. The difference lies in your initial distrust of me. Choosing instead to trust him, Ah Bin replied earnestly. Having spoken, Ah Bin led Li Liang further. Arriving at the location of an underground water well, he opened it and descended first. As Li Liang followed, the well cover closed automatically, and Ah Bin pressed a button, illuminating the entire passageway. Within lay an abandoned sewer, clearly modified for some purpose. Ah Bin walked ahead, occasionally noticing injured and ill individuals receiving medical attention. The number of people gradually increased, and so did the noise. These wounded and sick individuals were either injured in the rebellion against the Alliance or suffering from ailments that went untreated for various reasons. Ah Bin spoke nonchalantly, as if these matters were commonplace to him. The injured from the rebellion need not be mentioned, but why were others, who were ill, not receiving treatment from the Alliance? Li Liang felt a pang of confusion. The Alliance left him with a contradictory impression. Figures like Lu Shennan and Wang Cheng were notably righteous, willing to sacrifice themselves to save others, while Kong Fei appeared more worldly and selfish, and a Mad Dog seemed utterly devoid of principles, verging on inhumanity. How could an organization harbor such conflicting circumstances simultaneously? Treatment? Ah Bin scoffed at the notion. You've been here for several days now. This is a closed environment where resources are perpetually depleting, with no production. Medications are exceedingly scarce. It's inconceivable to waste precious supplies on those deemed without utility. In truth, the inhabitants here are merely a form of resource. Isn't the Alliance's purpose to save the surviving humanity? Li Liang inquired. Yes and yet no. Ah Bin sighed. The Alliance is rather loose-knit. I am unaware of the true state of affairs at the top. Yet here, it is the domain of a singular individual. Everything belongs to him. As they ventured deeper into the compound, they encountered guards. Brother Cheng wishes to see him. Ah Bin announced to the sentinel. The guard allowed them passage, and they proceeded inside. A man of approximately 40 to 50 years sat within, dressed quite ordinarily. Encountering him outside, Li Liang might not have given him a second glance. However, his demeanor exuded vitality, his eyes sparkling with a keen awareness that seemed to capture every movement from Li Liang. Well done, young man. Brother Cheng approached, lightly patting Li Liang's shoulder. Li Liang instinctively recoiled but held his ground. Regardless of your initial stance, your actions have demonstrated your alignment with us. We all seek to rescue those trapped here, Brother Cheng remarked with a smile. Spare me the platitudes. First, tell me where my friends are, and what has become of the women in the city. Li Liang pressed, focusing on his primary concerns. Brother Cheng fell silent for a moment. They're all regarded as resources, held under control. Resources? They are undeniably human, not mere commodities. Li Liang exclaimed. Brother Cheng replied earnestly. This is the most malevolent aspect of our situation. As I mentioned earlier, in this environment, no resources are generated. To acquire supplies, we must engage in exchanges with the outside world. And for humanity to endure, the most crucial factor is the presence of women. Ah Bin's expression turned grave as he spoke. At this juncture, Li Liang grasped the grim fate awaiting Yang Ying and the women within the fortress. They would be treated as commodities, stripped of their human dignity. Where are they? Li Liang demanded loudly. Brother Chung and Abin exchanged glances, and Brother Chung nodded. They're located in the lowest tier of the Alliance base. I once believed in the Alliance, but upon uncovering these truths, I felt compelled to rescue them. Unfortunately, I cannot do it alone. We must unite all available forces. Abin declared, clenching his fist. I was once a captain in the Alliance. Finding rebellion futile, I departed. Here, I secretly organized resistance. This fortress may well be a microcosm of our world. Humanity has devolved to this state, yet the malevolence still abound. Brother Chung lamented. Do we have a plan of action? Li Liang inquired, eager for a course forward rather than indulging in lamentation. First, let us discuss the situation within the Alliance. The commander is Chung Ming, the ruler of this fortress, a stubborn man who disregards all counsel. Yet he wields the power of the Alliance here, commanding 10 captains, 4 of whom are utterly loyal. The mad dog you just encountered is one of them. There are 2 to 3 others who harbor dissent, but it remains uncertain whether they dare to act as we do, alongside those of ambiguous stance, Abin explained. What of Lu Shinin and Kong Fei's positions? Li Liang suddenly asked. Unclear, Abin replied succinctly. This revelation astonished Li Liang. Lu Shinin was not opposing the commander. When will my friend be sent away? How long do we have? He asked, a hint of anger in his voice. There should be about 5 days left, Brother Chung informed him. I have a good grasp of their operations. They routinely dispatch a group. Based on timing, we should expect movement within 5 days at most. As for whether your friend will be among them, I cannot make any assumptions. What do you want me to do? Li Liang inquired directly. He could not abandon Yang Ying, nor could he ignore the plight of the innocent women within the fortress. Whether Brother Chung and Abin were truly as altruistic as they claimed, or if they had ulterior motives, was beyond his current consideration. You are a crucial leverage point. Your emergence has rekindled the hope for victory. You have already attracted Chung Ming's attention. If I am not mistaken, he most wishes to eliminate you. So if you can draw him out, we can dispose of him, and the Alliance's power can be redirected toward a righteous cause. Brother Chung stated with a smile. The 3 then began devising their plan. Within the fortress, a palpable tension surged, as uncertainty loomed over what would transpire, leaving everyone feeling anxious and oppressed, even breathless. Chapter 26. The Beginning. Hunger. The fortress was devoid of light, yet time was meticulously kept. A large clock stood prominently above, illuminating the space when the chimes rang during the day, while darkness enveloped it at night. On this particular day, the clock had just struck, and the fortress was suddenly aglow as a piece of news spread through the streets at breakneck speed. Supplies were tightening, and each person's rations were halved. What had initially sufficed for mere survival, barely keeping starvation at bay, was now slashed in half, inciting widespread panic. Why was this happening? The Alliance's warehouse had been robbed, suffering significant losses, and now reducing each person's rations was deemed for the greater good. Furthermore, the Alliance issued a notice. Anyone who reported the thieves would be rewarded handsomely. This single announcement thrust everyone into a state of fear, which swiftly morphed into rage. Those who had previously applauded Li Liang and his companions for their audacity in raiding the warehouse now turned their ire upon him. All the pressure abruptly fell upon Li Liang and his group. What a cunning strategy, murdering hearts while branding us as criminals. In the secret chamber, Li Liang clapped his hands, compelled to commend the mastermind behind this scheme. It was indeed a brilliant stratagem, far more intelligent than the villains from the novels he had previously read, who resorted to immediate violence. Chung Ming's tactics remain as ruthless as ever. Brother Chung banged his hand on the table, visibly agitated. Noticing Li Liang's confusion, he added, Chung Ming is the commander of the fortress. Any news from Abin? Li Liang asked. Abin served as Brother Cheng's informant embedded within the Alliance, holding the position of a small squad leader, though this squad was not part of the combat division, hence his access to information was limited. Previously, Abin had clashed with Kong Fei aboard the submarine. The latter refrained from escalating matters due to their equal ranks, as any fallout would be exceedingly troublesome. No news at all. Brother Chung expressed his concern. All channels of communication seemed to have been severed, and it appeared that the Alliance personnel were restricted in their actions. Are we ready to act? Yet, nothing transpired that day. The following 2 days mirrored this stillness. An oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere, increasingly hinting at an impending upheaval. Hunger was the most visceral sensation. Gradually, one could witness individuals collapsing from starvation on the streets, with the frail becoming increasingly vulnerable to acts of theft. Even meager rations that sustained life could not be safeguarded. If this continues, it is certain that death from hunger will ensue. On the fourth day, the Alliance issued a formal announcement, proclaiming that anyone who reports a rebel would receive double the food reward. That very day, someone was apprehended due to a report. Cheng-gu felt the pressure mounting. At this rate, he would not be able to endure for long. I have a plan. Li Liang, fully aware of the situation, directly shared his thoughts with Cheng-gu. That day, explosive news broke. The thief who plundered the warehouse had turned himself in. Mad Dog, accompanied by a squad of Alliance members, escorted Li Liang through the streets. Dare to oppose me, will you? Mad Dog approached Li Liang from behind, raising his leg to deliver a kick to his back. Li Liang stumbled slightly, but did not fall. The blow was inconsequential and did not harm him. He remained silent, indifferent to Mad Dog, and continued walking forward. The group swiftly reached the Alliance's base. The boss wants to see you. Behave. Mad Dog added shackles to Li Liang's hands and feet before leading him inside to the second floor. The second floor resonated with music reminiscent of classical melodies, creating a soothing atmosphere. However, at that moment, Li Liang had no inclination to appreciate the music. He's here. A seemingly youthful man waved his hands, appearing to dance in rhythm, his eyes closed as if lost in his own world. Boss, once you hand him over to me, I will make him wish he were never born until he reveals everything he stole from us. Mad Dog declared with a grin, his gaze at Li Liang brimming with malice. Foolishness. The food has already been distributed. Do you expect to extract it from the bellies of those scoundrels? Cheng Ming chided, waving his hand to signal Mad Dog to leave. Reluctantly, Mad Dog complied, stepping out to wait in the corridor. Are you Li Liang? Cheng Ming inquired, approaching a machine and pressing a button that halted the music. He walked over to Li Liang, scrutinizing him as if appraising a commodity. I actually admire you. You possess both courage and cunning, unlike those vermin who only engage in petty skirmishes, lacking any worth that would warrant my attention. You are ruthless enough to let everyone starve without a second thought, aren't you? Cheng Ming neither confirmed nor denied this. The Alliance warriors, I know, are not scoundrels like you. Li Liang recalled Wang Cheng, the young man who sacrificed himself to save his comrades. You do not understand the Alliance, or perhaps you understand far too little. The survivors banded together to form the Alliance in order to endure. There are many hidden truths of which you remain unaware. Cheng Ming continued, look at me now. I live comfortably within this fortress. As long as nothing unforeseen occurs, I can lead a carefree life, indulging in my desires. You consider others mere slaves. I have encountered many like you, and none have met a favorable end. Li Liang retorted vehemently. Think what you will. Here, I am everything. The only reason I am not killing you yet is that you still possess some utility. Cheng Ming spoke slowly, his eyes betraying a glimmer of greed. Yang Ying, I have a fondness for her, yet she stubbornly refuses to submit to me. Thus I require your assistance. If you dare to harm her, I will take your life. Li Liang shouted. Originally, I intended for you to persuade her for me, but it appears that is no longer necessary. I have devised a new plan, to force her to choose between your life and her submission to me. Should she disobey, I will kill you. Cheng Ming proclaimed smugly, akin to a gamer controlling every aspect of the game. You bastard. Li Liang attempted to strike the man before him, but his hands and feet were tightly bound, rendering him immobile. After struggling briefly, he collapsed onto the ground. Take him to see the woman. Let her understand that if she does not comply, this man will not survive. Cheng Ming commanded. Mad Dog entered, dragging Li Liang out. The first floor resembled a vast prison, with numerous women's voices echoing from below, indicating further construction beneath. Li Liang was brought before a sparsely furnished room enclosed by iron bars. Yang Ying sat inside. You beasts, let me out. Yang Ying shouted upon seeing Mad Dog, then rushed to Li Liang's side upon noticing him sprawled on the floor. Are you all right? They both spoke simultaneously. Li Liang smiled at Yang Ying, reassured that she appeared uninjured. You can still smile at a time like this. You must be out of your mind. Yang Ying scolded, though her tone was gentle. We must have misunderstood the Alliance. Or perhaps these individuals are simply the dregs of the Alliance, thoroughly corrupt. Li Liang remarked with a smile. You fool. What are you saying? Mad Dog kicked at Li Liang. Unfazed, Li Liang continued. Rest assured, I will rescue you. Yang Ying gazed at Li Liang, despite his nonsensical words. They somehow brought her comfort and reassurance, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Ding. The first beauty has developed a modicum of affection for the host. A grand gift package has been bestowed. Chapter 27. Disciplinary Action. What? A grand gift package? Li Liang was taken aback. He anticipated the system to be so generous at such a moment. Or perhaps he never expected Yang Ying to harbor feelings for him, which left him feeling somewhat bashful about staring at her. Enough. The boss instructed me to inform you. Either you comply and follow him obediently, or this man is as good as dead. Mad Dog, uninterested in the dramatics, barked, then yanked Li Liang away. Remember my words. I will definitely rescue you. Li Liang shouted loudly, this time with the resolve that he could fulfill. System, what treasures lie within the grand gift package? Li Liang inquired excitedly. One body enhancement, granting temporary invincibility against knives and bullets. Scorching heat, a one-time skill that concentrates heat into your hands, capable of melting steel. 800 meters of directed movement, with the ability to carry another person. The system delivered 3 rewards in rapid succession. Ha, this is fantastic. Li Liang couldn't help but laugh. Mad Dog regarded him with curiosity, pondering whether this man might indeed be out of his mind. The day after Li Liang's surrender, the Alliance released an announcement, stating that in light of the severity of his offenses, a public disciplinary action would be executed against him the following day, at the harbor where the submarine had previously docked. Disciplinary action for the inhabitants of the fortress. Such events were not uncommon. During Cheng Ming's initial rise to power, such reprimands occurred with some frequency. Yet this time, the subject of the disciplinary action was Li Liang, the former benefactor who had generously distributed food, but had also led to a reduction in rations for the masses. The populace held a complex sentiment regarding this matter. Undoubtedly, this disciplinary action would capture everyone's attention. Time passed swiftly, and the chimes of the following day rang out as expected. In fact, long before the bells tolled, many had already arrived at the harbor to secure advantageous positions. Some even occupied prime spots only to resell them at inflated prices, engaging in a scalping business. It seemed that Li Liang himself had not anticipated that his demise would provoke such a significant response. The Alliance mobilized all available personnel to the harbor, determined to ensure the operation proceeded flawlessly. On the second-floor balcony of the Alliance's stronghold, Cheng Ming stood beside Yang Ying, observing the bustling scene below. While Yang Ying's hands were gently restrained, the redness at her wrists revealing her earlier struggles. Your friend, or the one in whom you have placed your hopes, stands at a critical juncture. Cheng Ming gestures toward Li Liang in the distance, suggesting that should you reconsider, he might contemplate sparing his life. Yang Ying resolutely replies, he will not easily succumb. Cheng Ming responds with a cold, silent sneer. Captain, why are we fully armed, clutching our firearms, yet wearing expressions of doubt? Silence. Kong Fei raises his cup once more, this time draining it. The duty of a soldier is to obey orders, not to question their validity. Egu remains silent, bowing his head. Kong Fei surveys the surroundings, his gaze finally resting on Lu Shenin, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. This tenacious woman. Upon returning to the fortress, Lu Shenin faces the brutal reality of her team's complete sacrifice and must make a choice. Either reorganize the squad or join another team as a mere member. Kong Fei extends an olive branch to her first, only to be met with her polite refusal. Lu Shenin makes an unexpected decision. She retains her position as captain, yet her squad consists solely of herself. This signifies that she will bear the entirety of the squad's tasks and responsibilities alone. Though arduous, it showcases her resilience and determination. Lu Shenin's expression remains relaxed, as though the events of the day bear no relation to her. She merely needs to stand her post, as usual. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the weapon she carries today is nearly a standard configuration, her entire being equipped for the task at hand. Time swiftly approaches. Li Liang is gently assisted out, where a makeshift podium has been prepared in advance. Rest assured, once you have endured your punishment, we will ensure your remains are treated with the utmost respect and will not allow them to suffer any indignity, whispers the Mad Dog beside Li Liang, overseeing the execution of this punishment, never straying far from his side. At this moment, Li Liang stands with his hands bound behind his back, the ropes gently restraining him, rendering him unable to move freely. As the crowd catches sight of Li Liang, a cacophony of noise erupts. Please, everyone quiet down, the Mad Dog bellows. This individual has unlawfully appropriated the communal resources, resulting in food shortages for all, violating the Alliance's regulations, and must face the appropriate punishment here. Does anyone oppose? The Mad Dog inquires loudly, fully aware that no one dares to dissent, yet such a ceremony invariably bolsters his sense of authority, allowing him to feel the most significant person within the fortress. I object. To everyone's surprise, a voice rises from the crowd in vehement opposition. Chenggu steps forward, donning the tattered uniform of an Alliance captain, as if it has weathered countless battles. Damn it, it's you. The Mad Dog recognizes Chenggu, but refrains from uttering his name directly, fearful of inciting Cheng Ming's wrath from behind. Humph, he should not be subjected to such treatment. It is you who ought to be punished, you traitor Cheng Ming. Cheng Gu proclaims, the Alliance's mission is to protect survivors and strive for the collective survival. However, since Cheng Ming seized control of the fortress, he has transformed it into a personal domain, ruthlessly exploiting and enslaving everyone. The distribution of food within the fortress is dictated solely by Cheng Ming, and women have been treated as mere bargaining chips. Do you all wish to continue living under such conditions? Cheng Gu passionately asserts. Take him away. The Mad Dog commands, encouraged by Cheng Ji's words. The crowd begins to stir restlessly. Alliance soldiers attempt to advance and apprehend Cheng Gu, only to be intercepted by a live figure. Lu team leader, what are you doing? Lu Xinnan stands protectively in front of Cheng Gu, offering a slight smile. I believe he speaks the truth, and therefore, you cannot take him away. Xinnan, thank you. Cheng Gu nods appreciatively. It is indeed no small feat to stand up at this moment. Lu Xinnan, as the captain of an alliance squad, is openly betraying the alliance, and according to the law, must be punished. Cheng Ming states expressionlessly, his grip tightening on the armrest of his chair. Absurd, everyone rise to resist this tyrant. Cheng Gu shouts, his supporters pouring in from all directions, surrounding the harbor. The disparity in strength is palpable, as evidenced by their weaponry. Cheng Ji's followers wield arms that are largely damaged, as if scavenged from battlefields. Naive, do you truly believe you can win? Cheng Ming scoffs. At that moment, ripples suddenly disturb the water's surface in the harbor, shattering the unnatural calm. Chapter 28. Capture. An iron warship emerges directly from beneath the water, its cannons trained on the Alliance base. Prepare to fire at will. Cheng Ming, surrender. Abin shouts from the ark, his voice echoing throughout the fortress. Well done. Li Liang applauds, for his plan is to incite a direct confrontation between the two sides. Though the odds are unequal, uniting all within the fortress would turn the tide. And the ark serves as a beacon of hope for all. The majority of those in the fortress were brought in by the ark, and, subconsciously, they harbor trust and allegiance towards it. Abin's call proves effective as the crowd begins to murmur. Those who had initially refrained from resistance or hidden away now begin to rise in defiance. Cheng Ji's supporters have inadvertently gained the upper hand in morale. Damn it! The Mad Dog continues to shout, but after only a few exclamations, he is struck from behind by a heavy punch, collapsing to the ground in pain. You! How dare you! Upon recognizing his assailant, fury contorts his face. Heh, I'll let my hand slip, my apologies. Kong Fei, gun in hand and a cigarette dangling from his lips, takes a puff, grinning broadly, yet his weapon remains pointed at the Mad Dog, his finger teasingly brushing the trigger. The Mad Dog, intimidated, immediately falls silent. Go assist Lu team leader. Kong Fei softly instructs. He Gu rushes to Lu Xinnan's side, weapon drawn, standing firm against the other Alliance soldiers. More and more Alliance soldiers defect, aligning themselves with Lu Xinnan. Do not mess this up. I cannot afford to lose this round. Kong Fei mutters under his breath. The situation descends into chaos, yet large-scale fighting does not ensue, as neither side desires significant casualties. Clang, clang, clang. Copper walls rapidly rise around the Alliance base, encasing it like a miniature fortified city. If you dare, fire your cannons. The artillery will obliterate the entire fortress. If that occurs, I will be the last to perish, while the rest become mere fodder. Think carefully. Cheng Ming cries out in a fit of hysteria within the base. He is acutely aware of his precarious position, yet he cannot afford to lose, nor does he dare venture outside. He cannot bear to imagine the dire consequences should he be captured. He regrets his arrogance. How splendid it would have been to eliminate these individuals in one fell swoop. Yet now, it is far too late to lament. Despicable. He seeks to drag everyone down with him. The crowd erupts in fury. Cheng Ming's actions igniting a conflagration of anger akin to a spark falling into gasoline. The Alliance soldiers, who had previously hesitated, abandoned their resistance. Even those unwilling to join Lu Xinnan and Cheng Gu in defiance will no longer assist Cheng Ming. You are finished. Surrender. Yang Ying states coldly. Silence. Do you think this is the end? You underestimate me. Cheng Ming's face contorts with rage, for the current situation has indeed surpassed his expectations. Can you hide here for the rest of your life? Yang Ying gazes disdainfully at Cheng Ming. If you possess even a shred of humanity, confess. It would spare everyone some cost. Slap. A resounding slap lands on Yang Ying's face, sending her sprawling to the ground, blood trickling from her lips. This scene does not escape Li Liang's notice from afar. Damn it! Li Liang activates his skill, teleporting directionally within 800 meters. transforming into a streak of light that swiftly reaches Yang Ying's side. He refrained from acting immediately, as the situation remained unclear. Rescuing Yang Ying could lead to immediate encirclement. However, upon witnessing her injury, he can wait no longer. Let's go. Without a word, Li Liang strides forward to lift Yang Ying, intending to carry her away. No, do not concern yourself with me. If you possess the means to arrive here, then surely you can find a way to leave. Take him with you. And thus everything will come to an end. Yang Ying resolutely rejected Li Liang's offer of assistance. She was not taken aback by Li Liang's sudden appearance, as she had encountered him once before and had formed certain suspicions, which prompted her to utter such words. Cheng Ming had already drawn a laser gun, intent on eliminating Li Liang, but upon hearing Yang Ying's words, he faltered, his hand trembling in shock, failing to react. Li Liang, undeterred, advanced towards Cheng Ming. Do not approach. Cheng Ming raised the laser gun, the muzzle beginning to shimmer ominously. Li Liang's hands began to glow red as he invoked his fiery ability, melting the handcuffs and freeing his wrists. A beam of laser shot towards him. He raised his hands, and the laser struck the handcuffs, creating a shallow indentation. How could this be? Cheng Ming was astonished that Li Liang could break free from the handcuffs, fortuitously using them to deflect a shot. All of this transpired in a matter of seconds, and by the time he realized what had happened, Li Liang was already at his side. No, Cheng Ming wailed, attempting to retaliate, but Li Liang had already lifted him off the ground. With a mighty leap, Li Liang took Cheng Ming and soared outwards, landing outside the compound. Cheng Ming, who had intended to retreat like a turtle, found that option no longer available. Captain, an Alliance soldier attempted to rush forward to rescue Cheng Ming, but was restrained by others. No one was willing to aid him any longer. With this turn of events, the previously resisting Alliance forces laid down their weapons. As their commander had been captured, continuing the fight had become meaningless. The entire sequence was somewhat theatrical, transitioning from confrontation to struggle, and now settling into a state of calm, with no fatalities, merely some collisions and injuries. Scoundrels, you wretched fools! Cheng Ming shouted, glaring at the Alliance soldiers who had abandoned him. Those who met his gaze looked down in shame, not out of remorse for him, but rather because they perceived Cheng Ming as utterly disgraceful. Li Liang dragged Cheng Ming before Chenggu and Lu Shenan. Thank you, hero, Chenggu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. If it were not for your decisiveness and strategy, we would still be at the mercy of this beast. Thank you. Lu Shenan's demeanor brightened significantly upon seeing Li Liang, entirely unlike her earlier battle-ready self. Li Liang truly represented a turning point in the entire affair. Cheng Ming, you have lost. Confess your crimes, for there are many matters you need to clarify. Chenggu addressed Cheng Ming, his earlier exhilaration replaced by gravity that indicated deeper considerations. Huh, do you think I will meet my ends so easily? Cheng Ming sat on the ground, laughing maniacally, shouting toward the Ark, why don't you hurry up and act? No sooner had he spoken than a cannon from the Ark was launched, crashing down onto a building in the port, instantly reducing it to ashes. A massive shockwave surged forth, causing many to fall to the ground. However, this was merely the beginning. Chapter 29. The Mercenaries, the Lei siblings. The cannon fodder fell like meteors, wreaking havoc across the fortress, with destroyed buildings and flames blanketing the area. Casualties mounted and laments filled the air. Abin, what are you doing? Stop, you must stop. Chenggu shouted into the communicator. If this continues, the entire fortress will be obliterated. Ha, see? This is the fate of those who resist me. Cheng Ming's eyes burned with madness as he shouted, nearly dancing in his frenzy. What in the world have you done? Li Liang seized Cheng Ming, delivering a powerful punch. This madman seeks to drag everyone down with him. Huh, are you looking for this man? A woman's voice crackled over the communicator. Her tone was sharp, and it seemed she could alter her voice, creating an unsettling discomfort. Chenggu escaped quickly. Bin's weak voice came through the communicator, each word seemingly drawn from the last remnants of his strength. Who are you? What have you done to Bin? Chenggu's realization dawned that something was terribly wrong. Bin was in peril. At this moment, the Ark had ceased its bombardment, with nearly half of the fortress already destroyed. This fool is utterly useless. He has already expired. The woman's voice echoed again through the communicator, inciting a furious tremor in Cheng Ji's hands. Release that man, or we shall annihilate this place. Upon her words, the cannons on the Ark shifted slightly, assuming a posture of readiness without firing. Simultaneously, a dark object swiftly approached the port over the water. Upon reaching the shore, it revealed a man clad in black armor and a helmet obscuring his face. Ha ha, In critical moments, it is still the mercenaries we can rely on. Cheng Ming laughed triumphantly. Release me, or everyone here will perish. You actually summoned mercenaries for assistance. Cheng Gu glared at Cheng Ming, his bloodshot eyes filled with disbelief. When did they board the ark? Let me go, or everyone here will die. Cheng Ming repeated frantically, you have forced my hand. I am offering you a chance for survival. Let me depart, and I shall not instigate further attacks. Yet before he could finish, he felt a chilling sensation at his throat. Li Liang held a dagger against Cheng Ming's neck, the blade barely breaking the skin, poised to sever his artery with the slightest exertion. Release them, or I shall take your life, Li Liang declared, increasing the pressure of the blade. Do you truly believe I would trust you? Cheng Ming refused to yield. Shall I lend a hand? The man standing approached Li Liang and Cheng Ming. One more step, and I shall take his life. Li Liang pressed the dagger harder, blood trickling from Cheng Ming's neck. Lei Hu, stop. Are you attempting to kill me? Cheng Ming cried out, acutely aware of Li Liang's murderous intent. Fine, but you did not allow me to save you. Lei Hu halted, though his demeanor remained arrogant, indifferent to Cheng Ming's plight. At that moment, a figure soared into the air, causing a gust that pushed everyone back. Enough of this farce. It is time to depart. It was the man Li Liang had encountered earlier, Huang Yuanzhuai. You are here as well, Li Liang and Lei Hu exclaimed in unison. Mission accomplished. I intended to rest here for a few days, but I stumbled upon a splendid show. It is time for me to leave. Your affairs do not concern me. Huang Yuanzhuai activated the device on his back, propelling himself upward, clearly indicating his stance. I need to take a submarine out of here. Huang Yuanzhuai casually remarked to Lei Hu, disregarding whether he received a response, and fell silent. All right, Lei Hu readily agreed. After speaking, Lei Hu approached Cheng Ming without regard for his life, stating, I will take this man with me, if you do not allow it. I am unperturbed to take a corpse instead, but should it come to that, I will not hesitate to destroy this place. Li Liang and Lei Hu stood in impasse, with Lei Hu showing no sign of retreat. Li Liang gripped his dagger tightly, but refrained from taking action. I can allow you to take him, but under one condition. I must accompany you to ensure your departure. Then I shall release him. Li Liang shouted, presenting his final condition. No, you cannot go. Lu Xinan objected. This is tantamount to a one-way trip. Fine. If you're unafraid, then come. Lei Hu was evidently taken aback by Li Liang's request. With a swift gesture, a black device descended to the surface and instantly unfurled like a carpet. You too. Get on, he commanded, before striding towards the dock and plunging into the water. Swimming towards the Arkansas, don't go. Lu Xinan attempted to intervene, but Li Liang had already hoisted Cheng Ming to the water's edge. It's fine, don't worry. Li Liang chuckled, uncertain whether he was reassuring her or deceiving himself. Lu Xinan wished to say more, yet found herself at a loss for words. If we don't go, the ark will continue firing, and everyone here will perish. If we do go, Li Liang is immersed in peril, his survival uncertain. Ding! The system's voice echoed again. The second beauty has developed a slight affection for the host, granting a special gift. It seems I'm not the only one in dire straits. Li Liang chuckled. The special gifts were as follows. First, 30 minutes of unrestricted movement in water. Second, 1 instance of mental control. Third, a restoration of 60 of his attractiveness. Li Liang and Cheng Ming simultaneously stepped onto the black device, which swiftly transported them to the side of the Arkansas. It appeared that rescuing beauties had its advantages. Who said relying on women was disgraceful? Bring me more beauties, Li Liang thought, unable to suppress a grin. Upon entering the ark, he was greeted by a pungent scent of blood. Inside the cabin, several corpses lay scattered across the floor, blood splattered everywhere. A voluptuous woman clad in black strolled within, seemingly dancing, utterly indifferent to the macabre atmosphere. Are you the man who voluntarily sought a death wish? Lei Yu remarked with a smile, her voice less shrill than before, yet still unsettling. The man up there, hurry down, we detest waiting. She shouted towards the exterior. Huang Yuanzhuai dropped down beside Li Liang, casting a glance at him without uttering a word, maintaining a distance from the Lei siblings. The ark sealed its doors and descended, entering a tunnel as it ventured outward. Now you can release me. Cheng Ming gritted his teeth, harboring intense resentment towards Li Liang, yet daring not to erupt. Not yet. If I let you go, I fear for my own survival. Li Liang chuckled, not foolish enough to comply. Young man, tell me, are you not more entertaining than the previous individuals? Lei Yu jest, having mysteriously pressed herself against Li Liang's back, extending her tongue as if to savor his scent. You're acting strangely, Lei Yu exclaimed suddenly. Chapter 30, Unending Troubles. How can you possibly carry the scent of a zombie? She licked her tongue, confirming her suspicions. Li Liang, taken aback, wondered when she had crept up behind him. He hastily attempted to sidestep, intent on shaking her off, but Lei Yu clung to him as if glued, no matter how he maneuvered. Does this fellow harbor some secret? Lei Hu, who was manipulating the ark, became intrigued upon hearing Lei Yu's words. He immediately set the program and approached Li Liang. Only then did Li Liang discern Lei Hu's visage, marred by several gruesome scars, exuding an aura of menace, evidently a product of numerous battles. First, find a way to rescue me. Cheng Ming, observing the actions of the Lei siblings, felt a flicker of hope and exclaimed, I paid a hefty sum for your assistance. Now that I am injured, will you not act? The Lei siblings merely smiled, ignoring Cheng Ming. Money cannot buy life. This truth is universally acknowledged. In times like these, strength speaks volumes. Release him, and allow me to examine you thoroughly. Let us see what treasures you possess. Lei Yu whispered, her lips brushing against Li Liang's ear. Her voice a siren's song that echoed in his mind, causing his grip to loosen involuntarily. No, Li Liang bit his tongue to regain composure, feigning compliance with Lei Yu's request as he gently relaxed his hold. The Lei siblings exchanged disdainful glances. Yet suddenly, their expressions shifted as a knife lunged towards Lei Yu from behind. Damn it! Lei Yu retreated a few steps, distancing herself from Li Liang to evade the blade. After forcing Lei Yu back, Li Liang clutched Cheng Ming tightly. Recognizing the value of this human shield, he could not afford to relinquish it easily. To dare threaten my sister. Very well, you have successfully ignited my murderous intent, Lei Hu declared, advancing towards Li Liang as his body became enveloped in a dark, protective suit resembling a black astronaut. Brother, do not kill him. Let us torment him slowly. Lei Yu's suit activated as well, rendering her nearly translucent. Unless scrutinized closely, she was nearly invisible. The siblings prepared to ambush Li Liang from either side. Are you not afraid? I will slay him. Li Liang threatened, clutching Cheng Ming. Our agreement only ensured his safety within the fortress. Now that we have departed, the contract is fulfilled, and his fate is of no concern to me. Lei Hu stated bluntly. How can you treat me this way? Cheng Ming's face drained of color upon hearing this, realizing he had been so easily abandoned. I can offer you more, just ensure my survival. Yet his pleas elicited no response. Lei Yu charged at Li Liang, wielding a laser knife in each hand, their ethereal forms leaving trails of light as she sprinted. Realizing she was closing in, Li Liang had no choice but to discard Cheng Ming and turn to confront Lei Yu. Clash! The daggers met, creating a shower of sparks. Lei Yu was nimble, alternating her strikes with relentless precision, and Li Liang began to falter. Engaging a professional assassin only grew more perilous with each passing moment. Lei Hu, seeing Li Liang embroiled in combat with Lei Yu, disregarded the fallen Cheng Ming and lunged at Li Liang. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Lei Hu collided not with Li Liang, but with an unseen barrier, stumbling back. An air shield, Lei Hu deduced, glaring at Huang Yuanzhuai. You promised not to intervene, yet you dare to break your word. Huang Yuanzhuai stood resolutely, his device having activated unbeknownst to him, resembling a pair of wings, emitting powerful gusts that formed the barrier against Lei Hu. I have not broken my promise. I vowed not to strike within the fortress. Here, however, my actions are dictated by my mood. Huang Yuanzhuai grinned, unfazed by Lei Hu's menacing demeanor. I hold no desire for conflict with you, but witnessing you two bully him alone is intolerable. What? Lei Hu had not anticipated Huang Yuanshui's sudden intervention, seemingly wary of his capabilities, thus refraining from attacking immediately. Meanwhile, Li Liang and Lei Yu continued their skirmish, while Lei Hu and Huang Yuanzhuai circled each other warily, and Cheng Ming lay bleeding on the floor. Hud, hud, hud. A series of dull sounds echoed from the sides and below the Arkansas. It felt as if the vessel were under assault, causing it to shudder violently, leaving its occupants struggling to maintain their footing and halting their conflicts. What is happening? Lei Hu rushed to the control room, activating the monitors, revealing several projections. Below and to the sides of the Ark, unidentified objects were colliding with it, evidently targeting the Ark deliberately, closely trailing it and occasionally striking, yet refraining from launching a full-scale attack. I shall see who dares to trouble me. Lei Hu manipulated the controls as the Ark's searchlights blazed to life. At that moment, the onlookers finally discerned that the entity continuously colliding with the Ark was none other than 3 colossal zombie catfish. Among them, one catfish bore the marks of a previous injury inflicted by Li Liang himself. This creature, unbeknownst to how it had procured 2 companions, was now closely trailing the Arkansas. What intentions did these zombie catfish harbor? Huang Yuanzhuai was taken aback, typically soaring through the skies. He had scant knowledge of underwater affairs and lacked any experience battling such grotesque beings. Suddenly, a resonant thud echoed from beneath the ark, jolting the entire submarine upward. These creatures seemed intent on propelling the vessel to the surface, thereby incapacitating our mobility. Damn it, what a troublesome adversary. At this juncture, Lehu had unraveled the creature's scheme and swiftly maneuvered the ark to accelerate its advance. Yet even at full speed, the ark could not shake off the relentless pursuit of the zombie catfish. Fire the cannons with all your might. Lehu bellowed in frustration, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire. The projectiles shot forth like meteors, illuminating the riverbed. However, their effectiveness was severely diminished underwater, and the agile catfish deftly evaded the attacks, rendering them futile. Enough with the cannon fire. Conserve our energy. Li Liang shouted at Lei, who, acutely aware that the ark's movements were slowing. A sure sign of depleting energy reserves. If they ran out, they would be sitting ducks. You dare shout at me, brother? Lei Yu cursed, ready to retaliate, but was halted by Lei Hu. Do you have a plan? Lei Hu, who had been diligently piloting the ark, possessed a clearer understanding of their perilous situation. Continuing to expend resources in this manner would only exacerbate the danger. While he himself was not overly concerned, having activated a protective mechanism that rendered him impervious to the catfish, Lei Yu's fate was far more precarious. I will divert their attention, but under one condition. You must hand him over to me. Chapter 31. A skill turned the tide. Li Liang pointed decisively at Cheng Ming, who nearly fainted from shock. Are you out of your mind? If you want to go to your death, don't drag me along. Cheng Ming retorted vehemently, incredulous that anyone would willingly lure the zombie catfish away. He would rather perish at the hands of humans than be devoured by those monstrous fish. A sense of dread, more terrifying than death itself, gripped Cheng Ming's heart. Ha! In contrast to Cheng Ming's fury, Lei Hu suddenly chuckled, a sound discordant with his usual demeanor. Even Lei Yu was taken aback. She couldn't recall the last time her brother had laughed. If you weren't bold enough to take such risks, you'd truly be out of your mind, Lei Hu remarked, his expression turning somewhat scornful. He had no desire to divert the three catfish himself. Don't go. It's a death sentence. Huang Yuanzhuai interjected, his instincts screaming that venturing out meant certain doom. Thank you for the warning. Li Liang nodded at Huang Yuanzhuai, appreciating his intervention to stop Lei Hu earlier. In life or death situations, one's true reliability is revealed. I've made my conditions clear. Make your decision swiftly, Li Liang urged Lei Hu. Lei Hu scrutinized Li Liang for a few moments before nodding. If we're destined to die, we might as well take a gamble. At least I won't have to do it myself. He removed his mask and locked eyes with Li Liang. If you truly assist us in escaping, regardless of your fate, I shall respect you as a true man. That's inconsequential, but you must ensure that you two do not conspire against him. Li Liang stipulated. Haha, rest assured. I'm not afraid of these two. Huang Yuanzhuai replied nonchalantly, a smirk on his face. Lei Hu remained silent, not disputing the matter. After all, those capable of becoming mercenaries surely possess their own means of survival. Deal. Let us proceed. The ark unleashed several more cannonballs, pushing back the three zombie catfish. Li Liang then emerged from the escape hatch, accompanied by Cheng Ming, who was tethered by a long rope. Cheng Ming donned an oxygen mask and carried a tank, while Li Liang did not. He had activated his ability to maneuver underwater, allowing him free movement for half an hour without hindrance. Lei Hu and the others were not surprised by Li Liang's proposal. He undoubtedly had his own hidden cards and secrets, but they were no longer concerned. Their only desire was to escape swiftly. Hello, Li Liang called out to the zombie catfish he had previously injured. The catfish, which had been pursuing the ark, abruptly halted, turning to regard Li Liang. Instantly recognizing him, it surged toward him without hesitation, while the other two catfish followed suit. The trio of zombie catfish lunged at Li Liang and Cheng Ming, their gaping maws threatening to consume them whole. Two mere morsels among them. Cheng Ming, paralyzed with terror, fainted, frothing at the mouth. Come on, I was hoping you would come. Li Liang scoffed, swiftly maneuvering in the opposite direction of the ark, moving with such speed that it resembled flying rather than swimming. This guy truly possesses remarkable skills, Huang Yuanzhuai mused, observing Li Liang's movements on the screen. Yet, his expression remained grim. Despite Li Liang's rapid propulsion, he believed the odds of surviving the jaws of the three zombie catfish were perpetually zero. What intriguing man. It's a pity I can't play with him. Lei Yu lamented, a sudden thought striking her. Brother, the man I seek in the future must be like this. Lei Hu said nothing, focusing intently on piloting the ark at full speed. After today, whether Li Liang would even exist was uncertain, so there was no need to remember him or waste time contemplating his fate. Meanwhile, Li Liang, having established sufficient distance from the zombie catfish, slowed his speed, awaiting their approach. It seems there is still one skill I have yet to employ. A mischievous smile crept across Li Liang's lips as he pondered the potential effects of unleashing this skill. The three zombie catfish soon drew near. Li Liang directed his focus toward the injured catfish, employing his mind control ability. Instantly, the once hostile creature redirected its aggression and began to attack its companions. The nearest catfish, unable to evade in time, collided violently, sustaining a grievous wound that exposed its internal organs, muddying the surrounding waters. The injured zombie catfish struggled momentarily before ceasing all movement. The third catfish, seemingly provoked, lost its former composure and engaged in a fierce battle with the catfish under Li Liang's influence. The water's surface erupted with tumultuous waves, accompanied by a flurry of bubbles that exuded an unsettling aura. Within the ark, Li Liang's figure vanished from the projection, leaving only a hazy, crimson glow. He is likely in grave peril, Huang Yuan's Huai sighed, lamenting the situation before falling silent. The entirety of the ark quickly disappeared into the vast darkness. The two battling zombie catfish ultimately exhausted themselves, falling lifelessly into the depths. Li Liang released a sigh of relief, grateful to have escaped this calamity and turned the tide of the encounter. Amidst the crimson mist, remnants of debris lay scattered, enticing aquatic creatures to investigate. Li Liang intended to depart swiftly, yet not far off, he spotted a figure floating uncertainly in the water. He hastened toward it, praying for the safety of the individual. Upon reaching the figure, he discovered it was a young girl, around 10 years old, clad in red garments, her eyes closed as if in slumber, her long hair flowing gracefully with the currents. It may be the unfortunate demise of a child. I shall take her back and bury her, lest she be consumed by the creatures lurking in the water. Li Liang reached out to grasp the little girl, only to feel a pulse and heartbeat. Is she still alive? Li Liang was taken aback. Though he was uncertain how she had survived, the immediate priority was to return her to the fortress. Cradling the little girl in his arms, he tugged on the rope connected to Chengming behind him and swiftly made his way towards the fortress. Unbeknownst to him, the girl nestled in his embrace had slightly opened her eyes, which were filled with a crimson hue, after casting a fleeting glance at Li Liang. She gently closed them once more, as if nothing had transpired. Li Liang soon returned to the fortress. As he emerged from the water, the sight that greeted him nearly led him to believe he had wandered into the wrong place. The interior of the fortress, previously ravaged by the ark's assault, was now utterly unrecognizable, bearing the scars of conflict, with scarcely a single structure left intact. The ground was littered with corpses. Nearly every 2 steps revealed a body, marred by wounds as if carved by a sharp blade, and many of the fallen were Alliance soldiers. A fierce battle had undoubtedly unfolded here, and it appeared that the Alliance had suffered a complete defeat. Near the location of the Alliance base, Li Liang discovered Cheng Ji's corpse, his eyes wide with fury. He must have been filled with rage and bitterness in his final moments. You actually managed to return? A familiar voice echoed from the ruins. Chapter 32, Black Claw. Who? Li Liang untied the rope binding Chengming and approached with the little girl in his arms. Amidst the shattered remnants, the air was thick with the scent of blood. Kong Fei lay behind a crumbled wall, his left leg having been obliterated at some point, his body stained with darkened blood, while his right hand clutched a laser gun, its barrel warped from excessive heat. His gaze was somewhat vacant, and he struggled to breathe, as if each inhalation was a laborious task. What on earth transpired? Li Liang hastened to his side, wishing to assist Kong Fei in rising, but fearing he might exacerbate his injuries. Black Claw. Kong Fei gritted his teeth. Those scoundrels are far too powerful. We were unable to withstand them. Forgive me, they are all dead. Everyone is gone. With his eyes closed, he seemed to be speaking to himself, sorrow etched across his features, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. Li Liang dared not press further, apprehensive of provoking him. Is there anyone else alive? Come forth, it's safe now, Li Liang shouted. Gradually, a few scattered figures emerged from the debris, their faces marked by fear. The survivors slowly gathered around Li Liang, their expressions a mixture of dread and sorrow. He entrusted the little girl to their care and organized a search for any remaining survivors, as well as assistance for the injured. In a subtle manner, he had become a focal point for those who had endured. After a flurry of activity, Li Liang arrived at the makeshift medical station. Kong Fei had received rudimentary treatment. His severed leg was bandaged, and he had regained consciousness. I truly did not expect you to return, yet I wish you had not, Kong Fei remarked with a faint smile, his expression shifting, as if lost in thought, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Now, can you tell me what transpired? Though he had gathered bits and pieces, Li Liang yearned to hear the full account from Kong Fei. Not long after you departed, we were ambushed by the Black Claw. Those fiends are terrifyingly formidable, exhibiting brutal combat prowess and showing no regard for human life. We fought back, but we were no match for them. Kong Fei's eyes appeared vacant, seemingly reluctant to relive that harrowing experience. I'm sorry, your friends and Captain Liu were all captured by them, along with the women who were in the fortress. What manner of organization is Black Claw, and why are they so powerful? Li Liang pressed. I do not know. I'm only aware of their name, but I lack understanding of their operations. This is not something within my purview. Perhaps Chengming knows more, but alas. He's not here. No, I brought him back. Li Liang smiled. His steadfast determination to rescue Chengming had proven to be the right choice. Then, you should possess more intelligence. Kong Fei nodded, a hint of relief washing over his face. How did they arrive? Did they also use the underwater tunnels? No, they came from there. Kong Fei pointed towards an ominous black hole above the fortress, one that had not existed before and which Li Liang had failed to notice. Could it be that they possessed the ability to tunnel underground? Li Liang, observing the hole, began to discern its implications. Kong Fei nodded, fatigue washing over him. Rendering his speech labored, Li Liang left Kong Fei and proceeded directly to the cell where Chengming was detained. At this moment, Chengming had awakened, exhibiting signs of madness, shouting vehemently, "Do you all wish to perish? How dare you bind me? I am the commander. I dictate here. Release me at once. You have all been deceived by that Li Liang. Only I can protect you. Only I represent the alliance. You wretched fools, you are all doomed. Release me." Chengming continued to wail, yet no one paid him heed. With a creak, the door swung open, and Li Liang stepped inside. Without uttering a word, he delivered a swift kick to Chengming, sending him sprawling to the ground. Previously cursing incessantly upon seeing Li Liang and feeling the tangible reprimand, Chengming immediately fell silent, shrinking back in fear of further punishment. You will answer my questions. Nothing more, nothing less. Is that clear? Li Liang suppressed his ire. Were it not for Chengming's possession of vital information, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a more severe thrashing. You wish to inquire about the intelligence regarding Black Claw, correct? Chengming's eyes brightened with a glimmer of satisfaction. Only I possess knowledge of their affairs here. If you wish for me to divulge this information, you must first release me and return what is rightfully mine. Li Liang chuckled, bemused that this individual, even at such a juncture, was still attempting to play clever. After a series of anguished cries reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, Chengming capitulated, pleading for mercy. I will tell you everything. Just cease your assault. What is the nature of Black Claw? Why have they appeared at this time and taken all the young women? Li Liang questioned urgently. Black Claw is, in essence, a human trafficking syndicate, specializing in the trade of human lives. Chengming trembled, clearly frightened. Is this city the only underground fortress? Where do they intend to sell the captives? Li Liang pressed further. This is one, but other cities or regions also possess fortresses or city-states. Chengming hastily explained. After the catastrophe, many humans survived, forming underground or above-ground fortresses or city-states. Due to geographical isolation, population dynamics vary across regions. Some are lacking women for reproduction, while others require male labor. Hence, organizations like Black Claw have emerged, traversing between city-states to engage in trafficking and trade. Consequently, I cannot ascertain where your friends have been sold. Only they would know. Chengming instinctively shielded his head, fearing retribution. What is their strength? How could they so easily annihilate nearly all the Alliance soldiers within the fortress? This was another concern for Li Liang, as the enemy's combat capabilities were indeed formidable. I do not know. I only know that they are incredibly strong. I had planned to hide and wait for their arrival, so I could deal with all of you. Chengming hastened to clarify. I am not lying. Those fiends primarily interact with the fortress's leaders. They have dedicated informants known as ears. The highest rank I could access was that of Claw Head. The annihilation of the Alliance squad was undoubtedly the work of the Claw Head. Beyond that, I truly have no knowledge. Li Liang, observing Chengming's demeanor, discerned that much of what he had uttered was grounded in truth. Pressing further would yield no additional intelligence. Thus he decided to refrain from further inquiry. Is there still an ear within the fortress? Li Liang inquired. Just then, an anxious individual burst in from outside. Not good. Brotherly, something has happened. The newcomer, momentarily a loss for how to address Li Liang, settled for a simple, Ligu, the girl you brought back is in trouble. Chapter 33, Red Lotus. Has she awakened? Li Liang expressed his surprise. He had initially presumed the girl to be deceased, only to discover her survival, and now, Astonishingly, she had regained consciousness. "Let's see. What is your name?" Li Liang asked the messenger. The bearer of the news was a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, the type one could easily overlook in a crowd. Li Liang casually inquired. "I am a Kuan," he replied hastily, recognizing Li Liang's burgeoning reputation as the most esteemed figure within the fortress, and thus sought to ingratiate himself. Li Liang hurried to the room where the girl was being cared for. Before he could step inside, he heard the sound of objects being smashed. "Little girl, what are you doing?" the caretaker exclaimed, but to no avail, as the child continued to wreak havoc without a hint of restraint. Such a small frame, yet a formidable temper. Upon entering, Li Liang noticed the caretaker retreating, relieved to be free from the whims of this little tempest. She seems to be blind, quite pitiable. Yet her temper is undeniably fierce. The caretaker whispered to Li Liang before departing. "What is your name?" Li Liang asked, feeling a flicker of joy upon seeing the little girl in red again. At the very least, she was alive and capable of expressing her feelings. The girl was exquisitely delicate, her complexion pale, likely due to malnutrition. She paused briefly, her eyes still shut, facing Li Liang without any reaction. "Have you been unable to see since childhood? Or did something happen that caused your blindness? If it is an injury, perhaps I can help you heal?" Li Liang inquired cautiously. Upon hearing his words, the girl commenced her destruction anew, smashing anything within reach as if in a fit of rage. "Cease this wanton destruction. You must comprehend my words, or you would not be reacting," Li Liang called out, feigning anger. "If you continue to be disobedient, I shall take my leave." With that, he pretended to turn away as if to depart. At that moment, she wrapped her delicate little hands around his waist. "I like your scent," the girl spoke, her voice soft and melodic, though her eyes remained firmly closed. "It seems she is indeed blind," Li Liang mused, chuckling lightly as he patted her arm. "If you behave, I shall not leave." How deceitful," the girl retorted, releasing her grip and inhaling deeply, as if trying to discern something. "You carry the scent of zombies, albeit faint. What is the meaning of this?" She mused aloud. "Little one, do not speak such nonsense." Li Liang felt a surge of anxiety. This was his greatest secret. How had she discovered it? If the inhabitants of the fortress learned of his past as a zombie, it would spell his doom. "I am not mistaken. You possess a scent I adore, and I wish to follow you," the girl declared with a smile, seemingly unfazed by Li Liang's warning. "Then you must promise me not to speak indiscriminately. Also, do you have a name?" Li Liang asked, ensuring no one else was around. "You lack a name. My name is not something just anyone can know. I'm called Hong Lian. You may address me as such." Li Liang paid little heed to her eccentricity, attributing it to some trauma she had endured. "Very well, Hong Lian. Once this place is rebuilt, I may have to depart, but I shall entrust you to someone reliable," he said with a smile, thinking of Yang Ying and Lu Shinnan, wondering how they fared and where Black Claw had taken them. Should they suffer harm, he would not rest until he avenged them, regardless of their adversary's strength. Ding. Side quest initiated. Rescue the 2 abducted beauties. Quest reward. Accelerated method speed. The system's voice echoed, outlining the parameters of the ability. Just in time. Even without the quest, Li Liang would have sought to rescue them by any means necessary. "I refuse to part from you. You cannot shake me off." Hong Lian pouted, visibly displeased. "Enough. I have matters to attend to. Stay here and behave," Li Liang declared as he stepped outside. However, no sooner had he left than Hong Lian followed closely behind, her pace unyielding. "Can you see?" Li Liang inquired, astonished. Hong Lian did not respond, her eyes still closed, shadowing his every move. Li Liang made several attempts to lose the little girl, but she clung to him like a shadow, ultimately resigning himself to the reality of her constant presence. The reconstruction of the fortress was progressing slowly. Beset by shortages of supplies and manpower, Li Liang gathered those capable of work and assigned them simple tasks. Thus, 10 days passed. He temporarily resided within the Alliance's base. One day, Kong Fei sought him out. "I bear bad news," he stated calmly, exhibiting no emotion regarding his own physical condition. "It is regarding the food shortage." "Is it not?" Li Liang interjected, already aware of the grim reality. Black Claw had not only abducted the young women from the fortress, but had also pilfered the majority of their food supplies. During the planning of the reconstruction, Li Liang had assessed the food stocks, realizing they could not last beyond a month. In the days that followed, he had resorted to the primitive method of rationing food. But this could not be sustained for long. The Alliance's warriors can endure hunger, but if everyone is starved, chaos will ensue. Kong Fei expressed his concerns. "I am aware of this, yet the fortress does not produce grain, and with the Ark gone, we have no means to procure food. If this continues, the most tragic outcome will be starvation," Li Liang slammed his fist on the table in frustration. He had already sent a message to the Alliance detailing their plight and requesting assistance, yet no response had come, as if the fortress had been utterly forgotten or abandoned by them. Since we cannot rely on the Alliance, we must devise our own solutions. Kong Fei replied calmly, his demeanor altered by their shared harrowing experiences. To my knowledge, Cheng Ming has hidden some supplies. I will extract the information from him. But even if we acquire those hidden resources, we must strategize to avoid being trapped here. Li Liang raised his gaze toward the ominous black void above the fortress. If Black Claw could enter from there, then surely they could find a way out as well. Chapter 34. The Ladder to Heaven. Light streamed into the dim room, illuminating a man who sat hunched over, his head bowed, unable to open his eyes against the glare. Captain, it has been a long time. Kong Fei slowly entered, his leg now fitted with a rudimentary prosthetic, allowing him to walk, albeit with considerable difficulty, making his gait appear unsteady. Kong Fei. Cheng Ming recognized the visitor, his expression tinged with disdain. I wish to request your assistance. Where are the supplies you have hidden? Kong Fei inquired, his desperation palpable as starvation loomed. If you disclose their location, it may mitigate your transgressions. Ha ha ha. Cheng Ming erupted into maniacal laughter. Let those wretched peasants starve. Now they come begging me. Kong Fei, it is quite disgraceful for you, a seasoned warrior of the Alliance, to heed the commands of such an ordinary individual. How despicable. Cheng Ming spat towards Kong Fei, fully aware that his aim would not reach the ladder. Captain, I am not a mad dog. Your words hold no sway over me. Kong Fei replied calmly, brushing his hand against his own short leg. In life, one should not always act in self-interest. The very person you disdain may well surpass your own achievements. With that, Kong Fei drew a laser pistol and aimed it directly at Cheng Ming's head. A beam of laser shot forth, grazing Cheng Ming's left cheek and causing a searing sensation that compelled him to hastily dodge to the right. Captain, you know I am disabled now. My marksmanship has waned, and next time I might not miss. Kong Fei remarked with a hint of amusement, re-aiming at Cheng Ming. You scoundrel. Cheng Ming seethed through gritted teeth. Yet he was acutely aware that Kong Fei was prepared to kill. I'll talk, he hastily exclaimed. Thus, Kong Fei discerned the location of the hidden supplies. Outside the door, Li Liang peered through a small window, witnessing the entire exchange unfold. Kong Fei emerged, offering Li Liang a faint smile. Who would have thought this fellow was so terrified of death? Li Liang mused, somewhat bemused. Indeed, he feared for his life. Fully aware that Kong Fei would not hesitate to end it, Kong Fei maintained a tranquil demeanor, imparting a peculiar sense of trust upon Li Liang. Initially, he had perceived this man as somewhat slippery, indistinct in character, prompting caution. Yet now, he felt a newfound reliability, despite Kong Fei's ruthless methods. As Kong Fei set off with his team to search for supplies, Li Liang, accompanied by Hong Lian, ventured to the base of the black hole. The black hole loomed several meters above the fortress's foundation. According to Kong Fei, the Black Claw had once employed a machine akin to a drill, breaching the fortress above and creating a ladder-like descent, facilitating personnel transfer through this means. This suggested that the black hole was, in fact, a tunnel that connected to the outside world. But how to ascend? Hong Lian, like a persistent shadow, trailed closely behind Li Liang. While she typically refrained from interjecting during conversations, she now stepped ahead of him, lifting her chin and inhaling deeply, as if searching for something. What are you doing? Li Liang inquired with curiosity. Be quiet, Hong Lian retorted disdainfully, then smiled enigmatically. What if there is something down that black hole that you fear? Should I tell you? Honestly, you revel in nonsense. Li Liang dismissed her, as she often spoke in riddles that were incomprehensible to others. Humph, you don't believe me? Fine, I shan't reveal it. She pouted, somewhat irked, and fell silent. Prior to this, Li Liang had learned that the fortress's lift mechanism had been destroyed, rendering ascension impossible. Glancing at the black hole, Li Liang devised a plan. He had a rope and some tools brought to him, which he secured to himself before leaping upward with all his might. Activating his skills, he accelerated dramatically, soaring into the air like a projectile. Onlookers within the fortress could see a figure with a long rope ascend from the ground, traversing dozens of meters to reach the edge of the black hole. Seizing the moment, Li Liang grasped the rocky edge firmly, scaling it with determination. As he suspected, the interior of the black hole was not vertical, but rather zigzagged, with some sections horizontal, allowing one to stand within as if on solid ground. If the passage could be secured, escape was possible. Li Liang swiftly employed his tools to anchor himself in a stable area and tightly bound the rope. He had previously arranged for others to ascend along the rope and bring 2 additional ropes once he succeeded. Before long, his companions joined him. The 3 ropes were securely fastened and lowered, followed by the installation of wooden planks, culminating in the construction of a rudimentary ladder. Perhaps he could truly provide a lifeline for everyone. Kong Fei stood below, gazing at the makeshift ladder with a smile. Lu Shendan, your foresight surpasses mine. With the ladder completed, the next task was to assemble an expedition team to venture forth from the fortress in search of food, supplies, or other survivors. Thus far, the isolation of the fortress had been breached. It was likely that even those who initially designed this fortress intended to perfectly evade disaster could not have foreseen that after losing the Ark, it would transform into a prison. Yet, after the Black Claw shattered its defenses, a miraculous ladder built by Li Liang emerged, offering hope to all. The expedition team quickly formed, comprising 5 members, aside from Li Liang. The remaining 4 were Alliance soldiers who had survived, with Kong Fei as the captain. Li Liang had initially intended for Kong Fei to remain at the fortress, but Kong Fei insisted on leading the charge, concerned that Li Liang might falter in commanding the soldiers during critical moments. As for Hong Lian, the persistent shadow, Li Liang could not shake her off and had no choice but to agree to take her along. Standing at the cave's entrance, gazing down at the fortress, all understood that survival necessitated finding a path through here. The group activated their searchlights and cautiously ventured inside. Logically, since this tunnel had been excavated by the Black Claw, following it should lead them out smoothly. However, the reality proved far more convoluted. The tunnel twisted and turned, with branches emerging sporadically. Li Liang scooped up a handful of debris from the ground, easily crushing it in his hand. It feels fresh, he noted, sensing something amiss. The Black Claw's raid had occurred over a week ago, yet the state of this powder suggested it had formed only recently. Could it be that the Black Claw had returned? Or had they never truly departed? Something fell off. Li Liang pondered aloud. At that moment, Hong Lian, closely following him, suddenly bore a smile. They're coming, she whispered, tugging gently at Li Liang's sleeve. Yet, lost in thought, he failed to notice her gesture. The others continued their exploration. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from a distance. Alert! Kong Fei shouted, prompting everyone to draw their weapons. Flamethrowers and laser guns aimed toward the source of the cry. A cacophony erupted, as if a massive entity was advancing toward them. I must see what it is, Li Liang declared, retrieving a flare and casting it into the abyss. The pitch-black cave was instantaneously illuminated by a streak of light. The flare appeared to collide with an unseen barrier before slowly descending. Upon closer inspection, the illuminated area revealed a bizarre structure composed of layered organic matter, dim and partially decayed, intertwined in an unusual manner and quivering slightly. At the base of this complex formation lay a wide, circular maw, lined with sharp, tooth-like structures, methodically digesting the remains of an unfortunate Alliance soldier. What a peculiar creature. It is truly unsettling. It has consumed our comrade. Li Liang gazed at this grotesque sight, then turned to Hong Lian. Recalling her earlier words, could it be that she had foreseen the existence of such an aberration? If that is truly the case, I was overly careless at the time, failing to take her words seriously, which has led to the current tragedy. Li Liang felt a pang of guilt, mixed with confusion regarding Hong Lian's origins. The creature before him bore the unmistakable characteristics of a zombie, albeit not a human one, but rather a grotesquely enlarged insect. As Li Liang assessed the creature, he voiced his judgment, while simultaneously unleashing a burst of flame from the flamethrower he held. The others quickly regained their senses and opened fire as well. Streams of fire, accompanied by lasers, struck the beast directly. The flames and lasers seared its flesh, releasing a foul odor, yet it did not succumb. Instead, it became enraged and crawled menacingly toward Li Liang, opening its gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, intent on devouring him whole. If you have such an appetite, I shall ensure you are well fed, Li Liang exclaimed, hurling all the bombs he carried toward the creature. The bombs were engulfed by the zombie worm, triggering an explosion. Boom! A wave of heat, accompanied by chunks of flesh, surged forth. It's dealt with. Kong Fei gasped, his movements less agile than before, struggling to cope with the scene at hand. Not necessarily. Hong Lian pouted, her voice barely a whisper, casting a teasing glance at Kong Fei. However, her words were too soft for anyone but Li Liang to hear. Hud, hud, hud. A series of sounds echoed as 2 more zombie worms emerged in the tunnel. There are more, Li Liang cautioned, urgency in his tone. Everyone be vigilant. We cannot allow these creatures to breach the fortress. The casualties could be catastrophic. He had witnessed firsthand how these monsters devoured humans, their tough hides making them difficult to kill. If they were to infiltrate the fortress, the damage would be incalculable. As for Hong Lian's cryptic remarks, he chose to set them aside for the moment. Each time she spoke, it served as a reminder to remain vigilant. Concentrate our fire, just as before, Li Liang commanded, leading the assault. In the dark tunnel, flames illuminated the surroundings, generating waves of heat. The inhabitants of the fortress remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos above, too fearful to approach, lest they be caught in the crossfire. After half an hour, the two newly emerged zombie worms were finally eliminated. The group observed their surroundings for a while, confirming the absence of danger before preparing to advance once more. Who is following us? Kong Fei, at the rear of the group, suddenly shouted, causing everyone to halt. Who? Show yourself, Li Liang called out, fixating on a shadowy figure not far away. He brandished a powerful flashlight, illuminating the scene. A middle-aged man, adorned in gear, stepped into view. It was none other than Akuin, the one who had previously come to deliver a warning. I recognize you. How did you end up here? Li Liang scrutinized him, his gaze sharp. And what is it you are wearing? As he spoke, Li Liang aimed his gun at Akuin. Had he encountered this individual within the fortress, he might not have given him a second glance. However, his presence here, clad in attire reminiscent of the Alliance soldiers, warranted caution. You are one of the Black Claw, Kong Fei shouted, recognizing Akuin's gear. Every weapon was trained on him. Hey, Captain Kong, no need to be alarmed. Akuin chuckled, unfazed by the weapons aimed at him. I must thank you for eliminating those wretched zombie worms, allowing me to escape this hellish place. What is your affiliation with the Black Claw? Li Liang demanded directly. Me? Akuin smiled, just a nameless pawn. You call me Ears. You are the one who betrayed the fortress, leaking our information and inviting the Black Claw. Kong Fei's eyes widened in fury as he felt pain shoot through his short legs from the strain. Rather, you are the one embedded among us, Li Liang retorted, signaling to his companions, who formed a blockade to seal off the tunnel. My mission is complete. There's little left to uncover in this wretched place. So I shall take my leave. I've been here before, but I didn't anticipate the zombie worms in the tunnel. I couldn't exit. Now, I bid you farewell. Akuin activated devices on his back, which unfurled into small wings, emitting a scorching gust that lifted him slightly off the ground. That's an acceleration device. Block him, Kong Fei shouted, recognizing the contraption on Akuin's back. Unfortunately, Akuin's speed was extraordinary before anyone could react. He darted away like a specter. Fire! Shoot! Kong Fei yelled, aware that this individual was not particularly formidable in combat, his acceleration device merely aiding in swift movement. The zombie worms obstructed the passage, and Akuin, unwilling to risk a confrontation with them, had been waiting for Li Liang and the others to eliminate the zombie worms before making his escape. They all opened fire, yet none could hit Akuin. No, his speed is too great, he has vanished. Does he think he can outpace me? Li Liang glanced down the dark tunnel, addressing Hong Lian. This time, stay back. I cannot allow him to escape. Astonishingly, Hong Lian nodded in understanding, releasing her grip. Li Liang transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight before his companions. Meanwhile, Akuin, having effortlessly evaded Kong Fei and the others, sprinted toward the tunnel's exit on the verge of freedom. But just then, he felt a chill creeping down his back. Chapter 36. Information. A dagger, having materialized from nowhere, pierced his back. Akuin staggered in pain, nearly collapsing but managing to steady himself after a few struggles. How could you possibly catch up? This is impossible. Akuin's eyes were bloodshot, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he stared incredulously at Li Liang. Fully aware that escape was futile, he chose to cease fleeing. How I caught up is irrelevant. You must die. Li Liang kept his gun trained on Akuin. I've been observing you, knowing you possess some skill, but I never expected you to catch up with me. You must have a secret. Whatever that secret may be, it is of no concern to you now. Just as Li Liang prepared to pull the trigger, he noticed Akuin's eerie smile. Akuin opened his mouth wide, to the point of exaggeration, as if his jaw might snap. A golden worm slowly emerged from Akuin's mouth, appearing the size of a goose egg. With a round body and pitch-black eyes fixated on Li Liang. Li Liang fired, flames erupting to engulf Akuin. Just before the flames made contact, Li Liang observed Akuin's exaggerated expression, which seemed to hint at a smile. Boom! The flames engulfed Akuin. However, the golden worm remained unharmed, soaring from Akuin's body. Hovering for a moment in midair, its dark eyes casting a beam of light onto Li Liang, as if conducting a CT scan, before darting away. The speed of the small creature was astonishing. Before Li Liang could react, it vanished without a trace. What in the world was that? Li Liang was at a loss. But it was evident that the creature had collected his image data, a development that boded ill for him. Akuin's body was soon reduced to ashes by the flames, leaving no trace behind. I shall not let you die so easily. Li Liang holstered his firearm, realizing that the leads had run dry. Where could he turn to inquire about the whereabouts of Yang Ying and Lu Shenin? At that moment, a spherical object zipped through the sky, emitting a buzzing sound reminiscent of the drones etched in Li Liang's memory. The sphere circled around him before projecting a screen, revealing a face he recognized all too well, Huang Yuan's Hui. Huh, you actually made it out alive. Huang's recorded message began. This is a pre-recorded video, and I know you must have countless questions for me. However, time is of the essence, and I cannot indulge in lengthy explanations. After escaping the river, I managed to acquire this little gadget, hoping that if you survive the fortress, I could share some valuable information with you as a form of gratitude. As Li Liang gazed at Huang Yuan's Hui, an indescribable feeling stirred within him. How to judge this man? Perhaps he was both righteous and wicked. At the very least, he had aided him during a critical moment. Firstly, after our departure, your fortress may come under attack from the Black Claw. If you encounter them, do not resist. You will not stand a chance. Of course, by the time you see this video, you may have already crossed paths with them. Your survival indicates that you made the right choice. I have one more piece of advice. There are likely spies, referred to as ears, within the fortress. Do not kill them, or you will invite a world of trouble. Each ear harbors corpse-driving insects within their bodies. Should they perish, these insects will summon every nearby zombie, resulting in a tidal wave of the undead that you cannot combat. As Huang Yuan's Hui concluded, his previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. This is all I can share with you. Your survival depends entirely on your decisions. Should fate allow us to cross paths again, I might share more about the Black Claw. I believe you are quite eager to learn the fate of your friends. With that, the screen went dark, and the spherical device exploded in midair, vanishing as if it had never existed. The information he had just received was of paramount importance to Li Liang. If that little creature was indeed the corpse-driving insect, the nearby zombies would soon be driven toward them. The Black Claw was truly insidious, leaving behind such a nefarious contingency after eliminating their spies. Before long, Kong Fei and the others arrived, and Li Liang selectively shared the information he had just gathered. Those despicable Black Claw, truly the type to bite back even in death. Kong Fei, overwhelmed with emotion, accidentally discharged his firearm, sending bullets flying and igniting nearby hay and trees, rapidly forming a blazing wall of flames. This fire might temporarily stave off the impending zombie tide, but it won't last long. We must return to the entrance immediately and construct our defenses. Kong Fei decisively stated. Is there any way to contact the Alliance? Alone, we cannot hold our ground. If we receive no aid, the people here will perish sooner or later, Li Liang asserted, emphasizing that no matter how robust their defenses, they could only withstand the onslaught for a time. Seeking a way out was no longer feasible. The optimal course of action was to call for help. Kong Fei hesitated, casting a glance at Li Liang, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. Go ahead, speak your mind. Li Liang discerned something from Kong Fei's expression. I sent a distress signal from within the fortress, but it's a matter of confidentiality, so I didn't inform you, Kong Fei confessed, unable to meet Li Liang's gaze. Li Liang understood the rationale behind Kong Fei's actions. Despite having saved the lives within the fortress, he remained an outsider. They returned to the entrance, where Kong Fei promptly facilitated the transport of supplies via the ladder and set up defensive structures. Standing at the entrance, Li Liang gazed at the distant, ever-burning flames, when unexpectedly, someone stood beside him. Turning his head, he found Hong Lian had come close. Quickly return. This place is perilous. Li Liang urged the young girl to retreat. Nowhere is safer than here. Look, someone approaches. Hong Lian closed her eyes, facing the horizon, seemingly seeing something beyond the visible. Chapter 37. An Unyielding Onslaught. From the depths of the flames, figures began to emerge, moving with the disarray of an army. They're arriving far too quickly. Li Liang stood at the forefront, the situation becoming increasingly apparent. What approached was a horde of zombies, staggering in their gait, a vast multitude. May they merely be the mundane undead. Kong Fei had already gathered the Alliance soldiers at the entrance. Including Li Liang and Kong Fei, they numbered only 9. This paltry fighting force, which would typically constitute a platoon or even a small detachment, now seemed woefully inadequate for defending the fortress. Listen closely. The lives of those within the fortress rest upon our shoulders. Anyone who dares to retreat will face my wrath. Kong Fei bellowed, his eyes bloodshot and frenzied, a harbinger of the bloodbath to come, tightening the tension to its utmost. Zombies continuously broke through the inferno, advancing toward them. Some among them had been reduced to ashes, while others bore grievous burns, collapsing to the ground, their bodies extinguishing the flames and clearing a path for their brethren. An uncountable throng of zombies surged forth, a sight that sent shivers down their spines. "Do not rush. Wait a moment," Li Liang whispered. Kong Fei raised his hand, signaling for the others to remain still. All breath was held in anticipation. "Open fire." As the zombies approached within a certain range of the entrance, Li Liang was the first to pull the trigger. The fire erupted, incinerating the frontmost zombie into ash. Amidst the flames, shadowy figures fell, only to be swiftly replaced by those behind them. Li Liang's finger ached from the continuous firing. The fuel cans were already frosting over, a sign that their supplies were dwindling. Such a barrage could not be sustained for long. "Throw incendiary grenades," Kong Fei commanded, directing the others to bombard the horde. Explosions rang out in the air and on the ground, creating an even larger wall of fire that consumed the zombies that had just breached their defenses. Yet, the sheer number of the undead continued to press forward relentlessly. Time was not on Li Liang and Kong Fei's side. "Captain, we are running low on ammunition." "Captain, should we blow up the entrance?" "Anything to buy us more time." Panic began to ripple through the ranks. "Cease fire, all of you." Li Liang interjected before Kong Fei could respond. For some reason, an instinctive dread gnawed at him. The horde was merely a prelude to a greater calamity yet to unfold. As the zombies continued their advance, they suddenly halted before Li Liang and the others, a stark contrast to their usual aimless wandering. Someone is controlling them from behind. The scene before him struck Li Liang as eerily familiar. "Look over there," Kong Fei shouted. At the rear of the horde, a figure far taller than the average zombie slowly emerged. After a considerable delay, the true form was finally revealed. Before them stood a formidable zombie, its massive physique imposing and its eyes gleaming with an eerie green light. Most startling of all, atop its head sat a smaller, yet equally grotesque, second head. A sea-level zombie. How could it possess two heads? Merely gazing upon its grotesque form elicited startled cries from onlookers. Astonishingly, both heads appeared to possess consciousness, their four eyes fixated intently on Li Liang. Above it hovered a small black dot, which, upon closer inspection, turned out to be the very insect that had escaped from Ah Kuan-'s body. Damned creatures. These zombies were summoned by the corpse-calling insects. Li Liang recognized the insect's identity, feeling a pang of regret as he lamented that had he acted more swiftly to eliminate it, the current predicament could have been avoided. Yet, it was hardly his fault. He had been entirely unaware of the existence of these calling insects from the outset, leaving him no time to respond. The calling insect flitted above the sea-level zombie, eventually descending directly above it, seemingly reveling in its superiority. However, to its surprise, the sea-level zombie seized it with a swift motion and consumed it, crunching it between its jaws. Deservedly so, Li Liang remarked disdainfully upon witnessing this scene. There would be a fierce battle ahead. We might not survive this. If you can flee, do so now, Li Liang urged Hong Lian. Having saved this young girl once before, but uncertain of his ability to protect her this time, he wanted her to escape while she still could. "Coward! A mere child has frightened you into such a state of distress." "Pathetic," Hong Lian retorted, her porcelain face deliberately lifted in a display of bravado, showing no inclination to flee. Disobedient, Li Liang felt a flicker of anger, but pondered where she could possibly escape to. Inside the fortress? If this place fell, that would merely lead to a dead end. Just then, the sea-level zombie emitted a ghastly shriek, and a horde of zombies began to advance relentlessly towards Li Liang and his companions. "We fight to the bitter end," Kong Fei declared, with no retreat left to them, only the option of facing death. Everyone rallied their strength, momentarily halting the advance of the zombie horde, but it was a futile effort. "Huh!" The sea-level zombie laughed mockingly, well aware that as long as this stalemate continued, victory would inevitably belong to it. "You celebrate too soon." Li Liang, armed with a dagger, invoked his final acceleration skill. To capture the thief, one must seize the king. If he could slay this sea-level zombie, the ordinary zombies would pose little threat. The dagger was hurled forth like a streak of light. The 100-fold acceleration rendered its trajectory invisible, even to the zombies. Wherever the dagger struck, the zombies in its path were pierced through with ease. The sea-level zombie sensed something amiss, but could not discern the cause, rendering it hesitant to act. Boom! A dull thud resounded. A gaping hole was torn into the sea-level zombie's body, penetrating through to the other side, claiming nearly half of its form. Based on past experience, a zombie would be incapacitated by such severe injury, if not outright slain. Yet this time, Li Liang was mistaken. The head atop the sea-level zombie began to deform. Its already hideous visage twisted grotesquely as it emitted a monstrous roar. Suddenly, the small head burst apart like a fruit crushed underfoot, green liquid cascading down to the gaping wound. To Li Liang's astonishment, the injury was gradually sealed by this green fluid, and the sea-level zombie, once teetering, regained its footing. Now, it issued a taunting growl, its eyes locked onto Li Liang. It had realized that the one who had inflicted such grievous harm was none other than he. Chapter 38. Zombie Evolution. Even without the use of my skills, I can still bring about your doom. Li Liang maintained his unwavering gaze on the sea-level zombie, devoid of fear. Roar. The sea-level zombie bellowed, raising its hand and gesturing menacingly at Li Liang, as if to declare its intent to claim his life. The horde had encroached upon the underground lair. No matter how fiercely they resisted, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Use that weapon. Kong Fei issued his final command. From the depths of the lair, two allied warriors emerged, carrying a weapon reminiscent of a cannon, its surface pitch black and glinting ominously. Li Liang had never encountered such a device, but the grave expression on Kong Fei's face indicated its significance, and the fact that it had been withheld until now suggested it was a last resort. A microparticle cannon. Kong Fei's lips trembled with a hint of excitement. Foul beasts, do not fret. I shall obliterate you at once. Kong Fei roared. Captain, firing at once will nearly deplete the fortress's energy reserves, a soldier warned. Now is not the time for such concerns. If we perish, what use is energy? Kong Fei declared resolutely, for they could not hope to survive any longer in this place. The group fell silent. Fire. At the command, the particles around the cannon, which had previously floated aimlessly, seemed to be repelled, scattering in all directions. A luminous point began to coalesce at the cannon's mouth before erupting forth. This was a wave of light that, once released, expanded into a crescent arc, growing larger with each moment. The foremost zombie that encountered this arc was instantaneously reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Incredible. Li Liang watched in disbelief as the destructive power of this light wave obliterated everything in its path. The wave annihilated the zombies cleanly. Behind Li Liang, cheers erupted. We have triumphed. We have held our ground. Yet upon hearing these words, Li Liang furrowed his brow. If victory could be so easily achieved through the light wave, why Kong Fei only resorted to it at the last moment? Every source of energy has its limits. He could only hope this energy would be sufficient to vanquish the horde. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that aside from the initial zombies turned to ash, those that followed, though killed, did not disintegrate. Their bodies were shattered into fragments, growing progressively larger as time passed. It won't last much longer. Li Liang observed this transformation keenly. Everyone, gather your weapons and charge with me. Li Liang shouted, pushing Hong Lian back towards Kong Fei. Watch over her, will you? Li Liang charged forward. Seizing this moment of attack, he aimed to slay as many zombies as possible, hoping for a chance to turn the tide. If he could eliminate that sea-level zombie, the situation would shift dramatically. On the battlefield, the crescent wave expanded steadily, annihilating the zombies, while a handful of his comrades closely followed, firing intermittently to dispatch any zombies that slipped through. The sea-level zombie continued to urge the others forward as shields, but the light wave approached it stealthily. The sea-level zombie, initially intending to retreat, found itself ensnared as a chain flew through the air, wrapping around it and rendering it immobile. This was the very chain that had once bound Li Liang, now repurposed to ensnare the zombie. While it faltered, Li Liang opened fire. Flames and waves of light simultaneously struck the sea-level zombie, searing horrific holes into its body, causing chunks of skin and flesh to char and fall away. The entire form of the sea-level zombie resembled paper on the verge of being completely incinerated, threatening to shatter into several pieces at any moment. Ultimately, you still perished in my hands. Li Liang's flamethrower unleashed a relentless barrage. He was unwilling to take even the slightest risk, for this creature was undeniably sinister, and prudence was the better course. The sea-level zombie's body was reduced to a charred husk, motionless and lifeless. Only then did Li Liang cease his assault. Deprived of the sea-level zombie's leadership, the remaining zombies reverted to their aimless wandering, the horde swiftly disbanding. Had victory finally been achieved? Li Liang gazed at the burnt remains before him, feeling an unsettling disquiet within. Crack, crack, crack. The ebony form of the zombie began to fissure, slender tendrils emerging, followed by a pair of wings that slowly unfurled, reminiscent of a butterfly about to break free from its chrysalis. However, this was no butterfly. It was an utterly grotesque entity, with the very core of its being none other than the head of that sea-level zombie. One could say it was a head adorned with wings and antennae. What in the world is this abomination? A monster, a monster! Could it be that this zombie has the capacity to evolve? Li Liang was bewildered by the unfolding events, feeling that this spectacle was a radical departure from his understanding. Yet he could only conclude that it had evolved, discarding its corporeal form and retaining merely its head. With a sudden motion, the creature, born of the sea-level zombie, flapped its wings a few times and ascended into the air, hurtling towards an Alliance soldier with alarming speed, leaving no time for reaction. The soldier, confronted by the monster, found himself utterly defenseless. Despite gripping his firearm tightly, he failed to respond in time and was tragically struck. The monster seemed capable of invading the soldier's body, its head manifesting from the wound, momentarily controlling the body to take a few steps before disengaging swiftly, its expression one of dissatisfaction, as if it found the vessel wanting. This creature is searching for a host. Realizing this, Li Liang reacted instinctively. Just then, the monster set its sights on him, charging forward. In that moment, Li Liang comprehended why the previous soldier had been caught off guard. As he locked eyes with the creature, he found himself rendered immobile. It appeared capable of exerting control over its prey through mere gaze. This is disastrous. I cannot move. Li Liang endeavored with all his might to regain his mobility, but it was futile. Even biting his tongue was beyond his capability. As the monster closed in, poised to bore a hole into his flesh, a red figure suddenly appeared before him, interposing itself between him and the creature. Begone! Came a disdainful roar. The monster, akin to a leaf swept away by the wind, was sent hurtling backwards, spinning several times before regaining its balance. Hong Lian? Li Liang glanced at the girl in the red dress before him, perplexed. To his astonishment, she suddenly slumped against him, having succumbed to unconsciousness, deep in slumber. Any further inquiries were rendered impossible. Li Liang hastily scooped up Hong Lian and dashed toward the escape route. In that instant, the monster regained its senses and dove towards Li Liang again, intent on claiming his life. However, at that critical moment, a laser beam pierced through the right wing of the creature, creating an aperture the size of a fist. The deafening roar of machinery echoed from above. Li Liang looked up to witness a small airship descending from the skies, the very source of the laser. Reinforcements had arrived. Kong Fei instantly recognized the airship, its insignia unmistakably belonging to the Alliance. The airship circled briefly before continuing its assault, launching several laser beams directly at the monster. The creature struggled momentarily, attempting to retaliate. Yet under the relentless onslaught of the lasers, it stood no chance. Realizing its defeat, it turned to flee, but was struck from behind by a laser, disintegrating into ashes. The creature that had nearly claimed Li Liang's life moments before possessed no capacity for resistance against the airship. In this apocalyptic world, the sophistication of weaponry often dictated the line between life and death. As the airship descended, it stirred up a whirlwind of dust and debris, rendering everything that had transpired mere phantasm. Li Liang, cradling Hong Lian, observed the scene with quiet contemplation. Here, tranquility could dissolve into chaos in an instant. One moment, individuals fought for their lives, and the next, all returned to a disquieting calm. It seemed that slaughter had become an eternal theme, with everyone either willingly or reluctantly adapting to its grim reality. Once the airship landed, Li Liang finally beheld its full form. It was slightly larger than a small bus, boat-shaped, with two wings on either side equipped with thruster mechanisms for takeoff and landing. Above it loomed a formidable laser cannon, its diameter surpassing that of the miniature particle cannon Kong Fei had previously procured. A small orb, reminiscent of a drone, hovered above the airship, perpetually monitoring the surroundings. With a click, the airship's door opened, and a young man emerged. Clad in the uniform of an Alliance captain, he stood tall, his golden hair contrasting with his distinctly non-Western features. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he walked with an air of arrogance. Why is he here? Kong Fei recognized the newcomer, his expression darkening. Who is he? Li Liang scrutinized the man as he descended from the airship. The captain merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Liang before dismissing him entirely. Hua Zhen, the special captain of the Eastern District of the Alliance, held a rank comparable to that of commander like Cheng Ming, and he shared a close, albeit complicated, relationship with Cheng Ming. As Kong Fei spoke, his voice had lowered deliberately. Li Liang remained silent. Hua Zhen's initial impression left much to be desired, and, as an outsider, He had no interest in the convoluted dynamics within the alliance. You truly are inept, Hua Zhen remarked disdainfully after surveying the entrance. Captain Hua, I have already briefed you on the general situation. We have exhausted all available resources in our resistance, and I kindly request that you dispatch personnel to assist the refugees here. Kong Fei hesitated before speaking. Hua Zhen regarded him for a moment, offering no reply. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Li Liang. You are the saboteur? He stated brusquely. Saboteur? A chill coursed through Li Liang as he realized he was being deliberately targeted. This man had arrived without seeking clarification, outright dismissing the collective efforts of resistance and branding him with an unsavory label. What did he intend? I believe you have mistaken me. Li Liang met Hua Zhen's gaze defiantly. I am merely striving to save those here. As for your definition of sabotage, I am unaware of your criteria. The two men locked eyes. 10 Alliance soldiers emerged from the airship, each equipped with superior gear compared to Kong Fei and his companions. They formed an arc behind Hua Zhen, effectively encircling Li Liang. Everyone, remain calm. There must be a misunderstanding. Kong Fei hastened towards them, limping painfully. The fierce battle had left him with a bleeding stump, making it difficult for him to maintain his balance. He had anticipated a moment of reprieve after vanquishing the evolved zombie. Yet unexpectedly, Hua Zhen descended with a singular focus on Li Liang, displaying an intent to confront him directly. I see, Li Liang mused, a wry smile gracing his lips as he discerned Hua Zhen's intentions. You aim to subdue me and then absolve Changming? Alas, the misdeeds of that man were known to all, no matter how one attempted to cleanse his reputation. It would be a futile endeavor. Scoundrel, how dare you slander the alliance? Hua Zhen retorted, a sharp command for his men to act. Instantly, one of them brandished a pair of laser handcuffs, ready to apprehend Li Liang. Captain Hua, you cannot proceed in this manner. Kong Fei shouted, nearly losing his footing. Hua Zhen cast a disdainful glance at Kong Fei, smirking at the audacity of someone who dared defy him. Bring forth General Cheng from his confinement, and seize this man and the girl. I will interrogate him thoroughly. A person of unknown origins and considerable strength poses a significant threat. Hua Zhen issued his orders without hesitation. Li Liang's hand stealthily brushed against the dagger tucked at his waist. He would never surrender easily. Captain, just then, an alliance soldier burst forth from the underground chamber, urgently calling for help. Hurry! Several zombie worms have emerged from the fortress, devouring the trapped individuals inside. We must rescue them. What? The fortress is so fortified. How could zombie worms infiltrate? The revelation astonished everyone except Hua Zhen. A bunch of useless fools. A few zombie worms are no match for me. I could eradicate them with ease. Hua Zhen scoffed. Captain Hua, we implore you to act swiftly. Cheng Ming is still within. Kong Fei shouted fervently. Hua Zhen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to move, instructing the two men he had brought along. Keep a close watch on him. Should anyone attempt to release him, treat them as traitors to the alliance. With that, he led everyone except Kong Fei, equipped with heavy weaponry, into the underground. At the cave entrance, Li Liang remained rooted in place, while Kong Fei's leg continued to bleed. The two alliance soldiers accompanying Hua Zhen fixated their gaze on Li Liang, the atmosphere thick with tension. The sounds of explosions and skirmishes from the depths of the cave momentarily shattered the silence. Kong Fei's expression shifted repeatedly until he seemed to reach a resolute decision. Turning to Li Liang, he said regretfully, "This is all I can do to assist you." As he spoke, 2 walnut-sized devices shot from his wrist, soaring swiftly towards the 2 alliance soldiers, releasing a cloud of white mist upon contact. Chapter 40, The Third Beauty. The soldiers Hua Zhen had left behind immediately collapsed, rendered unconscious. This is my life-saving technique. I never expected it would come in handy for you today, Kong Fei remarked with a wry smile. Take this girl and flee as far as you can. I won't last much longer. Li Liang regarded Kong Fei, momentarily at a loss for words. Initially, his impression of the man had been less than favorable, but through their interactions, he recognized him as a man of integrity, albeit somewhat cunning, but ultimately trustworthy in critical moments. If I leave like this, you'll be in serious trouble. Li Liang hesitated. Haha, what could he possibly do to me? Kong Fei replied nonchalantly. With that, he grasped his severed leg and yanked, causing the mechanical prosthetic to clatter to the ground. The stump was drenched in blood. See, I'm a cripple now. This is my lot in life. If I can help you, it's a good deed I can do in honor of Captain LV. A faint smile played on Kong Fei's lips, embodying a sense of indifference. Take this, it's all I have left. Kong Fei tossed a heavy container, the size of a lunchbox, to Li Liang. I hope we meet again. Upon hearing Kong Fei's words, Li Liang wasted no time and hoisted Hong Lian onto his back, sprinting away into the distance. In the heat of battle, he had lost track of time. Now, glancing up at the sky, he noted a blood-red hue adorning the horizon, indicating it was dusk. He couldn't help but wonder if the crimson clouds were a result of the recent inferno, stirring a sense of unease within him. Li Liang ran furiously, unaware of how long or how far he had traveled, until sheer exhaustion forced him to stop. He opened the container to find several weapons and a sensor strap. He secured the strap around Hong Lian and equipped himself with the weapons before discarding the now burdensome container. He couldn't afford to carry excess weight at this point. In addition to binding items, the sensor strap could detect nearby zombie hordes, emitting an alarm if any were present. After jogging a short distance further, Li Liang halted again. Beep, beep, beep. The strap suddenly blared an alarm. Damn it! To encounter a horde of zombies at this moment, Li Liang silenced the alarm, scanning his surroundings, contemplating whether to change direction. After all, with Hong Lian in tow, he was reluctant to take unnecessary risks. Ding! A system task notification rang out. Please proceed 500 meters forward to rescue the third beauty in distress. The system's voice pierced through his thoughts. Not now. Li Liang shot back, taking a couple of steps before snapping back to reality. System, hurry and grant me my reward. Given his current state, he desperately needed skills. The system responded with rewards. First, Godly Stride, allowing you to cover 10 kilometers in one breath, single use only. Second, Universal Repair Hand, capable of mending any damaged machinery. Also, a single-use skill. After announcing the rewards, the system fell silent. Could I not receive a more useful skill? Perhaps something like Invincible for just one time would be splendid. Li Liang grumbled. But the system remained unresponsive. Realizing his complaints were futile, he steeled himself and moved towards the horde of zombies. After advancing just 100 or 200 meters, he could already hear the sounds of battle. Li Liang pressed forward, weapon in hand, and as he got closer, he saw a mechanical construct resembling a train engine. Stationed amidst the forest, surrounded by the remnants of artillery fire, some areas still ablaze. The machine was evidently damaged, riddled with gaping holes. Two women stood before it, valiantly battling a swarm of zombies. One was stout and muscular, sporting short hair that accentuated her robust physique, wielding a heavy defensive device, continuously firing energy beams at the encroaching threats to ensure safety. The other was slender and delicate, dressed in a flowing white gown, appearing to be in her early 20s. Although she too held an energy pointer, it was primarily for defense, and she refrained from attacking unless absolutely necessary. The two stood back to back, covering each other against unforeseen dangers. Despite their armaments, it was evident that the two women could not hold out much longer. To Li Liang's shock, the attackers were not ordinary zombies, but a pack of zombie wolves, around 10 in number. Their post-transformation size was akin to that of calves, with razor-sharp teeth and claws that left horrifying scratches on the surrounding machinery. Scattered across the ground were dismembered limbs, remnants of those who had recently fallen victim to the wolf pack's assault. Encountering a wolf pack is dire trouble, Li Liang thought grimly. Wolves, in his memory, were formidable adversaries, coordinated, highly mobile, and exceptionally resilient. In certain environments, they were the epitome of lethal predators. Now, these wolves had both grown larger and turned into zombies, making them even more formidable opponents. Li Liang concealed himself nearby, contemplating his strategy. Suddenly, a spark of realization flickered in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the largest gray wolf in the pack. This creature must be the alpha. Every wolf pack has its leader. Once the alpha is vanquished, the pack loses its backbone, making it considerably easier to handle. With his target identified, Li Liang stealthily advanced, inching closer to the wolves. He did not expect to approach the alpha directly, for wolves possess an acute sense of smell and can detect scents from afar. He had devised an alternative strategy. Miss, I can't hold on much longer. I failed to protect you. I am truly sorry. The short-haired woman spoke with a tone tinged with despair. Xiao Tao, do not blame yourself. Our misfortune is not your fault. Bai Muiao replied with a faint smile, offering no reproach. The alpha stood at the outer edge of the encirclement, directing the assault. Whether it understood Xiao Tao's words or perceived her despondence, it let out a triumphant howl, exuding a sense of pride. At that moment, the pack became even more ferocious, launching a relentless offensive. Xiao Tao fired with all her might, but most bullets were deftly dodged by the zombie gray wolves. Occasionally, a gray wolf would be struck, but the injury was minor, quickly compensated for by others rushing to fill the gaps and continue their charge. The encirclement was gradually tightening. Now was the moment. Hidden in the distance, Li Liang seized the Alpha's moment of arrogance. He produced an object resembling a pen and pressed a button, causing several beams of laser to converge into a single brilliant light, akin to a sharp arrow, which shot forth. He hastily discarded the weapon in his hand, which melted into a puddle of molten metal upon hitting the ground due to the intense heat. This was a one-time use weapon, a laser arrow. The laser surged toward the Alpha, which, in its moment of pride, instinctively sensed danger and turned to look, just as the laser arrow approached its tail. The Alpha hurriedly dodged, but its tail was severed by the laser. A howl of anguish erupted from the zombie wolf king as it gazed at its severed tail, which twitched on the ground, its face contorted in pain. With a fierce howl, the Alpha raised its head to the sky, and all the wolves ceased their attacks, rushing to its side and fixing their gaze upon Li Liang. Realizing he had failed to strike and that his presence was now revealed, Li Liang boldly stepped forward. Another howl rang out as the Alpha issued a death command. Li Liang must be eliminated. Chapter 41, Mecha Behemoth. Feeling the chilling gaze of the zombie wolf king, Li Liang harbored no fear. From the moment he had acted, he had devised his plan. With a howl, the Alpha commanded all the zombie gray wolves to pounce upon Li Liang, quickly surrounding him. Tracking, encircling, and hunting down prey was what wolves excelled at, relishing the torment of their quarry until the very end. Just as the pack prepared to attack Li Liang, the isolated Alpha was suddenly ambushed from behind. Xiao Tao was determined not to squander this perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment, she unleashed her most powerful attack upon the Alpha. The zombie Grey Wolf King, already injured and preoccupied with Li Liang, momentarily forgot that a fierce woman lurked behind it. The laser struck its body, causing minimal damage. But the real devastation came as several incendiary grenades detonated upon contact, burrowing into its wounds. Boom! The zombie Grey Wolf King shrieked in agony as blood pits erupted from its body, deep enough to reveal bone. Taking advantage of the chaos, Li Liang sprinted toward Xiao Tao, and by Muiao, he had gambled right, confident that Xiao Tao would seize the opportunity to fire upon the Alpha. Their survival instincts transcended personal acquaintance. In such dire circumstances, no one would forfeit the chance to escape. As the wolf pack faltered in confusion, Li Liang burst through the encirclement, deliberately circumventing the Alpha and racing toward the massive machine. Coward! I thought a brave warrior had arrived. Yet you are so fearful of death. Xiao Tao scoffed. Just moments ago, she had admired Li Liang, but as soon as she drew attention away from the pack, he had seized the chance to flee. Indeed, men were not to be trusted. Xiao Tao's disdain deepened as she furiously fired back at the advancing wolves. Meanwhile, Li Liang had reached the side of the colossal machine. Hey, beautiful lady over there. Is this machine malfunctioning? Li Liang called out loudly. Isn't that obvious? If the Earth Bull hadn't been damaged, would we be facing these wolves? We would have dispatched them in no time. Xiao Tao retorted, her irritation evident. Xiao Tao, don't speak like that. He helped us just now. Bai Muiao interjected, feeling a bit embarrassed as she nodded apologetically at Li Liang. My friend, I am Bai Muiao. Thank you sincerely. Our machine is indeed broken. If you are willing to assist us in escaping, I would be immensely grateful. Sure enough, the situation aligned with Li Liang's suspicions. These individuals had encountered a malfunction and, unfortunately, found themselves besieged by a pack of zombie wolves, leaving only these two survivors. Let me inside. Li Liang pointed at the hatch behind Bai Muiao. You cowardly man. Get away from me. Xiao Tao shouted vehemently. Do you think hiding inside will save you? That's foolish. If that were the case, we wouldn't venture out to face death. Xiao Tao, don't say that. Bai Muiao urged again, explaining, the machine is malfunctioning. The circuitry has burned, releasing toxic gases that could be fatal if we remain inside too long. Please believe me, I have a way to help you escape, but you must let me in. Li Liang fixed his gaze on Bai Muiao, speaking earnestly. At this juncture, lengthy explanations were futile and could complicate matters further. Get lost. Xiao Tao barked, her resolve wavering as the onslaught intensified, her anxiety escalating her temper. Bai Muiao hesitated, eyeing Li Liang. Seeing this, he strode forward and placed Hong Lian on the ground. Watch her, he commanded before striding toward the hatch. Xiao Tao attempted to intervene, but was restrained by Bai Muiao. Observing the sleeping girl on the ground, Bai Muiao sighed, her expression softening. What a foul odor. As Li Liang entered the inner chamber, he was immediately overwhelmed by the stench. The atmosphere was thick with black fog, and inhaling too much could indeed be lethal. Only by relying on you can we escape. Li Liang placed his hand against the wall of the inner chamber, activating his skill, instantly repairing the machine. The noxious fog was swiftly extracted by the exhaust system. He took his seat in the command center. He had discerned the machine's basic specifications. It was a transport device resembling a locomotive, equipped with 2 cannons on either side and a chassis akin to an armored vehicle, remarkably sturdy. How strange. With such superior equipment, how did it malfunction so suddenly? While repairing, Li Liang had already identified the fault. It did not stem from aged wiring, but rather seemed to have been deliberately implanted with some sort of virus, disrupting its operational systems. Outside, Banko and Zotao were on the brink of collapse. It was merely a matter of time before the wolf pack overwhelmed them. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as a burst of flames shot from the Earth Bull, incinerating several zombie gray wolves into ashes. The Earth Bull. Bai Mueo turned to see that the claw marks on the machine had vanished, its exterior appearing brand new. Quick, come inside, Li Liang shouted from the control room. Bai Mueo and Xiao Tao exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before dashing inside with Hong Lian. Preserving their lives was of utmost importance, especially since it appeared that the Earth Cow had somehow been repaired. Once the hatch sealed, the Earth Cow emitted a thunderous roar, akin to a train preparing to depart, causing the surrounding earth to tremble. The wolf pack instinctively sensed danger. Howl! The severely injured Wolf King, unwilling to lose its name in vain, sought to flee with its pack. However, Li Liang would not afford them that opportunity. The 4 cannons unleashed their fire simultaneously, instantly transforming the vicinity into a sea of flames. The previously snarling, ferocious zombie gray wolves were reduced to whimpering puppies, desperately seeking escape. Yet, there was no possibility for salvation. 1 cannon's shot engulfed the Wolf King in flames. It struggled momentarily before being reduced to ashes. The mecha was the fiercest beast in this realm. Thus, the zombie gray wolf pack was utterly annihilated. How did you accomplish this? Bai Mueo asked Li Liang, a hint of fear in her voice as she entered the control room. Just moments ago, the interior had been filled with toxic gas. How'd he manage this? Who was he? And who was the little girl he entrusted to her care? A multitude of questions swirled in Bai Mueo's mind. She had never had so many inquiries about any man before. Even Xiao Tao, who had been displeased with Li Liang moments ago, now fell silent, refraining from further comment. Just as Li Liang opened his mouth to speak, a dirigible appeared on the horizon, unmistakably the one commanded by Huojin. This fellow had pursued them. Chapter 42. The Earth Cow Strikes Back. Remarkably swift in pursuit, Li Liang sat in the control room, observing the airship with a grim countenance. Though his concern was not solely for himself, Huojin's rapid advance suggested that Kong Fei might have encountered misfortune. That was a Union airship. Bai Mueo also noticed the dirigible, appearing quite composed. Yet as she observed Li Liang's changing expression, she seemed to infer something. The airship circled nearby, continuously projecting scanning lasers downwards to scrutinize everything on the ground. Ultimately, it hovered directly above the Earth Cow. Identify yourselves immediately. Huojin's voice boomed from the airship, tinged with impatience. The scanning apparatus could detect human activity within the Earth Cow, but could not discern identities. Are they here for you? Bai Mueo whispered. Yes. You may speak truthfully. I do not wish to embroil you in trouble. I will find a way to escape myself, Li Liang retorted, already contemplating how to handle Huojin's pursuit. If you trust me, allow me to handle this. Bai Mueo replied earnestly, then approached the control room. Li Liang was unsure of her intentions, merely watching her intently. Bai Mueo activated the intercom, inhaling deeply before declaring, I am from the Bai family commercial firm. We have just encountered an attack from a pack of zombie wolves, but we are unharmed now. Please allow us to leave. Throughout the conversation, Bai Mueo made no mention of Li Liang, which he appreciated. The Bai family commercial firm? Huojin scrutinized the scene below, his expression wavering. He had heard of the Bai family firm and understood that he could not treat them as he did those within the fortress. Yet, intuition warned him against letting this person go so easily. Are all of you from the firm inside? Huojin inquired, while simultaneously projecting a laser that coalesced into an image of Li Liang's likeness midair. We are in pursuit of this individual. If you possess any information regarding him, please inform me. The union will offer a reward. Those inside should step forward for inspection, and once verified, you may depart. Huojin outlined his demands. An abrupt silence enveloped the two parties. Inside the Earth Cow, Xiao Tao gazed at Li Liang in astonishment. Had it been earlier, she would have unhesitatingly expelled him to avoid complications. But now her curiosity piqued regarding how Li Liang had attracted the union's attention. You're bolder than I imagined. Li Liang remained silent, fixated on Bai Mueo, uncertain of the decision the opposing party would make. I refuse. Bai Mueo inhaled deeply, asserting her stance loudly. Her rejection shattered the silence. Consider the consequences of refusing the Union's demands. Huazhen bellowed in irritation. His sudden appearance at the fortress was not solely due to receiving a rescue mission from above, but also in hopes of assisting Changming. Everything had been proceeding smoothly. He merely needed to pin all the blame on the enigmatic Li Liang. Yet, the man had fled, placing him at risk of scrutiny from his superiors. Thus he was determined to apprehend Li Liang. Now, Bai Mueo's refusal further convinced him that Li Liang was indeed within. I shall ask once more, will you step forward for inspection, or continue to resist? Huazhen, lacking patience, posed the question again, merely going through the motions as he signaled his subordinates to prepare for an assault. I refuse. Bai Mueo reiterated her position. Just as her words fell, an explosion erupted beside the Earth Cow. Huazhen had initiated an attack. Your two refusals to be inspected violate Union law. I have the authority to subdue you, Huazhen proclaimed triumphantly. Simultaneously, the airship's cannons unleashed a full-scale assault on the Earth Cow. The entire vessel resembled a colossal target, left vulnerable to their onslaught. Li Liang, Xiao Tao, and Bai Mueo in the control room stumbled about, struggling to maintain their footing, utterly unprepared for Huazhen's direct assault. Step aside, let me take control, Xiao Tao shouted, as she had always been the one piloting the Earth Cow. Now, faced with an unexpected attack, she was brimming with fury, eager to teach the airborne assailant a lesson. Allow me. Li Liang activated the Earth Cow. Having just repaired it, he had gained an intimate understanding of the machinery, even surpassing Xiao Tao's familiarity. Bai Mueo nodded at Xiao Tao, permitting Li Liang to proceed. Boom! The Earth Cow roared to life, and the surrounding soil erupted in plumes of white smoke, produced by the intense heat emanating from the vessel. Amidst the swirling fog, the Earth Cow burrowed into the ground, vanishing from sight. What is happening? Use radar to scan. Huazhen, startled by the disappearance of the Earth Cow, demanded. A drone-like device launched from the airship, hovering beneath it, projecting laser beams to search for the Earth Cow's whereabouts, yet yielding no results. Captain, the enemy possesses interference devices. Our radar cannot detect them. Cannons, commence indiscriminate fire. Turn over the ground below. I refuse to believe we cannot locate them. Huazhen fumed, his hair nearly standing on end. How could this metallic behemoth simply vanish? Cannons rained down like meteors, striking the earth and sending countless clods of dirt and debris flying, the cacophony reverberating through the mountainous terrain. Following a frenzied barrage, the area where the Earth Cow had once been stood charred, emitting thick black smoke. Yet still there was no trace of the Earth Cow. This is absurd. How can it possibly elude us? Huazhen seethed, contemplating another round of bombardment, though apprehensive about depleting his ammunition. The atmosphere grew tense with silence. At that moment, a laser shot forth from directly beneath the airship, accompanied by several cannon blasts that struck the underside of the dirigible. The airship sustained damage and began to shake violently. Captain, we are under attack. Damn it, from where? Right beneath us. As soon as the words left his mouth, a barrage of cannon fire surged directly towards the airship. Quick, take cover. However, Huazhen lost his footing and fell, cursing under his breath. It turned out that the attack was coming from directly beneath him. What a scoundrel. Utterly devoid of martial ethics. At that moment, the Earth Bull burst forth from the ground, casting a steel cable that ensnared the tail of the airship and began to exert all its might to drag it down. Full power. It's trying to pull us down to our doom. Huazhen roared within the airship. If they were truly yanked down, it would spell disaster for both the machine and its crew. In an instant, the airship and the cannons aboard the Earth Bull simultaneously locked onto each other, unleashing a torrent of fire that illuminated the surroundings in a crimson glow. Chapter 43. Intelligence. The flames rained down upon both the Earth Bull and the airship, inflicting severe damage on both sides. However, the Earth Bull fared considerably better. Designed for ground and subterranean operations, the Earth Bull boasted a robust outer layer of reinforced steel plating, making it far sturdier, while the airship, built for aerial navigation, lacked sufficient defensive capabilities and appeared far more beleaguered under the same assault. Captain, the left wing is also compromised. Captain, if this continues, we will truly plummet. The atmosphere inside the airship was rife with panic. Everyone understood that prolonging the situation would lead to certain doom, yet the final decision lay in Huazhen's hands. His hair was already in disarray, and he bore bruises on his face from some unseen impact. Damn it, I can wager that Li Liang is inside. Otherwise, the enemy wouldn't dare to act so brazenly. Huazhen bellowed, but even with this revelation, he was powerless to act against the Earth Bull in his current predicament. Li Liang, if you are indeed inside, You must cease your actions at once, or Kong Fei shall not survive. Hui Zhen threatened suddenly. Sure enough, the Earth Bull's assault came to a halt. A sly smile crept across Hui Zhen's face. The Earth Bull projected a light screen, revealing Li Liang seated in the control room. What have you done to Kong Fei? Hui Zhen scoffed, believing he had grasped Li Liang's vulnerability to leverage his threat. Foolish, Li Liang replied disdainfully, recognizing Hui Zhen's folly. He had indeed halted the attack out of concern for Kong Fei, but surrender was out of the question. Otherwise, the battle would not have persisted for so long. The Earth Bull resumed its tugging of the steel cable, dragging the airship downward. Since Hui Zhen's would seem to have abandoned him, he would have to endure further hardship. The airship's wings spun wildly in an effort to ascend, but it was futile as it continued to be pulled downward. Li Liang, I will remember this. You're forcing my hand. Hui Zhen roared. At that very moment, the airship abandoned all pretense of resistance and charged directly at the Earth Bull. This is bad. That lunatic is truly intent on mutual destruction. Xiao Tao screamed, visibly alarmed. Bai Muiao swiftly scooped up Hong Lian, but did not flee. Instead, she fixated her gaze on Li Liang, eager to discern his next move. Do you intend to collide the airship with me? Li Liang smirked. Hui Zhen, it seems fortune has not favored you, for you have encountered the Earth Bull. In the air, the airship's engines fell silent, plummeting like a colossal steel bomb towards the Earth Bull. However, in the chaos, a balance pod, roughly the size of a bed, was ejected into the air, soaring away into the distance. The light around the Earth Bull began to warp, and the soil beneath trembled as if something extraordinary was unfolding. A faint electromagnetic shield enveloped the Earth Bull from above. With a thunderous crash, the airship collided with the Earth Bull, igniting a spectacular explosion that sent a massive plume of black smoke skyward, as though the site had just borne witness to a cataclysmic detonation. After what seemed like an eternity, the smoke began to clear, revealing a gaping crater in the ground. The explosion had blasted away the soil surrounding the Earth Bull, creating a terrifying pit. Yet, at the center of this chaos, the Earth Bull remained unscathed, as if nothing had transpired. As the haze lifted, the outcome was one that Hui Zhen found utterly unacceptable. No, Hui Zhen watched everything unfold from the balance pod via video. He could hardly believe that despite his elaborate schemes and even the self-destruction of the airship, he had failed to eliminate Li Liang. This was a bitter pill for him to swallow, yet he dared not return. Instead, he maneuvered the balance pod to flee rapidly. He had paid a steep price. His airship was utterly destroyed, and he had callously abandoned several Alliance soldiers aboard, even sacrificing their lives. Should his superiors discover this, he would be in grave trouble. So his immediate priority was to preserve his own life and shift all blame onto Li Liang. Within the Earth Bull, Bai Muiao and Xiao Tao gazed at Li Liang, dumbfounded, unsure of how he had achieved such a feat. You must be unfamiliar with this mecha. I have been in charge of piloting since our departure. Dare you suggest otherwise? Xiao Tao retorted, albeit with a slight quiver in her voice, betraying her uncertainty. Indeed, she was not well acquainted with the Earth Bull, which had been provided to her by the Bai Ling army, and while she had learned the basics, she was completely unaware of the electromagnetic shield used moments ago. Just as I suspected, Li Liang mused inwardly, realizing his previous assumptions had been correct. Now that the danger had abated, if possible, he requested Xiao Tao take control, as they needed to return immediately. Bai Muiao finally spoke up, having refrained from interjecting during Xiao Tao and Li Liang's exchange, though her expression had subtly shifted. Very well, Li Liang said, rising to approach Bai Muiao, intending to take Hong Lian from her, but she shook her head gently, placing Hong Lian on a chair instead. Seeing this gesture, Li Liang felt a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. Where shall we go now? He inquired, knowing that Bai Muiao, being from the Bai family business, would possess extensive knowledge about their surroundings, providing an excellent opportunity to address his numerous questions. To the Bai family business's stronghold, Bai Muiao replied succinctly, offering no further elaboration. Xiao Tao piloted the Earth Bull directly into the heart of a great mountain. The Earth Bull's ability to traverse rugged terrain was indeed impressive, effortlessly cleaving through trees and small boulders, akin to an advanced excavation machine. I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Li Liang finally could not restrain himself from speaking. Of course, but they must not pertain to personal matters or the business itself, Bai Muiao replied, seemingly anticipating his inquiries. Now that there's a business, may I ask, what medium is used for exchanges? Is it currency? Li Liang had long wished to ask this question. Given the existence of trade, a medium must surely exist, yet he had never encountered any form of currency. Bai Muiao regarded Li Liang with apparent surprise. taken aback that he would pose such a question. After a brief pause, Bai Mueo finally spoke. Perhaps you are jesting, but it matters not. Since you have inquired, I shall answer truthfully. The survivors have established various strongholds, with the largest being the Survivor Alliance, which controls the vast majority of resources. Thus, they rarely engage in trade. However, the other strongholds, whether city-states or kingdoms, are not self-sufficient and hence require commerce. This is the very reason for the existence of our trading company. Currency has long been rendered obsolete. Measurement units are not fixed. Any resource can be exchanged. Energy, weapons, population, everything is negotiable. In my view, this system pales in comparison to the previous monetary economy. Yet given our current situation, it is the most pragmatic approach, for currency is utterly unreliable. What truly matters is resources. Upon hearing Bai Mueo's words, Li Liang began to comprehend why the Black Claw specifically targeted women, why the Alliance implemented a food distribution system, and why Cheng Ming regarded the lower-class citizens as expendable. Just then, the Earth Bull came to a halt, and a mechanical roar resonated ahead. Chapter 44. The Bai Lung Army. Suddenly, a colossal gate emerged from the ground, seemingly leading to a tunnel. Let us proceed, Bai Mueo softly encouraged. The Earth Bull gradually entered the tunnel, and the gate slowly descended, closing as if it had never existed. Inside the pitch-black tunnel, devoid of any lights, Li Liang observed. Through the vehicle's illumination, the glint of weapons at intervals along the walls. Where we headed? He inquired. To our trading company's stronghold in this city. Bai Mueo replied succinctly. After a while, a faint light illuminated the path ahead as the Earth Bull emerged from the tunnel into a square. The square was semicircular, connected to numerous dark rivers, with a sheer cliff looming above, as if it had been shaped from a natural abyss. Though the surroundings were lit, the illumination was dim, making it difficult to detect from the outside. To the left of the square, a larger airship than the one previously piloted by Huazhen was docked. Small transport vehicles busily navigated the square, efficiently transporting various resources. We have arrived, Bai Mueo exclaimed, visibly relieved, her demeanor more relaxed than ever before in front of Li Liang. Mueo, you have returned. A voice called out, piercing the atmosphere. A young man with striking features, clad entirely in black and riding a dark motorcycle, sped toward them, leaving a long skid mark on the ground. The Bai Lung Army has arrived, Xiao Tao remarked coolly, maneuvering the Earth Bull to the designated spot before opening the hatch. Why are all men so insufferable? She commented, glancing at the Bai Lung Army outside, and then at Li Liang, her expression shifting, though still not pleasant. Bai Lung Army, I received your distress signal. However, the signal was too weak for me to pinpoint your location, leaving me in anxious uncertainty. The young man, smiling while greeting Bai Mueo, continued to explain. A man's words are as deceitful as a fox. If you truly meant to help, you would have found a way. Xiao Tao muttered under her breath. Xiao Tao, Bai Mueo warned, clearly displeased with her remarks. Xiao Tao, feeling a bit helpless, could only remain silent. Li Liang observed the exchange quietly, holding on to Hong Lian, who remained unconscious, causing him great concern. And who might this friend be? The young man inquired, his smile unwaveringly polite. I am Li Liang. Thanks to him, we were saved. Bai Mueo recounted the events of her rescue. Since he is the benefactor who saved Bai Mueo, we must treat him with utmost hospitality. The young man declared, his demeanor toward Li Liang growing notably warmer. The four of them engaged in casual conversation for a while before the young man summoned a vehicle to escort them to a building. This structure resembled a command tower, exquisitely adorned, and as Li Liang stepped onto the plush carpet, it felt akin to entering a five-star hotel. This place is far more imposing than Cheng Ming's. Mueo, though we lost the supplies, as long as you are safe, it is of little consequence. The young man poured several glasses of red wine, handing one to each of them, and took the first sip. Thank you, army brother, Bai Mueo replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she hesitantly took a sip. Xiao Tao gulped hers down in silence. Li Liang also drank, but he felt an inexplicable sensation toward the young man. Was he being overly effusive? At that moment, Hong Lian, who had been sleeping on the side, suddenly awoke and began shouting, What is this place? It reeks. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Liang said, somewhat embarrassed, hurrying to her side and gently patting her shoulder, signaling her to be quiet. If you don't want me to speak, I shall speak all the louder. It truly stinks, Hong Lian protested, raising her voice like a loudspeaker. Bai Mueo inhaled deeply, failing to notice anything amiss, attributing it to Hong Lian's childish temper. Not taking it seriously. Haha, Bai Lung Army, I told you, you're rather unpleasant. Even the children find it distasteful. Xiao Tao laughed, seizing the opportunity to tease him. Children speak without filter. It may be that the cleaning was insufficient, or perhaps this little one has a sensitive nose. The young man replied nonchalantly, appearing unconcerned. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Li Liang decided to take Hong Lian away. They were assigned to a small guest room, which, though compact, was well equipped. It smells of decay. How revolting! Hong Lian exclaimed after Li Liang closed the door, taking deep breaths and speaking softly enough for him to hear clearly. What are you babbling about? There is no stench of decay here, Li Liang insisted, genuinely feeling that Hong Lian's antics were inappropriate. There are no zombies here. Where would the smell come from? If you continue this nonsense, I will be angry, he warned, growing increasingly displeased. It's not the smell of zombies. It's something even more disgusting. Hong Lian pouted, looking aggrieved, then resumed taking deep breaths. If you don't want me to speak, I want tea, but I can't smell that revolting odor anymore anyway. However, unbeknownst to Li Liang, in the adjoining basement, Bai Lung Army was resting a leg on a table. His gaze fixed on a screen displaying the earlier conversation between Li Liang and Hong Lian. This girl in a red dress is quite intriguing. He chuckled, his eyes locked on Hong Lian as though he wished to see through her very essence. He even unconsciously licked his lips as if savoring a delectable treat. Not only were Li Liang and Hong Lian being monitored, but every action of Bai Muiyao and Xiao Tao was also under his scrutiny, though he deliberately avoided observing their private moments, demonstrating a complete lack of interest in such matters. Thus, several days passed in this manner, with Bai Lung Army showering Bai Muiyao with attentive care, akin to a suitor, which deeply moved her, prompting her to respond with warm smiles. One day, an alarm suddenly blared throughout the square. Chapter 45, The Foot. This stronghold is heavily fortified. How could an alarm sound unexpectedly? Li Liang stepped outside with Hong Lian and, accompanied by Bai Muiyao and others, arrived at the observation platform. The square below was eerily devoid of transportation vehicles, its emptiness accentuated by the illumination of all lights. A few minuscule dark figures moved languidly within the spotlight's reach. Upon closer inspection, Li Liang discerned that they were merely a handful of ordinary zombies, aimlessly wandering without purpose. How could there be zombies here? He pondered in confusion. The tunnel they had entered was brimming with weapons, and the surrounding stone walls were fortified with fabric. Even the waters had several armed patrol boats, making the presence of such low-tier zombies seemingly impossible. Military brother, could there be a breach in our defenses? Bai Muiyao inquired, her expression reflecting her unease, though her understanding of security matters was limited. She turned to Bai Lung Jun, who had been overseeing operations. Bai Lung Jun's countenance shifted to one of embarrassment, as if he had made a grievous error, while a rare hint of tension flickered in his eyes. Guard, eliminate these filthy creatures, he commanded. 2 armored vehicles emerged from either side of the square. These tracked vehicles resembled armored combat vehicles. Yet their artillery barrels were not particularly long, with 2 cannons on either side, suggesting they were primarily for defensive purposes. The 2 armored vehicles formed a V-shape around the ordinary zombies and opened fire, flames quickly reducing the creatures to ash. Bai Lung Jun scoffed, his expression changing as he smiled at Bai Muiyao. Rest assured, Sister Muiyao, as long as I am here, this place is as safe as can be. You didn't even handle the zombies, yet you speak so grandly. Xiao Tao interjected with a sarcastic remark. Xiao Tao, enough, Bai Muiyao admonished, her displeasure evident as she silenced her. Li Liang intended to escort Hong Lian away, but was halted by Bai Muiyao. She dismissed Bai Lung Jun, and Li Liang requested Xiao Tao to assist in taking Hong Lian back to their quarters. I have gathered some intelligence regarding the Black Claw, Bai Muiyao began, once she ensured their surroundings were clear. Wonderful, Li Liang responded, a rare smile gracing his face. Since arriving here, he had entrusted Bai Muiyao with investigating information on the Black Claw, and after days of waiting, he finally received a response. However, the information is rather limited. I hope it proves useful to you, Bai Muiyao said, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. The Black Claw is shrouded in mystery, unlike our Bai Trading Company, which operates purely on transactions. They possess a far more intricate structure and agenda. I cannot ascertain where your friend has been sold. In the entire Eastern Theater, the Black Claw remains an enigmatic organization, surfacing only when a transaction is necessary. They will seek you out. You cannot pursue them. Bai Muiyao relayed her knowledge piece by piece. ISNT it said that many places have so-called ears lurking about. Indeed, but ears in a state of silence are nearly impossible to detect. Even if there are ears from the Black Claw here, we have no means to uncover them. Bai Muiyao expressed her frustration. If the Black Claw wishes to engage in trade with you, besides the ears you know of, another role will emerge. That of the feet. The appearance of this role signifies that the Black Claw is preparing to act. Feet, Li Liang repeated quietly, gaining a deeper understanding of the organization. After their conversation concluded, he returned to his quarters only to discover that Hong Lian was missing. After searching for a spell, he still found no trace of her and was compelled to seek Bai Mu Yao's assistance. She, too, initiated a search, but to no avail. How could she have vanished so suddenly? I distinctly brought her to the room, Xiao Tao lamented, racking her mind for the details of the earlier events. That girl is just playful. She likely ran off on her own, Li Liang explained, wanting to alleviate Xiao Tao's embarrassment. After another round of searching, someone reported that they had located Hong Lian. They all rushed to the food storage, where they found her sitting atop a crate of canned goods, gleefully indulging in caviar, with various open food items scattered about the floor. Upon closer inspection, Li Liang realized these were top-tier ingredients and rare delicacies. How did this girl find her way in here? You little troublemaker, Li Liang exclaimed, snatching the caviar can from her grasp, his irritation palpable. Ah, Hong Lian cried, reaching out to reclaim it, but Li Liang playfully swatted her hand away. Her expression turned to one of dismay, and she looked as if she might cry. Just let her have it. Bai Mu Yao, feeling a pang of sympathy, interjected softly. Apologies for the trouble. Li Liang handed the can back to Hong Lian and pulled her away toward their room. Realizing Li Liang was genuinely upset, Hong Lian tossed the can aside and sulked. Following him in silence, her lips pursed. You really know how to stir up trouble. Once back in their room, Li Liang's anger had mostly dissipated, yet he maintained a stern demeanor. I just caught a whiff of that delightful aroma and wanted to taste it, Hong Lian admitted shyly, aware that she had caused Li Liang trouble. All right, we shall leave this place tomorrow. We cannot burden them any longer, Li Liang declared, having resolved to depart after receiving the intelligence on the Black Claw from Bai Mu Yao. Staying any longer would serve little purpose, while Bai Mu Yao was courteous. His status as an outsider would inevitably lead to awkwardness over time. Thus, Hong Lian's mischief provided the perfect excuse to leave. Li Liang shared his intentions with Bai Mu Yao, who did not insist on retaining him, but, after exchanging pleasantries, arranged for provisions and supplies to be prepared for him. Bai Mu Yao was considerate, even sending him off with a compact armored vehicle capable of seating two, equipped with solar charging but devoid of any offensive capabilities. It was, nonetheless, quite a generous offering. The following morning, Li Liang, accompanied by Hong Lian, made their way to the square to embark on their journey. Suddenly, Xiao Tao rushed over, grasping the car door to prevent Li Liang from departing. What is the matter? Li Liang asked, perplexed by her sudden interference. Please, don't leave just yet. I have something to discuss with you. Xiao Tao glanced around, her demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety. I have no desire to entangle myself in your conflicts with Bai Longjun, Li Liang stated resolutely, aware of the tension between Xiao Tao and Bai Longjun, and noticing Bai Mu Yao's faint affection for Bai Longjun. Although their relationship was not particularly close, there was an undeniable spark, which Li Liang observed keenly. This was another significant reason for his desire to leave. He did not wish to be a third wheel. Feet have appeared, Xiao Tao whispered urgently, her voice barely audible. Chapter 46, Forbidden Techniques. Where? Li Liang's excitement surged as he prepared to take action. Don't rush. Xiao Tao glanced around once more, then gestured for Li Liang to enter the vehicle. Li Liang opened the door, allowing Xiao Tao to enter while ushering Hong Lian to the back compartment. Speak, he instructed in a hushed tone, eager to avoid drawing attention. The feet have indeed manifested here. I possess information, but you won't be able to locate them. Not even I can, Xiao Tao revealed, producing a sensor and activating it, scanning the interior of the vehicle. Once assured there were no listening devices, she raised her voice slightly. Do you think you can walk away alive for long? What do you mean? Li Liang suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Based on my understanding of that repugnant man, Bai Longjun, he will undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics. Before long, after you leave here, you will encounter an ambush, either orchestrated by his men or a horde of zombies. In any case, the intent is to take your life. Xiao Tao's expression soured at the mention of Bai Longjun. Why would he do such a thing? Li Liang inquired, perplexed, although I find Bai Longjun's enthusiasm somewhat excessive. Even bordering on feigned, we have no prior interactions, nor do I harbor any animosity towards him. Why would he seek my demise? Perhaps he is intent on preventing any information pertaining to this place from leaking, Xiao Tao speculated. I hadn't given it much thought until the sudden malfunction of the Earth Ox prompted my suspicions. Upon investigation, I discovered that someone had deliberately implanted a virus into the Earth Ox's programming, which nearly led to the demise of both myself and the young lady. Why are you sharing this with me? Li Liang scrutinized Xiao Tao, skeptical of the notion that she would divulge such information without cause, considering their tenuous relationship. Hold on. Xiao Tao appeared to have anticipated his reaction. Did you ever ponder the sudden appearance of those zombies in the square yesterday? With such stringent defenses in place, how could mere ordinary zombies have infiltrated? Li Liang nodded, as this was a suspicion he had entertained the previous day. You cannot leave, not only for your safety and that of this girl, but also to ensure that the young lady returns safely to her master. Xiao Tao's tone grew more fervent, her frustration evident. The young lady is far too naive, always believing Bai Lengjun to be a benevolent figure, disregarding my warnings. Why did those feet appear here? Is there something you have yet to disclose? Li Liang pressed, relying on his intuition. Xiao Tao hesitated momentarily. I am uncertain of the specifics, but I will share what I know. Following the calamity, the vast majority of humans and animals transformed into zombies. The survivors, in their battles against the undead, discovered that zombies possess numerous abilities. If these abilities could be harnessed effectively, perhaps a new world could be forged. As she spoke, her expression grew tense. Thus began research into the domestication of zombies, yet it was ultimately deemed impossible. Huh, fool! Hong Lian, concealed within a nearby cargo hold, scoffed derisively. Subsequently, a scientist proposed an audacious hypothesis. If zombies could not be tamed, perhaps humans could be endowed with zombie-like abilities. This led to a series of experiments involving the implantation of zombie tissue into living humans, all of which ended in failure. With every test subject succumbing to transformation into a zombie, Xiao Tao lamented, the Alliance issued a ban, freezing all similar experiments. However, certain city-states and individuals continue to conduct such tests clandestinely. Do not tell me you are involved in such activities. Li Liang felt a wave of nausea wash over him. We are not, but we have unexpectedly acquired documents pertaining to this technology, Xiao Tao confessed, as if having triumphed in an internal struggle. Perhaps this is the reason for the appearance of those feet. Anything could transpire next, and I hope you will stay and help me protect the young lady. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them, neither willing to speak further. I can agree to remain, but you must assist me in capturing those feet, as I need to rescue my friend. Lilian asarta resolutely. Agreed. Xiao Tao smiled, albeit awkwardly, feeling slightly embarrassed since she had already bid farewell to Miss Bai and now hesitated to leave. That is not an issue, Xiao Tao said nonchalantly, seizing her communicator. Quickly, someone come. This individual is implicated in the theft of vital items. Apprehend him. No sooner had she spoken than several armored vehicles surged forth, swiftly surrounding Lilian. Xiao Tao flashed a triumphant smile at him before disembarking and departing. Meanwhile, Li Liang and Hong Lian were escorted into a room for confinement. I have been duped, Li Liang lamented internally, recognizing the futility of protest and resignedly following along. Serves you right for meddling, Hong Lian remarked, her cheeks stuffed with food. Her words a mocking jab at Li Liang. Be quiet. Li Liang chuckled at her antics, both amused and exasperated, choosing not to engage in further conflict. With a creak, the door swung open, and Bai Muyo entered. Their eyes met, leading to an awkward moment of silence. Miss Bai, Li Liang stammered, unsure of how to proceed. It was Xiao Tao's folly. I shall have someone release you immediately. Bai Muyo seemed to grasp the situation intuitively, not allowing Li Liang to elaborate further as she prepared to set them free. Have you had any contact with those feet? Li Liang asked. Bai Muyo looked at him quizzically, puzzled by his sudden inquiry. Could it be that Xiao Tao deceived me? Li Liang's heart sank, prompting him to reconsider. Perhaps we should summon Xiao Tao. He wondered where she had vanished to, as she had seemed to disappear just moments ago. Bai Muyo, equally unaware of Xiao Tao's whereabouts, assured him, I can assure you we have had no contact with those feet. Upon hearing Bai Muyo's unequivocal response, Li Liang felt disinclined to press further. At that moment, Bai Muyo's communicator buzzed with a message. Miss, you must come to the square immediately. Something has happened to Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao, Bai Muyo exclaimed, spinning on her heel and sprinting outside, with Li Liang and Hong Lian following closely behind. In the square, a crowd had gathered, forming a tight circle. As Bai Muyo approached, the throng parted, revealing a figure lying amidst a pool of blood, the body contorted, evidently having fallen from a great height to its demise. Xiao Tao, how could this happen? Bai Muyo cried, tears streaming down her face at the sight of Xiao Tao's tragic fate. Li Liang, walking closely behind Bai Muyo, grasped her arm to prevent her from rushing forward, fearful of potential danger. He felt a surge of disbelief. How could the very person he had just conversed with plummet to her death? Looking up, he noted the pit above. Had Xiao Tao ascended there moments before? Who had cast her down? His gaze shifted to the spot where Xiao Tao lay, feeling an unsettling familiarity. Was this not precisely where the zombies had appeared yesterday? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. The zombies had not materialized from thin air. They had fallen from above. As they were zombies, their falls did not result in fatalities, thus eluding detection. With this understanding, Li Liang's eyes fixed on the pit above, it was imperative to investigate further. Chapter 47. The Unlikely Encounter. While direct access to the pit was unfeasible, an elevator leading to the observation deck was available, situated perilously close to the pit's summit. Bai Muiao hesitated when Li Liang expressed his desire to ascend the pit, contemplating her response. Is it prohibited to go up there? She asked, concern etched on her face. To uncover the truth, we must see for ourselves. Li Liang insisted. There are numerous heavy weapons up there, and entry has always been restricted. Even I have never ventured there. Military brother is quite familiar with the area. Let us consult him. Bai Muiao appeared anxious following Xiao Tao's death, relying on Bai Langjun as their anchor of support. The three sought out Bai Langjun. You wish to go up? Bai Langjun regarded Li Liang with a cool gaze. His demeanor somewhat aloof, yet not outright dismissive. The sudden appearance of zombies and Xiao Tao's subsequent fall occurred at the same location. I believe it is essential to investigate further. You would not refuse, would you? After all, this concerns the lives of everyone. Li Liang pressed, his tone direct. As pleasantries would only waste time. You may ascend, Bai Langjun conceded after a moment's thought. But I must inform you that there is nothing unusual up there, as there have always been sentries present. I have inquired, and no unforeseen events have transpired. Furthermore, only you may go up. As he spoke, Bai Langjun smiled at Bai Muiao, a gesture of consideration, yet his gaze inadvertently flicked towards Hong Lian. Thank you, Li Liang replied, following Bai Langjun to the entrance of the elevator. Within the confines of a stone wall stood a spacious lift, capable of accommodating around 20 individuals. As Li Liang stepped inside, his solitary presence seemed somewhat conspicuous. Indeed, a rather superfluous act. Once the elevator doors sealed shut, Bai Langjun promptly wiped the smile from his face, revealing a disdainful expression as he fixated on the ascending lift before turning on his heel and departing. The elevator ascended with remarkable speed, the steel cables emitting a whooshing sound as they drew the car upwards. From this vantage point, Li Liang could observe the entire port with clarity, watching as the figures and objects below diminished in size. A flicker of unease stirred within him. The heavy artillery positioned above was ostensibly designed to thwart any enemy incursions from the abyss outside, yet if employed to assault the port, would those below stand a chance of resistance? Lost in thought, the elevator came to a halt, the doors opened, and Li Liang stepped out onto a concealed platform, hewn from the very stone walls. Here, he could gaze downwards with clarity, yet the glare of the light rendered the view below indistinct. Before him loomed several imposing cannons, glinting ominously. Approaching him was an individual clad in security attire. Are you the one the military young master mentioned? The guard scrutinized Li Liang coldly, impatience evident in his tone. Li Liang nodded in acknowledgement. Your movements are confined to this platform. Do not wander. The guard barked before retreating to a nearby lounge to sit. The platform spanned approximately 10 square meters, and it was soon traversed. Li Liang gazed upward towards the exit of the abyss, a mere 20 meters away, the night sky adorned with countless stars. Did the zombies fall from the periphery? He inquired, directing his gaze upwards. The guard offered no response, merely shooting Li Liang an irritable glare. When Xiao Tao encountered her misfortune, did you see her fall from here? Despite sensing the guard's hostility, Li Liang pressed on with his inquiry. What business is that of yours? The guard, losing patience, snapped back. Are you implying I'm negligent? That I allowed the zombies to infiltrate and let Miss Tao fall? If so, why not have me arrested and let the military young master execute me? His tirade continued, as though he were venting long-held frustrations, his behavior bordering on the erratic. Li Liang observed him closely, refraining from retorting, instead perceiving a disquieting instability in the guard's demeanor. He appeared to be a person long subjected to pressure, now erupting in a moment of emotional release. Are you afraid of Bai Langjun? Li Liang ventured to ask. Upon hearing the name, the guard's expression shifted, a palpable wariness overtook him, and he ceased his earlier vituperations. Huh, this fellow is quite pitiable, and by Langjun's presence, he behaves like a docile dog, enduring countless grievances. And only in the presence of an outsider like you does he dare to bark. A familiar voice chimed in from the side, followed by the emergence of a somewhat portly figure. It's you. Li Liang's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the newcomer. It was none other than Xiao Tao. But how could this be? He had distinctly witnessed her corpse plummeting from above. How could he possibly encounter her again? The very notion was inconceivable. Yet every feature, the voice, the visage, the form, attested that this was indeed Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao, you are not. Li Liang faltered, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. I'm not dead. Am I? Xiao Tao smiled, her demeanor markedly different, a stark contrast to the Xiao Tao he once knew. I shall not perish. I will live forever, she proclaimed with a sinister grin, advancing towards Li Liang while raising her weapon, aiming it at the guard with a swift motion. With a thunderous bang, the guard's head exploded, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The gunshot reverberated momentarily, yet it failed to elicit any response from below, for the open space did not amplify the sound. Xiao Tao, what has happened to you? Li Liang sensed the imminent danger, recognizing that the Xiao Tao he once knew, though temperamental, would never resort to murder. The transformation before him was profound. She could now take a life with ease, his own being no exception. Weren't you here to uncover secrets? The greatest secret here is that no one leaves alive, Xiao Tao declared, raising her firearm once more, her finger poised on the trigger. Yet, just as she was about to pull the trigger, her body lurched slightly. A dagger pierced her heart. Li Liang had acted first. In this apocalyptic world, survival demanded decisive action. Killing in self-defense was instinctual. Failure to act meant certain death. Li Liang had no other choice. Xiao Tao staggered back, her face contorted in pain, yet curiously, no blood flowed from her wound. The dagger remained embedded in her heart as she struggled, unable to muster strength, ultimately dropping the firearm. With a dull thud, she collapsed, her eyes wide open, breathless. I'm sorry. Li Liang felt a wave of remorse wash over him as he approached Xiao Tao's side. This marked his first act of taking a human life. Having slain countless zombies, he had grown accustomed to the act of killing, yet this time, guilt gnawed at him. However, as he wallowed in self-reproach, Xiao Tao's body began to undergo a bizarre transformation. Her form disassembled piece by piece, limbs and head falling away with a thud, revealing a metallic interior beneath her skin. This was not human. The realization dawned upon Li Liang. He had not killed Xiao Tao, nor had he slain a person at all. Ultimately, Xiao Tao's body fully disintegrated, the dagger embedded in a metallic core, which evidently controlled the other components that constituted the illusion of Xiao Tao he had known. This was not akin to a robot. The multitude of parts seemed forcibly assembled, reminiscent of the 3D printing technology he was familiar with. Extracting the dagger, Li Liang gazed at the heap of components, engulfed in a deeper sense of foreboding. Chapter 48, Suffocation. After descending the lift, Li Liang immediately relayed the events above to Bai Muiao and Bai Lengjun. Upon witnessing the pile of components, Bai Muiao could not restrain her tears. Bai Lengjun, however, wore a look of disdain. Here, no one dares to employ such tricks against me. He scoffed, briefly astonished before reverting to his usual arrogance. I demand you speak truthfully. Did you have contact with the foot? Li Liang directly questioned Bai Lengjun in Bai Muiao's presence, hoping for an honest response. No, Bai Lengjun replied, visibly displeased. You have no right to pry into these matters. An outsider should know what questions to ask and what to refrain from, or else trouble will ensue. Military brother, he is my friend, Bai Muiao interjected, sensing Bai Lengjun's words were overly harsh. Li Liang remained unfazed, perceiving no threat from Bai Lengjun. The man merely provoked discomfort with his words and temperament. This pertains to the secrets of the trade. Should you overstep further, I will ensure you comply. Bai Lengjun declared before turning to leave. Please do not take offense. He bears responsibility for everyone here. Bai Muiao offered a meek explanation, her voice lacking conviction. It's fine, Li Liang remarked as he made his way towards his and Hong Lian's quarters. At this moment, boats frequently traversed the dark river, transporting goods, while the tunnel resonated with the roar of machinery, everything proceeding in a methodical manner. Due to the nature of his identity, Li Liang found it inappropriate to directly inquire about the origins and destinations of these cargoes. However, through his observations over the past few days and conversations with Bai Muiao, he had gleaned that Linjiang City belonged to the Eastern Theater, which encompassed numerous city-states and strongholds. The Bai Trading Company was responsible for the logistics of these city-states and strongholds, making this location a pivotal hub of resources. Little girl, I'm back. Li Liang pushed open the door, only to find that Hong Lian was missing. Where could she have gone at this hour? After waiting in the room for a spell without her return, he ventured out to search for her. After several fruitless attempts, he sensed that something was amiss and immediately notified Bai Muiao. It was the dead of night, and despite feeling exhausted from the commotion, Li Liang was deeply anxious about Hong Lian's disappearance. He had no choice but to implore Bai Muiyao to mobilize personnel to search for her. To his dismay, those dispatched to find her reported no discoveries. It was as if Hong Lian had vanished into thin air. How could she be untraceable? Li Liang fretted. The girl had always been by his side. Though occasionally mischievous, her sudden absence left him breathless with concern, fearing that she might have encountered some misfortune. Do not fret too much. I have already dispatched people to conduct thorough checks. Every vehicle and cargo entering and leaving is being scrutinized. She cannot have escaped. She must still be here, Bai Muiyao assured him confidently. With a heavy sigh, Li Liang had no choice but to accept the reality and urge Bai Muiyao to continue the search for Hong Lian. If she was still in the vicinity, they had to locate her. If not, there was little they could do. Before long, dawn broke, and Li Liang managed to rest briefly, though his mind was still clouded with worry. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from the square. Emergency! There's been a death, someone shouted loudly. The commotion outside jolted Li Liang awake, and he hurried outside to find a crowd gathered around the square. What happened? He inquired as he approached. Someone fell from above and died, just like before with Xiao Tao. He learned, and upon looking closer, he saw a young man sprawled on the ground, lifeless. His back broken and limbs askew, exactly where Xiao Tao had fallen previously. Clear out. Attend to your own business. Bai Lingjun barked, dispersing the crowd with authority. You too leave. This is none of your concern. Bai Lingjun seemed displeased. Li Liang chose not to engage in conflict and simply turn away, sensing that the days ahead would not be tranquil. After Bai Lingjun had the body removed, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired, and the people's spirits were subdued. However, a day later, another individual fell from the same spot, meeting the same grim fate. This instilled a growing unease among the populace. Bai Lingjun attempted to stifle the rumors, but found it increasingly challenging. For several consecutive days, someone plunged from above, perishing in the same manner. And Bai Lingjun gradually lost control over the narrative, as fear permeated the community, leaving everyone uncertain if they would be the next victim. There were even instances of defection, with individuals stealthily absconding with resources and equipment, resulting in losses for the trading company. If this continued, the situation would spiral out of control. The atmosphere each day became suffocating, with no one willing to engage in any work. Damn it, who was behind this? I refuse to believe we cannot catch you. Bai Lingjun, in a fit of rage, activated all surveillance systems, even deploying monitoring drones to hover in the air, vowing to apprehend those responsible. This move temporarily eased the tension. However, that very night, all surveillance equipment inexplicably lost transmission. Within mere minutes, yet another individual fell to their demise. It was as if a bomb had detonated in a tranquil lake, creating immense ripples of panic that spread like a plague, exacerbating the chaos. Run. I don't want to die. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. Stop. Who dares to move? Bai Lingjun commanded, deploying all armored vehicles to block every exit. To regain control, he had no choice but to halt all machinery operations, sealing off all passageways, forbidding anyone from leaving. It was as if time itself had come to a standstill. Everyone's nerves were frayed, yet no one doubted that tomorrow would bring more death. Li Liang sat in his room, gazing at the deserted square, sighing deeply. Within less than a week, the place had transformed into a ghost town, all operations ceased, and the spirits of the people nearly shattered. Such tactics were truly formidable. Now, he was convinced of the truth in Xiao Tao's words. The threat had indeed arrived here and was negotiating with certain individuals in a different manner. Li Liang calmly assessed the situation while glancing in the direction of Bai Lingjun, sensing that the man was ill-equipped to handle this. It was time for him to prepare for action. The information Xiao Tao had provided was indeed a razor-sharp weapon. Chapter 49. The Clumsy Bear. At dawn, the surface of the dark river appeared unusually tranquil, the water flowing past the moored vessels, creating rippling waves. On the inky surface of the river, a blue triangular flag emerged, adorned with the emblem of a sea lion, slowly approaching the shore without being noticed by anyone. Soon after, a small observation platform became visible beneath the flag, prompting radar detection and triggering alarms across the square. The bright floodlights illuminated the once dark river, revealing a massive black object beneath the flag, resembling a shark lurking just below the surface, deterring any approach. Who goes there? No response was forthcoming as the object gradually surfaced. It was a submarine, yet its design bore a closer resemblance to a luxury yacht, merely navigating through the water in a submerged manner. The sudden appearance of this vessel disrupted the atmosphere, Some were exhilarated, while others were filled with dread. Several armored vehicles had already positioned themselves at the shore, prepared for any sudden developments. The artillery atop the pit had also stealthily trained its sights on the submarine, awaiting orders to strike. As the submarine finally docked, laughter echoed from within. Bai Ling Jun, is this how you welcome me? Following this, the submarine's hatch opened, and a procession emerged. At the forefront was a robust young man with dark hair, clad in all black, exuding an aura of intimidation. Behind him, a line of individuals donned similar black uniforms, armed and expressionless, while weaponry on either side of the submarine was revealed, poised for action. Bai Ling Jun, come here and meet me quickly. I have no time to waste. The man shouted brazenly, entirely unfazed by the gazes of those around him or the peculiar atmosphere. Li Liang stood at the window, quietly observing this man. Arrogance, audacity, and confidence. Behind such displays lay undeniable strength. The submarine that brought him was several times larger than the Ark, indicating that his identity was far from ordinary. Heilin Xiong, you should not have come at this time. Bai Ling Jun finally made his appearance, riding a motorcycle, albeit with an air of palpable impatience. His tone, when conversing with Heilin Xiong, was markedly restrained, as if he dared not unleash his temper. Do not burden me with such trivialities. Heilin Xiong scoffed, stepping alongside Bai Ling Jun, their shoulders brushing together. Bai Ling Jun appeared somewhat diminished in stature, almost as though he were being escorted by Heilin Xiong. The sudden arrival of this group naturally attracted the attention of all present, effectively shattering the previously suffocating atmosphere. Several hours later, Bai Muiao sought out Li Liang, stating that Bai Ling Jun had organized a small tea gathering to welcome Heilin Xiong. At the tea party, only a handful of young men and women served as mere embellishments. Dancing to the music while an assortment of fruits and snacks adorned the coffee table. The room had been modestly decorated, creating a significantly more relaxed ambience compared to the outside world. Heilin Xiong reclined on the sofa, intrigued as he watched the beautiful dancers. This is my friend, Bai Muiao announced as she entered with Li Liang, her disdain for Heilin Xiong palpable in her brief acknowledgement before she turned her attention away. Heilin Xiong glanced at Li Liang, but chose not to engage him in conversation. Instead, he turned to Bai Muiao and smiled. Muiao, I have told you countless times not to associate with individuals of such inconsequence. As for friends, I see him as no more than a vagabond, unworthy even to carry your shoes. Silence. Do not insult my friend. Bai Muiao retorted quietly, her irritation evident. Ha ha ha. Heilin Xiong laughed heartily, unrestrained by decorum. Muiao, you should hasten to decide to marry me and become the future mistress of the Golden Fortress. His audacious proclamation incited Bai Muiao's fury. Who would marry a foolish bear like you? Get away, Bai Muiao exclaimed, attempting to drag Li Liang away with her. This action inevitably embroiled Li Liang in the ensuing chaos. Observing the shift in Li Liang's demeanor, Heilin Xiong was on the verge of voicing his displeasure when he noticed that those around them were glancing toward the outside with intent. It's almost time, Li Liang remarked, gazing outside. For the past few days, it was at this hour that individuals had been dropping from above. Would today be any different? What are you looking at? Heilin Xiong asked, his interest piqued as he peered outside, still unaware of the unfolding events. Bai Ling Jun succinctly briefed him on the situation. Ha ha. I say, you Bai family members are truly cowards. What does it matter if a few people have died? Heilin Xiong laughed boisterously. I only concern myself with the final outcome. As for the dead, what significance does that hold? Just as he was boasting, two dark figures plummeted from above. Thud, thud. Two muffled thumps echoed. Another pair of souls claimed. The crowd erupted into disarray. Previously, only one had perished, but today they were doubled. Upon closer inspection, the fallen wore black uniforms, distinctly not of this place, but rather as if they were Heilin Xiong's own. Quickly send someone to investigate. Bai Ling Jun's face turned ashen. The emergence of such calamity at this moment left him feeling humiliated, especially before the imposing Heilin Xiong. After a brief interval, a runner burst in. Young Master Jun, what is the situation? Speak quickly. Bai Ling Jun's impatience was palpable. The deceased are individuals brought by young Master Heilin. The messenger bowed his head, unable to meet Heilin Xiong's gaze. What? Heilin Xiong, initially viewing this as mere entertainment, stood up in a fury upon hearing this news. His towering form added an air of intimidation that pressed upon those nearby. Li Liang regarded him coldly, offering neither mockery nor consolation. This individual was not deserving of sympathy and certainly not of friendship. What on earth happened? Heilin Xiong's face flushed with anger as he glared at Bai Ling Jun, demanding answers. He had only just arrived, and already two of his own had met their demise. Was there no regard for his dignity? Bai Ling Jun managed an awkward smile. At a loss for words. Fool! Heilin Xiong, seeing Bai Ling Jun's silence, stormed out with his entourage. The dance party ended on a sour note, with Li Liang following suit. Li Liang approached the two lifeless bodies, now utterly enraged. Heilin Xiong's followers armed and unsure of where to direct their wrath. Be cautious, their mouths contain something, Li Liang shouted, urging the crowd to retreat. To everyone's horror, the mouths of the corpses began to writhe, emitting a ghastly growl from their throats, as if they were attempting to speak. Chapter 50. The Direct Hook Fishing. Are you looking for me? A muffled sound emerged from the throats of the corpses, barely intelligible. The dead are speaking. The surrounding crowd recoiled in terror, Heilin Xiong himself breaking into a cold sweat, abandoning all pretense as he hurriedly retreated several steps. While everyone else fell back, one individual bravely approached the corpses. Who are you? Li Liang leaned down, seeking to unravel the mystery. He observed the throats of the corpses convulsing before a small slit opened, oozing black blood. Suddenly, a black mechanical beetle, resembling a rhinoceros beetle, emerged, its tiny eyes fixated on Li Liang. The second corpse exhibited the same phenomenon. After a minute of mutual observation, the two mechanical beetles launched themselves toward Li Liang. Not good. A sense of impending danger surged within Li Liang, prompting him to retreat urgently, not daring to look back as he fled. Boom! Boom! The two mechanical beetles exploded at the very spot where Li Liang had just stood. Plumes of black smoke filled the air. That was close. After hearing the explosions, Li Liang continued to run several dozen paces before stopping to glance back. Beneath the black smoke, the ground bore two scorch marks etched by intense heat. Had he not reacted in time, his life would have been in grave peril. What has transpired? Heilin Xiong approached, his voice booming with questions. He held his head high, casting a disdainful glance at Li Liang, seemingly oblivious to his earlier panic. They had mechanical beetles implanted within them. It appears someone indeed murdered these individuals. And that person is formidable. Li Liang recounted the events that had just unfolded. Bai Ling Jun and Bai Muyeo also arrived at the scene. Utterly meaningless information, Heilin Xiong declared, his volume rising upon Bai Muyeo's arrival. Now that we have established that someone orchestrated all of this, we simply need to identify that individual. Heilin Xiong's demeanor suggested he had assumed control of the situation, his arrogance palpable, while Bai Ling Jun remained silent and contemplative. Very well, then you take the lead. Bai Ling Jun challenged Heilin Xiong, adopting a spectator stance, content to let someone else shoulder the burden. Very well, I shall take my people up there. I wish to see who dares to harm my own. Heilin Xiong proclaimed fearlessly, but before he could finish, he added, I will be taking this fellow with me, indicating Li Liang. Li Liang remained silent, while Bai Muyeo grew increasingly anxious. Just go by yourself. Why involve my friend? Bai Muyeo implored, wishing to shield Li Liang from danger. Whether I take him or not is of no consequence, but now that you have said so, he must come. I cannot allow him to remain by your side. Heilin Xiong asserted, his tone resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. You are insufferable. Enough, Muyeo, do not be willful. Bai Ling Jun interjected, effectively solidifying the arrangement. Heilin Xiong reveled in his triumph, while Li Liang felt a sense of incredulity wash over him. How could he willingly walk into such an obvious trap? Were they truly conspiring to ambush and kill at random? Deliberately leaving clues serves to entice individuals into the pursuit of truth, akin to fishing with a direct hook. Those willing to bite shall be ensnared. Bai Ling Jun, cunning as he is, did not anticipate that the audacious Heilin Xiong would seek his own demise. Though he has implicated himself, it is fortuitous. I am eager to uncover the architect behind these events. After a brief respite, Heilin Xiong set forth with his entourage. Li Liang requested Bai Muyeo to procure some weaponry and provisions, subsequently joining Heilin Xiong in the elevator. Inside the elevator, there were 10 individuals, all of whom were brought by Heilin Xiong, armed to the teeth with heavy weaponry. Heilin Xiong wore a self-satisfied expression. If you dare to interfere, or if I deem you a hindrance to this operation, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you, he proclaimed, gesturing emphatically towards his thick neck. The others erupted in laughter, mocking Li Liang, while Heilin Xiong's blatant hostility led them to believe that Li Liang would not emerge from this ordeal unscathed. As the elevator doors slid open, they were met with an empty expanse. No guards dared to ascend, even under the threat of firearms. Heilin Xiong swiftly allocated positions to his men, taking his place at the center, surveying the surroundings. This place is truly desolate, a backwater. We must expedite our mission, procure the goods, in return for a hearty feast. Perhaps even indulge in some delightful company. His voice rang out, unbothered by Li Liang's presence, further solidifying Li Liang's suspicion that Heilun Xiong would soon turn his aggression towards him. My lord, the time is drawing near. Everyone is on high alert. For your safety, it would be prudent to step into the elevator and rest until we conclude our business, suggested one of Heilun Xiong's subordinates, fearful for their young master. Absolutely not. I intend to personally apprehend that individual and crush him as one would an ant, Heilun Xiong declared, his gaze fixed intently on Li Liang. Fool! Li Liang scoffed, unperturbed by Heilun Xiong's bravado. He had ascended merely to ascertain the truth and validate a hypothesis brewing in his mind. A sharp sound echoed, startling everyone as all eyes turned toward the source. The figure standing nearby was terrified, hastily exclaiming, "Do not fire. It was merely a drop of water. Damn it. Get away." Heilun Xiong exclaimed, startled, and raised both of his laser guns towards the individual, only to realize it was a false alarm, prompting him to curse in frustration. The moment the person stepped forward, their body collapsed to the ground with a series of cracking sounds, disintegrating like a poorly assembled toy. Yet not a drop of blood was shed. This sight rendered the others motionless, while only Li Liang understood that danger was indeed imminent. "Be cautious," Li Liang shouted, brandishing a dagger and slightly bending his body in preparation. "What is this?" Heilun Xiong stared at the fragmented body on the ground, a look of horror transforming his countenance. "This is a modular construct. They must be arranged back to back and ensure the person is alive." Heilun Xiong shouted in urgency. Aside from the inexplicably deceased individual, the remaining members formed a circle, with Heilun Xiong at the center, weapon in hand, vigilantly scanning the vicinity, ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Li Liang found himself isolated outside the circle. "Step aside and act as bait to draw that person out," Heilun Xiong bellowed. Just then, a drop of water unexpectedly landed on his left shoulder, accompanied by transparent thread. "Careful," Li Liang yelled. Heilun Xiong reacted instantly, feeling the thread slice through his clothing, leaving a thin cut on his skin, where beads of blood began to emerge. "That stings," Heilun Xiong cried out. Yet, instead of tending to his wound, he seized the nearest person and thrust them in front of himself. The thread missed its target and vanished, reappearing to aim directly for Heilun Xiong's head. The individual he held was struck instead, pierced through the body, lifeless. "This is an invisible laser beam. How insidious!" Heilun Xiong shouted, demanding, "Surround me, for protection." His subordinates, witnessing the gruesome fate of their comrade, turned pale, with some already sprinting towards the elevator, seeking escape. Heilun Xiong, seeing his commands disregarded, was consumed by fear, abandoning any semblance of resistance as he bolted to the front of the group, diving into the elevator and hastily closing the doors to prevent Li Liang from following. Observing the elevator's rapid descent, Li Liang stood on the platform, a mocking expression adorning his face. Such cowardice truly shamed the wealthy elite. The platform fell into an eerie silence, with only Li Liang remaining, surrounded by a solitary corpse and several dismembered limbs, and a few discarded weapons not far off. "Who are you, truly?" Li Liang mused aloud, his voice resonating, convinced that the orchestrator of these events lurked nearby. No sooner had he spoken than the individual struck by the invisible laser began to rise slowly, albeit with an unsettling, puppet-like motion, limbs lacking strength. With a swift motion, Li Liang hurled his dagger, embedding it into the person's heart, and quickly retrieved a weapon from the ground, preparing to strike again. Futile. Emitted a muffled sound from the corpse's throat, resembling the voices from the previous two bodies. "It is indeed you," Li Liang exclaimed, lifting the laser gun and aiming it at the corpse's head, ready to fire. "Hey, don't you wish to hear what I have to say?" The voice from within the corpse chimed once more. "Whatever you have to say, I am not interested." Li Liang feigned calmness, though his actions had already faltered. "Tell Bai Lingjun to hand over that item to me, and I will depart. Otherwise, the game continues." The voice from the body articulated, fragmented yet resolute. "What item? Is it related to the research on the undead? You killed Xiao Tao, didn't you?" Li Liang pressed for answers, but the figure remained silent, merely a lifeless shell. Suddenly, a deep thud resonated, and a fiery explosion erupted from the corpse's throat, engulfing in flames that quickly reduced it to ashes. Once more, tranquility returned, as if nothing had transpired. Am I to act as a mere messenger?" Li Liang chuckled bitterly, realizing he had been reduced to a pawn with little choice in the matter. Descending in the elevator to the plaza, Li Liang emerged to find Bai Lingjun, Bai Muiao, and Heilun Xiong awaiting him below. The most astonished of all was Heilin Xiong, who could hardly believe that Li Liang had survived. "You actually managed to come down alive." Heilin Xiong exclaimed in disbelief, perhaps worried that Bai Muiao would disclose his earlier humiliation, raising his voice in an attempt to intimidate Li Liang. Li Liang dismissed Heilin Xiong entirely, directing his attention to Bai Langjun. "I have a message to convey to you." "Who?" the three inquired simultaneously, each with different motivations behind their curiosity. "Let me relay it to you alone," Li Liang stated, observing Bai Langjun to gauge his reaction. "This cannot stand. This matter has already posed a threat to the interests of the Golden Fortress, and I must know." Heilin Xiong exclaimed, even attempting to stride forward to seize Li Liang. However, he was halted by Bai Langjun. "Follow me." Bai Langjun summoned an armored vehicle and unceremoniously ushered Li Liang aboard. This time, he paid no heed to Heilin Xiong's objections. "Speak. I would prefer not to discover that you are spouting nonsense. Otherwise, you will regret it." Bai Langjun inquired impatiently from within the armored vehicle. "The other party insists you hand over that item. Otherwise, the game will continue. It appears you have already made contact," Li Liang remarked, a hint of amusement in his tone, nearly aligning with his suspicions that Bai Langjun was inextricably linked to everything that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Bai Langjun's face quivered slightly. That despicable individual dares to negotiate through such underhanded tactics. At this moment, he seemed indifferent to the fact that Li Liang was privy to his words. This was not a negotiation, but a threat. "Indeed, you were aware of the identity of the other party all along. It is the foot, is it not?" Li Liang seized the opportunity to inquire, feeling a surge of indignation at Bai Langjun's pretense. "Negotiations demand fairness. To attempt to coerce me with such methods is but a pipe dream." Bai Langjun refrained from directly responding to Li Liang's query, instead speaking for himself, his expression growing somewhat grotesque. He was unwilling to concede, as he too had desires of his own. "You had better reveal the truth. The Black Claw's agents are not something you can contend with," Li Liang cautioned, unwilling to witness the senseless demise of those present. He was well aware of the brutal methods employed by the Black Claw. They were not reasonable actors, and their initial use of coercion indicated that they would not engage in amicable discussions with Bai Langjun. "Silence," Bai Langjun retorted dismissively. "Who do you think you are?" He cast a scornful glance at Li Liang. "In my eyes, you are not even worth the refuse. Even Bai Muiao cannot command me. Here, I am in charge. And one day, the entire Bai family business will be under my dominion." As he spoke, Bai Langjun exhibited a hint of hysteria, akin to a repressed individual on the verge of eruption. "I have no intention of descending into madness with you," Li Liang declared, attempting to exit the vehicle, only to find the door firmly shut. Bai Langjun smirked, and several gun barrels protruded from within, directly aiming at Li Liang. "You shall remain here. Observe closely, for I intend to deal with all who defy me. That foot, I want him to kneel and plead for mercy." With that, Bai Langjun erupted into laughter before opening the vehicle door and departing. Thus, Li Liang found himself confined within the armored vehicle, which meandered aimlessly, seemingly executing some task while distancing itself from the core area. Chapter 52. Indestructible. "No, he has turned me into bait." Li Liang observed the trajectory of the armored vehicle's movements, which sluggishly advanced a short distance before reversing, as if intentionally waiting for someone to arrive. Akin to fishing, luring prey with an enticing bait, he realized that he might have been exploited by Bai Langjun. However, he alone was insufficient to pique the other party's interest. Could it be that the information had been preemptively placed within the vehicle? Li Liang swiftly scanned his surroundings and indeed spotted a briefcase in a corner, appearing as though it had been inadvertently left behind, easily discoverable with minimal searching. "This is bad. I must leave quickly, or I shall be in grave danger." Confirming his suspicions, Li Liang began seeking an opportunity to escape, but the gun barrels within the vehicle were ever watchful, ready to fire at the slightest movement. Suddenly, the armored vehicle came to an abrupt halt. "Release me, and you should flee as well. We are about to face significant trouble," Li Liang shouted through the glass at the driver. The man in the driver's seat exhibited no reaction, seemingly oblivious to Li Liang's words, sitting vacantly for a minute or two before slowly turning his head, smiling at Li Liang, only for his head to drop, his body splintering into several pieces. A human puppet. Li Liang immediately grasped the situation. Simultaneously, the vehicle's power system ceased operation, and the gun barrels retracted. Clearly, the vehicle had been tampered with long ago. "Bai Langjun, you have underestimated me." Seeing this, Li Liang hastily pushed open the vehicle door and bolted outside. He did not take the briefcase. Who knew what it contained? At that moment, he was unwilling to waste a second on such a gamble. As he dashed from the armored vehicle, numerous figures suddenly emerged from the surroundings, all rushing toward him. Initially, Li Liang assumed these individuals were there to apprehend him and prepare to defend himself. However, they charged past him, entirely disregarding his presence, all heading directly for the briefcase. They had been dispatched to seize the information. A sense of unease washed over Li Liang, though he could not articulate why. He merely wished to flee, sprinting as far away as possible with all his might. Among those who rushed forward, the fastest individual leapt onto the vehicle, quickly locating the briefcase and reaching to seize it. Bang! A deafening explosion resonated as the entire armored vehicle erupted. Smoke enveloped Li Liang and everyone else. The shockwave sent those rushing past sprawling. Those closest were incinerated by the heat or torn apart by the residual force. Upon closer inspection, the ground was littered with dismembered limbs. Indeed, these individuals were human puppets. Haha, let's see you contend with me now. Bai Lingjun observed from a distance within the command center, a sinister grin adorning his face. This was all part of his scheme. Did he not wish for Li Liang to relay a message? Very well, let him serve as bait to lure out the foot, followed by orchestrating a grand explosion to resolve everything. Who would have thought matters would unfold this way? Should I commend your ingenuity or express some disdain for your naivete? Heilin Xiong stood nearby, his expression a mixture of joy and apprehension. He felt elated that the most formidable enemy had been vanquished, and that Li Liang, whom he found distasteful, was potentially eliminated as well. With the greatest threat removed, he could not believe that Bai Lingjun lacked backup information. His next step was merely to keep this treacherous individual in check. Yet, a sliver of worry lingered. Could Bai Lingjun's insidious nature lead to his own downfall? Heilin Xiong exchanged glances with his subordinates, preparing to take action. One must remain vigilant against such a treacherous character. A thorough reckoning might yield not only the information, but also the capture of Bai Muiao. How dare you harm my friend? Bai Muiao seethed with anger. She was well aware of the events that had transpired. Bai Lingjun's intentions in summoning Li Liang were now laid bare. Bai Muiao could scarcely believe that Bai Lingjun would resort to such treachery. It was terrifying. Was this truly the military brother she knew? Within the command center, everyone harbored their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Li Liang stood amidst the thick fog, gazing at the scattered corpses. He dared not move, for not far away, something was writhing. It appeared to be the upper half of a person, the entirety of their lower limbs blown away. Logically, they should not be alive, yet they were unequivocally in motion. It seemed to be a young man, his back turned to Li Liang, his clothes singed, one arm severed, relying solely on his remaining right arm to prop himself up. Under normal circumstances, Li Liang would have rushed over to assist him. However, now he did not dare to approach, for he understood that this was no mere human. Not even a human puppet. Once a human puppet is severed, it completely loses its mobility and vitality. Yet the entity before him was evidently not so. He had underestimated the situation. How could he have fallen for Bai Lingjun's ruse? After a moment, the figure languidly uttered a phrase that, despite its light tone and apparent indifference, belied a palpable struggle evident in his demeanor. Are you the foot? Li Liang inquired, brandishing his weapon. The figure slightly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at Li Liang. I never expected you to be alive. This admission of identity was followed by a slow movement of the foot. Now is not the time to deal with you. You cannot escape, Bai Lingjun. You have disappointed me. You cannot kill me. The foot muttered to itself, as if lost in madness. Yet, Li Liang observed with astonishment that the skin on the back of the foot was gradually shedding, revealing two circular objects that emerged, subsequently expelling two small flames that propelled its upper body into the air. You're a robot, Li Liang exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation of the foot's form, which was entirely mechanical, albeit with an uncanny difference. I'm not a robot, but my body is indeed mechanical. Thus I shall not perish, haha. The foot laughed, diving to the ground to collect several pieces of torso, assembling them onto itself as if gathering sufficient materials for a reconstruction. The foot reassembled, regaining a complete form. Bai Lingjun, upon completing the reconstruction, the figure soared into the air, revealing a body devoid of skin. Glistening metal flashing like a weapon as it charged toward the distant command center. This is bad. Initially elated to see the foot advancing towards Bai Lingjun's position, Li Liang quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Bai Muiao was still inside. Even without the system's intervention, he did not wish for her to come to harm. Li Liang hurried toward the command center just as a tremendous explosion erupted from that direction. Chapter 53. The Crying Battle. The colossal blast illuminated the surroundings, stirring waves even above the dark river. This is bad. There is no time. Li Liang's heart sank, And at that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! The system has detected that the third beautiful woman is in grave danger. Please proceed to rescue her immediately. I know without you telling me. Li Liang continued to sprint without pause. The system issued rewards in advance to facilitate the rescue. Reward 1. Level 1 invisibility, effective for 30 seconds, during which any detection instruments cannot locate the host. Reward 2. Body enhancement, rendering him impervious to blades and bullets for 3 minutes. The system unexpectedly granted him 2 rewards, taking Li Liang by surprise. Swift as the wind. With these 2 rewards, Li Liang activated his previous skill, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing. When he reappeared, he found himself within the command center. Uncertain of what had transpired, he beheld the area reduced to ruins. Countless fragments scattering in an arc, a clear indication that this was the explosion's epicenter. Could this be the Foot's doing? But why is he not here? Scanning the surroundings, Li Liang noted the absence of any life. Just then, a small mound nearby shifted, and with a whoosh, a shadow burst forth, ascending into the air. It was the Foot. However, the Foot now bore evident wounds on its mechanical body, suggesting it had endured a significant battle. Is it truly you? The Foot inquired first, though it lacked the previous arrogance, appearing somewhat disheveled. Bai Lingjun must have set the bomb to eliminate you. Li Liang boldly voiced his suspicion. That despicable fiend. Upon seeing me approach, he detonated this place in an attempt to kill me. Unfortunately for him, I am indestructible. Now, not only must I retrieve the data, but I must also eliminate everyone here to quench my vengeance. As the Foot spoke, it launched an attack on Li Liang, a beam of laser shooting toward him. I will first turn you into a humanoid puppet. Yet, to the Foot's astonishment, the laser struck Li Liang and merely ricocheted off, causing no harm whatsoever. How is this possible? The Foot, astonished, renewed its assault, unleashing not only lasers but also miniature cannonballs, all of which failed to inflict any damage on Li Liang. I am invincible. Do as you please. Li Liang chuckled, but he would not stand idly by while being attacked. With a sharp crack, a laser struck the Foot, creating a small puncture that forced its airborne form to recoil slightly. Just as I suspected, Li Liang observed the tiny hole, noting that it was not self-repairing. It seems your claim of being indestructible is conditional. You require humanoid puppets to replenish your injuries. If you lack spare resources while under constant assault, you too can perish. Li Liang articulated his deduction, closely scrutinizing the Foot's expression. A fleeting look of terror crossed the Foot's face, swiftly masked. However, Li Liang perceived this clearly, solidifying his conclusion. Your desperate desire to transform me into a humanoid puppet is solely to mend your injuries. Your urgency has granted me insight, Li Liang proclaimed loudly, relentlessly attacking the Foot with his weapon. The Foot returned fire, but as the exchange of energy continued, the Foot sustained numerous impacts and punctures, while Li Liang appeared untouched, all damage mysteriously vanishing. Initially incredulous, the Foot's expression shifted dramatically after a relentless barrage of attacks yielded no results. Prolonged engagement could only lead to one outcome: his demise. The more cunning the opponent, the less they could endure such a fate. The Foot was on the brink of tears. This was no contest, but rather a one-sided beating. Countless schemes must have swirled in his mind, and after yet another failed assault, the Foot directed its cannon at the ground, blasting an entrance before slithering inside like a venomous snake, disappearing from sight. Has he truly escaped? Li Liang was taken aback, having not anticipated the existence of a hidden entrance. Uncertain of what lay within, he recognized that 3 minutes had elapsed. If he continued this confrontation, he would soon be unable to withstand it. With a sigh of relief, Li Liang acknowledged the exhilarating sensation of invincibility he had just experienced. Yet he understood that he was not truly invincible. He merely withstood the current level of artillery. Should he encounter the likes of the Dainyu or R-class artillery, he would not fare as well. Though not fatal, injury was inevitable. This fellow, despite being injured, did not flee elsewhere but chose to enter the tunnel, indicating the presence of others. The Foot required humanoid puppets to heal, which necessitated living beings for their creation. Hence, the destination must harbor the living. Analyzing the Foot's earlier remarks, it appeared that upon arrival, he had not attacked before being ambushed by Lingjun again, leading to the explosion intended to eliminate him. But where had Lingjun and the others gone? They must be within that tunnel. It seemed the Foot aimed to heal itself before confronting Lingjun. But finding himself utterly impotent in battle, he altered his strategy to seek out Lingjun. This meant Mueo was in danger. With that thought, Li Liang plunged into the tunnel without hesitation. Although his skills had expired, he could not afford to falter. As he entered the tunnel, He was met with the sounds of anguished cries. The tunnel was not lengthy, spanning perhaps a mere 10 meters, and he soon reached its end. At the end lies a basement, approximately 20 square meters in width, where the door has been smashed to pieces. Inside, the anguished cries of Heilun Xiong's subordinates echo. As Li Liang departs, he witnesses several individuals sprawled on the ground, struggling. After a few futile movements, their bodies split into several pieces, with the feet commencing to absorb those fragmented forms to heal their own injuries. In the innermost part of the space, Bai Jun and two others lean against the wall, while Bai Muiao and Heilun Xiong gaze in horror at the grotesque actions of the feet. Bai Jun's face remains expressionless, his demeanor somewhat wooden, lost in contemplation. Upon seeing Li Liang enter, Heilun Xiong, surprisingly, is the first to shout, "You're still alive. Quickly, drag him away from me, so that I can escape this place." Heilun Xiong, desperate to avoid death, commands Li Liang to entangle the feet, hoping to create an opportunity for himself. Foolish, Li Liang mutters a curse, feeling that even acknowledging Heilun Xiong brings him disgrace. "You're still alive, still alive?" Bai Jun exclaims, his lips repeating the phrase while the color in his eyes begins to shift. Chapter 54, The Corpse Transformant. Li Liang keenly detects this transformation, although the other two remain oblivious. "Bai Jun, did you not say that as long as I followed you in here, I would be safe?" Heilun Xiong, now devoid of patience, desires to live. He believes that if he can return, endless riches await him. Thus, he begins to shout loudly, even raising a weapon aimed at Bai Jun. "Go, hold him down for me. I want to leave this place." Heilun Xiong roars, refusing to believe that such a treacherous person as Bai Jun would not fear death. However, Bai Jun's response is utterly unexpected. He strides towards Heilun Xiong without flinching, showing no sign of fear whatsoever. "You did not heed my words, did you?" Heilun Xiong feels offended and fires a shot at Bai Jun's right shoulder. The laser pierces through Bai Jun's shoulder, searing a hole and releasing a charred aroma. To everyone's astonishment, Bai Jun neither cries out in pain nor pleads for mercy. Instead, he continues to advance towards Heilun Xiong, standing face to face with him. He extends his right hand and seizes the gun barrel, squeezing it forcefully until it crumples into a twisted mass. This fellow possesses such strength? Li Liang muses, finding it peculiar that Bai Jun, appearing so frail, should exhibit such power. Furthermore, his current demeanor starkly contrasts with his usual self. "You." Heilun Xiong attempts to articulate further, but finds he can no longer speak. Blood has begun to flow from his mouth unbeknownst to him. Meanwhile, Bai Jun, with his left hand, has inexplicably plunged into Heilun Xiong's abdomen. "If you dare to kill me, my father will not spare you." Heilun Xiong collapses to the ground, bleeding profusely yet still clinging to life, his eyes wide with rage. Utterly helpless. "Ha ha!" Bai Jun bursts into laughter, bringing his bloodied hands to his mouth, extending his tongue to delicately taste the crimson liquid, as if savoring the essence of life itself. "Brother Jun, what has happened to you?" Bai Muiao, trembling in fear, watches Bai Jun's behavior with horror. "I have become this way because of you all." Bai Jun now resembles a wild beast, having tasted blood, spiraling deeper into madness. "Bai Muiao, I loathe all of you. I despise your father, who treats me like a mere dog to do his bidding. I detest you for never acknowledging my existence. I am even less than that mysterious individual. In your eyes, he holds more significance than I. No, you misunderstand." Bai Muiao attempts to explain, but Bai Jun, in his current state, is beyond hearing her words. "I was on the path to slowly build my power here, waiting for the day I could claim the Bai family's business or attain a higher status. Yet you had to appear and force me to relinquish what is most dear to me. Therefore, I have no choice but to eliminate you, to eliminate all of you." Before Bai Jun can finish his declaration, the feet launch an assault against him. Miniature artillery coupled with lasers bombard him relentlessly, aiming to take his life. "Be careful." Li Liang rushes forward, pulling Bai Muiao aside. This is no time to interfere in their battle. Boom, boom, boom. After a flurry of attacks, the feet finally cease fire, leaving the corner Bai Jun occupied reduced to charred remnants. "Not much to speak of," the feet boast. "If this is the extent of the power the upper echelons are so desperately trying to seize, I am sorely disappointed." No sooner has the last word escaped than a figure rises from the inky ground, Bai Jun. His clothing is in tatters, his skin charred, yet he remains unscathed. Without hesitation, he approaches Heilun Xiong, gently touching his body. To their astonishment, Heilun Xiong's seemingly damaged form begins to exhibit signs of recovery, as new tissues and flesh gradually regenerate. Heilun Xiong, now a mere shell, stares wide-eyed, transformed into a desiccated corpse, fixated on by Lang Jun with unyielding hatred until his last breath. After draining Heilin Xiong's essence, Bai Lang Jun is fully restored. However, before him lies a patch of decayed tissue, oozing pus, reminiscent of a zombie's form. That must be the zombie tissue you fused into your body. The feet gaze at the rotting mass, having grasped the situation. Now, you are neither human nor zombie. One might say you have become what I have heard referred to as a corpse transformant. Should you be discovered outside, whether by humans or zombies, your monstrous life is forfeit. The feet express disdain, uttering a term Li Liang has never encountered. He is acutely aware that humans would never accept zombies as companions. But why would zombies reject Bai Lang Jun? Is it possible that zombies can also discern their own kind? Li Liang's thoughts spiral as Bai Lang Jun charges at the feet. The two engage in a ferocious battle. The zombieified Bai Lang Jun exhibits speed and strength that rival the feet. Initially, the feet remain unconcerned, intending to continue bombarding Bai Lang Jun with artillery, but Bai Lang Jun's agility is astonishing. He darts left and right, swiftly closing the gap and launching precise, lethal strikes, leaving several punctures in the feet, forcing it to exert all its effort to counter him. Quick, let us escape. Seizing the moment while the two are embroiled in combat, Li Liang pulls Bai Muiao toward the exit. It's absurd. Both of these beings require energy replenishment, for the feet and Bai Lang Jun alike. Li Liang and Bai Muiao are nothing more than mobile power sources, ripe for consumption. At this moment, they are the ones in the gravest peril. Fleeing for their lives was imperative. They could not afford to end up like the hapless Harlan bear, drained of existence. Chapter 55, Frenzy. Behind them, the cacophony of fierce combat erupted, punctuated by the sickening sounds of bones shattering. Li Liang grasped Bai Muiao's hand, urging her to run with reckless abandon, not daring to glance back. The two swiftly emerged from the tunnel, returning to the surface. Quickly, seal the entrance. We cannot allow them to escape, Li Liang exclaimed, hastening to gather stones to block the opening. Once he completed this task, he paused to catch his breath. Where's the Earth Bull? Li Liang inquired of Bai Muiao. At that moment, she remained in a daze, still reeling from the shock of recent events. Stop staring. Our survival is paramount, Li Liang chided, understanding her predicament. It was only natural for a pampered young lady to struggle in the face of such sudden chaos. Yet, their immediate concern was to escape. Who could say which of the two below would emerge alive? The best outcome would be their mutual destruction. But if both managed to survive, the Earth Bull should be in the garage, Bai Muiao replied, biting her lip, coming to terms with the gravity of their situation. Staying alive was the primary objective. Just then, with a resounding crash, the stones sealing the tunnel were violently dislodged. Someone was emerging. Li Liang quickly pulled Bai Muiao away. Regardless of who it was, no one would wish to forfeit their life. Ha ha, you pitiful wretches, came the voice of the figure emerging, its feet battered and marred, resembling a fragile vessel on the verge of shattering, evoking a dread of what it had endured. Struggling is futile. You cannot escape. It taunted, a smile twisting its lips. Li Liang recognized the truth in those words. The figure could soar briefly through the air with a speed that far surpassed his own, especially as he had to protect Bai Muiao. You killed Bai Lang Jun and obtained the data. That is sufficient, Li Liang retorted, contemplating a strategy. Why did it not attack him immediately? Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting him to take a few steps toward the figure. The figure, suspended midair, instinctively recoiled as Li Liang approached. Indeed, Li Liang exclaimed with a laugh, realizing the creature hesitated due to its previous defeat at his hands, mistakenly believing it invincible. You have not perished at Bai Lang Jun's hands, yet you shall succumb to mine, he declared, feigning an aggressive stance. The figure, indeed, appeared unnerved, retreating further but not fleeing. Though it felt trepidation, it was not easily intimidated. Such bravado! When I transform you all into human puppets and drain your essence, you will realize the depths of your folly. It boasted, though it remained inactive. The tension grew awkward as both sides awaited the other to make a move. Did you kill Brother Jun? Bai Muiao broke the silence, her voice laced with hope that Bai Lang Jun had not truly met his end. Such a deluded fool. Even transformed into a decomposing entity, he merely possessed the abilities of a low-tier zombie. How could he possibly challenge me? I have already dispatched him. Though it is unfortunate that his body has been tainted by the undead and is no longer of use to me, the figure proclaimed with a hint of exhilaration. Fortunately, that little man has yet to grasp the capabilities of a decomposed being, it added, lowering its voice, betraying a hint of trepidation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the tunnel, as if some terrifying creature was charging forth. Impossible. The figure turned. Terror etched across its features as it beheld the source of the sound. A colossal shadow emerged from the tunnel, resembling a giant mountain, its countenance fierce, muscles rippling, wind swirling at its feet, and thick black fur sprouting from its body, with only its face remaining recognizable, a monstrous visage akin to a colossal ape. Impossible. I clearly killed you. The figure gasped, its voice cracking. Thanks to the injuries you inflicted upon me, I have awakened the frenzy. Bai Lingjun's voice boomed, rougher than before. Frenzy? The figure's countenance paled. That was a power only a second-tier decomposed being could awaken. How could it be? As it spoke, the propulsion device behind it activated, hastily steering it toward the exit. It was terrified and sought to flee. With no intention of fighting, it demonstrated the sheer terror that Bai Lingjun's newfound frenzy inspired. At this moment, the figure hovered approximately 5 or 6 meters above the ground, exerting all its effort to escape. Logically, it should have been impossible to pursue. However, Bai Lingjun appeared to leap effortlessly, akin to a bullet propelled through the air, hurtling toward the figure with astonishing speed, a mere specter. I have not finished playing with you yet. Bai Lingjun laughed, extending his hands, which clamped down like iron pincers on the figure's arms, yanking it from the air. No! The figure screamed in agony. Bai Lingjun pulled with ferocity, as though tearing apart a roasted chicken, and with a decisive motion, he snapped the figure's arms, exerting further force until they were completely wrenched from its body. A series of metallic cracks echoed from the figure's form. Still wish to escape? Bai Lingjun intensified his grip, crushing the figure's legs beneath his feet until they shattered. No! The figure collapsed to the ground, immobilized, terror etched across its face. Unable to comprehend how it could perish at the hands of one it had so thoroughly underestimated. Did you not regard me with disdain? Is it not fitting that you meet your demise at my hands? Ha ha! Bai Lingjun cackled with abandon, resembling a beast as he raised his head, letting forth a ferocious roar that expelled a noxious green gas. Do not revel too soon. Even if you have awakened this ability, you are still not a second-tier, decomposed being. Even if you were, within the Black Claw, there exist entities capable of easily dispatching you. The figure, sprawled on the ground, gazed at Bai Lingjun with eyes full of unwillingness. Clearly, I have yet to instill sufficient fear in you. Bai Lingjun fixed his gaze upon the figure, his eyes glinting crimson as he turned to Li Liang and Bai Muiao. This is bad, Li Liang thought grimly, realizing he had become the target of such a monstrous being. Muiao, Bai Lingjun addressed her with a hint of madness. I offer you a chance. I possess a means to transform you into a being like myself. No. Bai Muiao, horrified by the prospect, quickly retreated. She had no desire to become a monster. It seemed her reaction had been anticipated by Bai Lingjun, who showed no anger but instead shifted his gaze toward Li Liang. As for him, he must die. Chapter 56, Let Me Bite Again. As soon as the words left his lips, Bai Lingjun advanced toward Li Liang. To him, Li Liang was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Any resistance was futile, and he harbored no fear that Li Liang could escape. After all, even someone as swift as the figure had been easily captured. Brother Jun, cease your tyranny. Are you still the same Brother Jun I once knew? Bai Muiao pleaded, tears glistening in her eyes as she sought to halt Bai Lingjun's rampage. But he paid her no heed. Bai Lingjun suddenly swung his fist, striking fiercely towards Li Liang's face. Although the motion was swift, he judiciously tempered his strength, and the punch ultimately halted less than an inch from Li Liang's countenance, intended as a warning rather than an act of violence. However, the fist met only empty air. More precisely, Li Liang had vanished in a thin air. How could this be possible? Bai Lingjun could not fathom that he had missed, nor could he accept that Li Liang had simply disappeared. He hastily swung his fists in a flurry around him, yet found no target. Ha ha, you despicable wretch. It seems even you can miscalculate, sneered the figure lying on the ground, witnessing the spectacle, though he was oblivious to the exact nature of events. The mere sight of Bai Lingjun's confusion delighted him immensely. Silence. Do you dare to provoke me? I could crush your skull with a single kick. Bai Lingjun threatened vehemently. Before he could finish his sentence, a gash suddenly appeared on his back, crimson and emerald blood oozing forth. He had been ambushed. Damn it, Bai Lingjun roared, turning to retaliate, but once again struck nothing but air. You haven't fled. You merely employ some trick to render yourself invisible. Bai Lingjun bellowed, now on high alert. The invisible adversary had already wounded him twice, and these two factors alone were enough to incite his vigilance. With a soft sound, his right flank was again slashed, eliciting a derisive laugh from the figure on the ground. Ha! Bai Lingjun, it appears you shall perish before I do. As Bai Lingjun surmised, Li Liang had not departed, but had activated a skill that rendered him invisible, remaining right beside Bai Lang Jun, dagger in hand, successful in 2 surprise attacks. Time was of the essence. Only 30 seconds had been allotted, and 10 seconds had elapsed. He needed to eliminate Bai Lang Jun swiftly, lest the skill expire and he himself succumbs. However, when he attempted another stealthy strike, Bai Lang Jun's wildly flailing arm unexpectedly deflected him. Over here, Bai Lang Jun's erratic movements inadvertently sensed Li Liang's presence, and he lunged in that direction. But once more, he grasped only emptiness. Li Liang, quick on his feet, evaded the attempt. Humph. Bai Lang Jun scoffed, swiftly maneuvering to seize Bai Mueo, cradling her in his arms, fingers tightening around her neck. You care deeply for this woman, do you not? He remarked with a sardonic smile. Dare to approach me, and I shall strangle her. Let us see how you respond. Bai Mueo's neck constricted, her face turning a deep crimson as she struggled in vain. Disbelief etched in her eyes. How could he treat her this way? Had all his previous kindness merely been a facade? Tears welled up in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks and shattering her illusions of Bai Lang Jun. Li Liang stood directly opposite the pair. 20 seconds had passed, leaving only 10 remaining. 10 seconds. How could he emerge victorious? Watching Bai Lang Jun use Bai Mueo as a human shield, Li Liang felt an urge to unleash a torrent of curses, but restrained himself. Time slipped away, and if it continued to drag on, they would be lost. He needed to target the rotting flesh on Bai Lang Jun, the amalgamation of zombie tissue. If that were breached, it would spell his end. Just then the figure on the ground spoke, offering critical information. You're courting death. Bai Lang Jun growled, itching to eliminate the source of disruption, but unwilling to move recklessly, keeping Bai Mueo firmly in front of him to shield his weakness. Yet, events unfolded in an unexpected manner. Bai Mueo, originally a mere pawn, began to claw frantically at his chest upon hearing the figure's words. With her long nails, she acted as if possessed, occasionally striking the zombie flesh on Bai Lang Jun, inflicting excruciating pain that made him want to discard her. Yet he could not bring himself to do so. In that moment of distraction, a sharp dagger found its way into his heart. Bullseye. The time had run out. Li Liang revealed himself, standing beside the two. Ah! Bai Lang Jun screamed, releasing Bai Mueo and knocking Li Liang to the ground with a furious punch, flailing as if in madness, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. In mere seconds, Bai Lang Jun's hair had all fallen out, leaving him bald, his green eyes now clouded with a deathly pallor. He was nearing his end. Ha! The figure on the ground cackled with glee, as if watching a play, seemingly oblivious to his own severed limbs. I shall not perish! I shall not perish! Bai Lang Jun shouted, producing a remote and pressing a button. A mechanical voice echoed through the tunnel, accompanied by a little girl's incessant curses. A wheelchair robot slowly emerged, bearing a young girl clad in red. None other than Hong Lian. Hong Lian! Li Liang's suspicions were confirmed. She had indeed been abducted by Bai Lang Jun. Release me, you foul creature! Hong Lian shouted, struggling futilely against her bindings. Quick! Let me take another bite. Bai Lang Jun trembled as he approached Hong Lian, mouth agape, intent on taking a bite. At this revelation, Li Liang's suspicions deepened. Why would Bai Lang Jun wish to bite Hong Lian? Yet his intentions seemed genuine. The girl is peculiar. Stop him! The figure on the ground screamed, knowing that if Bai Lang Jun bit her and regained his strength, it would spell doom for them all. As the figure spoke, Li Liang darted toward Bai Lang Jun. You stink! You vile creature, begone! Hong Lian yelled, and in a moment of fury, her eyes widened, unleashing a furious roar at Bai Lang Jun. To his astonishment, Bai Lang Jun froze, as if struck dumb. This moment of numbness granted Li Liang the opportunity he needed. The dagger plunged deep into Bai Lang Jun's ribs. He struggled momentarily before collapsing, eyes filled with resentment. What would have happened had he bitten Hong Lian? No one could say, but thankfully, Li Liang had intervened just in time. At long last, he was dead. The figure chuckled, declaring that if they wished to escape alive, they must heed his commands. Chapter 57. Countdown to Death. Li Liang ignored the figure and hurried to free Hong Lian. Was it Bai Lang Jun who kidnapped you? Though he harbored suspicions, he saw confirmation from Hong Lian. That foul creature is utterly disgusting. He ambushed me when I least expected it. Otherwise, I would have had no fear. Hong Lian retorted defiantly, her face a mask of disdain, displaying no hint of fear, even moments prior when Bai Lang Jun had sought to bite her. Li Liang wished to inquire further, but hesitated, fearing that relentless questioning might provoke her distress. That girl is strange. If you offer her to me, I will ensure your safe passage. The figure on the ground fixated his gaze on Hong Lian, as if attempting to unravel her secrets, but after a prolonged stare, he uncovered nothing. Enough. In your current state, you dare to command me? Li Liang scoffed, questioning the figure's sanity. Umph. Do you think that vile creature refrains from killing me out of mere cowardice? I possess my own trump cards. You would do well to follow my lead, or you shall regret it. A sharp crack reverberated through the air, heightening the tension. Just moments ago, the figure had been gloating and threatening Li Liang, only to be kicked by Bai Muiao. At this moment, Bai Muiao had long shed the pitiable appearance she once bore. Instead, a glimmer of ferocity flickered across her face. It's you. You have shattered my life, obliterated everything. Upon uttering these words, she fiercely kicked the ground, yet she was not truly ruthless. After this display, her body trembled incessantly, unsure if it was fear of retribution or the discomfort of her sudden shift in temperament. Military brother Bai Lingjun, how could you have become this way? Bai Muiao asked, a hint of reluctance in her voice. The figure who had been furious a moment ago suddenly chuckled at her inquiry. How laughable! You brought this upon yourselves. Your Bai family's collection of such information was driven by ulterior motives, yet who would have thought that despicable scoundrel would dare to conduct experiments on himself? He scoffed, disdain evident on his face. I have long been in contact with him. I understand him better than you do. Ha ha ha. What you refer to as the so-called corpse transmutter, what is that about? Is there a hierarchy involved? Taking advantage of the moment, Li Liang asked, his curiosity piqued. If the figure insisted that Bai Lingjun was a first-tier corpse transmutter, did that imply there were levels beyond it? Given his caution, had Li Liang directly asked earlier, the figure would likely not have answered. Now, seizing the opportunity while he reveled in his own arrogance, Li Liang wondered how much valuable information could be extracted. The figure cast a glance at Li Liang, clearly aware of his intentions, but seemingly indifferent, as if plotting something of his own. I can divulge information about the corpse transmutters, but under one condition. You must heed my commands afterward. Without waiting for Li Liang's response, he continued. As you have observed, a corpse transmutter utilizes research on zombies to fuse their blood and flesh with that of a normal human, granting them zombie-like abilities. Such experiments fail 99.99 times out of 10, resulting in the subject becoming a zombie. However, in successful cases, one can acquire various abilities, thus being termed a corpse transmutter. These abilities require awakening. Not every corpse transmutter will awaken their powers. For instance, the Bai Lingjun you have seen awakened a state of frenzy, akin to a raging gorilla. As Bai Muiao and Li Liang absorbed the figure's words, their expressions diverged. Li Liang appeared astonished, unable to fathom the existence of such phenomena in this world. Conversely, Bai Muiao wore an expression of shock, grappling with the unsettling revelations regarding her family's clandestine activities. Meanwhile, Hong Lian stood to the side, regarding the figure with palpable disdain, her interest waning. Due to the minuscule success rate, corpse transmutters are seldom encountered. Typically, the ones one might see are first-tier corpse transmutters, their strength lying between B and C-level zombies. Beyond them exist second-tier corpse transmutters, boasting power superior to C-level zombies. And rumors speak of third-tier corpse transmutters, yet sightings of them are nearly non-existent. Having reached this juncture, the figure lapsed in his silence, seemingly withholding further details. Li Liang contemplated the implications, surmising that with the figure's status, the information he had received was likely the extent of his knowledge. Well, I have shared what I know. Now, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Go and gather all the living souls in the vicinity. I require them to restore my body. Hurry. The figure exhibited signs of impatience. Li Liang remained unmoved. I cannot assist you in committing murder. Do you dare to toy with me? He retorted, raising his voice. I never made any promises to you. At most, I can refrain from killing you, but I will never aid you in harming others. He drew a firm line, recognizing the figure before him was no benevolent being. Assisting him in restoration weighed heavily on his conscience, and should he succeed, Li Liang feared he would be the first target. Kill him. At that moment, Hong Lian stepped up to the figure, delivering a swift kick. Wretched creature, she exclaimed, relentlessly kicking, and oddly enough, despite her small stature, each strike left an imprint on the figure's body, as though kneading dough. This is your doing, the figure bellowed, struggling to maintain his composure. His mouth agape, as something seemed poised to escape. Li Liang had witnessed a similar scene before. Girl, kick in the mouth and make him silent, he urged. As Hong Lian delivered another kick, a shadow lurked in the figure's throat, only to be forced back again. With a resounding thud, the thing erupted within the figure's chest. Ah! He screamed in agony, a ticking sound echoing from within him, reminiscent of a clock's slow turn. Ha! Let us perish together. The self-destruct sequence has been initiated. In 2 minutes, everything here will be reduced to rubble. The figure's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of eerie calmness, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he had lost his sanity. Having failed to release the entity, his body's mechanisms concluded that he faced an insurmountable foe, triggering the self-destruct protocol and stripping him of rational thought, rendering him a mere bomb. This is bad. He.s. about to self-destruct. Li Liang realized the gravity of the situation. The black claw members could not be comprehended through the lens of normalcy. And given the figure's capabilities, his self-detonation could indeed reduce this place to ashes. Run. We must leave this place now. Li Liang urgently called to Bai Muiao and Hong Lian, racing against time. Any delay could lead to their demise. There was no time to reach the garage. Glancing around, he calculated that merely running to the garage would take more than 2 minutes, let alone driving the escape vehicle. There simply wasn't enough time. Jump into the dark river. The submarine brought by He Langxing is below, Bai Muiao exclaimed, and without hesitation, she dashed forward, leaping into the water. Chapter 58, The Golden Fortress. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Liang dove into the water, cradling Hong Lian in his arms. I don't want to, she protested, seemingly averse to the water, struggling in his grasp. Once fully submerged, she closed her eyes, as if surrendering to slumber, remaining still. Bai Muiao exhibited remarkable agility underwater, her white figure swiftly reaching the submarine's hatch. She pressed a few buttons on a control panel, and the hatch swung open. The trio hastily swam inside. As the hatch closed, the water was rapidly expelled, and another door opened, finally allowing them to enter the vessel's interior. How did you know the door's code? Li Liang inquired, curiosity piqued. I have received training in this area. I can operate most machinery, Bai Muiao replied, her earlier fragility entirely vanished, replaced by a decisive demeanor. This ordeal had significantly transformed her character. Boom! Just as the two conversed, a thunderous explosion erupted above the water's surface. The sound traveled through the water far faster than through air, allowing them to perceive the blast with startling clarity. The entire river was illuminated by crimson flames, casting a vivid glow upon the riverbed beneath the submarine. Madman, everyone from Black Claw is indeed insane. The water churned, and colossal debris began to plummet from above. Nearby vessels, initially battered by the explosion, were subsequently struck by massive rocks, sinking into the depths. We must hurry. If the river becomes completely blocked, we'll be trapped. Li Liang urged Bai Muiao. He witnessed her already seated in the control room, activating the submarine, propelling them forward at full speed. They raced against time. Any delay could lead to a watery grave, with the explosion causing rocks to cascade from above. Bai Muiao skillfully maneuvered the submarine, intermittently firing to shatter the colossal boulders obstructing their path. The vessel darted through the river channel with the agility of a nimble fish, deftly avoiding the incessantly falling debris around them. During this tumultuous time, Hong Lian stirred from her slumber, exhibiting an unusual tranquility as she clung tightly to Li Liang, resembling a child lost in dreams. With a thunderous boom, the last rock was obliterated, and upon breaching the river's mouth, a collective sigh of relief echoed among the survivors, marking their newfound safety. It was daylight, the sun beamed brightly, and the river shimmered with clarity, restoring a semblance of calm. The two exchanged glances, both sensing the weight of their survival. Where shall we go now? Li Liang inquired, a hint of regret gnawing at him for not having seized the moment earlier to inquire about Yang Ying and LV Shennon's well-being. In this merciless apocalypse, death was not the most fearsome fate. Rather, living a life worse than death was the true horror. Let us return to the headquarters of the Bai family business. I have matters to discuss with my father, and I will also ask him to assist you in locating your friends, Bai Muiao replied, her expression softening momentarily before anxiety crept back in. What is happening? The submarine seems to have lost control. Li Liang rushed to the control panel, observing that the submarine had seemingly activated its autopilot, heading directly toward a predetermined destination. Try again, Bai Muiao urged, but ultimately, she could only shake her head in resignation. It appears we have been ensnared in a trap. Li Liang suddenly comprehended the situation. This was He Langxing's submarine, likely rigged with a backdoor that dictated its course once it departed the port. The most probable destination was the Golden Fortress. Bai Muiao pointed to the map, where a red arrow ominously indicated their route. Feeling powerless, they recognized that altering their course was futile. Let us rest and find something to eat, Li Liang suggested, gently setting down Hong Lian and rummaging through the submarine for provisions to share with Bai Muiao. Exhausted from their near escape, they both felt the weight of fatigue descend upon them. Relax. Whatever occurs next, We shall face it with composure, he reassured her. After several hours of high-speed travel, the submarine finally docked at a bustling port, markedly different from the by family's dark, sparsely trafficked harbor. This port, evidently crafted by human hands, was deep and vibrant, filled with ships and thrumming with activity. The submarine surfaced and nestled against the shore, the hatch opening to reveal Li Liang stepping out first. Upon witnessing the surroundings, he instantly grasped why this place was dubbed the Golden Fortress. The sun illuminated the golden sands, casting reflections across the azure waters, and the throngs of vessels and people transported him back to a familiar era. This is the Golden Fortress. Bai Mu Yao followed closely behind him, as if explaining the locale. Due to its strategic geographical position, it serves as a vital hub for trade and a bastion against the undead. The entire Halen family has thrived here. Before she could finish her thought, a group approached, their attire reminiscent of those accompanying Halen Xiong, indicating they belonged to the Halen family. The leader, a slight and frail man, surveyed the area with keen eyes, flanked by armed companions who prompted bystanders to clear the way. Master Xiong has returned. One Halen subordinate called towards the submarine, but upon receiving no response, his gaze shifted to Li Liang and Bai Mu Yao. Who are you? How did you come back aboard Master Xiong's submarine? He inquired while signaling his men to encircle the pair and conduct a search. Boss, Master Xiong isn't here, but we found this little girl. A guard emerged, gripping Hong Lian, who squirmed and protested. Release her, Li Liang shouted, attempting to charge forward, but Bai Mu Yao restrained him. In that moment, he realized that all the Halen guards had drawn their weapons, aiming directly at him. Unauthorized individuals trespassing in the Golden Fortress and commandeering Master Xiong's submarine. Detain them and bring them to the Fortress Lord for judgment. The Halen subordinate commanded. Uncertain of the trio's connection to Halen Xiong, he deemed it best to leave their fate to Lord Halenda. Please, do not misunderstand. We are from the Bai family business. I am Bai Mu Yao, and this is my friend. We kindly request an audience with Lord Halen, she implored, recognizing that conflict at this juncture would be ill-advised. Halen Dog, though relieved, regarded Bai Mu Yao with a glint of avarice in his eyes. Chapter 59. Undercurrents of Turmoil. The entire island resembled a grand fortress, fortified with dense artillery at every angle, capable of repelling any enemy. Its unique geography rendered it safe from the terrifying hordes of the undead. Ships and submarines frequently docked, delivering supplies and weaponry, creating an atmosphere of vibrancy and prosperity. At the island's heart stood a colossal bastion crafted from white marble, complete with gun emplacements at each corner and grand flags emblazoned with the sea lion emblem, billowing majestically in the breeze. The Halen family certainly wielded considerable power. This was Li Liang's first encounter with a human stronghold constructed above ground. Previously, his experiences had been confined to subterranean, concealed locations to evade the undead. Despite its advantageous geography, such audacious construction would be impossible without formidable military support. The trio followed Halen Dog to the uppermost level of the fortress, where they could survey the entire island as if cradling it in their palms. Behave yourselves, Halen Dog admonished softly before hastily entering to deliver his report. Moments later, he emerged, bowing respectfully. The Lord wishes to see you. Remember, this place is rife with surveillance and defenses. With a mere word from the Lord, you could be reduced to rubble. Do not cause any trouble. Halen Dog warned as he led them onward. A tall, scruffy man with a brooding expression sat at the center of the chamber, dismissively glancing at the newcomers without uttering a word. Lord, these are the ones who returned aboard Master Xiong's submarine, Halen Dog announced, bowing deeply. Miss Bai, where's my son? Halenda inquired, his tone ominous. Are you referring to Halen Xiong? He remains at our business handling matters, searching for critical information. Bai Mu Yao responded calmly, inadvertently revealing that Halen Xiong's mission was unfinished. Oh, is that so? Halenda scoffed, scrutinizing Bai Mu Yao and Li Liang intently. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Our business was attacked by the Black Claws. Bai Leng Jun and Halen Xiong are currently dealing with it. We sought refuge here. Bai Mu Yao continued, sensing Halen the skepticism. Black Claws? It seems many covet that item, Halenda remarked lazily, pondering the veracity of Bai Mu Yao's claims. You may rest for now. I will dispatch someone to assist my son. Thank you. Bai Mu Yao offered a brief expression of gratitude as they were escorted away by Halen Dog. After the crowd had dispersed, Halen finally rose to his feet. With a flick of his wrist, a multitude of miniature cannons and various sophisticated weapons materialized, suspended in midair, their red lights converging on the spot where the three had just stood, awaiting his command. Yet, He merely waved his hand again, and all the weapons were treated as if they had never existed. Has the dispatch probe located the body of the bear? Highland suddenly inquired. No news yet, but it can be confirmed that the White family stronghold has been reduced to rubble. With ashes strewn everywhere, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkest corner of the room. Bowing to respond. Continue the search. Highland gritted his teeth, declaring, one son lost is inconsequential to me, but they must pay for my son's demise. The figure remained silent. What is the current status of those individuals? Highland asked abruptly. They are behaving quite submissively, without any actions, the shadow quickly replied. Maintain surveillance. I wish to see who can stir up trouble this time. Li Liang and the others have been assigned to a relatively secluded area of the fortress by Highland, and thanks to Bai Muiao, their treatment was tolerable, complete with a private courtyard. You can deceive him once, but you cannot deceive him a second time. He will inevitably discover that Highland Bear is dead. Li Liang expressed his concerns. Highland was not a man easily fooled, nor one who would let go lightly upon realizing he had been deceived. I have sent a message to my father, urging him to come to our rescue. Now, it's a race against time to see if he can arrive in time. Bai Muiao's complexion grew pale, as if all her confidence had been drained. Perhaps he has other reservations. His son, Bear, is a ruffian, and with a son like that, how could he possibly be a good man? Li Liang jested, bringing a smile to Bai Muiao's face. Let them come. I will make them beg for mercy. Hong Lian declared nonchalantly, her mouth full of snacks. A low humming sound echoed from the sky. Everything outside the courtyard was cast in a shadow by a colossal silhouette. Li Liang stepped into the courtyard and gazed upward. A massive spaceship loomed above the fortress. The vessel, akin to the size of a cruise ship, boasted four symmetrical engines on either side, belching flames that propelled it forward and kept it suspended in the air. The bow of the ship was adorned with symmetrical patterns resembling white clouds. The hurricane generated by the flames swept many objects, even people, from the castle, plunging the entire fortress into chaos. Boom, 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 boom. Four resounding blasts echoed as beams of light were simultaneously projected from the four corners of the fortress, converging at a single point before refracting countless rays outward, forming a hemispherical light shield above the entire fortress. The emergence of this shield directly countered the effects of the hurricane, restoring tranquility. Has your father arrived? Li Liang inquired with curiosity, but there were no markings of the White family on the spaceship. Bai Muiao shook her head, saying not so soon. If I am not mistaken, this ship belongs to Sky City. Sky City? Li Liang had no recollection of this unfamiliar term. It is a castle floating in the air. I have never been there, only heard my father speak of it. It is the most well-preserved remnant of human civilization in the entire Eastern Theater. Yet they rarely interact with other city-states and do not engage in trade. Outsiders are strictly forbidden entry. They are powerful and enigmatic, Bai Muiao recalled. As they observed the spaceship, it hovered in the air for a moment before seemingly receiving some form of permission to descend gradually, ultimately landing at a port in the northern section of the Golden Fortress that had been vacated in anticipation of its arrival. The presence of Sky City individuals here indicates that there are many things we do not yet understand. Bai Muiao exclaimed with excitement after a moment's contemplation. Highland Bear's objective in approaching your White family seems to be acquiring information on the corpse transformation process. Li Liang added, the sequence of events is no mere coincidence. Something significant is about to unfold here. Chapter 60, Uncle Duh. On this day, numerous ships and submarines docked at the port. Although the Golden Fortress appeared as orderly as usual on the surface, a closer observation revealed that an increasing number of guards had infiltrated the crowd. I will take you to a place shortly. Bai Muiao gazed out the window, pondering for a while before speaking up. Why don't we seize an opportunity to escape together? Li Liang surmised Bai Muiao's intentions, aiming to find a safe haven for herself and Hong Lian. A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. Escaping is far from easy. You all are truly timid. What is there to fear? To me, this so-called fortress resembles a mere pit. A stronger force could crush it with a single stomp, Hong Lian remarked, munching on snacks with her eyes shut, yet seeming to perceive the expressions of the two. Both men found amusement in her words. As evening approached, the entire fortress illuminated with lights, and in the bustling central area, throngs of people moved about as Li Liang and his companions walked among them. If it weren't for the myriad of perilous experiences they had endured, Li Liang might have doubted whether he truly resided in an apocalyptic world. The vibrancy of this place bore a striking resemblance to a small county town from his memories. This is it. Bai Muiao halted, hesitating for a moment before stepping inside. Li Liang looked up to see a shop, its facade somewhat antiquated. with an old LED screen flickering, displaying red characters that moved across the screen. White family business. So the Bai family had a shop within the Golden Fortress. Li Liang and Hong Lian followed her inside. A middle-aged man, somewhat portly with short black hair and a beard, was conversing cheerfully with Bai Muyao. Uncle Da, this is the friend I mentioned. Bai Muyao gestured towards Li Liang. This is Uncle Da, the head of our business here. Her tone was formal and filled with respect for the man before her. Young man, do not be nervous. There is nothing new under the sun. I knew about your arrival long ago, but circumstances here are peculiar. I could not meet you sooner. Uncle Da chuckled, his eyes nearly turning into slits, exuding a natural charm that made one forget their troubles. Ah, you smell rather pleasant. Do you have a stash of delicious treats? Hong Lian piped up, pouting her lips. Haha, this girl has a keen nose. I have plenty of goodies here. Come, let me show you, Uncle Da said with a smile, pressing a button to automatically close the shop door, then pressing another that enveloped the entire room in a white light curtain. What is this for? Li Liang wondered, recalling the shield formed by the 4 beams of light earlier. This place has fallen into disrepair. Occasionally, a few mice might sneak in to steal something, but if they overheard my little secrets, that would be troublesome. Uncle Da chuckled as he walked ahead. Haha, this old man is quite amusing. Hong Lian skipped along behind him. At that moment, Li Liang felt a profound sense of ease. This man did not offer empty reassurances nor took any specific actions. Yet with just a few simple words, he had alleviated much of the pressure weighing upon him. It seemed that, at this instant, he need not contemplate anything but simply enjoy the good food ahead. The group arrived at the storeroom behind the shop, filled with an array of goods. Uncle Da cleared off a table, invited the 3 to sit, and then went to fetch some snacks to place on the table. Hong Lian immediately began to indulge. Li Liang was somewhat taken aback, realizing they were not being led to a secret room. The shop was quite small, consisting of merely 2 rooms. Where else could they possibly go? Uncle Da, perceiving Li Liang's thoughts, chuckled and remarked that the Hailan family was notoriously suspicious, and one could not act recklessly on their territory. With this explanation, Li Liang comprehended that their arrival here had likely already reached the ears of the Hailan family. Given this, he pondered why Bai Mu Yao still chose to bring him along. When will my father arrive? Bai Mu Yao inquired. The master will be here in a few days. He has already instructed me to do everything in my power to protect the young lady, came the response. Is there some significant matter unfolding here? She pressed further. Indeed, the Hailan family has summoned several esteemed families from the entire Eastern War Zone, along with the leaders of the city-states, to convene here. Even the people from Sky City have arrived today, an opportunity we usually cannot engage with, Uncle Da added, seemingly realizing he might have said too much and falling silent thereafter. Have you gathered any intelligence on what is being discussed? Bai Mu Yao's demeanor remained calm, devoid of anger, as she acknowledged Uncle Da's words, which echoed her own prior sentiments. Uncle Da shook his head. I've attempted several times, but to no avail. However, the subject appears to be related to the zombie experiments. The corpse manipulators. Li Liang interjected abruptly. Uncle Da regarded him warily. No need for concern. Bai Lingjun has already experimented on me, Bai Mu Yao stated matter-of-factly, her expression tranquil, no longer bearing the tension she once exhibited. What a beast. I never anticipated his ambitions were so vast, nor his cruelty towards himself. Uncle Da sighed, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Li Liang was unaware of the relationship between Uncle Da and Bai Lingjun, and it was not the time to inquire further. Rest assured, at this critical juncture, Hailan Da would surely be reluctant to clash with any party. As long as you do not provoke him, your lives should be safe. As he spoke, Uncle Da produced 2 weapons and handed them to the 2 individuals. They were small boxes, the contents of which remained a mystery. I apologize, given the peculiar environment here. All I can provide you with is this means of self-defense, Uncle Da stated, his voice tinged with reluctance. I'm already very grateful. Bai Mu Yao nodded, accepting the items before preparing to leave with Li Liang. At the threshold, she deliberately turned to bid farewell to Uncle Da. Li Liang found this somewhat peculiar, but attributed it to their evidently close relationship, making parting difficult. Why don't you just stay at Uncle Da's shop? Li Liang whispered. In this place, even his own safety is not guaranteed. How could he protect me? Let us go. The only one who can safeguard oneself is oneself. Bai Mu Yao declared resolutely. This woman has changed. Li Liang mused inwardly, recalling how just days prior she had seemed delicate and in need of protection. Yet now she stood capable and independent. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted behind them, flames shooting into the sky. Li Liang turned back to see that the source of the explosion was the very shop they had just visited. Uncle Da is in trouble, he exclaimed, wanting to rush back, only to find Bai Mu Yao unmoving, her expression calm, seemingly indifferent to the chaos unfolding. Did you foresee this? Li Liang found the thought chilling. Yet Bai Muyao nodded. Every move we make is being monitored. If we do not seek out Uncle De, we will not obtain any useful information. If we go, he can no longer remain here. With that, Bai Muyao firmly grasped Hong Lian and turned back. Do not let your heart be too tender. To survive, one must learn to let go. You have truly changed. You were not like this before, Li Liang remarked, feeling a sense of helplessness as if this conversation was one-sided. With no response from her. At that moment, a cheer erupted from the crowd behind them. The already crowded throng seemed to explode with excitement, creating a lively uproar. Li Liang looked over to see a young man clad in black, his face concealed, riding a motorcycle at breakneck speed, pursued by a large contingent of guards. As he navigated obstacles, he effortlessly lifted the motorcycle, which spewed flames, soaring through the air for a distance and successfully evading all pursuers. Simultaneously, he tossed out food and supplies, prompting people along the sides of the road to rush forward and collect them. What is happening? Li Liang asked a bystander. He is the notorious phantom thief, known for stealing from the Hailan family. He has long been wanted, yet they have never managed to capture him. Each time he steals, he distributes the spoils to the underprivileged. What a character. The speaker seemed to harbor strong sentiments against the Hailan family, growing more animated yet cautious, wary of being overheard by the approaching guards. I cannot believe such a person exists. It is indeed gratifying to think of someone causing trouble for Hailanda. Li Liang watched as the young man vanished into the sea of people, and despite the Hailan family deploying airships, they still failed to apprehend him. The uproar subsided with the young man's disappearance, restoring order to the scene. Let us depart. We have seen enough, Bai Muyao remarked, her demeanor calm throughout the spectacle, as if nothing could pique her curiosity anymore. Once they returned to their residence, silence enveloped them. After consuming some food, Hong Lian quickly grew weary and fell asleep. Bai Muyao and Li Liang sat awkwardly, exchanging no words. The hour had advanced past 9 o'clock, and with nothing left to say, Li Liang decided to retire. Hello. At that moment, a youthful male voice echoed from outside. Who is there? Li Liang inquired, alertly glancing toward the source, only to find the individual casually seated on the sofa inside, appearing quite at ease. You must be Kane. Li Liang recognized the attire, confirming him as the phantom thief mentioned earlier. You know me. Kane, though masked, radiated joy through his demeanor. What brings you here? This place is crawling with surveillance. Bai Muyao expressed her concern. No need to fret, Miss Bai. I am here to assist you. Rest assured, I have tampered with the surveillance systems, so you will no longer face any inconvenience from them, Kane assured her, standing and bowing in a gentlemanly manner. Bai Muyao took a step back, her wariness apparent towards any man's actions save for Li Liang's. I am a friend of Uncle De. Observing her reaction, Kane quickly clarified his identity. What has happened to Uncle De? Bai Muyao finally asked. Due to your arrival, he has naturally attracted the attention of the Hailan family. Without creating a diversion, he might have been captured, Kane explained, inadvertently clarifying the misunderstanding between Li Liang and Bai Muyao. What is your stance? Are you with the Bai family, or? Bai Muyao inquired, feeling both relieved for Uncle De and apprehensive about the potential trouble this young man might bring to the Bai family, specifically to herself. I belong to neither side. I simply pursue what I enjoy, unbound by anyone's command, Kane replied with a smile. Well said. Li Liang could not help but applaud. Only someone of such character could navigate life with such ease and perform acts of redistributing wealth from the rich to the poor. So, what is your purpose in seeking us out? Bai Muyao asked, puzzled. Strictly speaking, we belong to the same faction. Thus, there are certain pieces of intelligence I must impart to you. Firstly, the various esteemed families and city-states that have arrived this time are accompanied by formidable guardians, which means that within the fortress at this moment, a confluence of diverse powers prevails. This is one of the reasons why Highland would not easily strike against you. Secondly, the Bai Merchants Guild, fundamentally established on commerce, lacks significant combat prowess, and thus ranks among the weaker factions. According to the principle of the strong preying upon the weak, you are the most vulnerable target. As Kane spoke, a smile crept across his face, suggesting that some opportunistic entity might deliberately target you, stirring the waters. Thank you for the warning. Bai Muyao's expression turned icy. This was indeed something she had not anticipated. Securing a powerful ally, even if not a formal ally, but simply a good relationship, could avert many troubles. The individual representing Sky City this time is Yun Jing. I have heard he is quite sociable, so you might consider reaching out to him. With that, Kane turned and departed, like a fleeting shadow, vanishing without a trace. Yin Jing, Bai Mueo murmured, her lips moving as if lost in thought. If it feels too daunting, then perhaps it is best not to pursue it. Forging friendships often relies on fate. So do not impose upon yourself, Li Liang kindly advised. At this juncture, seeking out the other party would clearly appear as an act of ingratiation. And what could Bai Mueo possibly offer to win them over? No, this is an opportunity, Bai Mueo retorted, undeterred, insisting on giving it a try. The two could not reconcile their differing opinions, and thus retreated to their respective quarters for the night. The following day, Bai Mueo endeavored to visit the representatives of Sky City, but the response she received was blunt and curt. Not available. Such a simple and brusque refusal left her disheartened. Li Liang, unsure how to counsel Bai Mueo, took Hong Lian out for a stroll. I want to eat something delicious, Hong Lian exclaimed, tugging at Li Liang's hand. Her keen nose leading them directly to a food street. Though termed a food street, it differed from Li Liang's memories. It was not particularly bustling, with each shop offering a variety of wares that appeared less than appetizing. It seemed that in this era, finding good food was truly a challenge. Having previously resided in a culinary haven and being a gourmand himself, Li Liang found the unappealing fare before him utterly uninviting. Boss, your grilled squid differs greatly from what I saw in the footage. A slender young man stood before a stall, chewing on a skewer of grilled squid with a grimace, clearly displeased with its taste. Is this even grilled squid? Do you even know how to make it? Approaching the stall, Li Liang observed the vendor merely blanching the squid on a piece of iron, shaking his head in disdain. Do you, my friend, know how to prepare grilled squid? The young man gazed at Li Liang with wide, hopeful eyes. Of course. Chapter 62, The Gluttonous Young Master. The young man, elated, approached Li Liang eagerly. Could you possibly prepare authentic grilled squid for me? My surname is Yun. It is a true honor to meet you. Not a problem. Li Liang nodded, confident in his culinary skills, having absorbed knowledge from numerous food shows and practical experience. Boss, please gather these ingredients for me. He directly instructed the vendor to procure chili powder, pepper, and other seasonings. The vendor, somewhat doubtful but intrigued by Li Liang's confidence, quickly assembled the necessary ingredients. Pay attention, grilled squid is all about the seasoning. It must be spicy, aromatic, and explosive. Li Liang placed a skewer of squid on the iron plate, producing a satisfying sizzle. Do you hear that? That is the sound we want. Quality ingredients should exude their inherent flavors. With that, he reached for some fiery red chili powder, raising it high as if scattering petals, and evenly sprinkled it over the squid. The chili powder, meeting the hot oil, immediately released a tantalizing aroma. Now let us add some pepper and salt. Li Liang expertly completed the task, and soon, the iron plate was enveloped in a fragrant cloud, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Delicious. What is this? When did the boss start serving new dishes? The crowd, unaware, had encircled the stall, captivated by the enticing scents. Li Liang handed a skewer of the perfectly grilled squid to young Master Yun, then offered one to Hong Lian before indulging in one himself. Familiar flavors. His culinary skills had not diminished. Li Liang nodded in satisfaction. Wow, this is absolutely delectable, young Master Yun exclaimed, completely neglecting his image as sauce adorned his lips, his eyes glistening with delight. This is the best thing I have ever eaten. Even after finishing the squid, he licked the skewer, reluctant to part with it. Look at you. This is nothing. I can make so many more dishes, Li Liang remarked, somewhat disdainful of young Master Yun's lack of restraint. If he were a girl, he would have surely been easily deceived. You cook quite well. Hong Lian, having finished her squid, licked her lips, clearly wanting more. Boss, I want one. No, I want 10. I want them all. The crowd, having caught the alluring scent, could no longer hold back and began clamoring for the dish. Li Liang, however, took Hong Lian and started to walk away. My friend, please wait. Young Master Yun hurriedly called after them. Was this glutton still not satisfied? Li Liang glanced back at young Master Yun, guessing he still desired more, yet he had no intention of cooking again. My friend, where did you learn such culinary skills? Young Master Yun inquired earnestly. From the Huaxia Culinary School, Li Liang replied casually. Young Master Yun looked bewildered. Where is that? Apologies. Perhaps I am lacking in knowledge. Where's that school? Young Master Yun asked, slightly embarrassed. Behind a certain Lin Temple's kitchen, Li Liang added, attempting to lead Hong Lian away. Young Master Yun's mind was racing. He had never heard of such a place. Did his family's records lack completeness, omitting such a significant location? No. As a food enthusiast, he could not miss this opportunity to savor culinary delights. Young Master Yun promptly followed them. Sigh, this place boasts advanced technology. But when it comes to food, it makes me long for home. Li Liang chuckled bitterly, feeling that the culinary culture in this post-apocalyptic world was quite lacking. Thus, the three of them strolled through the streets, with Li Liang unconcerned about young Master Yun trailing behind. If he wished to follow, so be it. He trusted that a glutton bore no ill intentions. As they neared their lodgings, Li Liang remarked, "If you don't mind, why not come up with me? I can fry you some potato chips. Sound great. I happen to live nearby. I can visit you often in the coming days." Young Master Yun replied with a grin, readily agreeing. Upon entering, they found Bai Muiao, who was feeling vexed about her inability to meet Yun Jing. Seeing Li Liang return with an unfamiliar young man only heightened her irritation. "I see you are simply too idle, neglecting important matters to indulge in leisure." As a young lady of prominence, Bai Muiao would not directly rebuke Li Liang or chase young Master Yun away. "Relax. I recall someone from a certain nation who liked to say, 'Take your time, slow and steady.'" Li Liang smiled as he began to slice the potatoes. "Who is that?" Bai Muiao inquired. Bai Muiao was at a loss for words regarding Li Liang's remarks, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. How brazen could one be? Hong Lian was still so young, and here he was shamelessly flirting with women right in front of her. Such an absurdity. "I'm not small," Hong Lian pouted, uttering a retort. Li Liang swiftly sliced the potatoes into paper-thin rounds, each piece almost translucent. "Watch closely. The art of frying potato chips requires not only skill in cutting, but also precision in frying." He heated the oil to a blistering temperature, and as soon as he dropped in the potato slices, the pot erupted in a vigorous boil. Noticing a hint of golden hue on the chips, Li Liang promptly fished them out, allowing the residual heat of the oil to transform the slices into a golden, crispy delight, so fragile that they would shatter at the slightest touch. Thirdly, it's all about the seasoning. Timing is of the essence. The chips must not be too hot nor too cold when the seasoning is added. Li Liang sprinkled the chili powder he had procured from the squid stall onto the potato chips, and an aromatic fragrance wafted through the entire room. "Wow!" Hong Lian's mouth watered at the sight. Even Bai Muiao, who had been standing nearby with a displeased expression, felt her throat tighten in anticipation. "Give it a try." Li Liang offered a plate brimming with potato chips to Yun Xiao. As Yun Xiao savored a piece, he closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. The flavor was simply exquisite. Why had he encountered such a skilled chef today? Bai Muiao hesitated, wanting to speak but unsure how to approach the subject. "You ought to conserve your energy, perhaps engage in something more productive." At that moment, several individuals entered through the door, clad in uniform attire embroidered with white clouds. Bowing humbly upon spotting Yun Xiao, "Young Master Yun, you truly possess an astute sense of smell, finding us so swiftly. Come, partake in this rare delicacy." Yun Jing reluctantly extended the plate of potato chips. "Are you Yun Jing?" Bai Muiao's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that the gluttonous young man before her was the very Yun Jing she had wished to meet but had been turned away from. Chapter 63. The Willful Young Lady. "Ha! I apologize for not introducing myself sooner." Yun Jing chuckled, his mouth full as he spoke. "Master, please be cautious. This is not our territory." The newcomers eyed Li Liang and Bai Muiao warily. "Do not misconstrue. We are affiliated with the Bai family business." "My name is Bai Muiao," she quickly clarified, eager to seize this opportunity to connect with Yun Jing. "I've heard of you." Yun Jing replied with a smile and a nod. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Bai Muiao, the potato chips were soon devoured. He licked his lips, still yearning for more, but noticing his subordinates standing awkwardly in the room, he felt it was inappropriate. "I'll find another time for a proper conversation. I must take my leave." After Yun Jing departed, Bai Muiao exhaled deeply, still in disbelief over the encounter. "How did you come to know him?" Bai Muiao inquired, her tone softening with curiosity. "Just luck, really. He happened to enjoy the food I prepared." Li Liang smiled. "If he is willing to assist us, it would significantly enhance our safety," Bai Muiao contemplated, recognizing that it would make Heiland more cautious in their dealings. That afternoon, Yun Jing sent a gift along with an invitation, announcing that he would host a small gathering in the garden of his floor the following day, inviting Li Liang and Bai Muiao to attend. This gracious invitation thrilled Bai Muiao, who saw it as a golden opportunity. Meanwhile, Li Liang remained skeptical, believing that survival in this apocalyptic world relied on strength. If he was of no value, the other party would not be so eager to befriend him, nor was it merely his culinary skills that they sought. The next day, the trio arrived punctually. The floor occupied by Yun Jing was only second to Heiland's, with nearly half of it designated for his use, illustrating his esteemed status. The garden where the gathering was held was uniquely designed, reminiscent of the Jiangmen gardens from Li Liang's homeland. By the time Li Liang and the others arrived, the garden was already bustling with guests. Brudali. Miss Bai, you've arrived." As the host, Yunjing donned a different outfit adorned with the same cloud insignia as that of the massive airship, symbolizing his connection to Sky City. A small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, young Master Yun. By Mu Yao presented a gift box, which she had meticulously chosen the day before. Yunjing nodded, instructing someone to take it. Today's gathering is private. All attendees are my friends, one of whom is acquainted with you. His focus was evidently on Li Liang, leaving the identity of the person who knew him a mystery. Just as Li Liang contemplated this, a commotion arose outside. A group of individuals burst in, disrupting the gathering's tranquility. It's the Heilan family. What do you intend to do? Hold your tongues. Yunjing gestured for his subordinates to restrain themselves. The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the venue, broken only by the sound of heels clicking against the floor. A slender young woman entered, her towering high heels accentuating her elegance. Clad in an off-shoulder dress and an exaggeratedly large round hat, striding in with an air of arrogance. Heilan Guiwan, the daughter most cherished by Heiland. It was said that her temper was fierce, prone to violence at the slightest provocation. One had to tread carefully in her presence. As Li Liang listened to the whispers around him and observed Heilan Guiwan's haughty demeanor, he couldn't help but draw parallels to her family, finding them all rather insufferable. Yunjing, you dare hold a gathering without inviting me. Heilan Guiwan deliberately raised her voice, tilting her chin as if expecting deference, her gaze dismissing all but Yunjing. Haha, Miss Heilan, you've misunderstood. I simply wanted to gather a few friends. Your arrival is fortuitous, and we can converse together. Yunjing replied cheerfully, maintaining his amiable facade. Li Liang glanced at Yunjing, remaining silent, but feeling his perception of the gluttonous image he held of him begin to shift. Why bother conversing with those three miscreants? Heilan Guiwan sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Li Liang, Bai Mu Yao, and the blind Hong Lian. Her contempt was palpable, especially upon realizing that Hong Lian was visually impaired. We were invited by young Master Yun. Bai Mu Yao clenched her fists, speaking up for the first time, her voice trembling with indignation at being publicly humiliated. Heilan Guiwan turned her head dismissively, acting as if no one had spoken. The insult was blatant, reducing her words to mere silence, disregarding the very existence of those she deemed beneath her. Absolutely not. A resounding voice interrupted, not from Heilan Guiwan's entourage, but from Li Liang himself, who shouted defiantly, "You've lost your mind." Bai Mu Yao shot a glare at Li Liang, aghast that he would dare to defend her against such treatment. Oh! Heilan Guiwan sized Li Liang up, her eyes narrowing. Quite clever, but if you wish to ingratiate yourself with me, you ought to consider your own standing. Not just anyone is welcome here. Ha! Li Liang laughed heartily, his reaction surprising those present. Brotherly, Yunjing murmured, concern lacing his tone. Fear not, miss. Do you know what everyone here most desires to do to you? Li Liang suddenly posed a question. What? Heilan Guiwan asked, a mixture of curiosity and disbelief evident in her voice. She could not fathom anyone daring to act against her, accustomed to her arrogance. She assumed Li Liang was merely another sycophant attempting to curry favor. Very well, allow me to enlighten you. Li Liang smiled, extending his right hand towards Heilan Guiwan's face. The two were so close that his swift motion left her subordinates unable to react in time. As his palm approached her face, Heilan Guiwan's instinctive fear kicked in, and she attempted to retreat, but it was already too late. The gust of wind had brushed against his cheek, almost as if delivering a slap. The onlookers exhibited a spectrum of expressions. Bai Mu Yao bit her lip in distress. This scoundrel was seeking retribution for her, yet he had struck Heilan Guiwan. How were the three of them to make their exit? Wasn't this merely providing Heilandi with a reason to retaliate? Yunjing was initially taken aback, but then regarded Li Liang with a hint of amusement, making no effort to intervene. The others, however, were merely spectators, having found Heilan Guiwan's arrogance intolerable yet too intimidated to voice their opinions. Now, with a blockhead like Li Liang stepping forward, it was rather fortuitous. Just as Li Liang's hand was about to make contact with Heilan Guiwan's face, he halted abruptly, retracting it as if nothing had transpired. Was that it? Why not go through with it? Alas, someone in attendance could not restrain themselves from shouting, only to quickly realize their folly and fall silent. Haha, Miss Heilan, look around. There are quite a few here wishing to strike you. But I'm certainly not among them. I am a good person, Li Liang declared with a grin, relishing the effect he had created. It was you wicked ones who desire to strike her, not me. I merely pretended, without actually following through. You. Heilan Guiwan finally snapped back to reality. It was just a joke. Do not take it to heart. Yunjing interjected promptly, defining Li Liang's earlier action, which made it even more difficult for Hailingguan to retaliate. The truth was, Hailingguan was aware that Li Liang had acted deliberately. Yet with Yunjing present and no actual harm done, she could only swallow her indignation, feeling as though she might suffer internal injuries from her pent-up frustration. Chapter 64. A Bowl of Fragrant Delicacies. Observing Hailingguan's discomfiture without an outlet for her anger, Yunjing hurriedly intervened to ease the tension. After all, this was the Hailin family's domain, and pushing things too far would not bode well for anyone. Today, I have specially invited this brother Li, a culinary virtuoso. His previous dishes, such as the grilled squid and fried potato chips, have left an indelible impression on me. I wonder if he can showcase his culinary skills for us today? Yunjing inquired. Li Liang smiled slightly, realizing it was not as straightforward as it seemed. They had been awaiting his arrival. Well then, humph! With his pitiful appearance, what exquisite dishes could he possibly create? I dare say he is unworthy even to trim the nails of the chefs from the Hailin family. Hailingguan directly mocked him, raising her voice intentionally to reclaim her dignity at Li Liang's expense. Li Liang paid her no heed and instead approached the already arranged cooking utensils. In this era, culinary arts had declined significantly. The majority of people were struggling on the brink of survival, hardly having the luxury to care about the quality of their meals. Merely surviving without being taken by the undead was a blessing. Only in city-states like the Golden Bastion did some semblance of culinary tradition remain. Yet it paled in comparison to the era in which Li Liang had lived. The utensils before him bore a striking resemblance to those from his memories, indicating that the people of this time had devoted their energies to weaponry rather than culinary pursuits. The essence of cooking lies in preserving the inherent flavors of the ingredients, Li Liang proclaimed, closing his eyes with solemnity. This declaration rendered all present speechless. What was he suggesting? Was there a philosophy behind eating? Even Hailingguan, who had intended to make things difficult for him, found herself momentarily flummoxed. Yes, I have seen this phrase in a visual archive, yet I never understood its meaning. It seems Brother Li is indeed a culinary maestro, possessing such a unique perspective. Yunjing exclaimed, astonished. Upon hearing this, the others were equally taken aback, rendered speechless. Li Liang smiled, knowing that anyone from his time would have gleaned such wisdom from television. He proceeded to select several seafood items, skillfully preparing them with a knife, rinsing them, and placing them on a plate. After completing this task, he cracked a few eggs into a bowl and began to whisk them. I am about to prepare a dish that truly tests the fundamentals of culinary skill, Li Liang declared gravely. The crowd widened their eyes in anticipation, uncertain of what he would conjure. Bai Muiao watched him in astonishment, a mix of expectation and concern swirling within her. Li Liang took a frying pan, poured in some oil, and then added the egg mixture, gently swirling the pan until a delicate egg crepe formed. Isn't this merely scrambled eggs? Someone pondered. No. Have you ever seen scrambled eggs being made into a crepe? Li Liang placed the cooked egg crepe onto a plate, then tossed the previously prepared seafood into the pan, stir-frying it until the aroma wafted through the air. He quickly added some rice, stirring vigorously. A delectable seafood fried rice was nestled atop the egg crepe, which he then folded over. Voila! A bowl of fragrant seafood omuris is complete. Li Liang presented the dish at the center of the table. The crowd gathered around, gazing at the omuris, hesitant to take the first bite. Delicious. It is absolutely divine. Someone exclaimed, their mouth watering. Please, young Master Yun, do have a taste. Li Liang gestured towards Yunjing, the host, indicating that he should sample it first, as he was likely the most discerning palate present. All right. Yunjing scooped some fried rice into his bowl and took a small bite. The moment the rice touched his tongue, he closed his eyes, halting all movement as if life itself had drained from him. Yun Xiao has been poisoned. Quickly, fetch help, and seize this fellow. Yunjing's subordinates panicked. No. Yunjing bellowed, swallowing the fried rice, his eyes glistening with moisture. He ceased speaking, diving into the dish with fervor, finishing his portion in mere moments. Delicious, truly exquisite. Yunjing exclaimed, Thank you, Brother Li, for allowing me to savor such a delightful dish. Upon hearing Yunjing's praise, the others quickly joined in, relishing the meal and showering compliments upon Li Liang. Bai Muiao and Hong Lian each received a small serving of fried rice, and, as they savored the indescribable flavors, Bai Muiao's cheeks flushed slightly. He possesses some skill after all. Hong Lian, on the other hand, devoured her serving in a matter of moments, raising her plate for more, only to find it empty. Hailingguan's face turned pale with anger. She too wished to taste the fried rice that had garnered such acclaim, yet after having just derided Li Liang, how could she lower herself to ask for some? It seemed no one around her had the insight to offer her an opportunity to save face. The gathering continued for a while longer, with everyone departing reluctantly. Brother Li, please follow me. Yunjing beckoned as the guests left, guiding Li Liang and his companions to his quarters. Yunjing's room was exceptionally spacious, the adjoining living area resembling a grand conference room, surrounded by vigilant guards. Do not worry. The surveillance here has been disabled, Yunjing assured with a smile. Disabling surveillance was a trivial task, something that Kane had previously demonstrated in front of Li Liang, so he found it unremarkable. There is someone who wishes to meet you. He is eager to see you, Yunjing said with an air of mystery. Li Liang couldn't help but wonder who this person might be. Come in. Yunjing clapped his hands, calling out to the outside. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on the ground, revealing a figure. A wave of heat surged as a thruster activated. Someone was descending. A young man landed just outside the room and walked in. Long time no see, he exclaimed upon recognizing Li Liang, smiling widely as if greeting an old friend. Huang Yuanzhuai. Li Liang instantly recognized him as the mercenary who had previously assisted him. I never expected to encounter you here. Huang Yuanzhuai retracted his wings behind him and casually found a place to sit. As a mercenary, he was not bound to Yunjing's command, and this distinction afforded him a certain freedom that others lacked. Are you working for young Master Yun? Li Liang inquired, glancing at Yunjing and discerning the nature of their relationship. Huang Yuanzhuai nodded in affirmation. Haha, what a twist of fate. Your endeavors have already been relayed to me by Yuanzhuai. I hold your courage and prowess in high esteem, Yunjing remarked with a smile. However, Li Liang remained silent, pondering whether their fortuitous encounter in the food street was mere coincidence or a deliberate orchestration on Yunjing's part. If it were the latter, then Yunjing's intentions were exceedingly intricate, and Li Liang would need to exercise caution. As if sensing Li Liang's thoughts, Yunjing chuckled softly but did not rush to clarify. Miss Bai, I fully comprehend your predicament. I am acutely aware of your need for support and protection, and fortuitously, I can offer some assistance within my means. Yunjing addressed Bai Muiao directly, striking a chord with her thoughts. What can we do for you? I believe young Master Yun does not extend his aid without reason. Bai Muiao replied, recognizing that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Are you aware of the purpose for which Highland has gathered us here? Yunjing said with a hint of amusement. Chapter 65. The Black Market for Humans. Li Liang and Bai Muiao exchanged glances, both remaining silent. They had previously gleaned some information from Uncle Da, but it was incomplete. Judging by Yunjing's demeanor, he might be inclined to share intelligence. The corpse manipulators. Indeed, Yunjing uttered the three words directly but refrained from elaborating further. Young Master Yun is also here for that information? Li Liang ventured to ask, fully aware that the Highland family possessed no real data. The authentic information had long been destroyed alongside by Leng Jun. What would be Yunjing's reaction if he disclosed this information? How would the factions summoned by Highland react? If they all turned against Highland, the latter would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Would there be an opportunity for himself and Bai Muiao to escape? A myriad of thoughts whirled in Li Liang's mind. Yet ultimately, he said nothing, for he could not fathom Yunjing's true intentions. If my intelligence is accurate, someone from your family has already conducted experiments on themselves. However, for some reason, that individual seems to have vanished alongside your base, Yunjing recounted, speaking in a fragmented manner, leaving one to wonder whether he did so out of courtesy to Bai Muiao or intentionally left his thoughts unfinished. Bai Muiao's complexion flushed slightly, feeling as though her vulnerabilities had been exposed. I had not anticipated you to be privy to such matters, Li Liang remarked, astonished by Yunjing's formidable intelligence network. Since you are aware, then the other factions must also be informed, correct? Li Liang pondered. The fact that these individuals remained here so obediently indicated that Highland's true motive for summoning them was not merely the information regarding the corpse manipulators. No one would become excited over non-existent data, nor would they engage in a facade for such a reason. The only explanation for their continued presence here must be a more compelling allure. Indeed, to my knowledge, Highland does not possess that information. It serves merely as a pretext. Perhaps he realizes that the truth has already leaked, yet no one has dared to shatter this veneer, for there exists a more captivating piece of intelligence. As Yunjing spoke, his expression revealed a rare excitement, even clenching his fists. What could be of such significance that even he, with his composure, would display such fervor? It was a piece of intelligence capable of altering the entire landscape of the Eastern War Zone. The Human Survivors Alliance, to the common populace, symbolizes justice, even representing everything. Yet for us, the prominent families, the great powers, and the grand city-states, It is an unbreakable chain and a binding shackle. No one wishes to be oppressed by such a colossal entity without recourse. To Li Liang's surprise, Yunjing openly expressed such sentiments, tantamount to rebelling against the alliance. In front of him and by Muyeyo, "Aren't you concerned that we might divulge what you have said?" Li Liang cautiously inquired. Yunjing remained silent, fixing his gaze upon Li Liang before finally smiling. Everyone attending this meeting harbors similar thoughts. Who would you possibly share this with? The alliance? Forgive my candor, but you will not encounter officials capable of addressing such matters within the alliance. When Yunjing reached this point, his countenance clearly reflected disdain. Why are you revealing this to us? Bai Muyeyo asked, her concern evident. Silencing dissent was all too common in this apocalyptic world. Currently, on the surface, your Bai family has become the most direct bargaining chip in this conference. Yunjing stated earnestly. Possessing the information about the corpse manipulators is inherently disallowed by the alliance. And it is also a thorn in the Highland family side. You are the key to breaking this deadlock. Highland will not easily relinquish that crucial intelligence. Everyone is waiting to negotiate, and if they can keep you in their grasp, achieving their objectives will undoubtedly become much simpler. Is this your purpose in approaching us? At this point, Li Liang had confirmed that Yunjing had taken the initiative to engage with them. Was he harboring ulterior motives? Yes and no, Yunjing replied candidly. Given the current ambiguity, no one dares to act rashly. I wish to befriend you, to gain the upper hand in the upcoming events, and indeed, you possess many qualities that intrigue me. Thus, we can forge a temporary alliance to confront what is to come. I can assure you that you will not suffer harm from any factions other than the Highland family, as this is their domain. Agreed. Li Liang nodded in affirmation, recognizing that this aligned with their initial intentions. Cooperation, exploitation, and betrayal are the survival principles of this apocalyptic era. At least for now. It seemed that Yunjing sought to work with him, and he needed to leverage Yunjing's status and strength for protection. They were in perfect accord. After further discussion, Li Liang prepared a dessert for Yunjing and then returned to their quarters. As night descended, a figure stealthily slipped into Li Liang's residence. Kane? Upon seeing the visitor, Li Liang was no longer taken aback as he had been during their first encounter, though he remained vigilant. He held a certain admiration for Kane's actions, yet he had not entirely dismissed his wariness. How do you find this place? Kane asked, seemingly jesting. Not bad, quite comfortable, Li Liang replied evasively. In my view, it is utterly dreadful. Allow me to take you somewhere to reveal the true face of this place. Kane extended his invitation. Certainly, Li Liang readily accepted, knowing that Kane would not lead him to a mere banquet venue. He also sought to seize this opportunity to deepen his rapport with Kane while investigating the reality of the Golden Fortress. The two approached the window, where Kane instructed Li Liang to embrace him. Then, with a leap, they soared into the night sky, disappearing without a trace. Young master, shall we send someone to follow them? In Yunjing's chamber, as he indulged in the delicacies prepared by Li Liang, one of his subordinates inquired hastily. Let them be. I am quite curious to see what trouble those two will stir up, Yunjing replied, evidently aware of Kane's visit and his intention to take Li Liang away, yet harboring no desire to intervene. At the highest tier of the fortress, a shadow slipped into the night sky, following Kane and Li Liang's departure, vanishing from sight. Where are you taking me? The two individuals ultimately descended into the slums, a realm seemingly belonging to another world. In stark contrast to the opulent facade exhibited by the Golden Fortress, this place emanated a foul stench, and not far from the street corner lay a figure, oblivious to their fate. This is the truest face of his place, Kane remarked coldly. Let us explore the human trafficking underbelly. It will reveal the world's true nature. Chapter 66. I desire this woman. Is there human trafficking here? Li Liang's immediate thoughts drifted to Yang Ying and Lu Shenan, two women he had long sought, but had found no useful information about. The Black Claw was shrouded in mystery, and he could scarcely fathom the plight the two must be enduring. Numerous major city-states harbored human trafficking markets, typically clandestine and underground. Such markets were advantageous for their overseers, drawing individuals from other city-states and stimulating the exchange of resources, while also allowing the selective introduction and release of populations, thereby enhancing management efficiency. However, Kane continued with an icy demeanor. Anyone trafficked will be branded with the mark of slavery, and from that moment onward, they will no longer be regarded as human. Li Liang remained silent, envisioning such a life. It was unfathomable that in this apocalyptic era, humanity had regressed to such a dark epoch. The two navigated through the slums, finally halting before a dilapidated door. Sounds of raucousness emanated from within. Put this on, Kane instructed as he handed Li Liang a bracelet, donning one himself. Upon wearing the bracelet, Li Liang felt a luminous membrane enveloping him. Upon glancing at Kane, he noticed the same phenomenon, rendering his features indistinguishable. This is a visual cloaking device, which prevents others from discerning your appearance. It is permitted here in the black market, Kane explained, as he rhythmically knocked on the door several times. The door creaked open to reveal a man whose physique resembled a small mountain, who scrutinized the two before swinging the door wide. Li Liang followed closely behind Kane into the room, which appeared ordinary at first glance. Yet another door within hinted at the true entrance to the black market. The corpulent man approached this door and forcefully pushed it open, revealing a spacious area beyond, where hundreds of individuals, all similarly cloaked, gathered around a square platform. "Stay close to me." Kane tossed a pack of cigarettes to the man as an entry fee. The two positioned themselves at the edge of the crowd, gazing at the platform from a distance. "Are these people here to buy others?" Li Liang whispered. Kane nodded silently in response. "Silence. Everyone shut your mouths." At that moment, a gruff voice boomed as a rotund man strode onto the platform, transforming the once spacious area into a cramped space. "This guy must weigh around 300 pounds, Li Liang muttered, noting that anyone who could thrive in this wasteland to such an extent must lead a life of excess. The crowd erupted in clamorous shouts. "Fat pig, hurry and bring out the goods. I didn't come here just to gawk at you." Bang! The man raised a pistol and fired into the air, not with bullets, but a plume of white smoke accompanied by a thunderous blast that silenced the entire gathering. "Is that a signal flare?" Li Liang inquired with curiosity. "No, that is a tool common among traffickers. It's utterly vile." Kane replied, his teeth clenched. The man was the host of this black market, known as Fat Pig. Li Liang observed Kane, sensing the turbulence of his emotions, but unable to comprehend the reason behind it. The previous merchandise had been successfully sold, and now, what remained was to showcase the evening's prime offering. "Behold, how exquisite this woman is," Fat Pig proclaimed, gesturing toward the corner. A stunning woman emerged, clad in a long dress that obscured her face, yet her alluring silhouette captured the attention of every man present. "Come up here," Fat Pig bellowed at the woman, who appeared reluctant to comply, standing at the base of the platform. "It seems you haven't suffered enough," he sneered, with a flick of his wrist. A piercing sound emanated from the woman. It turned out she wore a collar, and it appeared Fat Pig had issued a command. The collar emitted a shrill noise, causing the woman immense pain as she grasped at it, desperately attempting to remove it, yet to no avail. Under such torment, she was compelled to ascend the platform. "Oomph! Wretched creature," Fat Pig taunted, shaking the collar once more, silencing it while the woman trembled uncontrollably. The collar emitted an electromagnetic pulse capable of inducing seizures. Prolonged exposure could even lead to shock. Kane's fists clenched tightly as he spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold this woman's beauty," Fat Pig exclaimed, parting the hair that obscured her face, revealing her identity. Yang Ying. Li Liang immediately recognized her as the very woman he had been tirelessly searching for. Ding! The system detected that the first beauty was about to be sold. The host must act quickly to rescue her. Mission Reward 1. Transformation. Allowing the host to alter their appearance, physique, and voice within half an hour. Mission Reward 2. Illusory wealth. Enabling the host to conjure false riches, such as gold or food, effective for half an hour. At that moment, the system issued a mission to save Yang Ying, along with immediate rewards. However, these rewards were not practical for direct action, thus requiring a more cunning approach. "What a beautiful woman. I'll buy her and enjoy her thoroughly." The crowd had already begun to stir with excitement, eager to claim Yang Ying for themselves. "Let the auction commence. As I stated, this woman is a rare gem, so the bidding must consist of gold. I will not accept food. The starting bid is 500 gold pieces." Fat Pig shouted loudly. "Gold pieces? How outrageous. Only affluent families possess such wealth. Does that mean I stand no chance?" A chorus of impoverished voices erupted, clamoring for the chance to bid. 600 gold pieces. 700. 800. The crowd was now in an uproar, with those possessing substantial wealth among them raising the stakes. "That S, my friend. I must save her," Li Liang whispered urgently. "Do not act recklessly. That collar is rigged to explode." Kane quickly interjected, alarmed by Li Liang's words. "An explosive collar. How insidious. It would allow for the manipulation of her very life. I'll bid to buy her, but you must help us escape. Is that agreeable?" Li Liang cautiously proposed to Kane. Encountering Yang Ying had been a serendipitous twist of fate, and to ensure her safe departure, he needed Kane's assistance. "Absolutely. But where will you procure the gold?" Kane readily acquiesced to Li Liang's request, yet he harbored concerns over Li Liang's financial capabilities. Li Liang offered no response, but instead bellowed towards the platform. I'll take this woman. Chapter 67. Do not touch me. The resounding and commanding voice reverberated throughout the venue. Shortly thereafter, a tall and handsome man emerged. This was the visage Li Liang had assumed after employing the transformation skill. In an effort to draw all eyes upon him, he had deliberately disabled the cloaking device. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. Perhaps he is a young master from one of the factions present today? Quite the audacious tone. Everyone is eager to see on what grounds you believe you can acquire this woman. I have made it abundantly clear, the highest bidder wins. If you cannot meet the price, you might as well take your leave. The rotund man placed his hands upon his hips, deliberately provoking Li Liang with his words. His intent being both to test the waters and to extract as much money as possible from the other party. 10,000 gold coins, Li Liang declared outright. And upon his utterance, the room fell into a profound silence. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you all. Is there anyone present who dares to offer a higher price than mine? Li Liang proclaimed with an air of arrogance. For after all, it was all mere fictitious wealth. Stating 100 million would bear no consequence. Very well, it's yours. The rotund man was momentarily taken aback, his excitement rendering him momentarily speechless. And he hastily rubbed his hands together, nearly drooling in anticipation as he fixated on Li Liang like a miser eyeing a treasure. Do not have any regrets. 10,000 gold coins sets a new record for this marketplace. The rotund man trembled with excitement, his ample flesh quivering. Young master, please come to the stage. Li Liang strolled forward unhurriedly, the crowd parting automatically to either side. Such is the power of wealth. This last is quite pleasing to the eye. Li Liang teased Yang Ying deliberately, feigning satisfaction. Get away from me. Yang Ying glared at Li Liang, hurling a curse his way. For she would prefer death to being treated as a mere commodity by such a man. As he drew closer, Li Liang noticed several scars adorning Yang Ying's body. The thought of what she had endured during this time was almost too much to bear. Behave yourself. The rotund man, fearing the prize slipping through his fingers, brandished the handgun in his grasp, and the collar around Yang Ying's neck emitted a sharp, piercing sound, causing her to writhe in agony, unable to utter a word. Her face contorted in pain as she nearly lost her footing. Stop this at once, Li Liang shouted, yet fearing suspicion, he added loudly, do not damage her. I intend to take her home and enjoy her. His words elicited a round of laughter from the crowd. Very well, very well. The rotund man hastily complied. For who would dare disregard the words of the god of wealth? He rubbed his hands together. Young master, how shall we proceed with the payment? Li Liang scoffed coldly, producing a bag with its opening facing downward, and immediately several gold bars tumbled out, followed by an abundance of gold bars cascading down like noodles, clattering onto the ground. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. These were gold bars. When did they become so devalued? Is this enough? Indeed, absolutely sufficient. The rotund man was beside himself with excitement, beckoning Li Liang to follow him to the back, while he hurriedly collected the gold bars and led Yang Ying inside. You have your money. I will take the woman. Is that agreeable? Li Liang feigned nonchalance, yet internally he felt a twinge of anxiety, for only half an hour remained. And he had no idea if the gold would turn to worthless refuse after that time. Agreed. The rotund man was about to hand over the gun he held. Wait. A voice interrupted everything. Who? Li Liang and the rotund man exclaimed in unison. A man clad entirely in black stepped forward. From the Halen family. Which young master do I have the pleasure of addressing? The rotund man immediately recognized the individual's identity, his bravado dissipating in an instant. Halening, I have paid for this woman, and you have no authority to interfere. Li Liang retorted sharply, though uncertainty gnawed at him. This person had appeared at the most inopportune moment, and he noted that more than 10 minutes had already passed. I intend to take this woman. Halening ignored Li Liang's words, having tracked both Li Liang and Kane to this location. Kane was still present, but Li Liang had seemingly vanished, and he could not allow this woman to be taken away. You disregard the rules. Li Liang raised his voice deliberately, ensuring those outside could hear. Sure enough, many onlookers began to gather. Haha, in the Golden Fortress, the Halen family sets the rules. Everyone else, clear out. Halening was unconcerned about the opinions of others. His shout caused the gathered crowd to retreat as expected. What do you say? Li Liang directed his gaze at the rotund man. I cannot afford to offend someone from the Halen family, the rotund man stammered, entirely stripped of his earlier bravado. Indeed, it seems that only the wicked can contend with the wicked. Hand over the controller. I will handle it myself. You keep the money. Li Liang swiftly approached the rotund man, delivering his command, and without waiting for a response, he seized the gun from the man's grasp, who offered no resistance. Come with me. Li Liang reached out to grasp Yang Ying's hand, but she forcefully pulled away. Do not touch me. Yang Ying had no desire to accompany Li Liang. She was unwilling to walk away with anyone, perceiving all men to be of the same ilk. The only man she believed would harbor no ill intentions toward her, that repugnant fellow, was nowhere to be found, and she had no knowledge of his fate. Come with me now, and be obedient. Li Liang, disregarding Yang Ying's reaction, reached out once more to pull her along. There was no room for her to sulk. They needed to leave swiftly. Do you truly think I would hesitate to act against you? He Liang called out, his irritation mounting. He was uncertain of Li Liang's affiliations. Having witnessed the earlier events, to produce so many gold bars at once indicated a formidable backing. Thus he had refrained from acting, opting instead to intimidate. However, Li Liang's intent to take the woman before him was unacceptable. He Liang produced what appeared to be a wristband, launching it toward Li Liang, from which two beams of twisted laser light erupted, forming a semicircle that ensnared both Li Liang and Yang Ying. Stay put. Once I have concluded my business, I will deal with you, He Liang declared, advancing toward the gap in the lasers, reaching for Yang Ying. There is no time. Act now. At that moment, Li Liang shouted, for the time to cast his skill was drawing near. Boom! A plume of red smoke enveloped the area, throwing the crowd into disarray. What is happening? The rotund man bellowed toward the outside, but received no response. Buzzing. The mechanical roar echoed as Kane barreled in on his motorcycle. You insufferable rodent. He Liang spat upon seeing Kane, dismissing Li Liang and Yang Ying entirely. Did you truly believe we were powerless against you? He Liang clapped his hands, signaling. Boom! A thunderous noise erupted as two enormous mecha robots burst through the walls, charging in like two small mountains. Time's up. Li Liang resigned himself with a sigh. Chapter 68, The Escaped Slave. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Li Liang reverted to his original form. It's you. He Liang recognized him instantly, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of greed at the sight of Li Liang's sudden transformation. Yang Ying, stunned, could hardly comprehend that the man she had so vehemently rejected was indeed him. Yet, she quickly turned her head defiantly, unwilling to confront Li Liang in her current state. My money, how could this happen? Simultaneously, a shriek of despair echoed from the rotund man, who discovered that the pile of gold he had clutched had transformed into a heap of refuse at some point. The expressions of those present varied, each harboring their own thoughts. Seize them. Remember, alive. He Liang commanded, and the two robots sprang into action, advancing toward Li Liang and Kane. Quick, come with me. Kane slid his motorcycle to a halt beside Li Liang and Yang Ying, urgently urging them on. There was no time for hesitation. Li Liang yanked Yang Ying onto the bike. This time, she offered no resistance, lowering her head in silence as she sat beside Li Liang, lost in her thoughts. Haha, let us see if you two bumbling fools can catch up with me. Kane laughed, revving the motorcycle as he charged toward the two robots. The motorcycle sped through the air like a bolt of lightning, darting between two robots before they could react and prevent its passage. Useless, He Liang exclaimed in frustration, immediately reaching for his communicator to relay orders. In the labyrinthine alleys of the slums, a speeding motorcycle, carrying three individuals, swiftly departed. Kane, familiar with the route, maneuvered with remarkable agility, evading the swarm of aerial pursuers. The entire city was under lockdown, with airspace and navigation strictly prohibited. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates that Kane and his companions had eluded capture, He Liang, in a fit of rage, stomped his foot and issued commands, determined to scour the Golden Fortress to find them, even if it meant uprooting the very ground beneath him. However, these actions were not reported back to He Liang. If I could uncover the abilities possessed by that individual and acquire them for myself, He Liang mused, licking his lips with a greedy smile. Kane, along with Li Liang and Yang Ying, dashed into an abandoned building. This area marked the outskirts of the slums, now transformed into a waste disposal zone of the Golden Fortress, long since neglected. Kane pressed a button, and a door slowly opened in the ground, revealing a passageway. He rode his motorcycle directly into it. How long have you been here? Li Liang inquired, observing the neatly arranged personal belongings and supplies around him, concluding that this must be Kane's refuge. A long time. Time holds little meaning for me. I live day by day. Kane replied with a slight smile as he parked the motorcycle and activated a monitor to ensure they weren't being tracked. He then produced some food, handing each of them a can of beer before sitting down to drink. Thank you, Li Liang remarked, noticing that the beer appeared to be from many years past. Yang Ying, however, did not partake in the drink. Instead, she fiddled with the collar around her neck, seemingly attempting to remove it. That's futile. Don't waste your effort. That collar is rigged to explode, and if you pull too hard, it could detonate, Kane said coldly, eyeing Yang Ying, hesitating at his warning. Yang Ying ultimately ceased her attempts. How have you been during this time? Li Liang awkwardly asked, unsure how to converse with Yang Ying given their recent encounter, which felt rather uncomfortable. He knew she must have endured considerable hardship, but he could not bring himself to voice it directly. Oh, the terrifying straight man, Kane muttered under his breath, chuckling as he took a sip of beer. At least I'm still alive, Yang Ying replied, her tone icy and devoid of humor. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, Li Liang said sincerely. It's not your fault, Yang Ying replied, lifting her beer and downing it almost in one go. What do you think of me now? She suddenly asked after finishing her drink. You're strong. You've suffered, he replied, trying to be supportive. Stop with the nonsense. I'm asking if you look down on me, Yang Ying retorted, her voice tinged with an underlying tremor. Trust me, Li Liang implored earnestly. Good thing you didn't say anything foolish, or I would have had to hit you, Kane interjected, moving closer to Yang Ying. This world is such that ordinary people can be taken as slaves at any moment. There's no point in dwelling on the past. Surviving is what truly matters. As he spoke, Kane exposed his neck, revealing a distinct circle of scars that looked as though they were from an explosion. You two wore that damn collar? Li Liang exclaimed upon seeing the shape of the scars. Is there a way to take it off? Yang Ying inquired, focusing on another aspect. If Kane had once worn a collar, perhaps he possessed the means to remove it, even if it meant enduring pain. She was determined to rid herself of that accursed thing. There's a way, but it's difficult, Kane replied. Haha, you might as well ask me. At that moment, Heilin Ying's voice echoed from outside, and the door was shattered, dust swirling as he strode in. How is this possible? I was certain they weren't being followed, Kane exclaimed, incredulous at how Heilin Ying had tracked them. That is all thanks to the collar around her neck. Heilin Ying chuckled. The command device is clearly in my possession, Li Liang confirmed, clutching the handgun that was firmly in his hand. That fat pig installed the tracker in the collar long ago, which has been quite convenient for me. Heilin Ying grinned, his gaze fixed on Kane. If my information is correct, you should be the runaway slave of the Heilin family. Runaway slave? This revelation implied that Kane had once been a slave. Clenching his fists, Kane refrained from making any sudden moves, aware that Heilin Ying was flanked by a dozen guards, each brandishing weapons pointed at them. I'm not particularly interested in you right now, but I can offer you another chance to serve the Heilin family once more. All you need to do is take up arms against them, Heilin Ying said with a smile, feeling he had the upper hand and playfully taunting Kane. To survive, one must become a slave to the Heilin family, a dog at their beck and call, while also assisting them in dealing with Li Liang and Yang Ying. Kane's expression wavered as he contemplated his choice. Chapter 69, Freedom. Everyone awaited Kane's decision. For Heilin Ying, enticing Kane to surrender was the best option. Having faced him in battle before, Heilin Ying was well aware of Kane's strength. Li Liang felt a surge of anxiety. Facing both Heilin Ying and Kane simultaneously would be a nightmare. Kane remained silent, merely nodding as he approached Heilin Ying, leaving his intentions unclear. You're clever. As long as you obediently serve the Heilin family, you'll surely enjoy a good life. Heilin Ying laughed heartily. Even as a dog, one must choose the right master. Heilin Ying and his entourage erupted in laughter. Positioned close to Heilin Ying, Kane suddenly produced a spherical object and hurled it. A microbomb. Heilin Ying reacted swiftly. Sensing the danger, realizing he couldn't evade it, he yanked the nearest subordinate toward him, using him as a human shield. Boom! The explosion reverberated, shaking the entire building. Smoke enveloped the space, plunging those outside into chaos. Heilin Ying fell to the ground, paralyzed by fear, while his men dared not move. You're asking for death. Heilin Ying roared in fury. The subordinate he had used as a shield lay injured amidst the debris, the situation dire. Consider yourself lucky, Kane chuckled, urging Li Liang and Yang Ying to flee. The three seized the opportunity to dash outside, dispatching anyone who dared to obstruct their path. Let us go. Kane mounted the motorcycle, speeding off into the depths of the forest with Li Liang and Yang Ying. Useless fools, pursue them, Heilin Ying shouted as he regained his composure, commanding his men to pilot mechs in pursuit of Kane and his companions. He possessed a tracker capable of pinpointing Yang Ying's location. This was a hunt with no suspense. It was merely a matter of time before Kane and the others were captured. Put me down. Yang Ying lightly touched the collar around her neck. Don't even think about it. I can't abandon you, Li Liang insisted. Yang Ying smiled, her hair obscuring her face, hiding the first smile she had worn in ages. Don't be foolish. As long as you stay with me, they will find you. Abandon me and save yourselves. That's just how this world works. Yang Ying spoke again, her body already moving slightly, as if she intended to leap down. Li Liang remained silent, extending his arms to embrace Yang Ying tightly. He would not let go. Yang Ying was the first person he encountered in this world, a friend. There were even some inexplicable feelings intertwined with their bond. The motorcycle halted atop a small hill, illuminated by the moonlight. She spoke the truth. As long as she was with us, those fellows could easily track us down, and our time was limited, Cain declared resolutely, leaving his words unfinished. Awaiting Li Liang and Yang Ying's decision. Was there truly no way to remove this thing? Li Liang fixed his gaze on Cain. If Cain had also been a slave, and the scars on his neck were hinting at his past with an explosive collar, then how had he managed to remove it? He must have a way. Don't count on me. I've worn this thing before, but I didn't take it off myself. Cain shrugged helplessly. It was Uncle Da who helped me remove it. But now he is dead, so I'm at a loss. Uncle Da. At the mention of Cain's words, the image of Uncle Da flashed in Li Liang's mind. A jovial, slightly portly man with a buzz cut, who, after sharing some vital information, had mysteriously vanished amidst a fire in his shop. Now, hearing Cain say he was dead, Li Liang felt an inexplicable disbelief. Uncle Da had always given Li Liang a complex, even mysterious impression, if he had the means to remove the explosive collar. How could such a man easily perish in a fire? No, Uncle Da must still be alive. Li Liang asserted firmly. I can't help your disbelief. I simply have no solution. Cain replied with a hint of resignation. Suddenly, Li Liang recalled that Uncle Da had given him something in his shop. He hastily rummaged through his backpack and retrieved the box. Hopefully, it contained something that could remove the explosive collar. With a touch of anxiety, Li Liang opened the box. A projection flickered to life. Young man, we meet again. The image of Uncle Da appeared, still smiling. Where are you? I need your assistance. Li Liang exclaimed urgently. This is merely a pre-recorded message. It's useless. Yang Ying remarked with a hint of exasperation. Does this guy ever consider the consequences of his actions? You've opened the box, which indicates you've encountered danger. Let me guess what peril you face. Uncle Da chattered cheerfully. Oh dear, I can't guess. If you've been captured and made a slave, and find yourself with an explosive collar, then this device can help you once. All three turned their gaze towards the box, revealing a round device, about the size of an egg. This is an unlocking robot, specifically designed to disarm explosive collars. But its success rate is not 100. Should it fail, the collar will detonate. You must consider carefully whether or not to use it. This is all the help I can provide. Goodbye. With that, the projection ceased. Can this guy predict the future? Li Liang mused with astonishment, realizing that Uncle Da had prepared exactly what he needed in this moment. It's not prediction. Generally, captured criminals are not executed but sold as slaves. Given the current shortage of labor, they wouldn't easily kill someone capable of work, Cain explained. Thus, if Li Liang were captured by the Halen family, his most likely fate would be to be sold as a slave. Contemplating this, Li Liang offered the decision to Yang Ying. Consider carefully, the success rate is not guaranteed. If it fails, Li Liang may not have the opportunity to speak further. Cain then recounted his own experience. When I attempted to remove my collar, I had already succeeded in disarming it, but as soon as I removed it, it exploded, injuring me in the process. Failure equated to death. Even success could lead to unforeseen consequences. What choice should they make? I'm willing, Yang Ying declared without hesitation. I want to live freely. Chapter 70. The Fateful Halen Eagle. The unlocking robot activated, resembling a spider, extending its appendages to detect signals before crawling towards Yang Ying's neck. She closed her eyes, awaiting the outcome. The robot reached the explosive collar, its tentacles probing, before suddenly inserting itself into a small opening, becoming immobile against the collar. Had it failed? Li Liang glanced at Cain, the only one present with experience in such matters. There is no failure, yet no success either. This situation feels unusual. Cain mused, equally puzzled. Just then, Halen Eagle's voice cut through the tension, having caught up to them. Less than 10 meters away, he and his men rushed forward, flanking Li Liang and the others. Why don't you run? This time, you want to escape. Halen Eagle laughed exaggeratedly. You remind me of Halen Bear. He was even more arrogant, though he is long since dead. Li Liang retorted disdainfully. Can you outshine your master? Your master is also done for. Halen Eagle's expression shifted as he grasped the implications of Li Liang's words, but he quickly regained his composure. It seems the death of young Master Bear is closely tied to you. Capturing you will earn me great rewards from the Fortress Lord. As Halen Eagle's words fell, his men surged forward. Cain and Li Liang immediately resisted, but the disparity in strength proved overwhelming. After a brief struggle, both were captured. The scuffle had not created much noise. Halen Eagle observed the two wearing electronic shackles with a gleam of amusement in his eyes. Daring to mock me. Halen Eagle kicked Kane squarely in the abdomen, causing him to crumple to the ground in pain. Come at me if you have the guts, Li Liang shouted, attempting to divert Halen Eagle's attention, convinced that, as he was of importance, Halen Eagle would not kill him outright. Not in a hurry. Halen Eagle merely glanced at Li Liang, unfazed, and continued to assault Kane. According to the rules, the fate of escaped slaves is singular, death. As Halen Eagle spoke, he brandished a laser gun, aiming it at Kane, determined to seize the opportunity to eliminate him, who had caused him considerable trouble. Tick, tick, tick. At that moment, the explosive collar around Yang Ying's neck began to emit a sound, as if counting down. What is happening? Halen Eagle paused, staring at Yang Ying, puzzled, before breaking into a laugh. Did you fools press the buttons on the explosive collar? The unlocking robot had completely embedded itself within the explosive collar, appearing as merely an unobtrusive ornament, thus escaping Halen Eagle's notice. A few idiots. If it were that easy to remove explosive collars, would slaves still obediently perform their tasks? Halen Eagle snapped, leveling his gun at Yang Ying. You better get far away. The collar is about to explode, and I don't want to be caught in the blast. Yang Ying. Hearing those words, Li Liang was consumed by an overwhelming sense of regret. If what Halen Ying claimed was true, then he had unwittingly harmed Yang Ying. Now, Yang Ying faced a dire dilemma. Heed Halen Ying's commands and flee far away, waiting for the collar to detonate, or defy her and face immediate death at the hands of her adversaries. Yang Ying's expression shifted momentarily, but she swiftly regained her composure, astonishingly striding towards Halen Ying. Did you not hear my command? Halen Ying, incensed by Yang Ying's audacity to disobey, fired a shot, the laser striking a nearby rock and creating a deep crater. You may fire upon me. I am but a ticking time bomb. The ensuing explosion will engulf you all. We shall perish together, Yang Ying stated with remarkable calmness and resolve. Boss, this woman has lost her mind. One of Halen Ying's subordinates instinctively began to retreat. Halen Ying too felt a prickling unease. This woman was dangerously bold, daring to threaten him. At that moment, Halen Ying regretted his earlier bravado, realizing he had spoken too soon, allowing her to seize the advantage, leaving him in a rather awkward position. You too, seize her and throw her far away. Halen Ying commanded his minions, yet he received no desired response. The instinct to survive is inherent in all humans, and even the wicked can be paralyzed by fear of death. Fools, Halen Ying lamented, fully aware that, had he been in their shoes, he too would be reluctant to follow such an order. You, move away, or I shall kill them. As Yang Ying approached him, Halen Ying's anxiety escalated, and he aimed his gun at Li Liang. Yang Ying, predictably, halted in her tracks. It seems you care for him quite a bit. Halen Ying chuckled. Despicable. Yang Ying sighed in resignation, the collar around her neck still emitting ominous sounds. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tick, tick-tick. The frequency of the sounds quickened, as if nearing a critical point. Halen Ying and his followers retreated significantly, while Li Liang remained rooted in place, watching Yang Ying. Tick. The collar emitted a crisp sound before it unexpectedly slipped off. The lock had been undone. It worked, Li Liang exclaimed first, relieved that there had been no explosion, only the successful removal of the collar. Yang Ying, too, awoke from her daze. Just moments ago, she had been convinced she would certainly perish. The collar fell from her neck, and while her best choice would have been to turn and flee, she instead grasped the collar and hurled it fiercely towards Halen Ying. As Halen Ying instinctively recoiled at the sight of the collar flying towards him, he reconsidered. Since it had been removed, it wouldn't detonate. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the collar landed before him. Boom! The instant the collar struck the ground, it erupted with a deafening roar, enveloping Halen Ying in a fireball. Ah, you betrayed me. Halen Ying cried out, engulfed by flames, his desperate struggles quickly ceasing as he was consumed by the inferno. Boss! Some of Halen Ying's subordinates attempted to rush forward to rescue him, but more chose to flee in panic. Self-inflicted. Yang Ying observed Halen Ying's fiery demise with a serene expression returning to her face. She had gambled, recalling that when Kane had removed a collar, an explosion had ensued. Would history repeat itself? She had won this time. Chapter 71, A Grand Performance. Li Liang and Kane exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of astonishment in the other's eyes. Kane, unfamiliar with Yang Ying, assumed she had always been this way, finding her somewhat ruthless. Li Liang's feelings were more complex. The experiences they had shared had transformed Yang Ying's character significantly, rendering her almost unrecognizable to him. Where now? Yang Ying broke the silence first. Is there anywhere the Halen family cannot find us? Li Liang desired to lead Yang Ying into hiding, seeking a safe refuge regardless of what chaos awaited outside. None. Cain shook his head in exasperation. The entire Golden Fortress is under the control of Halenda. For him, there are no blind spots. Every corner has been scouted. Our only course is to engage in a cat-and-mouse game with him, where time and manpower are disproportionately skewed, limiting his ability to conduct a thorough search. Li Liang pondered for a moment. There's one place he wouldn't think to search. Where? The Bastion. We return there as if nothing has occurred. Even if Halenda wishes to act, he will consider the repercussions. Moreover, he may not be aware of everything. Li Liang asserted confidently, in the shadows lies safety. This principle applies universally. All right, Cain contemplated and accepted Li Liang's proposal. The trio rode motorcycles to the Bastion. Cain discreetly affixed small devices to Li Liang and Yang Ying's backs, and under the cover of night, they ascended directly to the garden of Bai Mueo's floor. Their movements were stealthy, eluding detection by any surveillance. At that moment, Yun Jing was savoring some delicacies in the garden. Young master, they have returned. Were they followed? The leader of the subordinates Halen to send out had been slain, and the fleeing individuals had been dealt with midway. That is well. We have done all we can. In less than 2 days, it will be time to convene and discuss serious matters. Yun Jing delicately picked up another treat, savoring it slowly. Unbeknownst to Li Liang, all these events transpired behind the scenes. As the three stood in the garden, the first to greet them was Hong Lian. Looking up, Hong Lian inhaled deeply, as if savoring the scents before speaking. There's the smell of blood and flames, and there's a sister accompanying you. Upon hearing Hong Lian's words, Yang Ying smiled, warmed by her cherubic appearance, wishing to draw closer to her. Don't come near, Hong Lian shouted. I dislike strangers. Go away. Her exclamation caught Bai Mueo's attention, prompting her to hasten over. What is happening? The two women faced each other, locking eyes. Bai Mueo, clad in elegant white attire, exuded an air of nobility, while Yang Ying's revealing outfit might mislead one to assume she was a dancer. Seeing Yang Ying's appearance, and then glancing at Li Liang and Cain behind her, Bai Mueo furrowed her brow slightly. This is our temporary residence. Bai Mueo spoke with a hint of reproach, her voice soft yet clear, leaving no doubt about her meaning. Li Liang is indeed not an innocent. Bai Mueo felt anger rise within her. What was his intention in bringing such a woman? Yang Ying, detecting the underlying tone of Bai Mueo's words, remained unfazed and smiled, yet she did not yield an inch in her stance. I believe you are mistaken. I am merely a friend of his. As she spoke, Yang Ying stepped further into the room. Bai Mueo was taken aback, surprised that this woman would assert such a thing. Li Liang felt a wave of embarrassment. Even the dimmest of minds could sense the tension hanging thick in the air. This is your own doing. I can't assist you, Cain muttered behind Li Liang, distancing himself from the situation, believing it best to remain uninvolved. She is indeed my friend. The circumstances are as follows. Li Liang, bracing himself, began to recount the events he and Yang Ying had endured, omitting the initial zombie incident, of course. Bai Mueo remained silent, merely listening, and once Li Liang had finished speaking, she stepped forward to grasp Hong Lian's small hand. Turning to enter the house, Li Liang took a deep breath, realizing that the pressure he faced upon returning was even greater than before. 5 individuals were seated in various positions throughout the room. Yang Ying was munching on some food, clearly famished. Bai Mueo held Hong Lian's hand, lost in thought, her expression serene, completely ignoring Li Liang. Cain, resembling an amused spectator, sat beside Li Liang, chuckling, though it was unclear what amused him. I'm tired and want to sleep. Hong Lian broke the silence, her youthful innocence rendering her oblivious to the surrounding tensions. The rooms are insufficient. With 3 available, I must have one to myself, Bai Mueo declared. I don't want to share a room with anyone. No, absolutely not. Hong Lian protested vehemently, as she was accustomed to sleeping alone. Li Liang glanced at Cain with an innocent expression before suggesting, since there's only one room left, let Yang Ying take it. Cain, and I can manage on the sofa. Cain widened his eyes, but remained silent. If this situation could be resolved without further commotion, it would be a blessing. Enduring a little discomfort was of no consequence. That was the only way he could console himself. Yang Ying finished her meal without uttering a word and promptly retreated to her room. Bai Mueo had already led Hong Lian away. Buddy, this isn't easy. Cain jested. Li Liang felt overwhelmed. As a hapless straight man, he had never had the opportunity to spend time alone with a girl, and now he found himself in such an awkward situation, truly struggling to adapt. Eventually, they managed to get through the night in relative calm. The following morning, Li Liang prepared breakfast early, awaiting the other three to wake. Yang Ying's door opened, and she emerged in a different outfit, looking composed and elegant, still in blue, reminiscent of the first time Li Liang had seen her. It was evident that Yang Ying had made a deliberate effort to present herself well today. Shortly thereafter, Bai Muiyao also emerged, clad in her customary white attire. Though her face bore a light application of makeup, resembling a blossoming peach blossom that drew the eye. The two women exchanged a brief smile upon meeting, and the tension dissipated entirely. Hong Lian, hurry up and get up for breakfast, Li Liang called out. Let the little one sleep a bit longer. She's still drowsy. Bai Muiyao commented, picking up a slice of bread while avoiding eye contact with Li Liang. No one likes a mean uncle who bullies children. Yang Ying added with a pout. Li Liang was taken aback, feeling as though he bore the weight of every fault at that moment. His very existence, seeming like a mistake, Kim was grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 72. The Meeting. Thus, a few days of awkward living continued until a significant event unfolded at the Golden Fortress. That morning, representatives from various city-states and factions convened for the commencement of a meeting. At the highest level of the fortress, Highland, as the host, occupied the central position. Dozens of armed aircraft circled above, patrolling the skies, creating a tense atmosphere that intimidated all attendees. Li Liang and Bai Muiyao, representing the Bai Trading Company, were seated at the very back, inconspicuous. Yun Jing, however, was positioned as a distinguished guest, sitting directly below Highland, clearly enjoying a status superior to that of the other participants. Opposite Yun Jing sat Hai Lan Guan, seemingly a deliberate arrangement by Highland. It is my honor to have you all here today, and for some, it is a stroke of luck, Highland proclaimed loudly, rising to survey the crowd with an air of arrogance. Upon noticing Bai Muiyao and Li Liang, his gaze expressed blatant disdain, prompting others to follow his line of sight and take note of the two. Let the stragglers come. I shan't hold it against them. Highland feigned a magnanimous demeanor before sitting down, reveling in the attention of the crowd. Yun Jing, my father has honored you as a guest of distinction, and I sincerely hope we can collaborate fruitfully. Hai Lan Guan emphasized the word collaborate, ensuring all present took note. Speculation arose among attendees as to whether the Golden Fortress and Sky City had reached some form of agreement. The Hai Lan family truly has no shame. While the patriarch postures, the daughter is eager to forge connections, practically clinging on, Li Liang remarked disdainfully. Yun Jing remained silent, and a hush fell over the assembly. Sensing the moment was ripe, Highland resumed. The purpose of this invitation is to share information regarding the corpse transformation. No sooner had he spoken than a dossier was presented before him. I am certain that all present wish to enhance their strength, for the corpse transformation represents a rare combat capability. Highland declared loudly. The research on corpse transformation has long been prohibited by the Alliance, as it has mostly resulted in failures without success. Can your document guarantee a successful outcome? Someone questioned skeptically. Yun Jing cast a glance at Li Liang, who happened to be looking back at her, and they exchanged knowing smiles. The meeting ostensibly focused on the dossier concerning corpse transformation, yet the real intrigue lay in observing how Highland would perform. Bring it forth. Highland clapped his hands, and a specially designed cage was wheeled in, containing a bare-chested bald man. The man was covered in scars, each one a testament to his past experiences, particularly the deeper wounds with jagged edges that seemed to narrate tales of hardship. Despite attempts at treatment, some wounds remained partially unhealed, exuding a barely perceptible odor. How foul! This smell is strikingly reminiscent of a zombie. Could this be the corpse transformation? The crowd speculated, yet none dared to approach. This is peculiar. This individual bears a significant difference from Bai Lengjun. Li Liang muttered softly, noting the man's visible scars and decaying flesh, too pronounced to ignore. He recalled that Bai Lengjun only had one scar and certainly did not emit such a rancid stench. Bai Muiyao's expression shifted slightly, and it was unclear what she was contemplating. When Li Liang mentioned Bai Lengjun, her brow furrowed momentarily, revealing her displeasure, but she quickly regained her composure. This is undeniably the corpse transformation, my esteemed guests. With a living success story before you, do any of you still doubt me? Highland stated somewhat irritably. Lord Highland, as I understand it, corpse-transformed individuals possess some abilities of zombies, and may even awaken. May I inquire what abilities this specimen possesses? Yun Jing posed the critical question that resonated with the audience's concerns. Open it. Highland showed no surprise, as if he had anticipated Yun Jing's inquiry, and immediately commanded that the cage be opened, releasing the bald man. Ah! The bald man shrieked, his voice a grotesque sound, yet as he took a step forward, dozens of laser guns were aimed at him, ready to fire at the slightest hint of rebellion. Give him a metal rod. At Hyland's command, a subordinate tossed a metal rod to the bald man, enraged by his confinement. The man seized the rod and bent it into a U shape with force before hurling it to the ground, letting out a roar of frustration. Bang! A gunshot rang out as Hyland, having inexplicably acquired a laser gun, fired a beam that pierced the bald man's right arm, creating a gaping wound that exposed bone. The bald man howled in agony, but to everyone's astonishment, the wound rapidly sprouted flesh and healed at an alarming rate, albeit leaving a conspicuous scar that seemed to mark the limit of its recovery. What do you think? Everyone has witnessed it firsthand. This is the creation of my Haylandi family, the corpse manipulator. Haylandi erupted into laughter, and the entire venue fell into a profound silence. If one wishes to share this information, what price must be paid? Finally, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and certainly not here, Haylandi proclaimed loudly, asserting that anyone desiring this information must ally with the Haylandi family and pay a tribute of resources. The research on the corpse manipulator can only be conducted within the Golden Fortress, where my family will periodically provide corpse manipulators as combat support for you. This is unjust. Your agreement strips us of our independence, binding us to your will while you profit from our resources, leaving us with nothing of value. The Alliance has long established that private alliances are forbidden. Are you defying the Alliance? A cacophony of voices erupted below, creating a scene of utter chaos. Fake. Li Liang shook his head with unwavering certainty, declaring that the corpse manipulator he had developed was a mere fabrication. Coincidentally, his words were overheard by others. He claims the corpse manipulator is a sham. It seems members of the Bai Family S merchant group had also gathered information regarding the corpse manipulators. Li Liang unexpectedly became the center of attention, with all eyes fixated upon him. Halen's teeth ground in frustration. The intricate design of his scheme was so readily dismissed by this man's utterance, and he could not let this affront go unpunished. You shall be held accountable for your words. Haylandi maintained his composure. Since you assert that the corpse manipulator is a fabrication, provide your reasoning, or do not expect to leave here alive. The guards concealed in the shadows had already set their sights on Li Liang. Fine, you've compelled me to speak. Li Liang appeared remarkably composed. Since you wish for me to slap your face with the truth, I shall oblige. Chapter 73, An Unexpected Visitor. Please, hand me a gun. Li Liang called out loudly, and the atmosphere became eerily silent. This was the domain of the Haylandi family, with Haylandi's silence. Who would dare to comply? All eyes turned to Haylandi. Give it to him. I am curious to see what he intends to do. At this moment, Halen's expression darkened, but for the sake of decorum, he refrained from lashing out. Clenching his teeth, he commanded a guard to hand Li Liang a laser gun. However, he simultaneously fortified his own defenses. Li Liang seized the gun and aimed the sight at the bald man's head. A beam of crimson light grazed the man's scalp, causing all present to hold their breath in anticipation, the tension in the air palpable. Should Li Liang's finger twitch, the consequences would be dire, hinging entirely on his ability to make the right decision. Yet, before the gun could fire, the bald man was already pleading for mercy. He knelt upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The instinct for survival awakened his fear. Wasn't it said that the corpse manipulators were devoid of fear and could recover from injuries? Could it be that the young man speaks the truth, that Haylandi has lied? In an instant, opinions swirled. Halen's complexion turned ashen. Yet he dared not confront Li Liang directly. Any action on his part would only validate Li Liang's claims. Yun Jing observed Haylandi with a bemused expression, glancing at Li Liang, as if savoring the unfolding drama while sipping tea and nibbling on pastries. The performance had reached its climax. It was time to address the matter at hand. Li Liang understood that this so-called corpse manipulator was merely a pretext, one that could ensnare lesser factions. But to pique Yun Jing's interest, he would need to delve into the subsequent revelations. Useless. Haylandi could not suppress his disdainful remark as he ordered for the bald man to be removed. Let there be no misunderstanding. Every experiment incurs its share of failures. The focus of today's discussion is, in fact, another matter, Haylandi stated gravely, as ships and airships in the sky began to converge above the fortress, forming a circular formation that both secured the safety of those below and subtly threatened them. At last, Haylandi, the lord of the fortress, you have gotten the point. Yun Jing interjected, seemingly having conferred with Haylandi beforehand, prompting the others to realize the gravity of the situation. I possess intelligence that could be deemed an opportunity, one that could alter the entire balance of power in the Eastern War Zone, Haylandi declared with utmost seriousness. Consider it. If the power dynamics of the entire war zone were to be reshuffled, would your respective city-states and factions prefer annihilation or seize the chance to grow stronger? Haylandi spoke progressively, leading his audience into temptation. This man, if placed in an insurance company, would undoubtedly be regarded as a talent. Li Liang chuckled softly, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over him. Some remained dazed from the earlier debacle involving the corpse manipulator. Yet there were those whose avarice began to glimmer in their eyes. Haylandi awaited, anticipating the audience's fervor to ignite, craving their urgent inquiries regarding the nature of his intelligence. Relishing the sensation of control. Oh, such a significant event is unfolding. It appears, Haylandi, that you are not to be trusted. A jarring voice shattered the momentary silence. Who? The sudden interruption incited Haylan's ire. Why was it so difficult to maintain the facade? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of who had spoken. Some even turned to Li Liang, who shrugged helplessly, insisting it was not him. Suddenly, alarms blared from the sky. Above the fortress, in a position surrounded by numerous airships, a tiny transparent airship materialized before their eyes, resembling a small fishing vessel. An invisible airship. No wonder it evaded detection, appearing at such a critical juncture, and daring to reveal itself. Did it not fear being attacked? At this moment, the other ships and airships hovering above the fortress had indeed readied their cannons, awaiting Haylan's command to unleash their firepower. That is, Haylan's gaze was locked onto the now fully visible airship, his expression fluctuating. Do not engage. Ultimately, he issued the order, evidently having recognized the identity of the newcomer. The airship descended, and from it emerged a man clad in the uniform of the Alliance. Oh no, it's the captain of the Alliance. This is dire. We must find a way to leave quickly. It seems the Alliance has learned of our gathering here. Some had already begun to retreat discreetly. Huazhen. Li Liang instantly recognized the man, none other than the captain of the Special Alliance team, who had nearly taken his and Yang Ying's lives. At that moment, Huazhen stood alone, exuding an air of arrogance, a scar marring his face, lending him an even more sinister appearance. Captain Hua, what brings you to my golden fortress? Haylandi asked cautiously, knowing he must show respect given the man's status, especially since this meeting was held clandestinely from the Alliance. The sudden appearance of an Alliance captain complicated matters. Surely, the Alliance has regulations against private alliances. Huazhen chuckled lightly. Yet I would prefer to believe that everyone here has merely gathered for a social event. Huazhen's demeanor was amiable, presenting the Alliance while simultaneously offering an escape route for the attendees. What scheme was he plotting? Do you know him? Bai Mueo whispered. A troublesome individual, not one to be trifled with. Li Liang nodded, withholding further commentary, given the implications involving Yang Yang. He could help but wonder if Kong Fei was still alive. Haha, of course, I invited everyone here simply for a gathering. There are absolutely no ulterior motives. Haylandi, fully aware of Huazhen's implications, smoothly played along. I distinctly heard you mention an opportunity that could alter the balance of power in the Eastern War Zone. Yet, at that moment, Huazhen interjected unexpectedly. Damn it. What is this man up to? Highlander's expression shifted dramatically, and an ominous thought crossed his mind. Everything that had just transpired was undoubtedly witnessed in its entirety by Huazhen aboard the airship. This truly was a disruptive catfish, stirring chaos in what was previously a meticulously orchestrated scenario. In that moment, the assembled guests were at a loss for how to react. No need to panic. Since everyone was invited, the intelligence must be shared among all present. I initially intended to summon the League's officials, but I could not reach them in time. Highlander chuckled amiably, uttering a blatant falsehood that everyone could discern, eager to observe Huazhen's response. That's excellent. Yet, Huazhen merely smiled faintly, offering no reaction, neither exposing Highlander's deceit nor commenting further. I believe everyone is fatigued. Let us first order some refreshments. Highlander beckoned his attendants to bring in food and beverages, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Meanwhile, Huazhen turned his gaze squarely upon Li Liang, determined that he would not allow Li Liang to escape again as he had last time. Chapter 74. The Gecko's Walk. Some minor factions discreetly withdrew from the venue, and shortly thereafter, several submarines and vessels quietly departed from the Golden Bastion. No one wished to become embroiled in potential troubles. In this era, those who survived were not fools. Everyone present recognized that Huazhen had come to provoke. Highlander refrained from intervening. He had already lost enough face today, and it would be even more unreasonable to prevent others from leaving at this juncture. Highlander, as the host, you must ensure you ascertain the identities of your guests. It is wise to be cautious of those with ambiguous backgrounds, especially if they may potentially be enemies of the League. Hua Zhen casually sipped from a glass of wine, seemingly making a nonchalant remark, yet his eyes remained fixed on Li Liang, no longer hinting but rather openly targeting him. Though Highlander was unaware of the underlying animosity between Hua Zhen and Li Liang, he had always harbored disdain for Li Liang, and Hua Zhen's words only intensified his contempt. If indeed there are enemies of the League among us, I shall personally ensure they are apprehended for your judgment. Excellent. The two exchanged banter, causing Li Liang and Bai Mueo to become the subjects of scrutiny. The crowd instinctively distanced themselves from the pair, fearing they might become collateral damage. Do not fret. At present, no one dares to act recklessly. Just then, Yun Jing approached Li Liang, a timely assistance proving far more valuable than mere embellishment. Li Liang understood the gesture and felt grateful for Yun Jing's support. Suddenly, the alarm of the Golden Bastion blared. Enemy attack. Highlander strode to the window, peering out toward the horizon. The others followed suit. A dark speck slowly emerged from the horizon, rapidly advancing toward the Golden Bastion. What could that be? Who would be foolish enough to launch an attack on the Golden Bastion? Highlander activated a holographic display, relaying images transmitted by the reconnaissance drones. The dark shape rapidly distorted as it sped across the water, revealing itself to be an enormous gecko, roughly the size of a speedboat. With patches of decay on its body and a human hand clutched in its jaws, which it was now gnawing on. A giant zombie gecko. Someone recognized the creature. The gecko could traverse the water. Li Liang found it hard to believe. In his recollections, geckos were known to scuttle along walls. But he had never heard of one racing across water with such ferocity. How intriguing. Just a spectacle to enliven our gathering. Highlander scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Hua Zhen, eager to seize the opportunity to display his prowess. Open fire. Reduce it to rubble. Highlander commanded. At that instant, a cannonball was launched directly toward the zombie gecko. To the onlookers, the artillery drew nearer to the creature, mere seconds away from claiming its life. The demise of the zombie gecko seemed inevitable. However, just as the projectile was about to strike, the zombie gecko twisted its body in an improbable manner, evading the attack. How is that possible? Li Liang gasped. Not because he was surprised by the failure to hit, but rather by the gecko's fluid trajectory, which was serpentine and elusive, while the cannonball followed a linear path, rendering a successful strike nearly impossible. Fire. Open fire. Highlander, seethed with frustration, was today simply an ill-chosen day. Not only was he losing face before others, but now even this creature dared to bully him. How was he to endure this? A dozen fiery projectiles were unleashed simultaneously, and though the gecko managed to dodge left and right, it was ultimately struck by a concentrated volley and obliterated. Oof. Highlander finally breathed a sigh of relief. Believing he had salvaged his honor, those beside him began to flatter him, praising the formidable combat prowess of the Golden Bastion. Yet at that moment, Li Liang felt a chill run down his spine. He hoped it was merely his imagination, but the reality proved him wrong as he observed a multitude of dark shapes emerging on the horizon. These shapes, akin to the previous zombie gecko, were surging toward the Golden Bastion. A horde of zombie geckos. We are in serious trouble. Li Liang could not contain his alarm. The others fixated on the screen, witnessing the relentless tide of advancing zombie geckos. This cannot be. Highlander found it hard to believe. How could such a multitude appear out of nowhere? The previous struggle to eliminate one had been arduous, and now a horde of at least 1,000 was charging forth. Look at the mouths of those zombie geckos. An observant individual pointed out. Many of the creatures were gnawing on human limbs, while some even toyed with metal implements. Those are the individuals who left earlier. Li Liang had noticed the departure of certain guests. With a slight calculation, it was evident they could not have gone far, and the location of the horde, along with the remains they carried, indicated those individuals had met with a grim fate. Panic rippled through the crowd, particularly among those who had arrived by boat or submarine, who were now utterly terrified, as the zombie geckos navigated the water with ease and could likely submerge for brief periods. Anyone attempting to flee the Golden Bastion would be as vulnerable as meat offered to a dog. In contrast, those who had arrived by air, such as Yun Jing, remained unfazed. After all, how could a horde of geckos take to the skies? With this realization, some began preparing to pilot their airships to safety. I hereby declare that the Golden Bastion is now under lockdown. Until we neutralize the current crisis, no one is permitted to leave. Highlander swiftly issued the lockdown order, sealing the Golden Bastion with a series of energy barriers, ensuring that the horde of zombie geckos could not breach the defenses while simultaneously preventing anyone inside from escaping. It would be a grave mistake If even one airship managed to flee, the morale of those within the Golden Bastion would disintegrate. With everyone solely focused on self-preservation, who would then assist in the defense? Highlander understood this all too well, and thus acted decisively, disregarding the potential to offend anyone. Following a barrage of concentrated cannon fire, the majority of the zombie geckos were eliminated, yet a significant number still reached the shoreline, even climbing onto the energy barrier and roaming about. The sentiment of panic swiftly deepened within the hearts of all present. Those who had just been reveling at the banquet were now solely preoccupied with the instinct to survive. The greatest advantage of the Golden Bastion had always been its isolation from the mainland, providing security through distance. Yet now, it found itself besieged by such monstrous entities. Should they fail to withstand the onslaught, it seemed that the Golden Bastion would cease to exist. Li Liang lamented, "You still have the presence of mind to consider others. If we are breached, none of us will survive." Bai Muiao shot Li Liang an exasperated glance. At that moment, Huizhan approached Li Liang, speaking in an enigmatic tone. "I possess a method to escape from this place, but you must agree to one condition." Chapter 75. Those who cannot be betrayed. "You would actually be willing to assist me?" Naturally, Li Liang found it implausible that Huizhan had any intention of helping him. The only logical explanation was that he harbored some ulterior motive. Look at your limited ambition. This is not the place for conversation. I shall come to find you later." With that, Huizhan turned and left. Their exchange, however, did not go unnoticed by Hailan Guiwan, who overheard their conversation. Each person had their own thoughts, and the banquet continued, devoid of any true significance, until Highlanda eventually dismissed everyone. The Golden Fortress still possessed substantial resources. The cannons continued to fire, and with the barrier in place, the numerous zombie geckos could not penetrate inside. In fact, the closer they got, the easier they became to eliminate. The panicked crowd gradually regained its composure, and it was evident that Highlanda's decision to seal the fortress was the right one. As long as they could endure this initial phase and continue to eradicate the approaching zombie geckos, victory would ultimately be theirs. Li Liang and Bai Muiao returned to their quarters, where they found Yang Ying standing by the window, gazing at the zombie geckos in the sky. "I hope you weren't frightened," Li Liang inquired with concern. "It's nothing. Perhaps some individuals are even more terrifying than these undead creatures," Yang Ying unexpectedly remarked. From her, Li Liang learned that Cain had gone to assist the impoverished in the city. During chaotic times, those at the bottom were the most vulnerable to robbery and humiliation. These little things are quite adorable. Hong Lian, with her eyes closed, lifted her small head to the sky, seemingly sensing the presence of the zombie geckos without fear. Her face reflecting a child's innocent playfulness. "What peculiar individuals," Bai Muiao softly commented. Having been a traveling merchant for many years, she was accustomed to caution. And in this situation, she felt the utmost tension. Survival was paramount, and she neither understood nor cared to comprehend the reactions of the two. "I wonder if the Golden Fortress can withstand this wave of attacks." Bai Muiao expressed her worry. "The Golden Fortress has endured for many years. It cannot simply perish like this. No one would believe it. My greater concern lies with Huizhan. My instincts tell me that he is 1,000 times more dangerous than these zombie geckos outside. If someone harbors a deep-seated hatred for you, their insults might seem entirely reasonable, but if they suddenly treat you kindly, that is when you truly begin to tremble. Moreover, do you not find it too coincidental that these events unfolded? Just as Highlanda was about to reveal something crucial, Huizhan appeared, followed closely by the arrival of the zombie geckos. Everything appears as if it were meticulously orchestrated. Li Liang analyzed. If this is indeed someone's elaborate design, how will Highlanda respond once he realizes it? The group fell into a contemplative silence. It seemed that this day passed unusually swiftly throughout the daylight hours. The sounds of cannon fire echoed continuously, and countless zombie geckos were slain, yet it felt as though they would never be eradicated. From beyond the horizon, an unending stream of zombie geckos poured forth, encircling the entire Golden Fortress. As night descended, the cannon fire persisted, but the people had grown weary. Huizhan arrived at Li Liang's abode, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Upon entering the room, his greedy gaze fell upon Hong Lian. Sensing Huizhan's malevolence, Hong Lian hastily hid behind Li Liang, clutching him tightly. "What do you want?" Li Liang found Huizhan repulsive yet bore with it. In contrast, Yang Ying appeared remarkably calm, no longer impulsive as she had been before. "If you wish to survive, you must heed my words," Huizhan declared with a tone of condescension. "If you have something to say, speak quickly. I wish to retire early," Li Liang retorted sharply. Do you truly believe the Golden Fortress can withstand this wave of zombie attacks? Huazhen spoke mysteriously. Let me inform you, everyone here is doomed, and I alone shall escape. Li Liang scrutinized Huazhen in silence, pondering why this man was so confident in his assertions. I have a way to leave, and I can take you with me. You must have noticed the invisible airship I arrived in. As long as we board it, we can evade the zombie onslaught and depart unnoticed. Huazhen grinned, as if everything had been meticulously planned by him. Give it up. That airship can accommodate at most one additional person. Do you think I would trust your promises? Li Liang was no fool. He had clearly assessed the airship size, which cannot possibly hold all of them. Who told you I possess only one airship? Huazhen, in a bid to demonstrate his sincerity, pressed a button on his wrist, and 2 airships materialized above the garden, becoming invisible again in less than a second. What is your true intention? Upon witnessing Huazhen had brought another invisible airship, Li Liang's disbelief only deepened, further solidifying his conviction that this man's motives were far from innocent. I only desire her. Huazhen pointed greedily at Hong Lian, his eyes glinting with avarice. Had he not feared Li Liang's possible resistance, he might have lunged forward to seize her. Ha! Hong Lian exclaimed indignantly. You villain! Li Liang gently patted Hong Lian's small head and turned to Huazhen. While I may not know your true intentions, I can unequivocally assure you that you will not succeed. To me, every one of my friends is someone I will never betray. At that moment, Li Liang resembled a protective hen safeguarding her chicks, shielding Hong Lian from any potential harm. You will regret this. Huazhen's tone turned menacing, brimming with threats. Yet Li Liang remained unfazed. If you intend to act, you must think it through. Of course, you could also use Hailanda's hand against me. But he may not be as foolish as you presume. Li Liang pondered, preemptively voicing the potential actions Huazhen might take, thereby obstructing his path. This, too, was a form of negotiation. Ding! The system detected that 2 lovely ladies were about to face life-threatening danger and issued a reward. Reward 1. Restoration. As long as they are alive, they can instantly recover from any injuries, with 2 uses available. Reward 2. Universal repair hand. Any machinery, regardless of the extent of damage, can be instantly restored. Just as the system's voice faded, Huazhen erupted into maniacal laughter. You squander your opportunities, and now you force me to take action. I would relish the chance to eliminate you both and then depart with this little girl. Huazhen grinned, drawing a laser gun from his person, while the uniform he wore, resembling armor, enveloped him entirely, transforming him into a veritable steel warrior. Chapter 76. No place to flee. Li Liang laughed. As long as I cannot be killed, I will instantly recover. Who is the true tormentor here? Huazhen extended his right hand, his entire body encased in armor, presenting a striking resemblance to Iron Man. You lowly peasants will never comprehend just how terrifying the Alliance's technology truly is. As he spoke, a point of light began to coalesce in the palm of his right hand. Could it actually be? Li Liang found it hard to believe. Yet he could not dismiss the possibility that Huazhen was merely pretending. Boom! A beam of light shot forth from Huazhen's palm, its power rivaling that of the laser pistol. Li Liang hastily dodged, as the spot where he had been standing was blasted into a small crater. Let's see where you can hide. Huazhen's right palm once again gathered points of light, but this time, instead of projecting a laser, it generated an immense suction force. Li Liang felt as though he was ensnared by an invisible entity, his body involuntarily moving towards Huazhen. This cannot continue. If it does, I will undoubtedly be killed. Li Liang's form bent slightly as he summoned all his strength to hurl a dagger at Huazhen. The dagger seemed to be affected by the same suction, flying directly towards Huazhen's palm. Foolish. Huazhen unleashed a laser from his palm, melting the dagger mere inches from himself. A puddle of molten iron fell to the ground, sizzling and releasing a cloud of white smoke. Quickly take this. Seizing the moment when the smoke obscured Huazhen's vision, Bai Muiao tossed Li Liang a box, one that Uncle De had given her a few days prior. Inside was a protective coating capable of isolating electromagnetic induction. The lasers and suction emanating from Huazhen's palm were both products of an electromagnetic field, akin to the principles of a laser gun. Talk too much, and it seems you intend to betray the Alliance. Huazhen abruptly turned, fiercely yanking his right palm, lifting Bai Muiao off the ground and slamming her down heavily, eliciting a pained scream from her. The effective time is only a few minutes. Bai Muiao strained to speak, attempting to rise, but finding herself unable after several futile attempts. Li Liang hastily opened the box, and a faint blue aura enveloped him. Regardless of how Huazhen swung his right palm, Li Liang remained unaffected. Even the lasers projected towards him were deflected away. Yet, upon careful observation, one would notice that the areas struck by the laser caused the aura to gradually fade. With a few more hits, this protective layer would vanish. Time was on Huazhen's side. Huazhen, realizing this, shifted from surprise to a concentrated assault on a single point. If Li Liang continued to passively defend, he would inevitably be captured. There was no time to hesitate. Li Liang charged directly at Huazhen, extending his arms to embrace him. Huazhen was momentarily taken aback. In such a dire situation, Li Liang chose not to flee, but instead to embrace him. However, he quickly regained his composure and laughed. "You truly seek death." As he spoke, he raised his laser gun and opened fire on Li Liang, indifferent to whether he could inflict harm. Li Liang, in turn, drew the remaining dagger from his person and desperately lunged at Huazhen. Even though Huazhen's body was shielded by protective armor, the blade's thrust caused him to wince in pain. At this moment, both were locked in a contest of strength. After enduring a relentless barrage of laser fire, Li Liang's protective layer was breached. A laser pierced through his ribcage from the back, blood gushing forth like a tap left open. "Ha, lowly wretch. You dare to challenge me." Huazhen's laughter echoed triumphantly, convinced he had secured victory. Yet, Li Liang persisted, brandishing his knife toward Huazhen. With a sharp crack, Huazhen's armor was penetrated, and blood began to flow from his body. "I inflict a mere wound while you lose your life. By all accounts, I am the victor." Huazhen continued to chuckle, but soon his mirth froze. The gaping wound in Li Liang's side had inexplicably vanished, and he had returned to peak condition. With a fierce thrust, the dagger plunged into Huazhen's abdomen. "Damn it, what have you done?" Fear gripped Huazhen, reminiscent of their previous encounter. He had no desire to engage further, for Li Liang was far too formidable. Despite sustaining grievous injuries, he had managed to recover instantaneously. What manner of monster is this? Countless thoughts spiraled in Huazhen's mind, amplifying his terror. Summoning all his strength, Huazhen kicked Li Liang away and sprinted toward the exit. 2 stealth airships appeared, and Huazhen quickly scrambled into one. "You shall all pay. Wait to feel the Alliance's wrath," he bellowed from within the airship once he ensured his safety, declaring that everyone present would perish, for they were unaware of the Alliance's true intentions. As Huazhen's airship began to cloak itself, preparing to vanish into the sky, a fireball surged in from outside at the last moment, incinerating both him and the airship to ashes. Debris from the stealth airships scattered down into the garden. "Who?" Li Liang looked up to the sky, where an airship the size of a minibus hovered, having descended without anyone noticing. Seizing upon Huazhen's moment of panic, it opened fire, and the arrogant Huazhen met his end in the flames. "It's the Halen family's airship." Bai Muiao recognized the vessel. After eliminating Huazhen, the airship released a long, tentacle-like rope which automatically coiled around another stealth airship, tightening its grip before yanking it into the sky. Once both airships had completely vanished, the scene was left in utter disarray. They witnessed everything that transpired here. Li Liang gazed into the pitch-black sky, lost in thought. Had Halen ordered the strike on Huazhen? At the banquet, Halen had clearly been wary of Huazhen's position as captain of the Alliance's special forces, showing reluctance to provoke him, and their interactions suggested a potential collaboration. What could be the motive behind such actions? The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in hiding. Yang Ying remarked coldly. Perhaps the reason for eliminating Huazhen was to acquire that stealth airship. Bai Muiao analyzed, articulating her deduction. Once word of Huazhen's death spreads, the Alliance will undoubtedly retaliate. To risk accountability for the sake of that airship indicates that the current situation is far more complex than we perceive. Following Bai Muiao's line of reasoning, Li Liang arrived at a conclusion that sent chills down his spine. The Golden Fortress would be overrun by a horde of zombies. The reality was not as it appeared. With this conjecture in mind, Li Liang proceeded towards the wreckage of the stealth airships, placing his hand upon the largest fragment. Universal Repair Hand. Upon activation, the largest shard gleamed with a metallic luster, and the remaining debris seemed to be drawn towards it, converging together. Countless pieces of wreckage assembled, even mending the damaged portions. The shattered stealth airship reformed before the eyes of the three. How did you accomplish this? Bai Muiao gazed at Li Liang in disbelief, wondering if he possessed some clandestine technology of which she had never heard. If Li Liang held such a mysterious ability, why had he not utilized it before? A myriad of questions swirled in Bai Muiao's mind, leaving her uncertain of how to begin. Yang Ying appeared far more composed, yet her eyes still reflected astonishment. Li Liang opened the hatch and climbed inside. The Universal Repair Hand not only restored the machinery, but also enabled him to instantly grasp how to operate the airship. Unfortunately, All data had vanished. Li Liang examined the cruise system, hoping to uncover the coordinates Huizhen had previously visited, thereby deducing his origin. However, the earlier explosion had erased all data, and he could not recover it. Are you planning to leave now? Bai Muiao inquired awkwardly. A single stealth airship could accommodate only 2 adults, and with 4 of them present, it was impossible for them all to depart. Would he abandon her in Yanging? A sense of worry crept into Bai Muiao's heart. Let us not rush. Li Liang emerged, rendering the airship invisible and suspending it in midair, poised for action at any moment. The cloaked airship could evade radar detection and dodge the assaults of the zombies. However, if it were to be tracked by numerous signals, it could still be located. He decided to assess the situation before determining the next course of action. At this moment, Li Liang was most eager to ascertain whether the other airship had been taken by Highland, for, being another invisible vessel, they could sense one another. If he attempted to leave stealthily, he could very well become a living target. Upon hearing Li Liang's words, Bai Muiao felt a modicum of relief. Throughout the night, the air was filled with sounds of conflict. Not only the echoes of the zombie geckos being slain, but also the jarring noise of machinery being destroyed. Kane returned just as dawn was breaking, bringing with him the latest intelligence. There had indeed been a brief skirmish during the night. Individuals from a faction attending the meeting attempted to depart under the cover of darkness. They not only failed to breach the fortress's defenses, but were also annihilated by the defending troops. At such a time, Highland had become reckless, unwilling to permit anyone to leave. If the morale of the people were to fracture, the Golden Fortress would be doomed. Yet if this continued, it was inevitable that some would seek to escape. As daylight gradually illuminated the sky, a glance outside revealed a shoreline littered with the corpses of zombie geckos, piled high like small mountains in every corner. The protective barrier enveloping the fortress remained swarming with these relentless creatures, seemingly an endless ordeal. Suddenly, a drone-like craft approached Li Liang, projecting an image. It was Cloud Mirror. Given the current tense climate, our meeting here is relatively secure, Cloud Mirror stated. Appearing to broadcast live, rather than from a pre-recorded video, casually munching on snacks while awaiting Li Liang's response. How much longer do you think Highland can endure? Li Liang inquired directly. Shouldn't you be asking me if he can hold out? Cloud Mirror responded, somewhat taken aback. If Highland were truly capable of resolving this, you wouldn't be meeting with me like this. Clever. Last night, he solicited assistance from me and other factions, urging us to contribute our combat strength to resist the zombie onslaught. Yet, each faction is preoccupied with its own interests and refuses to heed his call, which is why betrayal occurred last night. Cloud Mirror spoke nonchalantly, as if discussing matters unrelated to himself. Then what do you wish for me to do with this information? Li Liang was not naive enough to believe Cloud Mirror was merely offering a kind-hearted warning. Do not be anxious. I hold your culinary skills and character in high regard. I can offer to take you and your friends to Sky City. With but one stipulation. Just then, the image began to blur as though suffering from signal interference. Be cautious. There is an urgent situation. Bring all your friends. The transmission abruptly cut off, and arcs of electricity coursed through the drone, causing it to plummet to the ground, shattering into several pieces. Before Li Liang could process what had transpired, he was drawn to a cacophony of panicked voices. A projection appeared in the sky above the Golden Fortress. On the horizon, another wave of zombie geckos surged towards the stronghold. Yet this time the scenario was markedly different. Each zombie gecko bore a rider. To be precise, each zombie gecko was mounted by a zombie. These zombies were tethered with multiple bags, the contents of which remained a mystery. Typically, zombies lack rationality, but these appear to be at least of B-grade intelligence. Yang Ying, witnessing the scene, expressed her astonishment. The foremost zombies and geckos that had been gunned down made a desperate rush, managing to scale the barrier, whereupon the zombies discarded the bags they carried. Inside were various colored liquids that, upon mingling, detonated with a resounding bang, causing both the zombies and the geckos to explode, showering the barrier with a cascade of strange liquids. This liquid exhibited highly corrosive properties, producing plumes of white smoke as it eroded the protective barrier. The same scenario unfolded repeatedly all around. The relentless onslaught of zombies could not be entirely vanquished. Those that evaded the attacks ascended the barrier atop their geckos, triggering their own explosions and releasing the peculiar liquid. Before long, the entire barrier above the fortress was tainted with a pale green hue. The rising white smoke enveloped the Golden Fortress, rendering it akin to a vast steamer. Moreover, this smoke seemed capable of disrupting electromagnetic devices, causing many signal stations and aerial crafts to lose control and fail to activate. With a thunderous crack, a fissure appeared in the barrier, like an eggshell being shattered. It's over. Flee for your lives. Countless individuals below cried out in panic, desperately seeking escape. Yet where could they possibly run? The Golden Fortress had been breached. Even Li Liang, who had anticipated this outcome, was taken aback by the swiftness of its arrival. The Golden Fortress had transformed into a veritable cage, with its inhabitants unable to escape. Through the newly opened breach, a multitude of zombie geckos and zombies surged into the interior of the fortress, struggling against the odds. Though the incoming zombies were merely a handful, the people gradually regained their composure from their initial panic. The defensive troops began to retaliate, and ordinary civilians armed themselves. Thus, urban warfare commenced. Standing atop the fortress, Li Liang gazed down, and though the distance was great, he could distinctly feel the agony and despair wrought by the conflict. Boom! At that moment, large airships and mechs roared to life. They were the minor factions that had come to attend the meeting. These individuals had already taken action the instant the city fell, piloting their respective weapons in search of escape opportunities. Some even sought to seize the moment for personal gain. Buzzing. The barrier, after a valiant struggle, finally dissipated, and the outermost defenses of the Golden Fortress were rendered ineffective. Countless zombies and geckos that had been clinging to the barrier tumbled down like rain, leading to utter chaos as the fortress became a tumultuous blend of zombies and panicked humanity. Zombies continued to pour forth from outside. It was only a matter of time before the horde would obliterate everyone. Some had already succumbed to injuries and infection, transforming into ordinary zombies that then turned upon the living. Watch out! A zombie gecko and a B-grade zombie crashed into the garden where Li Liang and his companions were. Kane urgently signaled for Li Liang to take cover. The zombie staggered to its feet, seemingly unscathed, while the gecko appeared less resilient, breaking upon impact and losing all signs of life. These zombie geckos were merely scouts. The true offensive force was likely these B-grade zombies, or perhaps even stronger entities lurking behind them. Witnessing this scene sent a chill down Li Liang's spine. This was no ordinary zombie assault, but a coordinated and strategic operation. Only advanced zombies could orchestrate such a plan, far beyond the capabilities of any C-grade zombies he had previously encountered. Roar! The B-grade zombie lunged fiercely towards Li Liang, intent on attacking him. Li Liang swiftly activated the cloaked airship, unleashing a precise energy beam that immobilized the B-grade zombie, rendering it incapable of movement. Perhaps now I begin to comprehend why the Highland family would risk offending the Alliance to secure that cloaked airship when it comes to the chance of survival. Who would willingly let such an opportunity slip away? Li Liang could scarcely believe his instincts. It seemed as though everything had been meticulously orchestrated. Had Highland anticipated the collapse from the moment the zombie geckos emerged and begun preparations for retreat? Below them lay a horde of the undead. Bai Muiao glanced down at the fortress's base, where zombie geckos were already scaling the walls. In the streets of the city beneath, a few scattered individuals were still putting up a fight, but the majority had succumbed to a sea of blood, leaving behind a desolate wasteland. The deceased, having fallen to the ground, slowly rose again, transforming into new zombies that began to converge towards their location. Look, Yang Ying shouted. The colossal airship belonging to Sky City, docked in the harbor, had ignited its engines and was soaring towards the fortress. To the highest level, Li Liang thought of Yunjing. The fact that the airship was en route indicated that Yunjing was safe and preparing for evacuation. It would be ideal to escape alongside him. On the highest level, others were continuously firing downwards, attempting to repel the advancing zombie horde. Yet their firepower was woefully insufficient, merely delaying the inevitable rather than resolving the crisis. The Golden Fortress was now thoroughly tainted with blood, with streams of crimson seeping into the rivers, staining the golden sands a deep scarlet. Inside the fortress, several large mechs were engaged in battle. One robot, the size of a truck, belched flames as it fought to break through the encircling zombies, but it was utterly overwhelmed. Countless zombies fell to its onslaught, only to be replaced by an unending tide of fresh foes, ultimately engulfing the machine entirely. Witnessing this scene as he ran, Li Liang felt a jolt of despair. How many once thriving city-states had faced this very fate, their glorious civilizations extinguished in an instant. As they ascended towards the highest level, they encountered no obstacles, as there were simply no living souls in their path. The group swiftly boarded the elevator to the top. When the doors opened, Li Liang and his companions stepped out to find the highest level teeming with people. All the survivors from the lower tiers, along with the Highland family and their guards, as well as representatives from other city-states led by Yunjing, had gathered there, nearly 1,000 in total. Chaos reigned, with order long abandoned, and looting and violence erupting everywhere. What significance does wealth hold in times like this? Kane pondered, bewildered. Silence. A thunderous voice cut through the pandemonium. Hyland stood at the pinnacle of the highest level, surveying the crowd, his thoughts a mystery. Hyland, you brought us here. Now that disaster has struck, you must ensure our safety. Someone cried. Indeed, my loyalty to you is unwavering. So hurry and lead me out of here. The crowd erupted once more. Enough. In this dire situation, you have but one choice, to resist to the bitter end. Weapons are at your disposal. Fight, or none shall escape. Hyland's gaze fell upon Yunjing as he spoke. The airship from Sky City had drawn near, poised to evacuate Yunjing and the others. It was perplexing why Hyland would utter such words. Yunjing was currently under tight security from his subordinates. Hearing Hyland's words, his expression turned icy, a hint of mockery playing on his lips. I wish to depart, and I fear no one here possesses the power to stop me, he declared disdainfully. You fail to grasp the gravity of the situation, Yunjing. You would do well to heed my warning, lest none of us survive, including you. Do you wish to watch him leave unscathed? Hyland shouted. In a moment, the crowd's expressions shifted, converging ominously around Yunjing. If we are to die, let us perish together. You shan't escape alone. The most powerful among them was Yunjing, and he could not be allowed to flee unaccompanied. Open fire. As the dark mass surged towards him, Yunjing ordered his subordinates to shoot. The scene descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Hyland, standing at the highest point, cast a glance towards Li Liang and the others, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 79, Betrayal. Li Liang, too, turned his gaze towards Hyland. There was something peculiar about him at this moment that he couldn't quite place. The scene was utterly chaotic. Before Yunjing stood a line of Sky City security personnel, their ranks impeccably aligned, armed with non-lethal weapons. They issued warnings to the approaching crowd. After repeated warnings yielded no compliance, they activated the deterrent mode of their weapons to restore order. Any acts of misconduct would swiftly be met with lethal force. Yunjing's countenance was fierce, the attire emblazoned with the Sky City insignia, initially a tad loose, now fit snugly, transforming into a battle suit. That is a nano-battle suit, Yang Ying whispered to Li Liang, who was watching Yunjing with curiosity. Is that battle suit formidable? This was Li Liang's first encounter with such technology, and he was intrigued. Each battle suit has distinct functionalities, but given its origin from Sky City, this suit is likely his trump card, equipped with numerous capabilities. Yang Ying's words barely left her lips when Yunjing soared into the air. Hyland, you are truly despicable. Your golden fortress is in ruins, yet you refuse to allow us to leave. Do you wish for us all to perish alongside you? Yunjing accused, hovering thanks to his battle suit. Everyone, cease the infighting and listen to me. His voice, amplified by the suit, resonated throughout the crowd. I am willing to lead everyone to safety. Stop fighting. This is utterly pointless. Yunjing's declaration ignited a flicker of hope in the despairing crowd, prompting many to lower their weapons, gazing at him with gratitude. At last, he was willing to step forward. This senseless slaughter had no purpose. Li Liang sighed in relief. At least Yunjing still possessed some semblance of reason. The airship from Sky City was massive enough to evacuate everyone without issue. As I said, it is impossible for anyone to leave. Hyland let out a sinister chuckle. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the fortress as hidden cannons unleashed a barrage upon Yunjing's airship. Damn it, Hyland, have you lost your mind? If you refuse to let others live, do not blame me. Yunjing could not idly watch as his airship came under fire. The unexpected assault had ignited a blaze on the ship's deck, and the crew dared not retaliate, forced to endure the onslaught passively. Air cannon. The battle suit began to emit tiny white bubbles, which gradually coalesced into a soccer-sized orb, hurtling towards Hyland. Hyland made no attempt to evade. He stood resolute. Crack! The orb collided with him, exploding and scattering his form into several pieces. His head fell to the ground, yet his face retained a smile, devoid of fear. This is not his true self, a keen observer shouted. A white, milky substance oozed from Hyland's dismembered body, revealing it was not blood. He's a clone. Yunjing recognized the anomaly. Cloning technology was akin to 3D printing, but far more advanced, difficult to discern without specific scientific verification. We have been deceived. Li Liang finally understood why he had found Hyland so strange earlier. There was an entirely different aura about him. The zombies are closing in. A terrified scream pierced the air. At the pinnacle of the fortress, a horde of zombies had begun to ascend, and the passageway was already choked with both zombies and their lizard counterparts. The fortress's defense system, seemingly preordained, disregarded the undead and unleashed a torrent of fire upon Yunjing's spaceship. Activate the shield. Yunjing bellowed into the communication system upon witnessing the chaos. The spacecraft immediately engaged its protective measures, enveloped in a white wave akin to a cloud, shielding it from the onslaught. Something feels amiss. Li Liang scrutinized the surroundings with heightened anxiety. Though he could not articulate the source of his unease, the pandemonium was evidently contrived, leaving him to ponder the adversary's true intentions. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the atmosphere. A projectile, accompanied by a laser, hurtled toward Yunjing from the sky. The unexpected attack left Yunjing no time to react. He was instantly engulfed in flames. His combat suit instinctively activated its defenses, yet the ensuing laser pierced through him. Who? Yunjing's eyes widened in disbelief as he plummeted earthward. Catch him! Li Liang and Kane dashed forward. Kane, equipped with thrusters, soared briefly into the air and grasped the falling Yunjing, while Li Liang steadied both of them on the ground. You flee. Yunjing, gravely wounded with blood seeping profusely from his injuries, felt his vitality waning despite the dire circumstances. Ha! A successful ambush. A raucous laughter echoed through the air, followed by the emergence of a cloaked airship, its invisibility dissipating to reveal its presence. Yunjing, did you ever imagine this day would come? Exclaimed Hailandi, a glimmer of excitement in her voice. Hailandi, why? Yunjing, with dwindling strength, could barely keep his eyes open as he regarded the hovering airship. No one worthy of sacrificing the entire Golden Fortress could ever be you, Hailandi declared, her voice tinged with anguish. Initially, he had sought to forge alliances with Yunjing and other factions, but unforeseen circumstances forced him to alter his plans. You killed Hua Zhen to acquire this stealth airship? Li Liang queried, confusion evident in his tone. Aren't you afraid of the alliance's retribution? Desperate, he hoped to intimidate Hailandi with the mention of the alliance. Foolishness. My resolve is unwavering. You will all perish, while only we shall survive. I was once naively trusting, but since the alliance is unreliable and you insignificant pawns serve no purpose, I must tread this final path. Halen's demeanor grew increasingly deranged as he spoke. You are betraying humanity. Yunjing gazed at Hailandi in disbelief, but his final words were cut short as he breathed his last. With the air of Sky City as my greeting gift, and with her by my side, my life shall only improve. Hailandi did not finish his thought, but instead produced a hand drum, striking it several times. Eliminate everyone below. As soon as the command was given, the previously wandering zombies and zombie lizards converged upon the crowd with alarming ferocity, displaying an unrelenting aggressive nature as they sought to encroach upon the people. He can command the undead. Who would dare believe it without witnessing it firsthand? Countless zombies surged toward the survivors, who immediately fought back, though their efforts were largely futile. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and ammunition would inevitably dwindle. Some, seizing the opportunity, attempted to flee, but the moment they broke from the throng, they were swiftly dispatched by the undead, leaving them with no escape route. Hailandi, you seek death. A furious roar resounded from the sky, as an individual aboard the spacecraft from Sky City breached the protective barrier and soared toward them. Huang Yuanzhuai. Li Liang recognized the incoming figure. Huang Yuanzhuai had been stationed aboard the ship, not guarding Yunjing. Now, upon learning of Yunjing's demise, he had come seeking vengeance against Hailandi. A mere dog dares to challenge me. Hailandi remained unfazed within the stealth airship, showing no inclination to evade, even as Huang Yuanzhuai approached. Just as Huang Yuanzhuai neared Hailandi, a black flash erupted from the ground. A black cord, crackling with electricity, ensnared his left leg. Who? Huang Yuanzhuai had not anticipated Halen's hidden traps. He extended his right arm, a blade springing forth, attempting to sever the cord, but his entire body was yanked downward, losing balance and crashing to the ground. Long time no see. Come down to play. A deep voice emerged from the earth. A small mound had formed on the once flat ground, and a shadowy figure erupted from it, wielding the electrified cord. Lei Hu. Li Liang immediately recognized the identity of the individual. This is bad. Li Liang swiftly sensed the danger. Not sparing a thought for the ongoing struggle between Huang Yuanzhuai and Lei Hu, he intended to warn those nearby to be cautious. But a sharp blade pressed against his throat, silencing him. Hello again, handsome. A flippant voice chimed in his ear, and before he realized it, Lei Yu stood behind him. You are working for Hailandi, Li Liang exclaimed, anger bubbling within him at encountering the two siblings in this dire situation. Life necessitates it. Will you support me? Lei Yu jested, lightly brushing her hand against Li Liang's face in a seemingly intimate manner, easily misleading any observers into misinterpreting their relationship. Yet, Li Liang understood all too well that any slight movement on his part would result in the blade piercing his throat. What do you intend to do? Li Liang demanded. This woman would not appear without purpose. Surely he possessed something she desired. Release him. Before Lei Yu could respond, Bai Muiao interjected, her ire flaring at the sight of their proximity. Oh, are you jealous? Unfortunately, this doesn't concern you. Lei Yu waved dismissively at Bai Muiao with the hand that had just been caressing Li Liang. Be careful. Cain urgently pushed Bai Muiao aside, positioning himself before her. Thud. Cain coughed blood, having suffered a grievous injury to his back as Lei Yu unleashed a micro-explosive device, the size of a word, which exploded with sufficient force to easily claim a life. Do not harm her, Li Liang shouted in desperation, recognizing the woman's ruthlessness. Her intent was deadly. All right. I will comply, Lei Yu replied with a cheerful demeanor, feigning innocence. Had it not been for her earlier attempt on Bai Muiao's life and the injury inflicted upon Cain, so might have been deceived by her appearance. Meanwhile, Huang Yuanzhuai and Lei Hu had engaged in a fierce struggle. After a brief exchange, Huang Yuanzhuai, having been ambushed, sustained injuries. Lei Hu relentlessly targeted his vital points, and soon Huang Yuanzhuai succumbed, collapsing to the ground, pinned beneath Lei Hu's foot, unable to move. Lei Hu, I will kill you, Huang Yuanzhuai roared. His duty as a mercenary dictated the protection of Yunjing's safety. With Yunjing now deceased, how could he return to report? Lei Hu's underhanded tactics were indeed dishonorable. But this was a world that revered strength above all. The victor was always deemed the righteous party, and no one would concern themselves with the means by which victory was achieved. Do you think today I will allow you to leave alive? Lei Hu found the situation amusing. Given their past grievances, under ordinary circumstances, it would require a united front from the siblings to take down Huang Yuanzhuai. However, having seized the opportunity to ambush him while he was distracted, there was no way he would let him escape alive. It was time to eradicate the threat once and for all. At the topmost level, apart from Li Liang and a few others, only a handful remain alive. The overwhelming killing intent emanating from the Lei siblings was so potent that even the zombies dared not approach them. Enough, eliminate them all. As long as we have that little girl, it will suffice. Heilandi observed the heaps of corpses and the countless zombies below, feeling a sense of visual fatigue, and issued a direct command. Your target is also Hong Lian. Li Liang then realized that Heilandi and Hui shared the same objective, both setting their sights on Hong Lian. What secrets could possibly be hidden within her? My apologies, little brother. I had hoped to play with you a while longer. Lei Yu lamented, her grip tightening gradually. Perhaps I should be the one to apologize, Li Liang murmured softly. Before Lei Yu could comprehend the unfolding events, a laser struck her, sending her sprawling to the ground. Blood trickling from her mouth. An invisible airship, previously maneuvered by Li Liang in secret, had now positioned itself above her, ready to strike as soon as she was distracted. How is this possible? Wasn't that airship already destroyed? Heilandi recognized the origins of the stealth airship, his eyes gleaming with greed. You think it will be so easy to kill me? Li Liang leapt into action, entering the airship as the hatch opened. Boom, boom, boom. He unleashed a barrage of firepower, targeting Lei Hu directly. He chose not to attack Heilandi, as the latter was also aboard the ship. The stealth airship's strength lay not in its firepower but in its speed and invisibility. Caught off guard, Lei Hu did not anticipate that Li Liang would prioritize attacking him first. Unable to react in time, he was swiftly felled to the ground, much like Lei Yu. Come on, Li Liang deployed a tether, drawing Huang Yuanzhuai into the hatch. Damn it, do you think you can escape? Heilandi fumed, infuriated by Li Liang's persistence. While everyone expected a fierce exchange of fire between the two airships, the reality unfolded differently. The hatch swung open once more, and Huang Yuanzhuai emerged, miraculously healed. Lei Hu stared incredulously at Huang Yuanzhuai, who had only moments ago been gravely injured. This was impossible. Thank you. Huang Yuanzhuai nodded in gratitude towards Li Liang inside the airship. Li Liang had utilized his last remaining skill to restore Huang Yuanzhuai to full strength, bolstering their combat capabilities. Haha, it seems the tide of battle is turning against you, Heilandi. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Bai Muiao widened her eyes and glanced toward the wall outside. Chapter 81. The D-Class Zombie with Silver Eyes. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of machinery echoed as a colossal humanoid mech ascended. Inside the control room of the mech sat Uncle Da. Bai Muiao exclaimed with excitement upon seeing him, a stark contrast to her earlier aloof demeanor. You truly are alive. Kane, equally thrilled, shared a complex relationship with Uncle Da, being both friends and close partners. I knew it, Li Liang chuckled. In his heart, he believed that this man could not have perished in some inexplicable fire. Sorry for worrying everyone. Miss, I am here to protect you. Uncle Da maneuvered the mech, leaping to the center of the topmost level, immediately opening fire to repel the encroaching zombies. The mech appeared to be modified, equipped with Gatling guns on both arms, and a propulsion device on its back for short bursts of flight, complemented by highly flexible bionic legs. The Bai family's rat. I should have eliminated you sooner. Heylandi lamented from within the cockpit, regretting Uncle Da's presence, as he was fully aware of the various faction spies embedded within the Golden Fortress. He had previously taken measures to eliminate them, yet Uncle Da had managed to escape and now emerged at this critical juncture to cause chaos. Lei Hu, let us have another go. Huang Yuanzhuai bellowed as he charged at Lei Hu. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle, unleashing their signature abilities. Huang Yuanshui's advantage lay in his flight capabilities, throwing lasers and miniature cannons from the air, putting Lei Hu at a disadvantage. Lei Hu deployed an electromagnetic shield, forming a barrier before himself to absorb Huang Yuanshui's assault, while simultaneously counterattacking. However, Huang Yuanzhuai deftly maneuvered in the air, evading capture. Lei Hu shouted, and the previously downed Lei Yu sprang back to her feet, activating her propulsion device and soaring into the sky to join forces with Lei Hu against Huang Yuanzhuai. Can't take down one, so you bring two? Li Liang would not allow their scheme to succeed, piloting the airship to position itself between Lei Yu and Huang Yuanzhuai. Get out of the way, Lei Yu cursed, yet she did not immediately strike. From within the airship, Li Liang understood that regardless of her prowess, inflicting harm would require time, and she needed to rush to Lei Hu's aid. Crack! With a sharp sound, Lei Hu's electromagnetic shield shattered. Haha, what a chance! Uncle Da piloted the mech, delivering a powerful punch toward Lei Hu. Caught off guard, Lei Hu was sent sprawling like a deflated ball, landing a distance away, struggling yet failing to rise. Brother, Lei Yu exclaimed upon seeing this, abandoning her entanglement with Li Liang and rushing to assist Lei Hu. Blood trickled from his mouth, leaving him lost in thought. Huang Yuanzhuai, I promise to leave immediately. We are all mercenaries, and there is no need for lethal measures, Lei Hu declared, unwilling to continue the fight. Damn it, what are you saying? Heylandi cursed, furious that he had invested heavily in hiring the Lei siblings, only for them to consider retreating at this critical moment. Forgive me, Heylandi, but I cannot risk my life for you. Lei Hu felt no sense of wrongdoing. The relationship between mercenaries and their employers was inherently transactional, devoid of loyalty. Betraying allies in a critical moment was no issue for him. Haha, Lei Hu, have you forgotten that you nearly took my life with your earlier ambush? Huang Yuanzhuai pressed on, unwilling to let the matter rest. Indeed, letting the tiger return to the mountain will lead to endless troubles. Uncle Da raised his right hand, the Gatling gun aimed at Lei Hu and Lei Yu, unleashing a volley of fire. You think it's that easy to kill us? Lei Yu had activated her protective mechanism, her combat suit having transformed into a hemispherical armor that shielded her and Lei Hu from behind, though it only covered the most critical areas. Useless trash, Heylandi spat, attempting to activate the fortress's defensive systems to counter Li Liang and his allies. Yet, upon pressing the button, he found the fortress unresponsive, as if the entire system had failed. Haha, my apologies, before I arrived, I had already incapacitated your fortress's systems. Uncle Da chuckled, having put considerable effort into his covert operations during this time. Heylandi seethed with rage, but at that moment, the airship carrying him and Hailan Gwen came under attack from Li Liang. Heylandi hastily dodged, fearful of sustaining damage to the airship. Li Liang, however, was different. This airship was merely an unexpected boon for him. He did not ponder as deeply as Hailand, thus he acted with abandon, free from trepidation. The two airships engaged in a fierce aerial chase. Hailand first activated the cloaking feature, but as both vessels were cloaked, Li Liang effortlessly tracked his position. Subsequently, Hailand deployed a protective shield, while Li Liang relentlessly opened fire behind him, testing how long the shield could withstand the assault. It was on the verge of failure. Ultimately, the protective barrier of Hailand's airship was breached, resulting in a direct strike to its rear wing. Below the fortress was a throng of zombies, and Hailand had no choice but to make an emergency landing on the uppermost level. As the hatch swung open, both Hailand and Hai Longuen disembarked in a somewhat disheveled state. Today is your day, Uncle Da chuckled, brandishing a Gatling laser gun, poised to deliver the final blow. Do you think you have triumphed? How foolish. To everyone's surprise, Hailand let out a rather arrogant laugh. My lord, at this juncture, Are you still not prepared to intervene? Highland shouted loudly, though no one knew to whom he was addressing. Did he have a hidden card? Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, a figure appeared before Highland, positioning itself between him and Uncle Duh. The individual appeared peculiar, clad in a black and white short-sleeved shirt, bearing scars on its arms that resembled signs of decay upon closer inspection. Their face was obscured, hair long, and silver eyes devoid of any physique. Around their neck was a collar, housing a device reminiscent of a generator. Silver-eyed Lord, save me. The silver-eyed figure remained silent, instead fixing its gaze upon Uncle Duh. As Uncle Duh commanded the mech, the mechanical arm he had raised appeared as if covered in dust, gradually turning a ghostly white. Not good. He is a D-class zombie. Get out of the cockpit. Yonging shouted. No sooner had she spoken than the mechanical arm had petrified, transforming into a marble-like statue. Chapter 82. The Snowstorm Lion King. A gentle breeze swept by, and the petrified mechanical arm crumbled into a pile of powder. The entire mech gradually succumbed to petrification, ultimately reduced to ashes. This transpired before the eyes of the onlookers. Yet none dared to believe it was real. Was this the power of a D-class zombie? Li Liang, seated in the cockpit of the airship, felt a chill run down his spine. Having previously witnessed the prowess of a C-class zombie, he thought that was already terrifying. Yet now, confronted with the capabilities of a D-class zombie, he began to doubt whether he could truly engage in battle with such a monster. Silver-eyed Lord, annihilate them, Highland exclaimed exuberantly, rhythmically beating a hand drum in his grasp, beckoning numerous zombies to swarm around them. Highland, how dare you betray humanity and ally with zombies? If word of this gets out, every human faction will hunt you down. Bai Mu Yao shouted, aware of the global situation. Regardless of the discord among various city-states and factions, one consensus remained. In the face of zombies, unity was imperative. She hoped her words would serve as a threat to Highland, deterring his audacity. Fool, I've already stated that once I eliminate you, this information will never escape. Highland remained unfazed. Father, I shall rend her to pieces and offer her to the Silver-Eyed Lord, condemning her to an eternity of suffering as a zombie. Hai Longuan said resentfully, casting a glare at Bai Mu Yao, harboring an inexplicable hatred toward her. Fear not, miss, I shall protect you. Uncle Da positioned himself before Bai Mu Yao, weapon in hand, unwavering in his loyalty at this critical moment. Wolf armor, activate. Huang Yuanzhuai suddenly shouted, soaring through the air. His thrusters appeared to lose power, retracting inward, and soon a thick layer of armored plating enveloped his entire body, particularly shaping his head like that of a werewolf. His hands extended 3 sharp claws, glinting like steel knives. This transformation seemed to rob him of his ability to fly. But he now stood on the ground like a werewolf, his steel blades gleaming ominously. Thunder Tiger, let our grievances be set aside. Let us unleash our full might. Do you wish to serve the zombies, or do you believe they will spare you? Huang Yuanzhuai bellowed directly at Thunder Tiger. Thunder Tiger's expression shifted continuously before he roared defiantly. Even if I die, I will not serve the zombies. As soon as he finished speaking, Thunder Tiger underwent a transformation. Iron Shield armor, activate. His armor, like Huang Yuanshui's, began to reshape, enveloping him in a spherical shell akin to the half-spherical armor released by Lei Yu earlier. Now encased in a complete circular armor, he resembled a massive iron ball. They were employing mimetic weapons, rumored to impose severe physical strain on the user, requiring an extensive recovery period, with grave consequences that could pose lifelong risks. Both were prepared to fight to the death. Ken stood nearby, visibly excited, as if this weapon was precisely what he had longed for. Finally, this is getting interesting. The silver-eyed figure placed a hand on the generator around its neck, uttering a statement somewhat unintelligible. Indeed, a D-class zombie possessed the ability to speak, albeit requiring mechanical assistance. Unable to articulate fluently, Yang Ying stared at the silver-eyed figure, astonished. Yet beneath her shock lay a flicker of exhilaration. Everyone capable, join forces, otherwise, none of us will survive here. Huang Yuanzhuai leaped forward, charging at the silver-eyed figure like a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey. Simultaneously, Thunder Tiger, in his spherical form, barreled toward the silver-eyed being. The two coordinated their assault, with Thunder Tiger altering his trajectory just before reaching the silver-eyed figure, rolling in front of Huang Yuanzhuai before crashing toward their target. The silver-eyed figure extended a hand and delivered a powerful punch to the iron ball. Clang! A deafening sound echoed as the iron sphere was punctured, a deep indentation forming. Ah! Thunder Tiger cried out from within. Brother! Lei Yu attempted to rush to his aid, but his legs turned to jelly, rendering him unable to join the battle. Now's the chance. Huang Yuan's Y sprang from behind the iron ball, raising his steel blade to stab at the silver-eyed figure. Success. Unexpectedly, the two, who had just been embroiled in a life-and-death struggle, now exhibited remarkable cooperation. A cacophony of sounds converged, and the crowd believed that this strike into the silver-eyed being's body would surely end the conflict. Thud! A muffled sound resonated as the steel blade pierced the silver-eyed figure's ribs. "We've won!" Bai Mu Yao exclaimed in excitement. "Something's off. Everyone be cautious." However, Li Liang, seated in the airship, observed with clarity as white fur began to sprout from the silver-eyed figure's back. Huang Yuan's Y retreat. Li Liang shouted loudly while opening fire, hurling cannonballs and laser projectiles at the silver-eyed figure. But it was too late. The snow-white fur enveloped both the silver-eyed figure and Huang Yuan's Y tightly, resembling a cocoon. Moreover, this fur exhibited astonishing defensive capabilities, impervious to external attacks. Crack, crack, crack. A sound reminiscent of chewing emanated from within. Moments later, the white fur loosened, revealing the scene inside. Those who beheld it nearly gasped in horror. Before them stood a creature, once known as Silver Eyes, now transformed into a grotesque figure with the head of a white lion and the body of a man. Its immense silver eyes had grown disproportionately large, appearing as if shrouded in a veil of dust. Huang Yuan's Y, clad in battered armor that bore the marks of vicious bites, lay on the verge of unconsciousness, teetering on the brink of life. "Hee, you're truly fortunate to witness the prowess of Lord Silver Eyes. This is his most formidable form, the Blizzard Lion King," exclaimed Highland, a mix of excitement and pride evident in his voice. "Blood, flesh, I'm so hungry," roared Silver Eyes, the transformation evidently taxing on him. In an opportune moment, Li Liang unleashed the full firepower of the invisible airship, directing it all at Silver Eyes. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Silver Eyes relinquished his grip on Huang Yuan's Y, forced to endure the onslaught. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Li Liang as he invoked his previous ability. The invisible airship was petrified. Li Liang, in a panic, leapt from the cabin, scooping up the unconscious Huang Yuan's Y and fleeing. "You!" Silver Eyes, wounded and enraged, pursued Li Liang. Chapter 83. The Dual Lion Confrontation. Despite Li Liang's desperate sprint, the distance between them continued to diminish, and within Silver Eyes' colossal eyes, a transformation was taking place. The ability of a D-class zombie has a cooldown of approximately 15 minutes. Be cautious. He is preparing to unleash his petrification ability. Yang Ying shouted urgently. Uncle De glanced at Yang Ying, but remained silent. "Put me down. You cannot escape with me." Huang Yuan's Y weakly protested, unwilling to be a burden to Li Liang, having felt the overwhelming strength of Silver Eyes in their earlier confrontation. "I cannot abandon my comrades," Li Liang shouted defiantly, asserting that a traitor is no better than refuse, determined to uphold his principles even in this apocalyptic world. The others present reacted to his conviction in varied ways. Yang Ying offered a bittersweet smile, while Bai Muyao nodded in agreement. Ding. The host has successfully elicited concern from the first beauty. Ding. The host has successfully increased the favorability of the third beauty. System, please refrain from speaking. I am currently preoccupied with escaping. Ding. Reward method. 1 copy-paste card, capable of directly replicating all of the target's abilities for a duration of 5 minutes. What? It can be operated this way. With the copy-paste card in hand, Li Liang devised a plan, hastily placing Huang Yuan's Y on the ground before turning to face the approaching Silver Eyes. If he was to replicate abilities, he had to choose the strongest presence in the vicinity. Without question, Silver Eyes was the optimal choice. Target selected, Blizzard Lion King. As the copy-paste card activated, Li Liang's hair transformed into a shimmering silver, extending in length, while thick white fur sprouted over his body. His visage morphed to mirror that of the Blizzard Lion King. 2 identical Blizzard Lion Kings now stood before the astonished onlookers. What has he done? Impossible, I must be seeing things. They murmured, confused. Could he also be a D-class zombie? No, each D-class zombie possesses unique abilities. It is nearly impossible for 2 to have identical powers. Highland appeared genuinely terrified. Silver Eyes was his last bastion of hope, and what he had presumed to be a guaranteed victory had suddenly spiraled into chaos, leaving his palms clammy. How could he possess a zombie's abilities? Bai Mueo questioned, though a hint of relief graced her features as the situation appeared less dire. This lad has quite a few secrets. Uncle De chuckled, though his gaze frequently darted towards Yang Ying, who seemed to sense his attention but made no move. Now, it is time to play. Li Liang retained his ability to speak, a stark advantage over the Blizzard Lion King. With a fierce glare, He propelled himself forward like a bullet, leaving a dent in the ground where he stood. Initially taken aback, Silver Eyes quickly regained his composure and charged forward as well. The two lion-like figures collided in midair, their powerful claws tearing into thick fur, while white tufts cascaded like snowflakes. Despite their equal strength and speed, the battle was even, with Silver Eyes possessing far more combat experience, having fought for far longer. After a fierce exchange, the two separated, Li Liang retreating a few paces with a fresh wound carved into his chest, blood staining his formerly pristine fur a deep crimson. "You are still weaker than I." Silver Eyes roared triumphantly, having gained the upper hand. "This is bad. Time is running out." After several rounds of combat, Li Liang had failed to gain an advantage and had sustained injuries. Crucially, 3 minutes had already elapsed. "Li Liang, hold him off. We will fire together." Uncle De swiftly raised his weapon, aiming at Silver Eyes, prompting the others to respond in kind. "All right." Li Liang launched himself once more at Silver Eyes, but this time, he harbored plan. Silver Eyes retaliated, charging toward Li Liang. Just as they were about to collide, Li Liang blinked. The dust that had been stirred by their fierce battle suddenly surged forward like a shockwave, coalescing into a solidifying barrier, intent on encircling Silver Eyes. "He is utilizing Silver Eyes' petrification ability," Huang Yuan's Hua exclaimed, realizing the fight had escalated beyond his imagination. "You shall perish." Silver Eyes unleashed his own powers simultaneously. With Li Liang's ability mirroring that of Silver Eyes, they both activated their abilities in tandem. Boom! The two forces clashed, canceling each other out, creating a circular energy wave that radiated outward. Those nearby, both human and zombie, were violently propelled away by the shockwave. "I knew you would employ that tactic." Li Liang chuckled, making a swift advance towards Silver Eyes, undeterred by the pressure from their abilities. With less than 30 seconds remaining, he decided to give it his all. Li Liang's movements were so rapid that Silver Eyes could scarcely react. By the time he noticed, Li Liang was already upon him. Crack! Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed as Li Liang plunged his claws into Silver Eyes' right eye. Green liquid oozed from Silver Eyes' eye socket in agonizing pain. With all his might, Silver Eyes swiped at Li Liang, who, grievously wounded, was sent flying, reverting to his original form mid-air. The skill card's duration has expired. Li Liang collapsed to the ground, a gaping wound in his side, blood gushing forth. Had Silver Eyes not been injured and flustered, his attack would have surely pierced through Li Liang's body. Observing Silver Eyes, he noted the right eye was now blinded, reverting back to his initial form. It seemed the Blizzard Lion King's guise required peak physical condition to maintain. "Now is our chance." Huang Yuan's Hua shouted fervently. Uncle De, Kane, Lei Yu, and others opened fire simultaneously, unleashing every available weapon in an attempt to obliterate Silver Eyes while he was vulnerable. The ground beneath Silver Eyes erupted into flames, engulfing his form in a torrent of ammunition and fire. Requesting fire support, Huang Yuan's Hua also sent a signal to the spaceship in Sky City. The massive vessel broke through the cloud barrier, unleashing a fierce laser beam that threatened to annihilate Silver Eye. If it struck him, survival would be impossible. Just at that moment, Silver Eye, with his head tilted skyward, emitted a mighty roar. Chapter 84, Claw Marks. Upon hearing that roar, the surrounding zombies surged towards Silver Eye, clinging to him like a horde. Gradually, a veritable mountain of zombies began to accumulate around Silver Eye. "Hurry, we must act. He certainly intends to execute some nefarious plan." Uncle Da's expression changed drastically. Although he was unaware of Silver Eye's intentions, his instinct screamed that they could not allow this to continue. Countless artillery and lasers were unleashed from all directions, bombarding Silver Eye. The zombies in the outermost layer were reduced to mere pulp, yet new hordes quickly filled their places. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Even with their full firepower, they could not stem the tide. Silver Eye howled amidst the throng of zombies. Those nearest to him were shockingly absorbed into his form, mending the wounds he had sustained in battle. "Zombie stacking," Yang Ying exclaimed in astonishment. "This ability should not belong to D-class zombie. What is happening?" Bai Muiao asked nervously, having taken refuge alongside Hong Lian, her lack of combat knowledge leaving her bewildered by Yang Ying's words. "All you need to know is that he is employing a powerful zombie secret technique. This technique not only restores his body, but also amplifies his strength. However, the cost is steep, resulting in the disappearance of countless lower-tier zombies. Though for the undead, that is of little consequence." Indeed, as Yang Ying had stated, after absorbing innumerable zombies, Silver Eye was fully restored. Aside from the eye that had been gouged out by Li Liang, his body bore no signs of abnormality. Moreover, He had grown even larger. Previously, Silver Eye had appeared to be a lean adult. Now, he had transformed into a giant, towering nearly 3 meters tall. Not enough. My eyes. Silver Eye attempted to open his eyes, but upon lifting his eyelids, he found only a void. You. Silver Eye turned around. The nearest humans being the Hailandi father and daughter. With a swift motion, he seized Hailandi. No, father, save me. She cried desperately. Please, do not harm her. She's my daughter. Hailandi shouted in anguish, but Silver Eye paid him no heed. He placed Hailandi upon his form, and countless flesh buds erupted, enveloping her tightly and pulling her inward. After a brief struggle, she was absorbed into Silver Eye's body. Following this, Silver Eye again attempted to open his eyes. This time, within his hollow eye socket, a new eye had formed, albeit a dark orb contrasting sharply with the gray pupil of the other. He has absorbed the eye of that woman from the Hailandi family. Huang Yuan's eye was left speechless. You. Silver Eye advanced menacingly towards Li Liang, intent on killing him. Don't touch him. Cain rushed forward, desperate to save Li Liang. Yet, he was swiftly caught by Silver Eye, who seemed to have conjured a peculiar pattern in his palm. With a mere wave, Cain was drawn towards him as if ensnared by an unseen force. I'll fight you. Cain gasped, Silver Eye's grip tightening around his throat, turning his face a shade of purple as he struggled and finally pulled a hidden thread from his waist. Boom! Unknown to him, a bomb had been concealed on his person, and he triggered it, hoping to take Silver Eye down with him. The explosion engulfed both him and Silver Eye. Kano, Uncle De shouted, the closest to Cain, unable to restrain himself from rushing forward at the sight of his friend's demise. As the flames receded, Cain had vanished, and Silver Eye emerged shrouded in darkness. Yet he swiftly shed his charred skin as though he had never been harmed. Cain. Li Liang struggled to rise, blood still flowing from his wounds. The pain of losing a companion weighed heavily on him. What did he do now? If only he could use another skill. Perhaps he could turn the tide. With that thought, he took shaky steps toward Baimuyeo. Let us secure a reward. However, after only a few steps, he faltered, nearly collapsing. A striking figure caught him before he fell. Enough, you've done more than enough. Yang Ying stood resolutely at the forefront. I never expected to encounter a D-class zombie here, nor to find you. Yang Ying turned to Li Liang with a faint smile that bore hints of both resignation and mystery. You must retreat. Allow me to protect you. Li Liang exerted every ounce of strength to speak. No, this time, let me protect you. Yang Ying replied with a smile, slowly shedding her clothing to reveal her shoulders, where 3 marks, resembling claw scratches from a beast, glowed faintly. Black Claw. Li Liang recognized the mark instantly, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Yang Ying, who merely smiled, offering no explanations. With this mark, you are forever bound to Black Claw. I apologize. There are things I have kept from you. As she spoke, Yang Ying raised her hands gently and tossed an iron ball into the air. The ball disintegrated, reconstituting itself into a metal box and a miniature laser pistol. Yang Ying grasped the pistol with practiced ease, a testament to her proficiency. I had hoped to spend more time with this bewildered soul, but it seems that is no longer possible. With her weapon aimed at Silver Eye, she squeezed the trigger. A green point of light, reminiscent of a firefly, slowly drifted towards Silver Eye. For reasons unknown, Silver Eye erupted in fury at that moment. No longer pursuing Li Liang, he charged directly at Yang Ying, perhaps instinctively sensing that the true threat lay in this woman before him. The green luminescence, though appearing to drift languidly in the eyes of the onlookers, moved with astonishing speed, reaching Silver Eye in mere seconds. Boom! A minuscule yet unfathomable mushroom cloud erupted, engulfing Silver Eye, who vanished in an instant. Fear not. There is no radiation, Yang Ying assured Li Liang with another smile. Chapter 85. Do not come to my aid. How can you be this powerful? Li Liang struggled to comprehend the reality unfolding before his eyes. Yang Ying maintained her smile, yet continued her deadly onslaught. After dispatching Silver Eye, she effortlessly severed Halen's head, the latter remaining oblivious to his fate until the very end, his eyes wide in shock. She then turned her attention to those irrelevant to Li Liang. Those fortunate enough to escape the zombie siege to the highest level were swiftly eradicated by Yang Ying. The woman clad in black had transformed into a veritable femme fatale. Slaughter was second nature to her. However, upon encountering Li Liang, a fleeting smile graced her lips, revealing a remnant of her humanity. After executing her grim task, Yang Ying approached the corpse of Yun Jing. What are you planning to do? Huang Yuan's Wei attempted to intervene, yet lacked the courage to take action. In front of the onlookers, Yang Ying severed Yun Jing's head. She placed the 2 severed heads into a box, which promptly shrank into a sphere. diminutive enough to fit in the palm of her hand. It was as if the harrowing events had never transpired. Had it not been for the two headless corpses lying on the ground, no one would believe that such a seemingly delicate woman could commit such atrocities. At last, the mission was complete. Each head had its own buyer. Yang Ying flashed another smile at Li Liang. I must take my leave now. Live well, if possible. Find a place to lead an ordinary life and cherish every moment. No, Li Liang shouted in disbelief. What has happened? Why have you become like this? Yang Ying had grown stronger and saved everyone, a development that should have been celebrated. Yet, Li Liang felt an insurmountable ache in his heart, struggling to fathom what this woman had endured during their time apart. You needn't inquire further. Just strive to be an ordinary person. Yang Ying had no intention of lingering with Li Liang, instead directing her attention towards Bai Muiyao. Miss, be cautious. The Shu instinctively stepped in front of Bai Muiyao. Perceiving Yang Ying as a terrifying force, possessing formidable strength, and, most crucially, allegiance to the Black Claw, an enigmatic organization that plagued the city-states. The Shu, step aside. It's all right. Bai Muiyao's calm demeanor surprised everyone. Unlike the others, she did not cower in fear. In moments like this, only a woman could truly understand another woman. Yang Ying smiled and extended her hand, only to encounter Hong Lian. Eyes closed, Hong Lian's expression shifted, yet she ultimately refrained from resistance. Little girl, you certainly know how to stir up trouble, but fortunately, you are safe for now. With that, Yang Ying pivoted back to Li Liang and whispered, if you believe you cannot protect her, then eliminate her immediately. Li Liang gazed at Yang Ying, unsure of how to respond. Well then, I must take my leave. I presume everyone else is eager for my departure. Yang Ying jested, then unfurled several small black points from her back, which gradually extended into a pair of grand black wings. With a powerful flap, she stirred up a tempest on the ground, lifting herself into the air. Casting a lingering glance back at Li Liang, implanted weaponry, akin to an eagle's wings, such an excruciating implantation. One can only imagine what she has endured, Huang Yuanzhuai remarked, watching Yang Ying soar into the sky. Don't go. No matter what happens, I will save you. Li Liang shouted defiantly. He was acutely aware of the Black Claw's menace. Yet at that moment, fear did not grip his heart. He was resolute in rescuing this woman. Do not attempt to save me. The Black Claw is not something you can contend with. Yang Ying sighed, turning and ascending into the sky until she vanished from sight. Don't leave. Li Liang's desperate cries echoed, but to no avail. Ding! The system detected an increase in affection from the first beauty towards the host and issued a reward. An allied conversion card, usable once. Capable of converting zombies within a 500 square meter radius into allies, provided their level does not exceed C. The system's voice resonated, revealing to Li Liang the truth of Yang Ying's feelings. At the most critical juncture, she had intervened to save him and spared those connected to him during the cleansing, even letting the Lei, whose siblings live. This instilled within him a profound gratitude, further solidifying his resolve to rescue her. I never anticipated this woman to be so formidable, the Shu quietly observed, having sensed the anomaly earlier but never expected her allegiance to the Black Claw. Are we the only ones left? Li Liang surveyed his surroundings, noting that apart from himself, only the Shu, Bai Muiyao, Hong Lian, Huang Yuanzhuai, and the Lei whose siblings remained. The highest level was strewn with corpses, while the lower fortifications had become a veritable sea of zombies, relentlessly advancing towards the top. We must evacuate at once. Li Liang assessed the dire situation. The entire Golden Fortress had succumbed, and remaining there would only plunge them into an endless cycle of slaughter. It was futile, and this place was merely an isolated island devoid of supplies, with time not on their side. We can only escape using aerial weaponry. At that moment, Lei Hu, who had been silent since sustaining injuries, spoke up, addressing Huang Yuanzhuai. Huang Yuanzhuai offered a wry smile. I too am injured. I cannot fly. You can command the flying ship from the sky. We can leave via that. Lei Hu insisted, his irritation surfacing as he questioned Huang Yuanshui's reluctance to include him and Lei Yu. Huang Yuanzhuai stared at the hovering ship, his expression fluctuating. This vessel is special. No one can command it apart from Yunjing. Feeling a sense of helplessness, Huang Yuanzhuai explained that the ship had a command system that recognized only Yunjing's biological signal. If I could have commanded it, I would have directed it to crash here earlier, but clearly fired earlier. Lei Yu contested Huang Yuanshui's claim. That was an emergency distress signal, activating the counterattack system. I am not deceiving you. I genuinely cannot command that ship. The people aboard cannot be persuaded to take us away unless Yunjing is revived. Huang Yuanshui's voice dwindled, fully aware of the impossibility of that outcome. I have a plan, provided you are willing to take us up. Deshu interjected loudly. Everyone turned to Deshu as he approached Yun Jing's corpse, kneeling to collect some of her blood. I can deceive the recognition system. Chapter 86. The Vulture Swarm of Zombies. Very well. Huang Yuanzhuai scrutinized Deshu for a moment before deciding to trust him. He produced a communicator and emitted a specific signal. All I can do is this. The ship will project a transmission beam, serving as an emergency passageway, capable of transporting at most 2 people. Huang Yuanzhuai admitted, feeling somewhat awkward. Moreover, the 2 individuals transported are not guaranteed. I cannot assure that you will make it. Upon hearing this, everyone was left in disbelief. Deshu had to be one of those who entered, and the other must be reliable, or their chances of success would be 0. I truly have done my utmost. Huang Yuanzhuai hastily clarified, explaining that the ship belonged to the Sky City and had been pre-programmed with numerous protocols before their departure, including this emergency passage, which was essentially designed for Yun Jing's escape. He lacked the ability to amend it. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light indeed projected from ship, creating a circular portal above them, enveloping everyone within. Now, we can only leave it to fate. Li Liang voiced his resignation, attempting to alleviate Huang Yuanshui's discomfort. Yet, as he spoke, he felt an unusual weightlessness, and he began to ascend into the air. He had been selected. The others exchanged glances, and another figure began to rise as well. Deshu. Together, Li Liang and Deshu were drawn into the light beam, swiftly entering the ship. Ouch! Upon stepping inside the spaceship, the overwhelming suction vanished, and the 2 individuals fell heavily to the ground. Is this the interior of the ship? Li Liang hastily regained his footing, surveying his surroundings. The entire spacecraft resembled a ship's hold, divided into numerous sections, with their location being the main cabin. Several individuals clad in Sky City uniforms hurried over. After a brief exchange, Li Liang learned that these people were equally troubled. Without the cloud mirror, they were unable to command the ship and faced the prospect of being trapped inside. Thus, they were even more eager than Li Liang's group to find a way to escape. Take me to the command room, Uncle Da asserted, and the others promptly acquiesced. Under their guidance, the duo arrived at the command room, which was spacious, with a control console at the forefront. However, all systems had been locked and rendered unusable. A podium-like device was positioned at the center of the command room, adorned with the emblem of Sky City. This was the activation device, akin to the key of the vessel, but required the biological factor of the young master of the cloud mirror to initiate. Previously, he merely needed to place his hand upon it, but now that the master had perished, even if they were to sever his hand and place it there, it would be futile. The system could discern biological signals and would not respond to a lifeless limb. Their guide explained, "It's not that complicated. I have a general understanding of this system structure." Uncle Da chuckled confidently. He retrieved a vessel and placed the recently acquired blood of the cloud mirror inside. The vessel spun momentarily, absorbing the congealed blood for analysis, and then projected an image. The image depicted the cloud mirror's likeness, albeit devoid of expression. Uncle Da inputted a series of data, causing the cloud mirror in the projection to twitch its eyebrows and lips as if it had come to life. Information projection. The visual quality intensified, surpassing 3D, acquiring a palpable depth as the cloud mirror in the image extended its hand and gently placed it upon the emblem. Activate, Uncle Da declared, and, simultaneously, the projected cloud mirror mimicked the action. A low hum resonated. The spaceship trembled as if it had received the command and initiated its operations. The dim interior cabin illuminated, and the spacecraft officially commenced its journey. You actually did it. Li Liang gazed at Uncle Da in disbelief. The technology felt almost dreamlike. Extracting the biological signal from the blood and simulating the master's characteristics had deceived the ship's control system. Luckily, the system had not undergone cyclical encryption, and the cloud mirror had not been deceased for long. The blood remained fresh. Uncle Da spoke with evident pride, asserting that without his expertise, even with those 2 conditions met, success would have been unattainable. Open the hatch and let the others in, Uncle Da commanded decisively. Since the ship had been activated under his control, he swiftly became the cornerstone of their efforts, leaving the Sky City personnel with no choice but to heed his orders. Consequently, the others were able to board the vessel. At that moment, the Golden Fortress had succumbed entirely, with streets and alleys cluttered with mountains of corpses. Some had been utterly destroyed, while others, upon falling, had risen again as zombies, aimlessly wandering about. Even highest tier, where they had just been, was now overrun with the undead. Just yesterday, this place thrived with life, although somewhat stifling. It still represented a human sanctuary. In an instant, it had transformed into a dominion of the undead. The Halen family had vanished completely, and soon, No one would remember them. Li Liang stood by the window, lost in thought, contemplating the harsh reality of survival in this apocalyptic world. One misstep could lead to the demise of himself and those around him. The Heilandi served as a grim reminder. The spaceship sped away, leaving the area of the Golden Fortress behind. According to the discussions between Bai Mueo and Uncle De, the vessel was to be piloted to the headquarters of the Bai family, where Bai Mueo's father resided. Li Liang did not voice any objections. It had already resolved within himself to rescue Yang Ying from the Black Claw. A dark cloud appeared on the horizon. Yet the spaceship showed no signs of slowing down, determined to break through the cloud, only to be met with fierce assault. Buzzing. As the ominous cloud and the ship approached each other, the reconnaissance system revealed a swarm of airborne monstrosities charging towards them. Fixing their gaze on the forefront of the cloud, they discerned the figures of a horde of vultures, each the size of a van, obscuring the sky in a dense mass. That is a horde of zombie vultures, someone on the control panel exclaimed. The zombie vulture swarm was the last thing any pilot wished to encounter. Numerous and formidable, they posed a nightmare for any individual craft, which would be swiftly devoured unless accompanied by a substantial airship fleet. An explanation ensued. Li Liang, witnessing the overwhelming swarm of zombie vultures, felt the sweat bead on his back. What fate was this? Just as they had escaped the ground, they were beset by such a formidable challenge in the skies. Look, each zombie vulture has a zombie perched upon its back. Huang Yuanzhuai exclaimed in terror. As a mercenary, he had seen more than most, and such an organized horde of zombies could only signify one thing: a zombie legion. Even a low-level zombie legion was not something ordinary individuals could contend with. Inside the main cabin, panic began to spread among the crew. Yet, with the spaceship soaring through the air, where could they flee? Soon, the swarm of zombie vultures enveloped the entire vessel. Continuous assault from every direction inflicted severe damage to the ship's exterior. Return fire. Don't wait to die, Uncle De shouted, managing to impose some semblance of order amidst the chaos. The ship's sides and top extended cannons, incessantly firing at the surrounding swarm, yet the effect was minimal. The zombie vultures could swiftly alter their positions in the air. As the artillery fire approached, they evaded with ease, making them difficult to hit. Activate the cloud cover protection. A thick layer of white cloud enveloped the spaceship, temporarily isolating it from the zombie vulture swarm. This won't do. They are relentlessly pursuing us. Huang Yuanzhuai gazed outside, seeing through the clouds that the zombie vultures seemed to have locked onto the ship, and even at full speed, they could not shake them off. Maximize the thrusters. We need to escape this area and simultaneously unleash maximum firepower. Kill as many as possible, Uncle De suggested, though his unease was evident. Fighting was not his forte, and this decision was clearly flawed. No, the ship has limited energy. If we continue firing indiscriminately, we will ultimately deplete our energy, and the ship will plummet. At that point, we would truly be finished. Lehu interjected. Although he had previously maintained a considerable distance from the others, his words now held merit. In this war of attrition, they were at a distinct disadvantage. I have a plan. Li Liang spoke up at that moment, capturing everyone's attention. Deactivate the cloud cover to draw as many zombie vultures and zombies onto the ship's surface. His suggestion left the others wide-eyed in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? Leyu spoke with a hint of anxiety, urging to deactivate the protective shield. The immediate consequence will be the frenzied assault from the vulture-like zombies and the horde above. The spacecraft would not endure for long before succumbing, leading to a swifter demise. The others watched him intently, uncertain of his intentions. Trust me, Li Liang stated, providing little explanation but gazing earnestly at the group. Very well. Uncle De contemplated briefly before acquiescing to Li Liang's request. As the protective shield dissipated, the zombie vultures surged forth like an overwhelming tide, ensnaring the spacecraft within their grasp. Outside, a dense circle of zombies surrounded the ship, their relentless onslaught triggering the alarm system, signaling that they were on the brink of collapse. Activate the Allied Forces conversion card, Li Liang commanded decisively. He utilized the skill, a white light emanating from his form, radiating outward in all directions like a nuclear fallout. Within a radius of 500 square meters, the zombie vultures and the undead were all affected. Conversion complete. The voice echoed within Li Liang's mind. All right, turn around and attack, while simultaneously providing escort for the spacecraft. Li Liang issued his orders. The once dazed horde of zombie vultures immediately pivoted, spreading outward from the center. In the sky, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. The inner zombies, previously relentless in their assault on the spacecraft, began to unleash a ferocious attack on their outer counterparts. Chunks of decaying flesh rained down, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Now's the time. Accelerate to full speed. Shut down all energy-consuming devices, even the weapon systems. Concentrate all energy on the propulsion system. Quickly, Li Liang shouted. The crew hastily complied with his commands, channeling all energy into the propulsion system. The spacecraft surged forward, akin to a bullet propelled from a gun, slicing through the clouds and breaking free from the entanglement behind. We have escaped the danger zone, the control personnel exclaimed with excitement. Wonderful. How did you manage that? Huang Yuanhui inquired with enthusiasm, though his tone lacked seriousness. He understood that everyone harbored their own secrets. Li Liang merely smiled, choosing not to respond. The cluster of zombies within the 500 square meter range was insignificant compared to the entire horde, constituting only a minor fraction. Their eradication by the other zombies was merely a matter of time. Thus, he had ordered a reckless retreat. It was a race against time. At last, they felt a sense of safety. Everyone exhaled in relief. Yet at that moment, Hong Lian's voice pierced through the atmosphere, laden with tension and fear. There's something vile. Before her words finished, a colossal shadow cloaked in black entered the cabin. Upon seeing this figure, an inexplicable dread surged within Li Liang. The others, however, had no chance to behold him. The figure was shrouded in black bandages, resembling a grievously injured individual emerging from an emergency room. The blood on the bandages long since congealed. He towered in stature, yet his entire visage was obscured by the wrappings, revealing only a pair of piercing green eyes. Zombie. The color of his eyes made Li Liang instantly aware that this being was no human. Sleep. Upon his appearance, aside from the initially responsive Hong Lian's frantic screams, only Li Liang witnessed his form. The others, upon hearing her cry, immediately shut their eyes and collapsed to the ground. Interesting, the figure mused with a curious tone. You can resist my influence. He stepped closer to Li Liang. The cabin floor trembled violently, akin to a colossal entity in motion. Who are you? When did you arrive? What has happened to the others? A barrage of questions filled Li Liang's mind, brimming with uncertainty regarding this zombie. The creature's ability to articulate fluently suggested he surpassed the D-class level, potentially even exceeding the silver-eyed one in prowess. If that were the case, Li Liang feared he would stand no chance against him. The figure seemed disinclined to answer Li Liang's inquiries, instead gazing out the window for an extended period, as if admiring a scenic view. After a considerable pause, he reluctantly turned back to Li Liang. You harbor many secrets. What are your intentions? Li Liang braced himself for combat, fully aware of his lack of odds. The Eastern War Zone, deemed the weakest, might yield some intriguing occurrences. Chapter 88, The Zombie Lord. Did you slay the silver-eyed one? The mysterious figure scoffed, devoid of emotion, leaving Li Liang perplexed as to whether he sought vengeance for the silver-eyed. Indeed, Li Liang responded without hesitation. Excellent. Your breathing exhibits no signs of turmoil, indicating you are unafraid of me. You merit the knowledge of my name. I am Haishan. Haishan's posture appeared slightly askew, befitting his wounded demeanor, as he found a chair and seated himself. You're also a zombie. Li Liang maintained his vigilance. What is your purpose here? The two locked eyes, the spacecraft racing through the skies as dark figures gradually approached from behind, the pursuing zombie vultures. Haishan chose not to address Li Liang's question, focusing instead on the view outside. As the zombie vultures drew nearer, Haishan muttered with annoyance, "What a troublesome lot." He approached the window, the sound of cracking bones resonating as he delivered a powerful punch. This strike did not shatter the glass, but instead conjured a tempest of dark clouds enveloping the pursuing zombie vultures. Thunder. Haishan bellowed. Countless bolts of lightning flickered within the clouds, striking like venomous serpents, decimating the approaching horde into mere pulp. The innumerable zombie vultures met their demise within the darkened tempest. As if nothing had transpired, the entire episode transpired within a mere 10 minutes, resulting in countless acts of slaughter. At last, it is quieted down. Haishan appeared somewhat fatigued, yet maintained his sickly demeanor as he reclined once more. This individual was far more formidable than the silver-eyed one. Li Liang concluda. The silver-eyed merely wielded the power of petrification, targeting a single foe, while Haishan could conjure vast clouds and wield lightning for mass destruction. Their abilities were not on the same tier. This indicated that Haishan was certainly no ordinary D-class zombie. His level surpassed that of the silver-eyed. Are you astonished? Seemingly perceiving Li Liang's thoughts, Haishan spoke up. I am a zombie lord. You may be unfamiliar with the existence of this rank, but fret not. If you survive my presence, I can divulge further knowledge. With that, Haishan raised his arm, preparing to strike Li Liang. Within the cabin, a surge of electricity coursed through some electronic devices. Ding! The system detected the host's life-threatening danger and dispensed survival resources. The shield of the war god. Usage count, 1. It can withstand the mightiest strike from a zombie lord. Before Li Liang, a shield resembling a turtle shell materialized, positioning itself between Haishan and himself. This shield was primarily composed of a magnetic field, akin to a miniature gravitational field, remaining undetected by Haishan. Perish! Black Heaven continuously gathered electric currents in his hand, ultimately manifesting a spear-like electric gun. With a gentle toss, it lunged towards Li Liang. Zzz. The electric gun danced before Li Liang like countless writhing serpents, relentlessly attempting to breach the inexplicable barrier. However, the god of war shield remained unyieldingly steadfast, showing no signs of faltering. The main chamber was awash with roaming currents. Papers lifted into the air as if carried by static electricity. The charge in the air had reached its zenith, causing even those who had been rendered unconscious by Black Heaven's unknown means to float gently. It was as if the space had transformed into a zero-gravity capsule. The emerald eyes of Black Heaven flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated that Li Liang could withstand his strike. His palm continued to gather new electric currents, seemingly preparing for a second assault. This realization sent a chill down Li Liang's spine. The god of war shield could only be utilized once. If Black Heaven were to strike again, his demise would be inevitable. Nevertheless, Black Heaven suddenly smiled, causing the electric currents in his hand to dissipate. The chamber returned to tranquility, and everyone descended as if nothing had occurred. Perhaps keeping you around will prove beneficial in the future, Black Heaven remarked cryptically. It appeared his powers were not limitless. He could not wield them indefinitely. Li Liang contemplated silently. Based on the intelligence provided by Yang Ying, Silver Eye required a cool-down period after using his petrification ability. It was evident that Black Heaven was stronger than Silver Eye, yet he too must be bound by certain constraints. All right, the time is nearly upon us. Come with me. Black Heaven approached Hong Lian, intent on taking her away. I refuse. You vile creature, I will not accompany you. Hong Lian shouted defiantly, hiding behind Li Liang. Why do you all wish to capture her? Li Liang questioned protectively as he shielded Hong Lian. You need not concern yourself with the reasons, but I can offer you a shred of truth. As long as she remains by your side, you will be beset by endless troubles and relentless pursuits. Black Heaven spoke softly, not coercing Li Liang and Hong Lian. Have you ever pondered why Silver Eye appeared at the Golden Fortress? Why so many hordes of zombies relentlessly pursue you? They too have come for Hong Lian. Li Liang had long harbored suspicions, and hearing them confirmed by Black Heaven was still profoundly shocking. Why does everyone covet Hong Lian? Black Heaven remained silent, his green eyes scrutinizing Li Liang, seemingly deliberating whether to answer his inquiry. Because she is destined to become my master. Upon uttering these words, the bindings around Black Heaven appeared to tighten significantly. What did you just say? Li Liang could scarcely believe his ears. As I previously stated, the Eastern War Zone is deemed the weakest, a realm where neither our zombies nor your humans possess formidable figures, perpetually maintaining a fragile state. Unlike other war zones that frequently erupt into cataclysmic battles. The fundamental reason for this is our lack of her. After proclaiming this, Black Heaven bowed slightly to Hong Lian in a gesture of respect. I will not allow you to take her. Upon hearing Black Heaven's declaration, Li Liang immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Perhaps what Highland had mentioned, the key capable of altering the entire Eastern War Zone's dynamics, was indeed Hong Lian, which also explained why Huizhen had sought to capture her. That is not for you to decide, though I do not know why. It seems I cannot kill you, yet you are powerless to prevent me from taking her. As Black Heaven spoke, the wrappings around his body subtly loosened, his form expanding to resemble a small mountain, as he transitioned into a new shape. This is my second form. Let us see how you shall contend with it. The voice of Black Heaven grew resonant, as if he were the sovereign of all within the inner chamber. I shall not bully you. As long as you can survive my strike, I will grant you a chance at life. Black Heaven's gaze fell upon the unconscious figures strewn across the floor, as if he had conceived a new strategy. I believe I can raise the stakes a bit. If you perish at my hands, then these individuals shall meet their demise as well. No sooner had he spoken than his massive, bandaged hand lunged towards Li Liang. The force of the palm's wind nearly destabilized Li Liang's stance. I cannot withstand this blow. Li Liang felt an imminent, lethal threat. He was certain he could not endure this strike. As Black Heaven's hand approached, Li Liang swiftly darted to the side, seizing Lei Hu and hurling him towards Black Heaven. Lei Hu's weapon, a shield, was primarily defensive. Although he lay unconscious, his body's resilience far surpassed Li Liang's. Boom! Black Heaven's colossal hand collided with the thrown Lei Hu, sending him soaring like a kicked football, crashing violently against the chamber wall and creating a deep dent. Ugh! Lei Hu coughed up a mouthful of blood, though still unconscious. He had clearly sustained severe injuries, and whether his life was in jeopardy remained uncertain. Thank goodness I did not choose to confront it head-on. Li Liang sighed in relief. Witnessing Lei Hu's condition further deterred him from approaching Black Heaven. Heh, quite clever, but do you truly believe you can outsmart me repeatedly? Black Heaven remained stationary, yet his palm inched closer to Li Liang. He was not yet deterred. Moreover, this time, the speed of his strike was astonishing, barreling towards Li Liang with no opportunity for evasion. It was time to gamble everything. Li Liang sensed that evasion was no longer an option. He could only brace himself. Among the rewards previously bestowed by the system was a physical enhancement ability. He wondered how his body compared to Lei Hu's. In a fleeting moment, the enormous palm pressed against Li Liang. As he felt the immense pressure from the palm, he braced himself while gripping his dagger tightly, summoning all his strength to stab forward. Waves of black luminescence emanated from Black Heaven's palm. From an outside perspective, one would see nothing of the events transpiring within. Only Li Liang could perceive his dagger piercing into Black Heaven's flesh, yet no blood flowed forth. Instead, it radiated a faint black light. If one were to listen closely, they might hear faint whispers, though the words remained indecipherable. Heh, this is intriguing. You are quite brave. I even feel you deserve to become a part of my being. Just as Black Heaven finished speaking, Li Liang beheld heads emerging from his palm, as if myriad zombies lurked within, poised to erupt and tear him to shreds. A monster! This was the true embodiment of monstrosity. A flicker of despair ignited within Li Liang. Excruciating pain coursed through his body, his bones cracking under the strain, and he felt as though he could no longer endure. Having finally managed to stab his dagger into Black Heaven's flesh seemed to have opened the gates of hell, unleashing a horde of zombies eager to consume him. Become a part of Black Heaven's being? Could it be that he could absorb others into himself? Upon this realization, Li Liang summoned every ounce of his strength to resist, his dagger continuing to stab and his feet kicking incessantly. Had he possessed explosives, he would have certainly detonated them. Futile, you are still far too weak. Black Heaven paid no heed to Li Liang's resistance, seemingly reveling in the game rather than rushing to conclude it. Release him. At that moment, Hong Lian, who had remained at a distance, suddenly roared, sensing that Li Liang was on the brink of collapse. As the night unfolded, Haishan cast a curious glance at Hong Lian, a rare flicker of astonishment gracing his otherwise stoic demeanor. I apologize, but given your current state, you are not in a position to command me. With that, his expression turned grave, and the zombies he had summoned began extending their arms towards Li Liang, attempting to pull him in. Let him go. Hong Lian's fury ignited, her tightly shut eyes momentarily opening to reveal a blood-red hue, reminiscent of a raging inferno. Suddenly, a zombie that had been clinging desperately to Li Liang let out a horrific scream, as white smoke began to emanate from its body, which quickly carbonized, turning to a charred black before disintegrating into ashes. The same fate befell the other zombies as well. All the undead summoned by Haishan inexplicably turned to ash. While his hand bore a searing sensation, the only one unscathed was Li Liang. At that moment, Li Liang was battered and bruised, multiple fractures rendering him barely able to stand. Hong Lian, he looked at her in shock, astonished by her formidable prowess. This is the fiery retribution of Hong Lian. Haishan howled as he withdrew his hand, his form gradually shrinking back to its original state, though his previously extended hand continued to emit smoke. While it was not reduced to ashes like the zombies, it was evident that Haishan was in discomfort, his hand immobilized. Very well, I comprehend now. I shall heed your words. Haishan bowed his head in respect to Hong Lian. The anger etched on her face began to abate as her blood-red eyes slowly closed, and she collapsed to the ground, succumbing to slumber. Haishan, as if granted a reprieve, felt his palm cease to smoke, though it still bore the marks of scorching. He hurried over to scoop up Hong Lian, cradling her tightly in his arms. She expended too much energy to save you. Haitan expressed his unease as he assessed Hong Lian's condition. I must take her away immediately. She is on the verge of transformation. Haishan took a couple of steps towards the hatch, but abruptly halted, turning to regard Li Liang, who lay on the ground. I may spare your life, but I must erase your memories. What transpired here must remain a secret. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and Li Liang felt a vice-like grip on his head, unleashing excruciating pain. Damn it, this is happening too fast. Just then, Haishin's expression shifted dramatically. As if sensing a formidable threat, he abandoned his attempt on Li Liang and kicked open the hatch, leaping out with Hong Lian in his arms. His colossal form swiftly vanished into the endless clouds. Turbulence rushed in as Li Liang struggled to rise. Hong Lian, who are you truly? Chapter 90, Aerial Escape. It hurts. A scream shattered the tranquility, jolting Lei Hu awake, or rather, the searing pain brought him back to consciousness first. He lay on the ground, struggling to rise but failing, having sustained grievous injuries from Haishin's earlier assault. The others awoke in response to Lei Hu's anguished cry. Brother, what happened to you? Lei Hu rushed over to check on Lei Hu. Meanwhile, Ban Mueo noticed Li Liang's dire state. A woman's heart is often perceptive. You are gravely injured, she observed, concern etched on her face. What transpired? Huang Yuan's Wai approached, worry evident in his voice. It's nothing. Li Liang rapidly accordingly, choosing to remain silent about the events that had unfolded, shouldering the burden alone. The group regarded him for a moment before Huang Yuan's Wai placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, choosing not to press further. Report. Radar indicates a multitude of flying objects approaching us. The warning blared from the cockpit. Engage the projection and ascertain the situation. Uncle De commanded. A light curtain illuminated the cabin, revealing the external conditions. The hatch that Haishin had kicked open was now sealed, and the spacecraft was hurtling through the skies. However, a swarm of objects seemed to be approaching, resembling birds at first glance. Yet upon closer inspection, they were not. Zoom in for a closer look. Huang Yuanshui's brow furrowed, clearly sensing the gravity of the situation. The magnified image revealed a flurry of withered leaves, swirling as if caught in the wind, yet upon reducing the view, it became evident that these leaves were purposeful, racing towards the spacecraft at full speed. Could the danger that Haishin sensed earlier stem from these leaves? Li Liang vividly recalled Haishin's anxious expression, even opting to abandon his final act against him. The urgency of his departure hinted at a significant threat. I hope my suspicions are unfounded, Li Liang thought to himself, though the whims of fate often contrarily manifest. The cluster of leaves had closed in, now perilously near the spacecraft, creating an overwhelming sensation of impending engulfment. Full speed ahead. We must not let them catch us. Uncle De and Huang Yuan's Huai shouted in unison. We're already at maximum velocity. The power system is fully engaged and at peak load. The spacecraft and the swarm of leaves appeared to be locked in a chase. While the view suggested a lack of urgency, they had already traversed thousands of kilometers. The spacecraft was clearly at a disadvantage in this pursuit. Suddenly, a series of urgent coughs echoed within the cabin, reminiscent of an elderly man. Who? Li Liang scanned the surroundings warily. He was certain no one among those he recognized could produce such a sound. There's the sin of Haishin here. The voice rang out again, and Li Liang followed its origin. A withered leaf, unobserved until now, had floated into the cabin, drifting like an ordinary leaf before finally suspending in midair. From within the dry leaf emerged a ghastly visage, that of an elderly man, so frail he was almost unrecognizable. His eyes were white, and his face was marred with cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. You have seen him. Tell me, where is he? The lifeless face spoke expressionlessly, and though he did not act, some were already on the verge of tears. Li Liang felt his heart racing, a chaotic thumping that threatened to overwhelm his consciousness. Be cautious. This fiend is peculiar, Huang Yuan's Huai shouted, activating his mimicry weapon, wrapping himself in a pair of wings in an attempt to shield himself from the voice's influence. Though his expression remained pained, the others, too, were succumbing to the voice's grip, losing their sense of self as they approached the ghastly visage. Resist. Do not let him control you. Li Liang bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain bringing a semblance of clarity. You vile creature, I fear you not. He raised the dagger and thrust it directly at the ghastly face. With a resounding clang, the dagger sliced through the leaf, cleaving the visage in two. I did not anticipate your willpower to be so resilient, the face remarked before disintegrating into a pile of ashes, vanishing without a trace. Everyone awaken. Li Liang shouted furiously at the others, even going so far as to slap Uncle De and several others to rouse them from their stupor. How terrifying. This is merely a dried leaf, yet it nearly ensnared us all. If that horde of dried leaves outside truly makes its way in, Ban Mueo spoke with trepidation. Li Liang raised his gaze towards the screen. The distance between both parties was less than 200 meters. Although it seemed far, being caught up would take only a matter of minutes. Is there any way to accelerate our progress? he inquired, glancing at the control personnel, then at Uncle Da. We're already at maximum speed. The control operator replied helplessly, sorrow etched upon his face. In truth, there is a method to increase the ship's velocity several-fold. But the cost would be exorbitantly high. Such an action would undoubtedly render the vessel inoperable. Uncle Da said hesitantly, why didn't you mention this sooner? Our primary concern now is survival. Someone exclaimed. Indeed, just do it. The urgency for survival was palpable among them. If there was a way to escape, they would accept the ship's destruction. Is there a particularly difficult condition? Li Liang scrutinized Uncle Da, knowing that if he could accomplish it alone, he would have done so already. There is a solution, but it necessitates an energy infusion. This ship operates on light energy. I can amplify its power, but we require an additional energy source. The only viable option here is the mimetic weapons on your 3 bodies. Uncle Da fixed his gaze on Huang Yuan's Huai and the Lei siblings, his meaning unmistakable. Huang Yuan's Huai furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Lei Hu, gravely injured, appeared reluctant. Yet considering his predicament, he feared that declining could cost him his life. All right, Huang Yuan's Huai was the first to acquiesce. I concur, but you must ensure the safety of my sister and me. Lei Hu contemplated briefly before agreeing as well. Upon their agreement, the trio closed their eyes, and after a brief moment of concentration, a metallic orb emerged from each of their bodies. Uncle Da hastily took the 3 orbs to the power room for operation. Boom, boom, boom. The ship's power system erupted with a thunderous roar. The entire vessel surged forward, causing those inside to be thrown backward by the sudden acceleration. Ban Weiao fell into Li Liang's embrace. They exchanged glances, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she considered pushing him away to regain her balance. Yet she hesitated. With the increased speed, the ship distanced itself from the pursuing swarm of dried leaves. However, this acceleration came at a price. Any vessel is designed with a maximum speed limit in mind, and the components are crafted according to this specification. Now, having accelerated several times over, some of the outer metal apparatus began to detach under the strain. Faster! We need to go faster! Li Liang shouted, eyeing the relentless horde of dried leaves behind them. As the gap widened, the pursuing leaves seemed to sense their impending failure and coalesced into the ghastly visage they had encountered earlier. You cannot escape. Ignore them. Full speed ahead. We will head to Sky City, as per the ship's original navigational data. Li Liang decisively proclaimed. Chapter 91, Sky City. Only Sky City can deter that creature behind us. He justified his decision. Merely fleeing was futile. The ship's overburdened operation was time-limited, and this cat-and-mouse game could not persist indefinitely. A location with the capability to confront the pursuing monstrosity was imperative. Sky City was evidently the most suitable option. The ship's return path had already been charted, and following the preset course would lead them there swiftly. No one voiced dissent, though each bore a different expression. Huang Yuan's Huai, leading those who belonged to Sky City, appeared quite exhilarated. For them, this was the optimal choice. Conversely, the Lei siblings wore grim visages. As mercenaries, they had previously aided Highland against Yun Jing, and now that Yun Jing was deceased, what awaited them in this new territory? Ban Weiao remained silent, while Uncle Da felt a pang of disappointment. To him, returning to the Bai family's headquarters would have been the safest option, though he acknowledged that Sky City was also a commendable choice. The ship sped onward, shedding searing fragments of metal, while the relentless swarm of dried leaves pursued. After a stretch of this chase, the leaves abruptly vanished. They had abandoned the pursuit. For a massive island loomed not far ahead. Astonishingly, this island floated in midair. At the island's heart lay a city. Even from a distance, human activity was discernible. Surrounding the island, airships patrolled, and upon spotting the rapidly approaching vessel, they issued warnings. After communicating with the patrol airships, Huang Yuan's Huai led the ship directly toward a port without reducing speed. Everyone to the escape pods. This ship is severely damaged and cannot be halted. We must abandon it. Huang Yuan's Huai urged, leading the group to the lifeboats. Boom! A small airship detached from the main vessel, heading for the port. Moments later, the ship continued its frenzied course before disintegrating mid-air, erupting into a fiery explosion that illuminated the clouds around it. At last, they had evaded danger. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. The lifeboat flew for a while before docking at the aerial port. Vehicles awaited their arrival. Do not be anxious. I have reported everything that transpired. The city lord wishes to meet us. Just answer truthfully when the time comes, Huang Yuan's Huai reassured them, as he was most familiar with this place and the best candidate to communicate with the inhabitants of Sky City. Li Liang gazed out the window, mesmerized by the city. It bore an uncanny resemblance to one from his memories. He had observed the sprawling Sky City from above, noting its modernity and comprehensive urban systems, electricity, commerce, and even surrounding industries. Scattered around the periphery were small clusters reminiscent of villages, and even further out, agricultural fields thrived. This was a complete ecological system and urban supply chain. The level of civilization retained in this post-apocalyptic world was remarkable, likely owing to the floating island that had shielded it from the majority of zombie attacks. During their journey, Li Liang even spotted citizens driving their vehicles along the roads. How can this island float in the air? Li Liang inquired, for in his recollection, humanity had yearned to explore outer space, but had never conceived of creating a floating island, as it defied the principles of gravity and practicality. His question went unanswered, and Huang Yuan's why appeared somewhat awkward. Bai Muiao, seated beside Li Liang, gently nudged him, signaling him to refrain from such inquiries. Every city-state harbors its own secrets. Much like every individual, she conveyed silently. The vehicle entered the city's core area, where no other vehicles were in sight. The skies above brimmed with surveillance drones, constantly monitoring the unfolding events. Eventually, they arrived at the tallest edifice in the area, disembarked, and were escorted to the highest floor via an elevator. The interior of the building was resplendent, with gilded accents adorning even the elevator. Its opulence far surpassed that of the Golden Fortress. "We have arrived." Huang Yuanzhuai exited the elevator and gestured for silence. This floor was entirely open, allowing for a clear view to the far end, creating an expansive atmosphere. A middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority, sat solemnly in the highest position, while a group of individuals stood orderly below him. "Lord Yintian, I apologize." Huang Yuanzhuai bowed deeply to the man, acknowledging his failure to protect Yunjing, a clear dereliction of duty on his part. The others took a slight step back, wary of any sudden outburst from Yintian. The lords of these city-states often exhibited arrogance and disdain for common folk. For instance, Heilandi regarded ordinary people as inconsequential. "I am aware of what transpired. You have done your utmost." Yintian furrowed his brow, ultimately refraining from unleashing his wrath, and instead offered words of consolation to Huang Yuanzhuai. "You all should stay here for now. We will address other matters in a few days." After speaking, Yintian instructed his attendants to escort Li Liang and the others away, dispersing the crowd below, leaving only a bald man in a white uniform. Once everyone had departed, Yintian grasped the armrest of his chair tightly, as if seeking to vent his fury, yet he ultimately restrained himself. "Dr. Byerman, I need you to clone a person identical to Yunjing using his DNA, implanting his memory chip as well. Let it be as if he never perished, merely missing a segment of his memories." Yintian articulated politely to the bald man beside him. "Rest assured, I will handle this matter with utmost care. But how does the Lord intend to deal with the others?" Dr. Byerman inquired with keen interest. "Yunjing shall not die in vain. Those responsible must pay the price." Yintian murmured with his eyes closed. Li Liang and the others were settled in a villa within the core area, providing them with temporary safety. "Li Liang, would you be interested in becoming a mercenary?" Huang Yuanzhuai suddenly posed a question to him. "A mercenary?" Li Liang was somewhat bewildered, yet he had gleaned the general nature of mercenaries from Huang Yuanzhuai and the Laihus, individuals with formidable combat capabilities who undertook tasks for others, enjoying a sense of freedom. Presently, he yearned for strength. Despite the assistance of a system, it could not provide rewards and skills at every moment, so the best path was to empower himself. "If you have such aspirations, I can take you to a place in Sky City where you can become a mercenary," Huang Yuanzhuai said earnestly. "Huh, with his capabilities, he might not endure the hardships." Lai Hu scoffed from his side. "Brother, if he succeeds, I will let him be your brother-in-law." Leah chimed in with a chuckle. This remark displeased Bai Muiao. "Perhaps this presents an opportunity for you, a favorable avenue." Huang Yuanzhuai spoke in a hushed tone, his concern palpable. Yintian was far more formidable than Heilandi. Chapter 92, Ironbone Mercenary Team. "Do you believe Yintian will act against us?" Li Liang surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was monitoring them before he spoke. "It's not a matter of belief. It's a certainty," Huang Yuanzhuai replied without hesitation. "In this place, the best means of self-preservation lies not in status, but in strength." "All right, I trust your judgment." Just as Huang Yuanzhuai asserted, strength was indeed the pivotal factor. In a post-apocalyptic world, no promise could rival raw power. Li Liang followed Huang Yuanzhuai, and the Laihu siblings embarked on their journey, the four of them aboard an airship, traveling without concealment. "Isn't it said that Sky City never interacts with other factions?" Li Liang queried, puzzled. For Huang Yuan's destination surely did not belong to Yuntian's influence, contradicting the rumors. That notion is partially true. Sky City does not engage with all factions indiscriminately, but only with those of equal strength. Huang Yuan's explained. Would you befriend a beggar? In Sky City's eyes, a presence like the Golden Bastion is akin to a beggar. Huang Yuan's words illuminated Li Liang's understanding of why Yunjing had displayed such indifference towards Heilandi and his daughter. They were simply not regarded as worthy. The airship glided directly toward the edge of the island hosting Sky City, navigating for several hours before slowing its pace, eventually docking at a seemingly dilapidated ship. This vessel appeared to have been moored there for ages, its hull overrun with vines, resembling an abandoned relic. This is the place. Huang Yuan's signaled to the ship, yet received no response. Truly arrogant. Lai scoffed, frustrated by their perceived indifference. Hearing this, Li Liang sensed that the situation was not as straightforward. Huang Yuan's and the others harbored ulterior motives. Suddenly, an air raid siren blared from the ship. Did you misfire the signal? Liu asked testily. Huang Yuan's remained silent, a faint smile gracing his lips as he maneuvered the airship closer, docking on the deck. Let us disembark. Huang Yuan's led the way down, with Li Liang following closely, while the Liu siblings hesitated momentarily before joining them. The interior of the ship bore resemblance to a carrier from Li Liang's memories, albeit in a state of disrepair, with rust covering the deck and the main control console shrouded in darkness. Yet Huang Yuan's boldly stepped inside. Halt! A powerful voice echoed, causing rust to fall from the surroundings. Ironbone, I knew you would be here. Huang Yuan's chuckled, quickening his pace rather than slowing down. Ignoring the rules will lead to consequences. The voice boomed again, unleashing a sonic wave that struck Huang Yuan's sending him sprawling. He crashed heavily to the ground, struggling several times before regaining his footing. Why are you so weak? Your adaptive weaponry is gone. Ironbone's voice resounded once more, accompanied by another sound wave that lifted the rust from the ground, creating a forceful blast against the other three. The reflected sound waves cascaded back. The other two also lack adaptive weaponry, and you've brought along someone with an unusual physique. Ironbone's voice morphed into a physical presence as a towering man stepped forth. It was Ironbone himself. True to his name, Ironbone was a mass of muscle, his face marred by several distinct claw marks, healed yet still bearing a fearsome countenance. Ironbone, we require your assistance. Huang Yuan's had risen, clearly acquainted with Ironbone, though their relationship appeared tenuous. Not interested. You may leave. Ironbone coldly huffed, turning to depart, exhibiting a dispassionate demeanor. It is time for the Ironbone mercenary team to be revived. Huang Yuan's suddenly called out loudly. Ironbone's foot, which had begun to move, halted abruptly. All my subordinates have perished in battle. We can join. The declaration hung in the air, restoring silence around them. Do you understand what I have endured? Ironbone pondered for a moment before speaking again. Mercenaries typically operated as lone wolves, small teams, or squadrons, rarely forming larger groups. Once one chose to join a squad, unless the captain disbanded it, they would not easily abandon their comrades, lest they face retribution from all mercenary organizations. As Huang Yuan's spoke, he glanced at Li Liang, hoping to impart this knowledge. Ironbone, your squad once assisted Union. Although the mission was completed, your men perished, and your prolonged stay here indicates your discontent. You three lack adaptive weaponry, and with him, what use would I have for you? Ironbone sneered, turning away to venture deeper into the ship. The individual spoke in a most repugnant manner. Had it been in the past, I would have surely taught him a lesson. Lei Yu's face flushed crimson with anger. Yet he ultimately refrained from resorting to violence. Enter. Huang Yuan's gestured for everyone to follow him inside. The interior of the spacecraft stood in stark contrast to its exterior. Impeccably maintained, clearly the result of meticulous care. Ironbone, the metamorphic weapon, once implanted within the body, possesses the ability to restore itself even if removed. The essence of energy is not singular. It has long resided within our cells, merely awaiting a formidable force to facilitate its revival. So, you seek my assistance in regaining your strength? The condition is to join my squad? Indeed. The three of them nodded in unison. Another silence ensued. Very well. I am well aware of your capabilities. I also find the other two promising, though this fellow, Ironbone, seems to harbor doubts about Li Liang. His combat prowess is formidable. He simply has yet to acquire a metamorphic weapon. You will be fortunate to have him as a companion. Huang Yuan's proclaimed with confidence. Ironbone hesitated for a moment. Let me assist you in your recovery first. Upon speaking, Ironbone instructed the three to sit around him. A wave of sound emanated from his body, radiating outward in a circular motion. Each time the sound wave collided with Huang Yuanhui and the others, they writhed in agony. Their expressions twisted in pain. After an indeterminate number of sound wave impacts, Huang Yuanhui let out a loud cry as wings extended from his back once more. This time stained with blood, akin to a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. He had visibly withered. A similar transformation occurred with the Lei Hu siblings. Both regained their strength, but appeared quite disheveled. Even Ironbone, after expending a considerable amount of energy, had diminished in stature. You three are relatively fortunate. Had time been prolonged, even I would have been unable to assist you, Ironbone declared haughtily. As previously agreed, the three of you are now officially members of my Ironbone squad, no longer lone wolves. As for him, Ironbone turned his gaze upon Li Liang. His expression decidedly unfriendly.